you had. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. Faced harder times when sweet words turn into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come.
When I feel that pressure, I deliver. I'm unstoppable. Yeah, yeah. Let me prove that. Go ahead, let me lift ya. Oh, yeah, yeah, I can lift ya. People like me don't come around every day. I'm unique. When I get down, I give everything to win. Reach that peak. Let me prove that. That crown, I'ma lift that. Yeah, that love, I'ma pay back. When it all gets too tough and the fireplace is hot, when you are all you got and it's time to take that shot.
The morning light, it hits my eye. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night. That's all I remember, we can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. As if we got one life to live, maybe we should just let go. Don't worry about tomorrow. Start counting your Insta follows. Cause the sun comes up again. New days they begin. So hold on to me, cause I won't let go of you. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for.
this one. We're going up in style. Now we never stop for no one. We're going up. Let me tell you. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Now we really feel it. Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. Some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down, down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, down. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. I wanna down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down.
Welcome to my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head, where's the crown? They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. I'm bending
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
185 games of Dota over 13 days have now brought us to our final day here at DreamLeague Season 24. And 3 teams are waiting to claim that elusive trophy of being a DreamLeague champion. So for one last time, let's get this day started in style with the PogChamp Pandas. What a journey it's been to finally get to this point, but we've had a lot of great Dota all month long, honestly. Everything has been coming up roses here, and DreamLeague has been no exception. And now we're finally at the end of this journey, and that's why I want to take a moment of reflection with Pyrian Flex, Capitalist, and Cinderin.
Yo.
Friends, what a exciting path to victory all these teams have gone through.
Yeah. 2 of those paths are going to end up in defeat.
2.
But there will be one that will be a victor. I was thinking about it. The DreamLeague is the longest running Dota tournament in the terms of like how many there are, right?
Absolutely.
Like obviously the international has gone on the most, but DreamLeague is kind of interesting because there's 24 of them. And I'm wondering,
Not
is
true.
there...
There's more.
There's a kickoff season also.
That's true. I forgot
25
about
of
that.
them.
So there's 25 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Was there ever
Not true.
a repeat?
This is number 24.
Was there ever a repeat champion, not an organization, but the same 5 people? Obviously that is going so far back that seems kind of likely, but
Did we not have Gaiman win 2 of these?
it probably did. They beat BetBoom and they probably beat Liquid.
No, Liquid never makes it far in DreamLeague.
That's true.
Well, they did beat Liquid just round
I'll
one.
do what I've been doing that's amused you all so much all week
Let's
long.
hear that.
and who
voice
won the
prompt.
first one, Ted?
Dream League winners.
The thing is that DreamLeague is also a football tournament,
yeah.
apparently.
No.
No. There's only
It
one.
gave you the
DreamLeague.
Dota results?
Yeah, it did.
You're thinking of Champions League, Neil.
So 23 was Falcons, 22 was Falcons.
Oh, okay.
So
Oh,
I've
okay.
immediately answered your question.
There you go.
In the
Okay, that was
last
a really
two
stupid
Dream-
question. The last 2 winners were the same.
And 20 and 20
No,
and 19 were
23.
both Gaiman. Other back-to-backers. I think it's only in recent. 9 and 8 were both won by Team Secret. That's a throwback.
Okay.
Okay.
We're
Wait,
the
what
same
year?
secret.
What year?
What year was that? 2017 and 2018.
That might be 2 different secrets.
That's
That
not the
could well
same
be.
rosters, I think.
OG won back-to-back in 2015 and 2016.
That could have also been
Those
different.
could be
years.
different.
Could
And
be.
the Dream League kickoff. Who won the Dream League kickoff season and who came second? See if you can. There's a little throwback.
Did Alliance win?
They did not.
How far back was that? Can you give me a year?
Yes, I can give you a year. That does
Because-
help you a little bit.
I actually do not remember.
2013. I worked that series. That was in Jönköping. That was the kickoff season. I pronounced that wrong. Sorry, Swedes. But yes, there were 2 winners.
winners.
November 4th to 30th. The conclusion was at LAN. It was at DreamHack, I think. Winter.
Okay.
See. So
November 2014,
2013, brother.
2013.
Yeah.
And you said it's not
so
Alliance?
this is after
Post TI.
post TI.
Yep.
Navi fell off really quickly post TI,
And yet they won.
and yet
What?
they won.
Yeah.
That must have been the last one that they won because that
Yeah, they don't appear after.
yeah TI4 was nothing, and yeah.
Who was runner-up?
Thematic.
Fanatic. Hey.
I wonder if that was a no-tail Fanatic.
Yes.
I think it would have been in that era, yeah.
100%.
A Trixie, Honey,
Yep.
Fly,
era,
no
Fly,
tail,
no-tail.
an era, yeah.
Oh, wow. Vintage.
It was vintage. It was vintage.
Was it 2013 or 2014 that they had to do the weird era problem?
Oh,
where
because
the
the
team
TI
tried to
invitation?
kick him and then
That was TI4.
TI4.
Yeah,
That was four because that was.
They had Excalibur playing there.
Yes. I'll tell you the story about the flight problems that they had with the flight. It's a long story, so I don't think we've got time for it, but it was something.
I'll tell you the story off camera.
Yeah, it's a good one. I've told it on stream before, I think, but I'll tell you.
Okay.
Can I hear it
Looking
too?
forward
Of
to
course
it.
you can.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll have to wait until after this game, I guess.
And then on a separate occasion, can you tell me?
Of course.
But not at the same time that you tell him.
Absolutely, I'll tell it
He
again.
wants
and
a
again.
private experience.
It's a good
Exactly.
story. It's
Yeah.
a
I think you should tell us the real story and then tell Neil a really
I'll
bad
make
version
some shit
of
up.
it.
Yeah.
We can do our own little packet loss thing. But yeah, it is the end of a 25th, 24th season.
It's crazy.
And the longevity is quite impressive because I think maybe Summit ended up getting to like Summit 14. Summit 14 or 13, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Wait, so you said there were repeat champions. There was 3 of them, but
Yeah.
there was no three-peat.
Oh,
No, I don't believe there's
Falcons?
been a three-peat.
Falcons would be the first three-peat.
this is true.
That is true.
But they have to make it through the lower bracket. So the journey is a little bit more tenuous for them right now.
They were really good yesterday.
Yeah,
they
if
were.
they
I was
make it to
super
grand
impressed.
finals, I think they actually are probably. I think it might be like a 55 to their favor. You know.
And Save said on his interview that he wanted the revenge match. He said that
He may regret those words.
I've lost the Falcons a lot, and I thought the follow-up line was going to be like, so I don't want to see them again. But the follow-up line was, in fact, so I want to face them. I want to get revenge.
That's a man who was not satisfied just doing well
Yeah.
on BetBoom.
Yeah.
You know, and not actually getting championship places.
Yeah.
A man wants the hardest opponent.
I think that's
That's a man who has a
the heck
fetish
was that?
for getting
Had a
second.
doorbell.
There's someone at the door. I hear someone. It's Bob!
my God, it's Bob!
The fourth panda! Bob, where are you right now?
I am at home finally now.
Finally. So where have you been for the past weeks, months, days?
Everywhere. Yesterday I was in Cologne. The day before that I was in Rome. The day before that I was in Bologna. 2 days before that I was in London. Then I was a couple of Dutch shows, and it's been nuts.
Shows.
I've seen-
You've been globe-trotting, sharing your musical talents with all of Europe?
Yes, that's what that's exactly what I've been doing. Yeah, it's been amazing. It's been tough. It's been fun. It's been incredible, and I've also been really, really missing you guys and watching you. And,
The feeling's mutual, Bob. Wait, so then is this a solo project? Do you have a second band besides the Pandas?
yeah, I have a few bands beside the Pandas, but this is
Yeah, Bob gets around.
this person's called Dotan and his band, yeah, he wanted to have me for the tour. So unfortunately, I had to miss you guys this time. But I heard somebody's been tearing down the studio for me. So
Yeah, Tom. How's it going over there? Tom, I believe your microphone is in fact live.
No.
Oh, no?
You lied to him.
He didn't lie. He said he
Live
believed
now?
it.
Yes, now I'm live. Hey.
Bob,
Bobby!
we've got Wait, do you two know each other?
Yes, we are. We do.
Really?
Yeah. Absolutely.
From how long ago? Wait, were you Bob's recommendation that he said I need to be replaced? There's only one man who can do it.
Yeah, Bob called me actually.
That's exactly, yeah.
Cute, right?
How long have you two known each other?
I think probably 6-7 years.
Whoa.
Now?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Something like
we
that.
started school at the same time.
Yeah,
Nice.
exactly.
So we have been messing about and around each other for, I think, 7 years now. And we play together sometimes, and we have beers together sometimes. And yeah, I was like, if there's going to be a replacement for me that's going to tear the house down, it has to be Tom this time.
Yeah,
Thank you, Bob.
He has matched the
Yeah, I've been watching
expectation 100%.
Right? Yeah.
But
Has he been nice to you guys as well?
Very.
you know, we've been keeping him in check.
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Exactly.
Maybe it seems like I'm a fighter, but I'm not. I'm very weak.
But I don't think he was there for your debut album with the Pandas, Bob. Tell me about this. You guys are on Spotify now.
Man, yeah, it sounds so great. It was such a blast to make, and such an honor and amazing feature to have Shiver and Odie do the interviewing and the helping with the recording process and the streaming. Like, it was amazing. We had such a fun day in the studio, and it turned out really well. And I'm really happy the first songs are there.
Draft music is live now.
Yeah, and it's only 4, but there's plenty more to come. So yeah, listen to it.
The other Pandas, Jans. Well, I mean, like, what's the plan? Do you miss Bob significantly? Do you wish he's back, or do you think Tom's been doing a good job?
4 Pandas next season.
4 Pandas next season.
Yeah.
I knew they would pick me up.
They loved your mixtapes then.
Yeah. I'll rap for you guys.
No, man, it's good to see you, Bob. And we definitely
man,
missed you.
so
But we're
good
gonna
to
have
see
to have a bigger band next time. All of us in there. Throw Thijs in there. Big shout out to Thijs as well. You know,
That's right, I remember.
extra Panda on replacement Panda for bass. But
played
now
on the record
also,
as well.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. So also on the PogChamp Pandas Draft Music Volume 1 first release is
Live
Thijs.
now. But
Fantastic.
Thomas, I have to make sure that you're okay with it because you were the original Panda. This used to be a one-man operation.
This is a coup.
That's a long time ago.
It has grown significantly since then, but it seems like you've been having fun having more bandmates.
I mean, that's definitely more fun. I mean, more people is more fun.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah.
Well, it's been I've been nothing but privileged to have all of you join us for this show.
Yeah.
Bob, we miss you dearly, but season 25,
so much.
I'm sure you'll be back.
Oh yes, for sure.
Unless if you become, Taylor Swift big off of this tour.
Nah. I'll just be happy if I can hug your happy peoples again.
Hey, we'll make it happen, Bob. Always a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you so much for dropping in. And be sure to tune in on Spotify, my friends.
Thanks, Bob. Bye-bye.
Bye, Bob. Love you, Bob.
Bye, Bob. 4 Pandas. Eventually, if we get Tice back, 5 Pandas, we can do it in-house.
And need a big stage.
Are any of the Pandas familiar with Dota? Have you ever played Dota?
No.
I've seen many matches.
I know you have, Thomas.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you guys are probably better than us. You guys watch professional players all day long, so the bar is set quite high. But yeah, next season, five-man Panda in-house.
Yeah, that's right. We got a team.
Game on.
Yeah, you got a team.
Yeah.
And then with that team, hopefully you can compete in the Esports World Cup because that's what all of these teams are going for right now. They are grinding out the points with our very first stop on the EWC Tour as we are now on the final day of awarding and distributing points, which I imagine that BetBoom team have a pretty healthy advantage right now. After getting their stage points in Group Stage 2 by topping Group Stage 2 and now already guaranteed to be in Grand Finals here at DreamLeague Season 24, they are racking them up, which hopefully makes things easier for them whenever they are trying to qualify or perhaps get directly invited to the rest of the events on the road to the Esports World Cup.
You also got stage points in Group Stage 1, right?
Correct, but I think BetBoom team got... No, I thought they got...
Well, they're not even top 2.
4th. I'm not...
But there were more stage points in Group Stage 2.
They got 4th,
than,
right.
There were more stage points in Group Stage 2 than Group Stage 1.
Correct. It was...
But it was only top 3 that got it in both.
Yeah.
Okay, so they got 0 points in Group Stage 1.
I think it was literally 300 points, 100 points, 75 points.
And then
if
300,
you came-
150, 75.
Right.
For
And
first,
then
second, third.
And then
if
the
you
second
come
stage,
top,
it was...
It was a lot
Just
more.
300 for first place.
Yeah.
So if you got first place in both groups, then you would have gotten 600 just from the stage points.
Okay.
Hang on, let me check that. Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll get some points out of Bangkok unless they flop out.
Which
do you guys believe in this BetBoom roster on LAN
Yeah.
more than the previous roster?
Oh, more than the previous one.
So the main reason why I'm encouraged is because every single time we have an interview with these BetBoom players, they are so smiley and so happy. And that I feel like is a marked shift from whenever I would see BetBoom hanging on by a thread at LAN at other events where I'm like, if you just slightly tip them over, they are going to fall to shambles. But this BetBoom seems reinvigorated and they're really enjoying each other's company.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's the main influence. I suspect Save is the main influence on that mentality. He certainly seems like a driven guy, a very serious guy. But yeah, they do have a laugh, which is nice. But I think once you're in game, the fact they're still having a laugh about goofy stuff that happens in game is like, wow, these guys are actually enjoying it. If you can play that well and you're having fun, that's great. But when on LAN, I wonder, is the pressure going to be a lot? But they're experienced guys now. So I think I think this is a very good team. Great to watch. They play some great Dotes and just some tremendous players. So I think they could do this. Could be an era for BetBoom for sure. But they need to win this.
I think what we need to see to really answer the question about longevity is we need to see them recover from a devastating loss.
That's true.
Because that's what the previous BetBoom team also had some really hot streaks and they looked unbeatable at times. And then they would either throw away an unlosable game or they would choke in a high pressure situation on LAN. And then you could really clearly see the repercussions the next match they had on stage.
Yeah.
So, and there's obviously a couple of rerun players from that previous roster. If they obviously have the experience. They've been there. They've been through the terrible losses, but they've probably experienced really hard times in a star-studded roster where things just didn't amount to championships, even though they always knew they had it. So with a new squad, perhaps the new faces are just going to be a better cocktail for that kind of situation, or it will be worse. But in this tournament so far, because they've been doing so well, obviously everything's great, etc., etc. But I always hesitate to judge how far a team can go down the stretch until I see that moment where it's like, wow, okay, they had a terrible day, but the next day they played awesome. That to me is way more inspiring and impressive than a team that's just on a hot streak winning everything.
Yeah.
Because it's way easier when everything's going well, right?
Yeah.
And it
gotten
will
over the
happen.
first hurdle.
Nobody's on top all the time. It will happen.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not this tournament. Maybe they just crush it, and that'll be awesome for them. I would be super happy to see BetBoom win. But yeah, the season is long, and it's just beginning.
I think they gotten over the first hurdle for me, which was Kiyotaka and Kataomi proving themselves on their positions in this. Kataomi specifically moving to 5 and like how that would work, because that sounds really greedy on paper, right? Kataomi save support duo. Kiyotaka has proven himself as a mid laner, still, low floor, high ceiling. I think is still a good way to describe him as a player, but I feel like he's gotten more and more big hits out of this tournament. And as Synderen says, now it's just a test of longevity, I think, for the squad. Because I think most people would agree that going into this roster, Miro and Pure had already shown that they were definitely going to fit into this roster, and they were really good, and there was no problems there. So, yeah, I think the initial roster has already gotten over that first hurdle, and it's just a question of seeing what kind of bumps in the road present themselves later on.
Which we'll see if Falcons end up being one of these bumps, because Falcons is quietly waiting in this lower bracket final, because they're going to be facing up against Team Spirit, and Falcons are, I think all these teams are right now hitting their peak at this playoff bracket, which is encouraging to see. It's not like one of them is limping through and being like, well, I got an easy lower bracket run. Falcons obliterated Parivision.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, I think this is some of the best Dota I've seen Crit play in a few years, just these last few games, where I'm like, he is absolutely popping off. And it's great to see it, because the confidence is there. They're even picking Earth Spirit pos for. He was like, give me the Earth Spirit. And he was dominant on it. So, I mean, he did more damage in this game as Nyx than anybody else. He out-damaged everyone else. That's pretty crazy, too, as a pos 4.
And we had the post-game interview with, I believe it was Amar, right? Yep. Amar can sometimes be a little bit trolly and have that vibe to him that you're not really sure if he's necessarily being genuine. He was asked in the interview if AUI was back, and I believe he said yes, right?
He did.
And that was not as a joke.
No.
Right?
That's why I asked for confirmation afterwards.
Good, okay. Because to me, the most impressive thing about Falcons yesterday was actually not their play. Because I think these guys are really good at playing, when I think they look, when you're this high class, the thing that is going to make your performance look weak is if you lose direction in the game. If you don't know exactly what your goals are, if you don't feel comfortable with the game state or know what to do. Yesterday's drafts were so good. Especially game 1 was my favorite draft of the entire tournament. The way they tailored everything around knowledge of what Parivision usually do, what they like themselves, how to structure it and just mock draft that. And I was not surprised at all to hear that AUI had been involved in that one, because to me that was it's like there was just that little extra edge, and that made that series so much easier for them. So you could argue they've been playing as a handicapped version of themselves because their coach hasn't been there. If he's back now for when it matters most,
great timing.
That's good timing.
Yeah, that
sure.
combined with the players, maybe it is part of it is just the draft has set them up in a position to feel a lot more comfortable in the game because their individual play was so high yesterday, right? So it does really show sometimes the power of a good draft, right? Is that like you feel good about the game, they're just playing better, right? Like they were set up for success, but their play was phenomenal as well. So it goes to show the power of having that little bit of extra help and why coaches are pretty important.
Which means that Spirit definitely have an uphill battle against them as we get ready for our lower bracket final, friends. Let's get into it. Now, granted, Spirit had already beaten Falcons not but just a few days ago as we were getting near the end of Group Stage 2, and then they went on to beat Parivision as well in the tiebreaker to make it to upper bracket. But then against BetBoom team Purge, it seems that perhaps Spirit finally hit the limit.
They were close though. It was a pretty close series. Game 3 was not very close though, and that was what I kind of wanted to focus on, because there was a couple things that went wrong. So something that's kind of been a fixture of Spirit's series so far is their offlaner tends to be put in a bad matchup. They're like, oh, we're going to put a Pango there. Malik struggles a little bit because they let him be in these situations that aren't the best, and that leaves him behind in net worth, and that translates to problems in the game. So I'd love to show you some of my clips if you don't mind.
Let's demonstrate.
Okay, so here's how the offlane went for Satanic as well. Abnormally bad. He died once on First Blood, which more or less doesn't matter for his net worth, but helps the enemy team. And this is his first death after that at about the 5-minute mark. He gets blown up with Shadow Demon. And then on the other side of the map, Malik's already having a bad time. This fast buckler pickup was really cool though, because it reduces the acorn shot damage as well as the Pango damage. And then this continues to Pure having a huge net worth advantage. He's 7.3 net worth versus Pango's simple, where is he? 4.8, so hugely ahead of that lane. He dodges this smoke ink that Team Spirit goes for him with, and then they move towards the middle of the map. So now they're 3k up, they dodged a move. They're gonna take the enemy mid-tier 1 with basically no repercussions. So basically 14 minutes in, 4k gold advantage, they are smooth sailing. And this is the first time Malik gone into the game here with a Blink Dagger. He manages to spot the Ember in the trees, I have no clue how, but they end up killing him. So that's his Blink Dagger reveal and his Rolling Thunder, which is the team fight impact. But keep in mind his net worth is still low. So when they end up fighting here on the top side of the map, Malik doesn't have Rolling Thunder because this is shortly after they got that kill, and it ends up being a one team fight for a BetBoom here, who not only pushes them out but kills the Tusk. And now here's the last big fight that really made the game a big difference. 6k gold advantage before this fight happens, and look at the Requiem hits. Malik does land a nice ultimate, but the BKB comes out in time, and they basically smash this fight, killing a huge amount of heroes. So it was kind of like bad thing after bad thing after bad thing. Each one was small, but like they compounded to base a 25-minute game. So they put their offlaner in a bad lane setup. It didn't go so good, but that's understandable. And then everything after that pretty much just went below average. So they can't let that happen again. And I just feel like the sacrificial offlane style that they've been putting up sometimes does have cracks like this that could just lead to like a lost game at a super high rate.
I'd say out of all the 3-4 combinations in terms of lane performance right now, Team Spirit, like Malik, has been struggling the most in regards to his like average net worth coming out of the lane as comparison to Amar and to Miero. I think BB team has also kind of just had the we're better than you factor. Just get good. So I agree that every single engagement, whether it's a laning stage, whether it's these team fights, I feel like they get a little bit more than they should, and the enemy gets a little bit less than they should. And I think it really is that simple when it comes to what BB team's been doing. And I think Falcons is going to be representing an entirely different beast today for them, because Falcons, I think they've always been winning the strategic side of the game. I don't want I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but their games aren't the most interesting to watch. They usually win their laning stage, and then it's just, the graph is just like this with nobody dying, right? So I think it's a very different opponent today. I think Team Spirit struggles against lineups that take it slow like this. They usually like the chaos and maybe work their way back into the game with 1 or 2 good team fights. I don't think Falcons is going to give that to them, but I am curious to see what they do to get Malik out of the lane, because that's definitely been a reoccurring problem for them.
Well, at the bare minimum, maybe he won't have to worry about getting out of the lane, because maybe Skitter will just leave the lane, because I want to take a look at our Wisdom Rune for this series. And presented by the U.S. Air Force, it's concerning the average distance moved at 10 minutes between these two teams. As you can see in the comparison of the carry roles, Skitter is way more mobile and way more eager to roam around than Satanic is in comparison. So if Malik's main issue is that he's just getting bullied all day long in that off lane, well, lucky for him, maybe Skitter will just leave it.
I mean, a lot of the numbers on the Falcon sides are way higher. Look at the supports as well. Snaking and Crit also moving like 500-600 units farther. So it could be a little indicative of Falcons moving around to help each other a bit more. And Skitter is certainly that standpoint, where Satanic typically like wins his lane a little bit. And then the most movement he's doing is pushing out the lane, pulling the small camp, doing the small jungles. So there is a lot of movement from carries nowadays that where they're kind of bouncing around the safe lane, kind of getting max resources. But I thought that stat was kind of interesting, just to show the playstyle difference at 10 minutes. Like that, the fact that it's that different is very interesting, because most teams match what other best teams are doing in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, even like the numbers of Falcons in general were higher. Skitter's numbers were higher than both the supports on Spirit. Skitter moves around.
What if he dies a lot in lane and has to walk back to his tier 1? Maybe that's why he's got.
Yeah, he's inflating the numbers.
Yeah, you never know.
He's feeding.
It's like purposely missing in basketball just to get the rebound.
Right.
Just padding the stats.
It could be twin gate rotations as well.
He does do that.
Yeah.
The Satanic ever twin gate rotate to gank.
I've seen it a few times, but it's usually like he'll be more if he gets a Vlad's, he does 1 rotation. He gets a Manta, he does 1 move. Like that was the segment I remember doing. I feel like Satanic's much like very crisp about his timings, but there's not much wiggle room in between there. He's usually just, I mean, when I say usually, he's just super efficiently farming in the meantime, and yeah you're not going to be moving as much. Skeeter has lost his lane more, I think, in certain circumstances. I remember a Gyro game that he's like level 7 to the enemy offlaner level 10, and he's running around with maxed Rocket Barrage.
Oh, yeah.
So I also think that's just the way Amar likes to play, is like a very farm-heavy offlaner, and so Skeeter's willing to be more sacrificial. I've seen him TP mid as Luna, TP mid as Alchemist.
We saw a mid gank level 4 or something like that. He turns up and he gets the kill. We're like, what is he doing?
He was the difference maker.
Yeah, he literally secured the kill. But it's like, I'll come along. I'm not busy. So this is your pos 1, you know? It was funny.
You're like, last thing I expect, did you play a lot of mid? You're like, I'm not getting ganked by an Alchemist at minute 4.5. That's Skeeter for you.
Yeah, I think overall Falcons have proven to be a much more dynamic team, not only in terms of their mobility around the map, but like draft as well. This team seems like they pride themselves on being like water, you know? You put them into any container, they take the shape of whatever is needed, be it the meta, the requirements of the draft.
And they're more liquid than they used to be. I think that at the start of the tournament, they're getting some wins, but they looked a little shaky here and there. But the last series we watched them play, they look like old Falcons. So I'm pretty scared for Spirit today, because with AY back, with having some of those drafts that they did where they just completely one-sided drafted it, I think it's going to be a different beast that Spirit has to deal with.
Curtis is back in the driver's seat, and perhaps Spirit may have shown some vulnerabilities. Their momentum over the past 2 days has been fantastic, but the match against BetBoom team may have shown some cracks in the armor that I'm sure AUI will be more than willing to exploit. So if you're ready, let's get into our game number 1.
Clean up in, they're taking out the 3, they're collapsing onto XXS. Falcons 24 minutes in, they get the team wipe, triple kill for Amar.
Falcons very disciplined, they're not forgiving. If you just do one mistake, they just punish so hard.
Skeeter's demolishing pipes, it's too much damage, they have all the suns in the world and no damage on the side of Waska, they just run out.
I think Team Spirit with the new players, they have adapted and adjusted very well. In the beginning, they were a lot more shaky on their strategies and understanding of priorities, but now I think they've really shaping up on exactly what they want to do and how they want to play around Satanic. And I think it's the main strategy they're going for, and it's working out for them.
Now Satanic back into play. Turns around, stuns up the gyrocopter. They've got the damage, Shirley. And with the grab onto the Pugna, no saves possible either.
It will be a big boost for two youngsters, Ryu and Satanic, and for me also. I mean, if I win, it's like first big tournament. It's always hard. It's a hard game, and you're learning and you're adapting. It's always fun to play against them.
Every series we played, we often learned something about ourselves and our opponents. If we need to make it to the finals, we have to be the best team at the event.
And there's the Goblin once again taking in the Dragonite. Skeeter about half HP, but they're all clumped up and they are doing big damage.
We'll have to stay there. Refrain from Alex in with the jump. He gets the jump straight on.
Trying to catch Ame.
They move straight towards the pulverite. That will grab Ame. Lee with the jump. It's a pretty good time to make the jump as well. He is straight away. He's able to steal the ropes for the Aegis. Roshan will fall to the Radiant. Satanic cleans them up in big time.
Two teams enter, one team leaves. That was a season finale worthy little video there was. I feel deeply emotionally invested now. Now's the time.
It was a teaser.
It was a teaser.
I just want to say I think the difference in momentum between these two teams right now is paramount going into this series because I think Falcons, we talked about, they're in top form right now. Aui's back. We felt it yesterday. It's such a different vibe when we saw their draft and their gameplay. And I wanted to mention, you mentioned how Malik's been struggling, Purge. I think they're also struggling to find a place for Rue on the team in regards to what his hero is, because I looked at his stats and he's 10-2 if he's Willow or Hoodwink. Otherwise, he's 10-15. Like, they haven't had the most stellar win rate on him if he's not on one of those two heroes. And those two losses were actually yesterday against BB team. So they were whipping out their most promising strategies in the playoffs, and it didn't work for them. So I think a lot of the tournaments at the very end are settled by everyone has their go-to strategies. Are they able to continue to make them work? Have they been solved throughout the course of the tournament? I feel like Falcons is somehow bringing new stuff yesterday, while Team Spirit was kind of bringing this, they ain't broke, don't fix it, but it didn't work. So now they're gonna have to fix it coming into the day. Well, I think Falcons can kind of just keep doing what they were doing.
We have kind of noticed Magnus becoming a hero in these latter stages, which I've quite enjoyed.
Absolutely.
And I know people are always saying, "Oh, it's nice to have a nice, BKB piercing disable and stuff like that." But I think he's also like one of those heroes that can just turn a fight so quickly. Like even pre-BKB, you just get a big RP off. It seems to fix everything. And you can then, as you get ags and stuff, then you've got that one hero grab when you're pushing high ground that's so important to going high ground in these games. So I think the rise, if you like, of Magnus in these latter stages has been really fun to see because he's just an exciting hero to watch.
Yeah, and Falcons played him twice yesterday. They picked him at 23 and 24. So it's not necessarily something they want to snag super early because they're worried about some outlane potential. But if they're playing against some like neutral mid laner that doesn't necessarily bully their lane in a fantastic way, the hero pretty much always does well. And then can side lane rotate, he can carry. Like there's a lot of variety for him.
I think we saw the issue yesterday when Falcons beat Parvision. On the side of Parvision, their issue was the fact that there's like these shared heroes in the pool that are more favorable for Falcons.
Yeah, that was a Razor issue. Yeah.
And I think that the fact that Team Spirit is banning out Viper and Razor in the first round, like these are heroes that I think there's been like 6 Viper picks all tournament. We saw Razor 20-ish times. Like they're not highly contested. And that to me just screams draft advantage automatically to Falcons. I don't think Team Spirit has these signatures other than maybe the Dusa. That's like a bit of an abnormal first round ban, but I also feel like that hero stocks have been going up over the course of the tournament. I'm thinking Snake King's Chin that gets banned, Snake King's Enchantress.
If they don't ban Enchantress here,
it's 10-0.
It's 19-0, isn't it?
It's 19 in a row, but at this specific event, he's 10-0 with Enchantress.
Just if they've done their homework, they had last night to do it. If they don't ban Enchantress, I'd love to know what the plan is. I suppose maybe they get something. We've seen Nyx, right? Isn't that the thing that people are commonly going to?
Team Spirit did beat Parvision in the tiebreakers with Ducalis' 8-0 Chen. Like they did get handed its first loss. So
Ain't no Chen.
8-0.
Oh, I
like
see.
8 wins, 0 losses.
It was like ain't no Chen.
Yeah, ain't no Chen, baby. He's really skinny.
Ain't no undefeated Chen on my watch.
They banned Monkey King.
They're leaving the Enchantress still in the pool.
Yeah, the Monkey's too scary for Falcons to play, I feel like. because of the flex potential and just how good it is at dominating the mid lane. That's another hero that's been banned in the first phase a lot, so.
If you have any intention to pick like Earth Spirit or really any melee hero at all, Monkey King's just too potent, especially on second pick. But I think the flex potential was even gone since they picked Alchemist already, and that's just how big of a threat. Usually it is a flex pick, but it's such a huge threat in general.
You know, Chen is a 75% win rate and 24 picks at this tournament.
Yeah.
That is
really
insane. Who do you think is the next with the exact same score?
I know Ogre is really high,
Ogre.
but
Same as Chen. It's funny how this hero isn't valued.
And Enchantress. Ban Nyx, pick Enchantress.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the Ogre teams kind of got knocked out of the tournament.
Right,
what
right.
It seemed like.
It's a big liquid special.
Yeah, these top 3 teams just haven't picked it that often. I don't
Yeah, heroes run at this tournament's Ogre.
So does Team Spirit... Oh, the Nyx got banned, sorry. That was the obvious response here. So this also dissuades them from picking a Hoodwink now too, a hero that they're into. Even though they did have flex potential, they played it some games 5, some games 4.
Also Pugna, right? They can't really pick the Pugna. That's a... Although teams have been doing picking Pugna into Enchantress, I feel like it was seen as Enchantress as an answer to Pugna because you can remove the Decrep, but teams seem happy to pick it anyway.
I mean, this reminds me already of the Nyx draft of yesterday, where that support that they picked second, like, dissuades their opponents from picking, like, 2 of the heroes that they wanted. Like, the fact that both of their favorite supports just aren't going to be as viable here. I mean, maybe they just go Willow as the solution, but...
Do you watch any chess YouTube, you guys?
I actually watched some chess YouTube literally yesterday.
Okay. One of the things that people do is pre-move. So you know what your opponent's going to do and you put in the pre-moves. Aoi is pre-moving every draft.
That's a good
It's like he's already played out what he's going to pick and what he's going to ban and then what they're going to pick and his response to it. And they pick blam, blam, blam. We do this, we do that. And now, you know, he's got him right where he wants him already. I can sense it. Because he's about to pick Venomancer. 100% win rate.
Yeah.
If they pick Venomancer, Ted, I'll bow down to you on the panel.
That would be something.
The Dawn Tusk potential lane is quite strong, though. You've got tag team amping up.
Dual melee,
Starbreaker.
Dual melee.
That's true.
Dawn's okay. Dawn Beastmaster type heroes are okay to be dual melee because Dawn has like a pseudo range gap close and then Beastmaster plays on board and axes.
You got 3 strength heroes. You take Timbersaw and then you take Leon.
I'm telling you, every team Crit has ever been on. Lion Timber. I mentioned that.
Yeah, you did.
Dude, it's his signature hero.
And now it protects them against all of these annoying
Not our
heroes.
Spirit type.
No, it's Lion.
Or Shadow Shaman.
No, it's Lion, obviously.
They lacked Disable prior to the Lion, which meant like a Puck pick would be good, or an Ember Spirit, or something like that. Now Lion helps protect against. He's pre-moving him, man.
He's doing the pre-moves. They walk into a checkmate in 1. Checkmate in 2, actually. Checkmate in 1 ban and 1 pick.
That was the Amara being surprised about how quickly he died in a previous game.
For people who have not been watching this tournament as much as we have, because it is our job to watch it, I know we probably sound biased, but Falcons has just turned it up a notch the last few days. And I wanted to mention that Team Spirit, they got 4th in Group Stage 1 in their group, so they barely made it through. And then in Group Stage 2, yes, their series record was 5-2, but their win-loss was 10-9, like in individual games. So it's not like... I think Team Spirits had the most underwhelming overall performance to be a caliber of team that they are right now to make it this far. You know what I'm saying? Like, they barely scratched by but they clutched it. That's the difference here compared to a lot of other teams is Team Spirit's got that clutch factor, and we've seen these crazy 70-minute games. Like I feel like they win almost all of those.
And I'd argue that they were in Group Stage 2 of the 8 teams, 6 of them were very good. Team Liquid was the 6th team.
Yeah.
They went 3-4 also. They went 8-9. So, like, there was a big grouping here. Team Spirit eked him out. Definitely deserves to be here, but it's been a tough tournament for a lot of teams.
And on the topic of long games, you may consider Falcons to typically be one of the longer winning games, but Spirit beats their average win duration by 3 minutes.
Really?
I believe it.
A Falcons win is average 39 minutes. Spirit win is 42 minutes.
I've seen Satanic clutch like way too many games to like I just immediately believe your stat there.
Yeah.
Do you suppose if you're a team that has a carry player like that, where you're like, we are perfectly happy to go late because our boy's going to get us there, you're not in a rush to end games? Also, maybe the way they draft, for that late game potential. When you've got someone like Satanic, you want to do that.
Yeah,
some teams are like, we don't really want to go to 70 minutes. You know, we'd like to end this quicker.
We interviewed Laurel, and he said consistently the thing that is the most stressful about the teams that are still left in the tournament is that they just never let up the pressure.
Right.
If any team lifts off the gas for a little bit against Spirit, they feel very comfortable that they'll win. But the ones that just hit the gas running leave no opening for Spirit. Spirit are now figuring out what Maureen has up his sleeve against an Invoker, which, I don't know about you guys, to me, Maureen has been the most mid-diffy mid in this entire tournament. He has been consistently outlaning pretty much everyone who comes up against him.
Especially now that they're picking slightly different heroes, you're allowing him to see that outskill thing rather than saying, okay, I'm just gonna trade farm here and go gank side lanes, and the victor is really who does the better ganks. It's more he's blowing people up sometimes. And they've got the heroes to do it too. At the start of the tournament, one of the solutions against Invoker was creep, dive tower, 3-6 kind of a thing. And they've got Enchantress, they've got Line. This could be scary for Laurel if he's up against a scary mid hero.
I would love to see like Earth Spirit or Primal. It's not the most amazing lane matchup against Invoker, but I think it just feels so nice looking at the way Falcons draft is going to operate. They're going to have so much momentum in the side lanes that you just want a hero that, okay, they're pushed underneath their towers. We can threaten them with the wraparound.
I was thinking Sand King, but
Sand King would work too. Absolutely, Sand King. I always forget Sand King's in the pool because throughout the course of this tournament, that hero was like 95% in the first round or two.
Yeah, no,
and he's definitely fallen off.
Yeah.
But every time we've seen it get picked up, it's had good impact. The stocks went down, but I'd still buy.
He's still decent. I mean, especially I'm just thinking you've got so much clump up with Dawn, Tusk, DK, right? I mean, obviously DK in most of the fights are going to be in range for, but you've got a Timber in there causing chaos. It would be nice if you had some big stun.
Bane.
Holy shit! Oh shit!
Oh
as
shit!
Steve would say. I did not see that coming at all.
That's interesting. Is it? I mean, he's a pretty survivable 5. He's gotten buffs to Brain Sap, which is kind of cool, so it's a little counter push, but I mean, BKB Piercing Disable is solid. You can Nightmare Timber in some fights, and cast range reduction is kind of good.
Hear me out, Kev. Mid Bane.
Nope.
Invoker
My boy
5.
James ran this thing and got us a lot of MMR. Shout out to James. This is legit. Mid Bane.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry, Ted.
It's definitely a Maposhka Bane, but I like where your
Mid
head's at,
Bane,
Ted.
Brian. I'd stake my. Well, I wouldn't actually bet anything on it.
It's an okay 5. Certainly. Yeah, I would say
it's global setup. It's always been kind of the hero you paired with Io of old, so it makes sense with Dawn. I am a bit concerned about their mid-game damage on Team Spirit. Like, yeah, they have a ton of lockdown, but who's dishing it out? They're definitely going to need to buy time for Satanic to get a few items.
This Invoker should stop doing all this wishy-washy shit and just fucking get in there and sunstrike some noobs.
I was going to say, this might be an XOR game. They've got so much to hold people in place. The DK stun, the Bane.
It'd be pretty decent against like Line and Enchantress. They're relatively squishy.
Easy kill.
Just get up in his face. I think Earth Spirit's probably better against Bane than Primal, but
Earth Spirit, yeah.
Sand King's good too, like you mentioned, Ted. I'd be surprised if they go a different route, but it's Aoi at the helm, so I'll trust him.
Maybe Aoi's showing up. He's like, Earth Spirit, nah. I have this perfect solution for you guys.
That hero's washed.
A bunch of spirits still left in the pool also. If
a Storm too.
Bane needs to get targeted, which I don't really know, but if he's backline and you need to jump him.
Storm
yeah, they do go the Sand King. The 4th most banned hero getting absolutely last picked. Yeah.
It's been happening a little bit the last couple days, and it just works better because rather than try to worry about what Bane's going to do to you, you just need to like farm, get Sandstorm, and jump in and do AoE damage. And the team fight chaos is going to be so much that a hero like Bane's going to feel a little bit less effective. And this also gives him a triple tanky tricore. So Team Falcons, I like what they've got. They picked a very valuable hero last, whereas Team Spirit's like, all right, we have to go into the value bin and pick out a Bane. It's a lot worse for their last pick.
Don't be having a go at Bane, Kev.
Look, I like the hero. I do.
Okay.
I play him a lot. I feel decent at him. Just saying it's not the best 5 right now.
I don't hate what Team Spirit's doing. I am full momentum on Falcons, so I would have had to think the draft was heavily favoring Spirit to go the other way for my prediction. So I think purely based on the vibes and the momentum, I would go Falcons for this draft. I think they've got everything they've wanted, and Snaking Enchantress 10-0. That's good enough for me.
Will it be 20 games in a row won on Enchantress?
True, cumulatively.
That's crazy.
Going for the record.
That must be a record. Is that not the record?
It's not.
Of all heroes.
Knoxville actually posted this stat. Currently, the record holder, Quinn Void Spirit, has like a 29.
I thought it was 26. But
it's a high 20.
Is that an NA qualifiers though?
Bro, who cares?
You don't need
That's
to
a lot
qualify
of
these stats. It's an impressive number regardless, Brian.
I know.
There's a
little asterisk there though.
I think he's like the 10th biggest hero win streak of all time. There's a lot.
Okay,
of
so he's got like 7 more games to go. Well, they've got potentially 8 games today.
They
but
can do it today. Yeah,
it can only be 5 games today technically.
If he wins all these.
Yeah, exactly.
Streaks do end. I
They
will
do?
say this. So this could be the end of the streak, but I like Falcons draft a lot. And the Bane gamble, if you want to call it that, we'll see if it comes off. But for the time being, I'm going to say Falcons.
It has to be a bit of a gamble. How often would you save a last phase pick for a support? But if you are going to do it, then you better hope that you bring something exotic to the mix. Because Spirit are coming in here after getting a nightmare of a time against the BetBoom team. Let's see if they can beat Falcons in game number 1.
Welcome everybody to the start of the day, the final day of DreamLeague here. It is Falcons versus Team Spirit, where Team Spirit Synderen have given Falcons everything that they're best at. And in this case, they're going to be killing in the name of a 2-0. They gave Skeeter his Alchemist, Snake King his Enchantress. If they manage to break this strategy, which seems unlikely, but if they do, they might have just cracked the draft wide open for the series.
I love that we've reached the point where those are the heroes we highlight for Falcons and not Amar Timber.
Yeah.
That's quite the development, right? That's where we're at. But yeah, Snake King, like the panel talked about, on track to potentially one of the greatest records of all time, because as they were alluding to, stats like that can be a little bit misleading because it a lot of the time comes down to quality of opposition. But the thing is, you think about Falcons and what teams they've been playing for the last year.
Yeah.
The majority of their games have been against Tier 1 or Tier 1.5 teams, right?
Yep.
So the fact that Snake King is on a 19 win streak with Ench is unbelievable to me. Crazy stuff. Let's see if he can bring it to 20. And I also want to give a special mention, now that we're talking about good heroes for Falcons. Malreen mid Sand King, Amar said in the interview yesterday that he made that a thing this patch. So they have a ton of faith in him on this. So really, on the side of Falcons, everybody on S tier heroes for themselves. On Spirit, Miposhka's Bane is really good, but
yeah,
Bane is also one of my more played heroes, and I struggle to see the obvious reason for it here. I know Bane is good against Timber, because Timber a lot of the time in fights is separated from his team, so you get a lot of value out of Nightmare when he's diving deep to find kills. It effectively just becomes a stun. Fiend's Grip is very nice against him for holding him in place for a long time. But as far as laning goes, it looks like Falcons actually deviating from the norm here and putting crit in the safe lane. Maybe there's something about the Bane versus Lion matchup that they didn't want to bother with, so they're going to swap them around. Aside from that, for Spirit, we've seen the Satanic Dragon Knight do great in a lot of their games as carry, and Ruon Tusk has also really impressed. So I guess overall, with all the heroes that Spirit have picked, they are also very comfortable with their entire lineup. I guess the one that's been the most hit or miss has probably been Malik's Dawn. I don't know if you would agree with that.
Yeah.
But aside from that, very, very stable stuff from them too.
Looking at it, I actually quite like this swapperoo that they did. Being able to have stuns against the Dawnbreaker with the Starbreaker and the tag team, right? Anything that can slow down that damage in that window of time where tag team can be a big threat. I like that conceptually. We'll see how well Snake King's able to fare in the offlane position, but at least for Skeeter's safe lane, I feel like this is better setup for him.
I think that's a good point. Now that you say it, that's probably why they did this. I think they did it for Skeeter's sake, not for Crit's sake.
Yeah.
Because I was just thinking to myself, I think Lion Timber would have been okay up here.
Sure.
I don't see
so
the
too.
problem, but yeah, that bottom lane might have been very dangerous. And I don't know if Snake King is aware of his streak, but if he is, he will do anything.
I think I saw him retweet it.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I saw him retweet it. So, and I was thinking to myself, I was like, why would you retweet that?
Yeah.
Why? Don't let your
attention to
opponents know that like, you know, hey, this Enchantress is, yeah, he did repost it.
He plays for Falcons, though, so his opponent have probably muted him on Twitter as well.
True. Especially after his OG antics.
Mute everyone on Falcons everywhere. That's the next level play. You don't just mute them in games to not get the voice lines. You just pretend they don't exist entirely.
Go anonymous mode in Dota and everything. Maybe this is when you get into these side battles 1v1 against the Bane, who's quite good at it. Enchantress is obviously, you know, pretty obnoxious.
I hate this matchup for Bane.
Yeah.
That's a side benefit here is that Bane does not fare well against Ench at all. Because the way Bane usually in the past used to win its lanes was by being the best trader in the lane as a 5.
Yeah.
So you would just fight the enemy support, you would have really good stats. Brain Sap is one of the best, let's say, yeah, just damage exchange tools per mana cost because it deals damage and heals at the same time.
Yep.
But Ench has the best one. The heal on Ench is ridiculous in terms of how much it does for the mana cost. It is expensive, but it is just so valuable. So you can trade with Bane no problem.
Yeah, it's what, 320 heal?
Is it
level 1? Something like that? It's crazy.
It's more. I think it's 400. Right? No, you're right. It's 320. Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about Team Spirit's draft outside of the Bane. Why do you feel like they picked up this Dragon Knight first? Do you actually feel like it is their best carry for Satanic?
I think so. I think that's been the most consistently impressive carry for me that they've run. I think Satanic's best performances overall have been Dragon Knight and Morph, but they probably feel like you can't overall first pick Morph because then you're just going to get counterpicked too hard. That hero is a little bit more dependent on matchups.
Sure.
Falcons have also shown their ability to, or rather their willingness to. They did lose that game, but they were willing to run AA as a potential solution. So they picked the Dragon Knight, and in the first phase they banned Razor and Viper, so they were really trying to give Satanic as good a game as possible. I mean, so far the lanes for Spirit are looking quite good. Miposhka's gonna have to Nightmare. He might actually maybe die, I guess.
Maureen out of bottle charges, drops a branch to try and block off vision as he runs away. This matchup has not been fun for him. 20-6 compared to 19-2. CS-wise, he's doing fine, but the harassment is built up over time. He's going to have to take a quick trip back to base. Fortunately, he did go early boots, so that'll limit the time he's gone. What is this? What the hell's going on here?
Why did Amar take reactive armor in this lane? I wonder.
Maybe it's
He's one of the heroes, one of the players in the world that I feel like I criticize the absolute least in the laning stage. This guy's a beast, and I almost always see the logic, and his mechanics are phenomenal, and his decision-making about playing aggressive or passive has been great too, overall.
I think
but
it's
this
the
one I
free up.
don't really get.
It's two right-clicking heroes, right? So it's already kind of value. Dragon Knight's kind of hard to kill. I think it's entirely just so he can solo. So Snake King can do whatever he wants with the Enchantress. He can go farm. He can go gank mid at some point. I think they're going to leave him alone relatively soon.
Yeah, so it's because right now I think that skill point versus having chain is not worth it.
Yep.
But as you said, if there's just flat out, if it's to enable his teammate, I get it. I think you're right. That's got to be it. Because I was just looking at Miposhka being low, and I was thinking, all right, he's going to unnightmare the Timber, and he might just kill him.
But then he didn't have Timber chain.
He didn't have chain, so he couldn't chase him there. And if you're playing against, let's say, Bane plus any ranged carry, I would way more understand the point reactive, right? Because then you're going to be harassed a lot more, right? Going to go on to Satanic with the rotation from Crit, but they can't really commit into the tower for the time being.
Does leave Skeeter a bit alone, and he had most of his stack stolen away from him.
He's quite vulnerable here on his own. This move I don't know if I really like this from Falcons. It didn't seem... Well, he's still sticking around, though, on crit. He's going to get spotted now by Miposhka, and now they're going to TP the Tusk.
Yeah.
Oh, the jig's up.
Amar, what are you going to do about this one? He's going to go into the trees, hit a pretty good whirling death. They're actually trying to blow up the Tusk, prevent the snowball and the ice shards from going out, but he's going to use it now. He'll be fine. They'll kill crit, but as they come through, Amar will be able to get the counter kill. Miposhka picks up the first blood. It's 2v2, but they can't really dive for much more.
Snaking almost kept crit alive there with the level 2 heal. So yeah, nice for Spirit. They get that rotation in from the Tusk with a Nightmare play. They get the first blood. And in the meantime, the Dawnbreaker will be solo laning against Alk, which should be a nice matchup.
Malik slightly ahead in experience over Skeeter, so he'll get us level 6 first, which probably doesn't mean much for this matchup, but could help out the others is Laurel. He's going to make the move for the Wisdom Rune here. Snaking. Oh, you can see Laurel's trying to not let Snaking know he's here early.
Yep.
He's going to surprise him last second, hit him with the Tornado, steal away the Wisdom Rune. Very smart. Cool play.
Nice. Very, very nicely done. Yeah, he made sure not to walk into Eng to show the Ghost Walk, so he stuck around the bottom half. And then even gets the TP out. So double Wisdoms here for Spirit, as well as First Blood. Should be feeling pretty happy about this situation. Getting levels on Bane is so powerful. I think this is one of the most level-dependent 5s in Dota, which might also be part of why it's not so popular, is you really need...
A little bit awkward as the Nightmare is taken off by the damage, but they still have the extra hero to ensure the kill.
Bane benefits a ton from levels because of just how well Nightmare scales. You really want the cast range on it in particular. That's the most important part, and I love the skill build from Miposhka. He's going the classic 0-2-4, it looks like. And then after that, you have the choice of do you want to start maxing out Enfeeble or do you actually see value in Brain Sap? I think for this game, you could argue Enfeeble might not even be worth it.
Oh,
but
I don't know.
The cast range reduction against Timber is nice.
Yeah, I would say both
So
Sand King
one
and
value point,
Timber
maybe.
would really hate Burrow Strike, and Timber Chain being reduced to nothing sounds miserable.
Yeah, it's a matter of what times do you get access to cast it on these heroes. And I think it's Timber is accessible. So maybe you're going to get it on Timber. I think on Sand King, usually the way fights break out is that he jumps in and he casts his spells, and then if you enfeeble him, the Sand King Burrow Strike cooldown will outlast it, right?
Right, that's fair.
So I think against the Timber it's nice, but I would probably... We'll see. Maybe he only gets 1 point, because I was just looking at this against Alk isn't great. Alk has a Self-Dispel. He's going to buy Manta and maybe Manta and BKB. So how reliable is it to have on him versus, you know, a lot of other like ranged carries where you really love getting Enfeeble?
Yeah.
Curious to see what his choice is going to be on that front.
Man, just taking away stacks nonstop. Team Spirit really came into this game. It's very encouraging. It feels like they came into this game with a clear game plan.
Yeah.
They gave Falcons a lot of the heroes that you would know they're going to take if they have the opportunity. Like, Enchantress and Alchemist, I feel like, were obvious pickups for Falcons just because how crazy successful they are, those player-hero combinations. And they obviously have played well against it. Like the Alchemist, they're taking away all these small stacks that he has inside the safe lane. The Bane has worked out, I would say, pretty decently. Tag team going to slow down crit. Snowed by the Snowball, and EMP burns him out. Laurel picks up another kill.
But the biggest play of the game so far was Laurel stealing the Wisdom, though. That's really... It's pretty unusual that this happens to Falcons, and you can tell from the way that they're placing their lanes and moving their heroes around that they're trying to bring crit into the game by giving him mid. And in turn, Spirit are just going to exploit that and just kill him right away, because Blind cannot fend for himself in these kinds of situations. So a lot of what Falcons win their games on is in these first 15 minutes on having strong laning and then being the first movers on strong rotations, but they can't really do that when their levels on the supports just aren't there. So it gives Spirit a lot of the playmaking potential with this Quaswex Invoker and the Dawnbreaker ulti to be the ones to set the terms for the game.
They need this situation to go well for Team Spirit. They've got a Siege Wagon push on mid. They're grouped up these supports. Right now, Falcons is out farming them, right? They have an Enchantress who's farming up. 3 cores were in different parts of the map, all farming away. They've set up a long time for this exact situation. They want it to be able to pay off. Tornado and EMP does land onto Maureen. Now Satanic's going to join in on the push as well with the Dragon form, trying to make sure that this tower does go down with the Siege Wagon push. And the glyph goes out. Moposhka, he doesn't want to give this up. They pop the glyph to defend against the tower. Keep the Siege Creep alive.
Oh, it's a bit of a mistake there from Amar. That Chakram should have been on the Siege Creep, not behind it. That's gonna potentially cost them the tower, actually.
Maybe they get the deny. Yeah, they'll just take up the deny.
Nice play from Spirit, though. You can tell that Falcons really want to defend that mid tower because it's a key access point to Elk's jungle.
Yeah.
To take this down. So they really want to hold that tower, and I think they want to hold the top one. And sure, it gets denied, but if I'm Spirit, I'm still very happy with that situation because this is what's going to unlock the game, is if they can take space away from Skeeter.
I feel like when you're playing active mids, Invoker's definitely one of those, and supports that want to move around and get kills, and that's definitely Tusk and Bane. Having the mid tower open is such a boon. It feels so
really
awkward
valuable.
when you smoke to one side of the map and maybe you don't find anything and you want to be able to go and like invade triangle, move to the other side of the map, and there's just the enemy mid tier 1 tower sitting there.
Yeah, for sure. I would say it's biggest for Invoker. It just gives him so much freedom.
Yeah.
And it also unlocks a new Ghost Walk path that you don't usually have. So you can maybe, depending on where you are, if you're pushing out mid, you can start going in different directions that would otherwise be scouted. The crit's gonna get his level 6, so that's Finger of Death unlocked, and it goes without saying, of course, Snaking is gonna be level 6 because he's just farming on the Ench. So they've now covered their bases against this Wisdom Rune steal in the sense that they have their abilities ready. They're gonna try to make a move with this. This is a very powerful ganking squad, by the way. Malrine Blink, level 9 Timber, and the Finger of Death reveal. They can kill any hero they find, and it will be Rue.
Larl tries to help out. He just needs to be careful he doesn't die as well, because that is a very dead Rue. They got him on the Hex. Larl trying to stay ahead of Maureen here. Dawnbreaker ultimate is going to come in. They're going to turn around off of this one. Satanic is coming in as well, but they hit the epicenter. Malik's in a bit of trouble. Trying to get him with that Fist of Death. Crit backs away now. Moposhka with the full-out Fiend's Grip. Amar is trying to finish him off here. The last hit on Maureen, it actually misses. He's still alive somehow, and Amar does manage to get the kill before he goes down. Tornado doesn't go far enough. Maureen bailed out by Amar.
A rare miss from Amar there on the Timber Chain. Maybe he would have got out of that situation, but he missed the tree when he was trying to chain away from Bane. At the very least for him, he does trade with the Whirling Death, but ends up being a pretty even exchange all around. The good news for Falcons in this situation was that Skeeter was not involved, so and Satanic did come over here, so all of Spirit rotated to try to help out. But this Alchemist net worth is not exactly inspiring. Like you said, the shutdown from Spirit has been very good. This is the latest Radiance I think we've seen Skeeter get this tournament, maybe on Alchemist.
Yeah, here comes
14
Satanic.
minutes.
He says, nope, these camps are mine.
This is definitely on the slow side, only being 500 gold ahead of DK minute 14. Spirit should be very happy with this. Now it's obviously going to start ramping up significantly with this pickup. But when Skitter has a good game on Alk, he has faced Soul Ring Radiance minute 11. These 3 minutes are quite meaningful.
Man, it's just... We had that one... Who did? Oh, it was Crit, right? Crit went Vessel on Earth Spirit. This is another really good Vessel game. It goes to show that the inconsistency of the item, that there is no Vessel being built here. Right? We're going to get Blink Dagger on Tusk. Moposhka is going to go Arcane Boots. Larl's building Witchblade.
In the past, Invoker was just be like, hell yeah, this is such a good Vessel game. Because you wanted to buy Urn anyway for your Quaswa X.
Yep.
I honestly, looking at this game and their lineup, I could have liked that. I don't know if Invoker is in a position as a hero now where this is literally the only way to play him, because I see, considering how the hero works, I see very little creativity on the pro scene right now. That Invoker just seems like literally every game Witchblade Dragonlance. This could have maybe been a game where you could have experimented with Vessel Midas. I think there's just that much upside to the Vessel, and I think what you need to consider on Invoker as well is if you do go the Vessel route, you understand that your hero will not stay on top all the time of the damage, but you have Dragon Knight Dawnbreaker, and you have Alacrity. So you are going to offer a ton to them, so maybe you don't need to be that huge damage dealer on right clicks, but can rather play a more spell-focused build. I'm actually very impressed with Crit getting a dagger here, by the way. That's kind of surprising. Oh, Rue. Wanted to get the rune.
Yeah, and he was getting close to his blink too.
Yeah.
Well, with the Enchantress, kind of guaranteed your mid tower is going to die at some point. And that's what's going to happen here. Team Spirit, got to be careful not to bleed off more kills. Moposhka's going to be found here. Here comes the Timbersaw. Nice tornado, but certainly not going to save Moposhka. Both supports getting picked off now in this mid push from Falcons.
And now this is starting to look a little bit better for them. By no means is this lead the standard 3K Falcons lead. It's a little bit later, and it is with Alk, so I still like Spirit's chances. But it is a bit concerning if this mid-Invoker, Tusk, and Dawnbreaker combination can only find 4 kills minute 17 and doesn't seem to be taking very much initiative. Would really love to see Spirit get out there and find some more fights. Let Satanic just be a farming monster. And then maybe this is a concern actually for their lineup now that we look at it in more detail. I tend to find that lineups where neither support has wave clear can get into these awkward spots of there's just too much pressure that you need to deal with passively on the map.
Yep.
That's one of the major downfalls of Bane, is that the hero doesn't wave clear for shit until it gets shard.
Yep.
And then you have to buy shard, which also feels bad because your hero is so good with Lens Glimmer or Ags that that you don't really want to have to purchase it. So that's awkward. Tusk's wave clear is like okay-ish, but you're generally maxing tag team, and then you need a lot of levels before your wave clear is good, and you kind of want to be off map to be a threat.
They want to go for Satanic here, see if they can blow him up. He does have a lot. The Dawnbreaker ultimate isn't going to be enough. There is too much damage, and now they're going to catch the Dawnbreaker off of the Hex. Chase after him. Now there's rotations coming in from Spirit, and they're going to go for a punish. Moposhka, he does have Fiend's Grip. Crit's trying to light it up. Maureen is there instantly with the Blink Burrow. BKB activated by Malik is trying to get the slam onto Skeeter, but they just don't do enough damage, while Falcons are overwhelming them with their damage. They're even chasing down Malik. He used a full BKB charge for this, and he's not going to get away. A Chakram to slow him down. A 2-man Burrow Strike, and they take down 4 of Spirit. They're going to find the 5th too. It was all going so fine in the first 10-15 minutes for Spirit, and yet one team fight is all it takes. You slip up against Falcons and they will punish you to the utmost degree.
That's just a game-winning moment. They just team-wiped them at no cost, and they started out killing Satanic, and then Spirit choose to take the fight afterwards. There's no chance in hell they were going to win that, and I have to say I'm pretty surprised that Spirit willingly walked into that, considering they lost Satanic with how their team usually works. They're going to be forced to fight again. If he dies again now, Cap, this
I think he just might. He's surrounded by too many heroes.
Uh-oh.
Yikes. And yeah, the Falcons know Satanic. That first death was a smoke ink and such. They used Finger of Death, blew him up. That second death, though, that was on Satanic.
Yeah. And I wonder, again, this can be a little bit difficult to appreciate when you're just spectating it like this and maybe not paying close attention to it. I wonder how much of Falcon's success in this game is just straight up wave push. The fact that Enchantress is going to passively be pushing out waves, all of your 3 cores push the waves really fast, whereas on the other side, Invoker needs time to do it, and then your 2 supports offer extremely poor wave clear.
Yeah.
So it puts a lot of pressure on the Dawn to push out waves, and if Dragon Knight wants to play jungle, you have, in reality, you have like 1 hero that wave clears.
Rue, okay. They didn't expect that move. Oh my god. All right.
The next level play.
5 seconds. Oh, didn't get the shard right there. Looks like he was probably going to die anyway. Blink Dagger was on a bit too long a cooldown.
And now this game has just soured very quickly for Spirit. I like their chances if they were able to take initiative, but if their heroes are stuck pushing waves and not getting out on the map, Bane has no purpose, the Quaswex Invoker has no purpose, and you can farm up this Dragon Knight as much as you want. He is not going to just flat out by himself win these core-to-core matchups if there's no pressure on the enemy team. the Timbersaw is going to overwhelm you eventually, and the Alchemist has an, I want to say, all-right matchup, 1v1. So it's big items now for Falcons. They'll get the Aegis on Skitter. Amar in that previous team fight, by the way, don't know if you noticed, but when his reactive armor exploded, he did a ton of damage.
Yeah,
you have Tornado against it, but he bought it anyway.
I was going to ask you what you thought about that. He's got an Alk on his team, and he's matched up against Tornado and Easy Dispel. That seems... And I would say even like things like Bane, just nightmaring you and people walking away is not the best for him either. So...
I think it's maybe one of those situations where you can look at the classic glass half full, glass half empty kind of thing. It's like, yeah, they have counters, but at the same time, how often? Oh, wait with that.
Dawnbreaker ultimate are going to quickly kill the Lion. The Invoker, though, is having trouble. The snowball comes through, gives him a little bit of distance, but the Burrow Strike is on point. Malrine gets that one. Malik is just hoping that an Invis will save his life. Oh, of course. Snaking's got the dust. He came into these team fights prepared.
Yeah. You get one support, and it's going to cost you 3 heroes, of which 2 are cores. That is just not the trade you're looking for in Falcons. Are they going to dive this on Satanic?
Satanic.
They are thinking about it at the very least.
He does have his BKB. They'll get that charge out of him here. The Glyph's going to be activated for the multi-shots here, trying to get these low heroes and finish them off, but it's not good enough. Dragonform BKB now on cooldown.
Yeah. Ench with the heal plus the Bloodstone and Sand King, they're not going to be able to kill them. So yeah, just the thing about the Tornado, because this is something that I've thought about as well before, is if you're buying Ags against Invoker on Timber, Invoker has 2 choices. Either he holds his Tornado waiting for you to use that armor, or he uses it like quote-unquote normal. And if you're forcing his hand and he has to play reactively to you, that's already a win in itself. Like, it's very important for the Invoker to be able to use his spells freely and see the moment of opportunity. What Amar's going to do is he'll just play the fight like he wants, and then the moment Invoker uses Tornado on literally anything, he can pop the reactive armor. So whatever way you spin it or look at it, you are the one dictating what happens when you have the Ags. So it's kind of interesting in that sense. And it's good against literally everyone else. It's insane against all other 4 heroes. So
for a lineup of Spirit that already has damage issues.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
Very problematic. Where Falcons, they certainly do not have that problem.
Why do you think Malrine took Dust Devil this game? We've been almost exclusively seeing Sandshroud, and I'm trying to figure out what he saw in this.
Might be the matchup-wise, where the Invoker forces you to try and get out of the EMP.
Yo, I would think that Sandshroud would be nice against Invoker in lane, so you can just put down that Sandstorm and get the CS, and if he tries to Cold Snap you, you can just hide. If he tries to Tornado EMP you, Sandshroud is big enough that you can stand on the edge and not get hit, maybe? I don't know. It's interesting, because I've been a big proponent that Dust Devil is just, on average, the better facet, but that has not been the case this tournament. It's been almost exclusively Sandshroud chosen, so this one stood out a little bit for that reason.
Yeah, it might be just a difference of people just realizing that maybe the Sandshroud isn't as good as we thought.
Oh, if Amar would walk into this, he would get so much info, but
instead they go to the other side of the map. There's not much Team Spirit's going to find there besides neutrals and maybe a kill on Snaking. Who is going to be getting a pipe once again. Moposhka has scouted out Snaking, and he's going to catch him here. And he TPs from Falcons. Looks like they're giving up on Snaking. He does manage to get off his heal, which will take this a little bit longer.
Helping him.
Okay. Oh boy, this is bad. Burrow Strike on 4, already set up. They missed their spells on Snaking, and now Skeeter's going to go in. Malrine pops his amp damage, and he's ready to fight. Team Spirit fully abandoned this situation. That was
I wonder how many games we're going to see this Snaking Ench get in this situation and have this outcome. I don't know, whenever I see the enemy team go on Snay, I just get this feeling in my stomach that this is a bad idea.
Yeah.
It's just every game that he has this hero, teams are either wasting a ton of resources killing him once or twice, and worst case scenario is something like that, where you spend all the resources and the team you're facing rotates and you actually lose, ganking a support. It's just so bad for the game to spend all that time with so little gain. In that case, nothing, as a matter of fact. Yep. They're winning with that hero for a reason. They have a very good understanding of when to help it, what to do, how to pressure the map. Unless Spirit dig deep and find some sort of solution, Snake King might just end up winning 20 Enchantress games in a row.
That's pretty bonkers.
It is crazy. I wonder what his overall win rate is on the hero, because that's another stat that could be interesting to hear. I believe the best of all-time player-hero combination win rate is Ake's Chen, depending on what metric you're looking at. There's obviously going to be players that have a higher win rate, but you start getting confidence issues with how many games have been played. I think Ake's Chen had like a 75% win rate over 200 games or something like this. It was obscene.
Yeah.
Caught Laurel. Crit sets it up. The Burrow Strike does miss. And somehow that force staff put him behind the dude. That was a crazy position to end up.
Oh, when you force staff out diagonally off the map, you can land up in those little weird corners behind trees. We'll escape that.
Snake King's Enchantress, 62% win rate, 100 games. His Mirana, which teams are lucky that's not meta right now, 70% win rate.
That's very
And that's
high.
his most played
How many
hero
games?
at 145.
Okay, that's super impressive.
Yeah.
I think some of those games might also be core from back when he played core.
Yeah.
These are not exclusively support games. Ake was obviously literally only 5 Chen games. I wonder how. Can you see how many games he had on Chen? Were you looking at it?
I get curious. Jump forward, blink, doesn't immediately find Mark, but Satanic's in pretty deep here. He does have his BKB, but the damage! They got one disable on him, and then he's just dead, and the Dawnbreaker, same situation as many times before. The ult comes in, it doesn't save the hero, he's instantly disabled and killed.
Spirit don't know what to do. It's actually pretty clear. They don't have a plan.
Yeah.
These heroes are running in, they find the Ench again, they cast a stun and a Sunstrike on her, and they're like, what are we doing? And then they just die, and now they lose the game. It's not a good look when you're off to a decent start and then you find one more kill until you get raxed. This game was 5-4 for Falcons, I want to say at minute 12. So Spirit have accomplished absolutely nothing in the mid-game.
Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face, right?
Yeah.
I feel like Team Spirit, they had a plan. First 10, 15 minutes, the plan was going well. They lost one team fight, and now everything is totally falling apart for them. They are struggling to find a way back into the game, and it's going to become harder and harder with the BKB in next for Amar. So there goes your Dispel against the Aghanim Scepter. He's untouchable. Lotus Orb, BKB, Aghanim Scepter. If he gets off any of those, can't do anything about him. Skeeter is reaching that point where he's like soft 6-slotted. He can get the Abyssal Blade next. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. And then he starts building up Aghanim Scepters. We'll see what he opts for here.
All right, I've found some stats now for the win rates, just so it's interesting. Because some of these are actually relevant right now.
Yep.
So Amar has 65 games on Doom with a 78.5% win rate, which is actually ridiculous. Then in the top 5, Arteezy is there twice. He has Lycan, 76.5, and Shadow Fiend, 75.2.
TZSF, that was a monster back in the day.
Pushka will get ganked here by Amar. The third place is Nisha's Morphling. He does not play that very much right now, obviously on Liquid, but that was iconic as well. He was insane on Morph. Ake has 73% win rate on Chen with 216 games.
That's a lot of games.
That one to me is the most incredible. And then you have No Tail IO, 72.5 with 164 games.
Yeah, Ake and No Tail are the ones that really stand out just for the number of games that they have played in this list.
There's a lot of really impressive stats here. Looks like Arteezy is in the top 24 times. 5 times, right? 4 times.
It's pretty impressive hero diversity too. Like the whole list is just full of various roles and heroes within those roles.
Yep.
Satanic and Team Spirit holding out here. Since being able to get the Roshan, they have a much better opportunity to be able to stall the game. But will it actually help them turn the game?
It's a really impressive sneak, no matter how you look at it. Like, when you're this far down and totally dominated on the map, you being able to find Roche like that is good news. But again, like you said, is this going to change anything? Are you just delaying the inevitable, or can you actually get something out of this? Having the Aegis on Dragon Knight is a little bit awkward, because for him to have true teamfight impact, it feels like he has to pop Dragon Form. And, well, if you lose that first life, how valuable is the second one going to be against this Radiant lineup?
They do have, if they manage to draw it out, they do have a pretty broken high ground combination in that kickback into Fiend's Grip.
Yeah.
That sounds incredible. Problem is that even if he gets the Aghanim Scepter, they already have in some ways the counter, which is crit with an instant disable, right?
Yep.
And we've seen that before. We've seen the Tusk. They really fixate on trying to get that kickback. The enemy knows that's coming, and they just set up traps for you, ready to go with the Hex.
Yep. And maybe even imagining the Axe right now for Tusk is a bit of a pipe dream.
Yep. He is working on it. He is halfway there, but getting that last 1,700 gold is going to be quite the Herculean task, considering the fact he can't really exit the base.
But it is what you have to play for at this point. It's,
There's the Abyssal Blade, another BKB, this one for the Sand King. Another BKB, I guess, for the Invokers, so they're going to smoke out. They are not going to sit back and let their Aegis expire within their base. They're at least going to hit some Ancients.
Nice.
Got them. And they just set up around Satanic to hit those Ancients.
Yeah, they're not interested in taking an aggressive stance here, it looks like. They're just trying to get some sort of control back. So while we have a bit of downtime, now that I'm looking at these stats, this is actually kind of interesting to see. I'm curious if you can guess this. There's a hero in all-time player-hero combinations. So most games played on a hero by an individual player.
Okay.
There's a hero that's present 4 times in the top 6. Which one do you think that is? So most games played by a player, one hero is 4 out of the top 6.
Is it a hero that plays multiple roles?
Arguably, but most of the time just one. Let's say most of the time it plays 2, but it can play more than 2. But it cannot play all.
I was thinking Tiny because Tiny very often shows up at TI.
That's a good guess. He is not there a single time in top 6. He's not even in the top 20, I think.
Earthshaker was another one that was very frequent at TIs, but
also not there.
I think the problem is I'm thinking of TIs and not just general games.
This hero also got picked a lot at TI.
Could it be one of the Spirit heroes?
If you think about what players have become famous for, maybe that's going to help you a bit. If you think about
Rubik.
Yes.
Yeah, Rubik.
So
Rubik was so popular for so long.
In the top 6, there is the most played player-hero combinations. Number 1 is FY Rubik. Yep. Number 3 is Yapzor Rubik. Number 4 is Kaka Rubik. And number 6 is Kuroki Rubik. And then the other 2 heroes are Puppy Chen in second, most games played ever. And number 5 is Admiral Bulldog, Nature's Prophet. Which is crazy when you consider how relatively short his career was compared to these other players. Because everyone else in this top 6 played for many, many years. And Bulldog, in reality, with Pro Dota, he mainly played from TI3 to TI6.
Yeah.
So he played, like, let's say, give or take 3 to 4 years. And these other players in this list have played for, like, 8+.
Yeah. At TI3, do you remember
I guess Yapzor is also a bit of a deviant there.
Do you remember how many denies you had at the start? I think it was just 2.
How many bans?
Yeah, how many bans at the starting draft?
At TI3?
I think it was just 2.
I think maybe, yeah.
Because it was
drafting was very different back then.
It was basically Bulldog had 3 heroes that he was exceptionally good with, and you couldn't ban them all out.
Right. Satanic will be forced to BKB here, you would imagine. He's really holding off, but eventually concedes. Now, well, Tornado's been used, so now Mark can immediately proc the armor.
Yeah, and he still has his BKB too.
He's not.
Doesn't have any hero damage though. Literally does 0 damage within that enfeeble.
It still is just You've got this feeling that we're waiting and waiting and waiting, and then in any number of minutes between now and 5 to 10, Spirit just get in trouble and lose the rest of the base. It just takes one misstep. They just need to get a little bit out of position. This ward, Rue will find it, and actually a nice snipe into escape there. Falcons were not nearby, but okay, they're going to press the issue. Knowing that Dragon Knight has no BKB is enough for them to look at high ground. With the Aegis expiring as well, that seems reasonable.
Where's my enfeeble breathe fire combination?
Yeah.
Take away 100% of his attack damage.
He's going to get a Lotus.
Oh, there's a Lotus. Oh, there goes that.
He's mana burn, but Skitter doesn't seem all that phased by it. Another enfeeble.
So Spirit looks like they're going to play for 2. Rue does manage to... I'm surprised Rue came back. I thought he was going to stay out there. Just stay on the enemy side of the map and farm, because he's just 800 away from getting that Aghanim Scepter. Meanwhile, there are going to be some heroes getting some free Aghanim Scepter from the Alchemist.
I think that's a good point. I think Tusk should definitely just flat out be farming right now.
All right, so Amar got his refund. 6,300 gold is what he's got in the bank. He can
buy now Hex.
Looks like he wants Overwhelming Blink was his first reaction. See if he actually pulls the trigger on it or not.
Yeah, that's the thing about Hex is it doesn't carry. And Amar wants to carry.
Me do damage.
So here's a little secret about Amar. He doesn't know you can cast Lotus Orb on allies. He buys Lotus Orb if it's a good Lotus game for him. Okay?
And he likes Lotus over Linken's because Lotus can do damage to the enemy.
Yes. He wants Lotus as well because then he can catch Bane, so he can do damage to Bane.
True. All right, we're gonna see if Amar also has this combination now where he can activate his Ags early, and then Overwhelming Blink in with the Havoc Hammer as well. He actually has some pretty crazy AoE damage.
Is a nutty combo. With the BKB, you're fully protecting your armor. So you're not worried about being tornadoed if you want to make that exact play. Just go for it.
Crit baiting out the... Takes it right in front of his face.
Oh, this is spicy now.
They're getting lots of stuns. Dawnbreaker Ultimate comes in. Got an Abyssal Blade on a Satanic, but he managed to get off his BKB. They're going to turn and look at Malrine. Malrine activates his BKB. The physical damage is just not enough. Satanic cannot do enough. And Malik, he tries to get away. Crit just blinks in front of him, gives him the finger. And Maposhka will join the other two. The fountain. All right.
And I mean, this has got to be game, right? This was the one time. Now, Spirit go out of base. They get into that awkward situation we were talking about. Dragon Knight, no buyback. It's cool if you have the Tusk Ags now, but...
He doesn't. Don't worry.
Oh, Laurel.
Run, Laurel, run.
Escape for now. Mars in.
There's that damage. Overwhelming Blink.
That's a dieback.
Whirling Death, Havoc Hammer. Boom, boom, boom.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
He's going to go S and Y.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Or excuse me, Kaya Yasha. He's going to be even faster at getting off these combos.
Falcons aren't scared here. Until Dragon Knight buys back, they don't care.
No. There's the kickback on a crit. They can manage to slam him nice and quick. 3-man unstable concoction, but Falcons, they see the buyback from the Dragon Knight, as you said. Not scared until that comes out. And even then, I feel like they probably could win the fight, but no need to risk it. As Roshan. Spawn time has started. If they were to try and challenge Spirit, they lose that fight, then they give them the next Roshan, then you just delayed the game by a massive amount.
Yeah. Just wait for the lion respawn, and then take your pick. This is going to be a Radiant side Roche as well, so even inherently favoring Falcons with the potential buyback into TP. Sand King will buy his own Ags. Might get it refunded later if this game, by some miracle, goes beyond 45 minutes. But it's really hard to see it. The man on your screen right now has to do everything. They need kicks. It's not possible unless Rue gets heroes completely out of position. Spirit will go for a Hail Mary. Falcons seem very aware that this is coming.
Yep,
they
are
have
all
info
sitting
because
around
the
high
mid-wave
ground
is
ward.
not
It
being
breaks
pushed
on them.
now.
Lamar gets to the back line already. There goes the Bane. Rue, he's rolling onto the Enchantress. That's not what they want. There's no position to get a kick here, while Laurel is going to die despite the BKB activation. Rue tries to make a break for it after the snowball, tries to blink back and away from Falcons, but they have plenty of chase. Sand King Timbersaw, you're not outrunning that.
Crit is going to find Malik.
Are they going to kill him with just 2 supports?
That can force his BKB.
Certainly.
Or that. All right.
Did not manage to take away his entire mana pool in time. All right, finish up Roche. That's going to be a refresher for whoever.
Dude, on Mars. He did, in fairness, he did get 4,200 gold from Skeeter, or it counts as 6.2, right? Or 6 flat, I think. Giving someone an axe is...
I assume it does count as just 6, yeah.
Because you pay 4.2, but they get 6k net worth, I would think, because it's a synth. Maybe?
Yeah,
I actually don't know this for
I
sure.
don't know for sure how it works, but I assume
that would make
counts as
sense.
a synth.
That would be how it works.
Radiant are
Malrine
strong.
getting the Daedalus. You talked about this build earlier in the tournament. The late night. Let's try that again. The late game Sand King. Oh, late night Sand King does sound kind of cool too, though. Late game Sand King with Daedalus, level 25 talent, and Ags.
The late night show with Pyrian Flax and Sand King. Shout out to Ted.
Nice, we got it in there.
Okay. Oh my god.
Okay, come on. All right,
It's gonna be sick.
You were selling me on this build. I need to see this. I need to see Malrine just get in there. So
Falcons just let Malrine handle them.
So the idea is that with the Ags working in the new way with Stinger, you amp up your damage with the Daedalus, and then you jump in with Epion, and you obliterate people in the radius.
Smoke breaks. Mars gonna draw some attention here, and here it comes. Amp damage goes out. He starts blinking forward. Okay, the Burrow Strike,
Wow,
that doesn't do too much. He still has a refresher, though. He's got a second chance. He could do this again, and he even still has cheese. Chases after Satanic. Oh no, he's gonna die. No!
That's poetic.
Oh, come on, man.
It was so unimpactful.
It was so bad.
Oh, I really wanted to see it. I wanted to see him pop off in a fight, but he blinked into a BKB hero. He dies, but Falcons do get the win, and this, for all intents and purposes, was written at 20 minutes. That 15 to 20 minute window where Spirit had the potential with their lineup to really get something done, Falcons had that 5-0 wipe into getting Roche, and I did not see the angle that Spirit could really find to recover this game afterwards. So congratulations to Snaking on joining a very exclusive club of players that have won 20 games in a row on a single hero, with his Enchantress now on Falcons. An incredible streak, to be sure. And Falcons continue their momentum from yesterday, where we were both very impressed with how they played against Paravision. And Spirit, they get a little bit of time to try to figure out what just happened and what to do, but this wasn't it.
I mean, the upside for Spirits is, I guess the downside, game 1, you gave them all their best heroes. But going into game 2, you could say, well, we gave them all their best heroes. So maybe we'll just ban away some of those, like the Enchantress in the second phase.
Falcons have a lot of best heroes.
Yes, but
I think.
100% agree. Banning against them is difficult. But I will say, I don't know if, I feel like Skeeter's Alchemist and Sneaking's Enchantress are feel like they're one of one when it comes to player-hero combinations.
I would
Amar's
not.
got a lot of them, but
yeah,
I don't know if any of those heroes. There are other heroes I would give Skeeter and Snaking. You know,
I would not give Snay this hero for the rest of the tournament. I mean, win rate is one thing, but it's how unique it is in what it does for him as a player and them as a team. Like the value in that particular pick is just extreme for me. And Spirit, they chose to ban Chen over it, but they could have banned them both if they wanted.
Yeah,
they did not, and they got what they asked for in game number 1.
Falcons take game 1, 30-8.
Apparently what they asked for was, give me a last phase Bane. That's the solution to Falcons' recent unstoppable dominance, at least over the last 2 days. Actually, really, it was just yesterday. That Parivision series, because like Spirit beat Falcons like 3 days ago, and that was a 3-game series, and Spirit looked good in it. But then that Parivision series, maybe it was AUI just returning, reinvigorated.
It's a huge strategical difference. Like, it's palpable just watching this series as well as yesterday's to see Aui's return. And I think Spirit had a pretty clear approach to this draft. They banned Razor, Viper, Doom first round, and then first pick DK. Like, all 3 of those bans were to enable Satanic's DK, so they were trying to play into their own strengths and strategies rather than banning out Falcons' bread and butter, because those are heroes Falcons will pick. Yeah. And they do ruin DK. So it makes sense what they're doing. But yeah, like the casters and yourself said, like, I just don't think you can give Falcons these heroes. I think you have to maybe delay your core picks and look for other options for yourself, because Falcons just has too many signatures. I think you can ban out most of them, but like the Viper Razor are not going to come out unless you pick heroes specifically into them.
Sure.
So you could avoid having to ban those heroes if you plan accordingly.
I absolutely understand what Brian's saying, and he's 100% right, but I don't understand this. You're banning the Razor, you're banning Viper because, you know, DK hates them. You let the Timber through, and you think, well, you know, we'll be able to deal with that, but then your next 2 picks are also strength heroes. So you're almost setting yourself up to get timbered, and of course, Amar then dumpsters the game on his Timber, and it's kind of like, you kind of let this happen. Like, you're showing your hand very early on with these 3 strength heroes. Timber's still in the pool, and they pick him, and then they pick this Bane that didn't work out at all. So I think as much as we can definitely praise Falcons drafting, I'm not having a go at Spirit. I'm just saying, if I was like, it's a pretty good Timber game already, if I could see that, they could see that too, right? So I just kind of feel like I didn't really get why they let this Timber through against those 3 strength heroes, for me.
I think maybe a bunch of it was dependent on the fact that you take out the Viper Razor, and then Skitter has obviously been spamming DK this entire tournament, and so giving it to Satanic, who has been doing fairly well on it, is an advantage that Spirit thought that it was like, okay, now our first phase is all locked up, you know? You can't get your cheese heroes, we get your DK, now show us what you got.
Well, that's the thing, it's too much to ban, isn't it? It's like Mars pool is, relatively speaking, fairly predictable. There's a selection of heroes that he's going to want to go for, and if he gets them, you know it's going to be a tough time.
Yep.
You also want to worry about Crit and Snake King's heroes, who you would like, well, we don't want to really play against Enchantress, should probably ban that, but then you probably also need to ban Chen.
Yep.
There's a lot of stuff you need to ban against Falcons. So I get it, they're grabbing the DK, because it's like, that way they can't get it and we get it, but then I just felt like if you're drafting to stop Falcons, when do you get a turn?
Agreed.
Like, when are you picking the heroes that you guys want? Because Falcons just go like, what can we get that we like? And I feel like other teams are trying to ban out Falcons rather than just come up with a cohesive draft and ban to support that. That's how it feels.
Yeah, I mean, the issue, I think we saw it even more so yesterday, was when Falcons picks Nyx, that's a lane partner with the Viper, 2nd overall pick, and then the response from Parivision was their signature supports Pugna Bat, who are both terrible versus Nyx. So I feel like Team Spirit and Parivision are running the same issue, that they're handing Falcons not only heroes that are their signatures, but they're also good against what they're picking. So I feel like the story of all 3 of these drafts between the 2 games of Falcons yesterday and this one is both teams got what they wanted, and Falcons heroes are also countering the heroes of the opponent team. So yeah, that's just, we can express skepticism all we want about Parivision and Team Spirit, the way they're handling these drafts, but I think it's not a coincidence that's happening to 2 of the best teams in the tournament against a solo opponent, and hats off to Falcons. I think it's incredibly difficult to figure this out in a matter of day or 2. I feel like a lot of times this is why the final day or 2 of tournaments can sometimes be pretty lopsided, is one team just really pulls it together and figures out their identity in the meta better than everyone else.
It's proving to be an uphill battle right now for a Team Spirit, kind of like the hills that you put wards on. Let's take a look at our Kadia ward of the game for game number 1.
Thanks, Neil. Yeah, it's very important to put your wards in places that give you good vision, because it makes fighting easier. And that's why those cliff spots are dangerous, because everybody knows they're there and then they get dewarded. It's not a good strategy. Look at this ward. This observer ward placed here spots by Snake King. He put that one down. It spots Satanic, and then spots where he's going to be. They prep a move to go kill him because of this vision. He is again under tower, and he comes back basically, and this is the beginning of the gold advantage that they had. The line uses all that. They basically use all of their spells. They kill him. They smash the rest of Spirit after the fight. That was the first one. That was the crucial moment that put them from like a modest 2k lane advantage to a we are Team Falcons and we are going to strangle you with 30k net worth very slowly until we win the game.
Correct, because no matter how big the advantage is, a Falcons win will still take a while.
And where was that ward, Neil? It wasn't on the cliff.
It was in a wisdom
room. It doesn't need to be on the cliff. You need to put it in a weird place that's going to spot your opponent's movements that they won't deward. If you make it too obvious, these players, they will deward your ass.
But there are like layers to it though. If you put it in the most obvious place, then a pro player will be like, there's no way it's on the cliff. It's probably over here in the corner somewhere.
It does happen sometimes. You can hide them under trees, but that one was not the case. And boy, they really just killed Satanic and the whole team, and then just they collapsed the game.
Rough stuff for Team Spirit. Maybe they wish they had collapsed right now as we get ready for our game number 2 of this lower bracket final.
Whoever's taking like the first option is a freaking crazy guy.
This is actually a nightmare to have. Even one spider around me. This is Smalrain from Team Falcons, and now we're gonna play the game Would You Rather. I think not having items, if all heroes are not gonna have abilities, what's the point of playing? Like, the items is the same, so it's like, I mean, it's gonna be just game will come to hit the creeps. About hitting creeps, there is no like any interaction between heroes. Items is just like good thing to have, but spells is more important.
没有技能，没装备你会像个那个超级兵一样。
I think quite easily I would rather have no items, because spells are what make heroes different. So why would I pick a hero if I can always buy the same items? And the only difference is like my stat gain and whether I'm range or melee. So for sure spells.
I would rather play Dota with no items. I think if there were no spells, I feel like the heroes wouldn't be that different from each other. So at least with spells, the heroes have different personalities. I know you can build different items on different heroes, but you could argue you could build the same items for every hero, but you can't have the same spells for every hero, right?
To have like more benefits from the items, I would say Dion. I actually want to say for fun Midas. Having 5 Midases cannot be bad, especially if you have some Ogre Magi. I mean, obviously you're probably gonna lose the game at the point you actually bought even one Midas, but you should still try.
大哥，你5个人一起买，你往一个人身上电就电死了呀！点金手只能点一怪。
If it's competitive Dota, for sure Dagon, please. The meta is super fast. If I have 5 Midases, they're all fucking useless. I don't need this. You need fighting power in this current Dota scene where people play fast and good. So go 5 Dagon and like bzz on each power room, please.
Or rather, my entire team buys Dagon, for sure. Because you can also just Dagon creeps. So it's basically like a mini Midas, if you think about it.
I would rather to play without keyboard. I'm scared of spiders. This is actually a nightmare to have. Even one spider around me. I just don't want to see it, you know.
蜘蛛是什么？真的吗？小的话还行，大的就不行，大的蜘蛛不行。蜘蛛没有毒的话可以接受吧？没有键盘的话你根本就玩不了。但蜘蛛有点恶心。
I would definitely rather play Dota without a keyboard. Why would I want to have spiders crawl all over my freaking ass? What the actual fuck? That sounds terrible. Who would want that? Whoever's taking like the first option is a freaking crazy guy. Holy shit.
Probably play with the spiders crawling up my hands. I feel like with no keyboard, there's like no chance to win. I mean, they bother me a lot, but I feel like losing bothers me maybe even more.
I mean, I'll clean the dishes. It's like common thing, why not? Actually, some sort of fun making food and cooking. Especially if you're cooking for someone and you're testing like your skills. If it's actually eatable or it's awful.
洗碗啊，跟洗碗。洗衣服你一般放到那个洗衣机里去洗啊，洗碗反正也很快了，洗碗直接就1-2分钟就洗好了。
I think dishes, just because after that the kitchen looks nice and everything's clean up. So I'll take that one.
I think I would rather do laundry. Just have to throw it in the washing machine, right? I mean, dishes you can also argue just throw it in the washing machine. I guess if I had to manually clean it, I'd rather do the dishes, for sure.
Alright guys, thanks for watching. I hope you like my choices and hope to see you next time.
Booties on the dance floor. Yeah. You're partying with DJ Roddy P.
Super drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Welcome back, everyone, to a lower bracket finals where Spirit roll up to this draft saying, "I'm shaking." And Aoi says, "Good," because he has no fear when it comes to this Spirit lineup. Already, we saw some limitations of Spirit's capabilities, as shown in the BetBoom series, which was a very, very exciting upper bracket final, but it was one that knocked Spirit down here. Also, whenever Spirit and Falcons had faced off earlier during Group Stage 2, it went to 3 games. It was by no means a blowout for Spirit because none of their games were blowouts. All of their series victories went to 3 games. So now, if they want to win this lower bracket final, it's got to be more of the same but it's got to be with different picks and bans, because I don't think you can rely on these old tricks, which is why they ban out the Enchantress.
And the Alk and the Razor, taking out a lot of their comfort ones, which I think, frankly, is necessary. Like Falcons on their ideal heroes, it just does way too much.
So I would assume that Falcons will first pick a DK if it's been left on the table like this, and maybe Spirit are leaving the Viper lingering here and saying, yo, Malik, you think you could beat this DK if we give you Viper?
I'm a firm believer that a hero being in the draft favors the team that understands the hero better, and I would not dare pick Viper against Falcons. I think they understand this hero better than any other team in the world right now, same with Razor. And so even if we see Viper against DK from Spirit here, it's not even this remotely the same as Falcons picking Viper into DK. So a lot of these heroes, it's on paper nice that they counter like with the break against DK and all that, but it's just not the same as like movements on the map, the hero's role in the game, what you're lacking because you have a Viper off lane as opposed to like an initiating stunner. So they do go for the SF, and the fact that like Team Spirit has to be afraid of a Viper coming out and Team Falcons is not afraid of a Viper gives them so much of an upper hand in these drafts. So I agree with the way Team Spirit's approaching this one so far, but it's also, once again, palpable Team Falcons kind of stranglehold on the meta right now.
You know what I like? Falcons first picking DK, which is of course what Spirit did in the previous game, almost as a, this is how you first pick DK mental flex.
Yeah, I think the SF's a good response, though. While Dragon Knight is solid against the physical damage that SF does, there's also a lot of magic damage, too. And that seems to be the solution against DK. Well, there's two, basically. You either BKB Pierce him when he BKBs, or you disable him and hit him with a huge amount of pure or magic damage, and SF can provide that.
You know what's a little bit interesting is that because of the first phase bans, Chen slips through, but Miposhka nor Rue have played Chen at all this tournament. And so despite that being available, now I'm sure Spirit have to dedicate their one ban in this second phase to taking Chen out.
Yeah, Chen plus DK sounds pretty spooky, frankly. More auras on top of that guy while he's pushing towers. God forbid 20 extra armor on DK. But he cracked that nut.
And what was the win rate, Ted, that you said? He's 75%. 75% on Chen.
For the entire tournament,
For the
like
entire
everybody.
tournament.
That's including the teams that lost games, certainly.
Yeah, Snake King specifically is also 75%. So he's keeping the status quo there.
Meanwhile, Falcons will ban out the remainder Spirit supports to take out the Shadow Demon, take out the Clockwork. Tusk still remains in the pool, and I will be shocked if Spirit don't take out the Chen here.
Prepare to be shocked.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
What else is higher priority then? Because technically Viper is still around.
Monkey King, maybe.
Monkey King, that's true.
Maybe they're more worried about a hero that beats SF in lane. Could be a little bit more of an immediate threat. Well, that's the interesting thing about the second phase of picks now. There's just so many heroes that come in a row. You just can't cover all the bases.
Yeah, if Amar wants to run a Bristle or a Doom, that's still available.
Yeah, I think despite the fact that DK has been picked 11 times for Falcons and it's been Skeeter every single time, the fact that they whipped out 9 games of Earth Spirit and then the 10th one was a Critter Spirit, I don't think you can ever feel safe from them flexing. Like Malrine plays DK. He was one of the pioneers of the mid DK before the fastest came out with all the Manta Bloodthorn builds. So they might have to ban Monkey King because they have to be able to protect both their offlaner and their mid, and Falcons. Like, if they reveal their offlaner on Spear right now, for instance, like, I wouldn't be opposed to Falcons just picking Monkey King, especially if it's an offlane mid-flex, so Monkey King can just follow you.
Monkey King's so good that even if, like, the offlaner, you're probably going to be against a melee hero, so that makes Monkey King good in the safe lane, but a mid-Monkey King, what if you're against, like, a ranged mid?
Terrorblade?
That's their hero.
I did not see that coming as a ban.
Wait, what?
I said I'd be shocked.
Presumably they smash Chen here, get Chen in immediately.
What is the Terrorblade ban?
Yeah, that's very bizarre.
Is this like scrim knowledge that we don't have? That is so random.
Maybe they fear offlane. Well, okay, Reflection against SF would give you SF's aura.
True.
That's one upside.
He doesn't have high base damage though, because you don't get the bonus from souls and...
Sure, but, you know, it's still like a minus. Also, if SF... I'm going to do some testing. I'll be right back.
I'm going to go see if Amar's been playing Terrorblade offlane.
I'm gonna check to see if the aura grows, can it be reflected at full?
Oh, he has been playing Terrorblade offlane. Okay, so Amar played Terrorblade offlane 13 hours ago against an SF carry and won. And he played...
What, did he play against someone from Team Spirit and they were like, ban it, playing against him?
Let me actually see who is on... Let me pull...
Oh my god, it was Satanic.
That would be so funny.
In the meanwhile, Falcons do get their Amar hero. Well, hypothetically, they get Viper on the field, and Falcons also followed up.
It was actually Satanic on the
Oh my god, are you serious?
Oh, wait, no. Satanic was on his team. Sorry.
So he saw it and was
So
like...
he saw it. It was Kiritich, who plays for, I believe, VP or...
Yeah, I think that's right.
And
That
he's
is
like top
funny.
20 as well, so it was by no means a scrub game.
That
These are all
is
top
funny.
25 players. So Satanic was on his team. That's so funny.
Have they picked Earthshaker here because Brood has not normally made it this far?
Yes,
So-
it's a little abnormal. But it,
I know they've done... I saw Liquid do this where they picked Earthshaker as a response to Brood and dumped the Brood.
I think it's probably because it gives them some protection against a Tusk saving the SF, most likely, because you can fissure towards where the Tusk might be, or when you're comboing all your stuns, he might just get caught before he presses Snowball, kind of a thing.
I think the Earthshaker might likely be a crit hero because it enables Viper offlane against literally any matchup in the game. You just fissure block the lane twice.
Beastmaster.
So I would not be too shocked if they make this a 4 Earthshaker.
If they come into this series like on the verge of elimination, even though they're up game 1, and they just like, yeah, we're just going to pick 4 position Earthshaker, a hero that's not picked and definitely not played 4 primarily, that's just like Falcons flexing their strength, dude. It's impressive.
They keep doing it with a 1-game advantage, though, so it's not elimination game, but yes, it is an elimination series.
I mean, it's an example of like, okay, yeah, you pick Viper. There's not necessarily any heroes that Viper hard counters just yet. So when I see the Viper come out, it needs to be protected so that it doesn't have no game. Like Viper is an offlaner where if put into the wrong draft, it can just be useless. So I think the Earthshaker alone secures its lane, and maybe they'll end up rotating it anyways, but when I see Tusk SF and I'm Viper offlane, I would probably want that reliable lane block that gets the lane near my tower.
And if he gets behind the SF and blocks him off, like he's got to fight to the death, and Viper is usually going to win that fight and can actually trade with SF from long range. Most offlaners can't do that. That's why they get beat up by SF so much.
That's true. Maybe it's actually a good lane counter, yeah.
And at the minimum, Spirit also can't 100% guarantee that it'll be sent into the offlane, so they may have to dedicate some bans to both offlanes and mids, especially because DK can also still be flexed.
What is the logo on Malreen's shot? 1,000 something.
1,000 miles? Big Vanessa Carlton fan? I don't know, actually.
I think he's just cold. He's wearing a long sleeve turtleneck and a sweater.
Hear me out. They're going to ban Invoker and Anti-Mage and pick Medusa on the side of Falcons. Like, they're setting themselves up for this again.
Neil rocking a turtleneck.
You want the Deuce, I assume, against the Beastmaster.
Yeah, and I think they're going to potentially put the DK mid.
And it's arguably good against SF2. The minus armor aura doesn't work against you, so for the vast majority of your damage. It looks pretty decent to me. It'd be good at surviving the current chain burst that Team Spirit has. Not a lot of mana to steal back, but...
True.
On the topic of flexes, is there any world that SF ever gets flexed mid these days, or no?
We have seen it in this tournament, haven't we?
Maybe like once or twice. I feel like it's almost exclusively a carry, but if it was in Falcons' hands, I'd say, you know, you never know. But I do think as much as high skill as Satanic is, I don't think Team Spirit has like utilized him in a way of like a large hero pool, flexing his heroes, abusing that fact. So I do think it's almost certainly a Satanic SF.
Well, this would be more of a Laurel flex, though, because SF mid is the more uncommon one, and then they can pick a more traditional carry that may be able to deal with a Viper Shaker lane.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is like they've been picking Satanic's hero earlier and earlier in the drafts because I don't think they have like the Malreen gotcha in the carry role. And not every team has a player like that. And Malreen having 15 heroes play this tournament says enough about like the way Falcons is drafting. They pick Skeeter's hero, like half his games are Alk or DK, and then Malreen is the gotcha at the end, and Team Spirit definitely has not utilized Satanic in that way.
Yeah, and even of those 15 heroes, DK hasn't been one of them for Malreen.
Make it 16.
Make it 16.
The Yatoro TI-10 special.
That's right. Different hero every single time.
Wouldn't Puck be decent here for Falcons? Because I think when you're Dream Cord, you can't I don't think you can snowball.
You cannot snowball in World Cup, yeah.
But then he has to Dream Coil the Tusk, which is a little bit harder.
He's going to be in there.
I mean, I assume it's going to be a tiny personally because they're against a lot of physical damage on the Team Spirit side.
Yeah, maybe they don't have to ban anti-mage because there's an offlane and a carry picked, and they're just gonna slam Medusa anyway.
If I'm not Dreamcore's Tusk and you are, can I put you in my snow?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, you can.
That's silly.
Oh, they do the
Oh
Monkey
my
King.
god.
Okay.
That might be a Monkey King carry. I don't know if Skeeter really plays it though.
Yeah, they still have flex potential here.
He has not played Monkey King yet.
So you just like straight up cannot pick a melee as Spirit for your mid laner at this point. Otherwise, you're gonna get Vipered or you're gonna get Monkey King.
Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering like why'd they ban Pango if they're gonna pick Monkey King? It's kind of interesting. Ooh,
Nature's Prophet.
The Laurel Nature's Prophet.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
Malrine did play this mid, so he's shown it on the mid lane before. But now Laurel's going to be taking a page out of his book.
Can you jump on the trees that Prophet puts down? The sprout?
Yes, but if you sprout him, it would interrupt your ability to jump on him. Because you would take damage or go low enough.
But if he sprouts somebody else.
Yes, then you're like, haha, you
Thanks
fool.
for the trees, idiot.
I think Monkey King's always been one of the best heroes in game versus Nature's Prophet. I would assume the lane favors Nature's, and that's why they picked it. It gives them some momentum on the map. You have a lot of stuns. The extra burst from the ulti is nice, but my only concern for Falcons is they're like 0 to 15 minute mark because your supports, like Chen farms a lot, and Earthshaker needs Dagger. I'm not sure if Crit's going to be like the Poverty Shaker where he ends up delaying the Blink Dagger for like the Shard backline build.
But on the other side, do DK or Viper or Monkey King really need their supports to help out that much?
I think they might just need to be babysat, and like Malrine will probably up the tempo. He'll probably get like an early defusal or work towards a Gleipnir. Maybe the Gleipnir is better because it delays his timing a bit more, allows his team to more time to crew their items. I'm just thinking like Falcons has had the advantage, but I definitely like this draft far more for Spirit than I did game one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Prophet is going to give some nice gap range between him and the Monkey King so he doesn't get completely outlaned. It's also a hero that Ame used earlier to beat a Dragon Knight carry because you buy a lot of magic items, magic dealing items, Witchblade, Gleipnir, Revenant's Brooch type stuff. So if he does go a little bit more damage heavy, they'll have some better solutions against DK as well. But I'm just worried that they're going to get ran over. If you jump on Prophet and they have many heroes to do it with, he's just going to get blown up at the start of the fight. So it's a bit spooky, but there's some cool stuff with it.
I think it'd be nice to have a mid that can rotate nice and easily.
Very much so.
So yeah, we could see some pressure applied to Skier for a change, perhaps. Instead of him come and gank in mid, you go gank his lane. So we'll see.
Malrine will be there though.
Yes, that's true.
He will counter-rotate everything.
No
It's going to be an
matter
active
what,
game.
Like Mbappe. Friends, Spirit is on the precipice of elimination right now. Let's see if they can stave it off in this game number 2 with Cap and Cinderin.
We are settling down for a game 2 between Spirit and Falcons, and our panel, Cinderin, says Spirit have a better chance this go around. You agree?
I agree. I cannot say in good faith that I favor them, but I do think they have what I would consider one of the best archetype approaches against Falcons in this game, which is if you can somehow get the ball rolling early and break the map, Falcons can sometimes... the only times I see them look lost is if the first 15 minutes don't go well. Any other situation, if it comes to ultra late game or later portions of the mid game or even just a stale game where not much happens, they generally seems to know what's coming next. But a lineup like something with a mid Prophet and a Beastmaster can very quickly start breaking down the map and take the initiative of the overall flow of the game. So I would really love to see that from Spirit here, is play aggressive. Now, that was my main criticism about them last game, was that they didn't do much after the lanes compared to maybe what they could have, and that's always... It's a matter of both teams. That's not just Spirit are being passive and not trying. It's also Falcons did a good job with not getting caught. but it was just, last game it felt like it was a necessity. This time I also think it is, but I think it's a lot easier to meet the conditions. This time you have way better wave clear. You have the Hoodwink instead of the Tusk played here by Rue, and then the Tusk has been put onto Miposhka. But all their heroes have good wave clear in this game with the exception of Tusk, so you would imagine that you get more chances.
So the early rune fights did look pretty good for Spirit. They did some good damage to the Dragon Knight as well as the Viper, but we can see that part of the reason it was a 2-2 split was that, well, Crit was already set up just to do some good old-fashioned Earthshaker Fisher blocking, and so the first wave is going to push into the Viper, which makes it that they can't actually punish the Viper for being low on regen or being low HP.
Yeah, Crit went down and blocked the enemy wave rather than fissuring his own wave.
Yep.
Both versions are viable. Fissuring your own wave is 100% safe because you can never get counterplayed while doing that. But obviously it costs mana, and you're also not present on bounty runes if you make that choice. So this way around, you can get the best of both worlds, I suppose.
Yep. And sometimes if you do the blocking, sometimes the creep equilibrium just stalls, right? Where it's farther back, but it kind of stalls there. Blocking it, the enemy creep wave, well, it forces under a tower, and then you get a double wave that's kind of pushing forward. Kind of guarantees you get back to your tower. Plus, Shadow Fiend doesn't have the best starting damage, so very possible that he misses some CS under tower.
Been the case, though, so far. Satanic had a clean first wave. He got 4-1 on the first one. And then things only get easier with the points in Necromastery. So, off to a good start here on both him as well as Malik. Very impressed with Malik's first waves here as well, being 14-1 against the Chen DK.
Yeah, I feel like a duo that hasn't really fallen off too much, is not as strong as they were, you know, just 6 months ago, but the Hoodwink Beastmaster, still one of the better off-lane duos you can get your hands on.
There's just so much constant pressure. That's why the lane is so strong. Whether you go the Boar build or the Axe build, Hoodwink can use the tree bounce trick shot to just put pressure to enemy heroes when they're standing in the trees. You send axes on them, and then you just keep doing it until they can't do it anymore. But of course, Chen's a bit of a wild card in this equation because he has mana burn.
Yep.
And that will make life harder over time for the spam lane. And immediately takes over the board. Satanic. Uh-oh.
Locked, and Amar will find the first blood. So the safe lane already breaking down a little bit. Look at the mid lane, where I think this is probably the lane that is most important for both sides. How the Nature's Prophet and Monkey King do maybe in the lane isn't quite as important, but what they do outside of lane, right? The early rotations we're going to be seeing from both of these guys and how successful they are with those. Miposhka blocked off. He's going to die as well. Now they've staggered their deaths, so leaving each other isolated for a period of time. This does not feel good for Spirit.
Definitely not. Satanic can't do anything about this being pulled. This is such a big loss for him. I guess the good news is it's just one big centaur that's about to die, and he'll still... Okay, actually, he can do something about it. That was pretty much perfect. He stole the CS and got the wave back.
And he's going to try and pull the whole thing back. Crit's going to be able to drag it to the easy camp, but even still, I think Satanic's in a good position. He's going to kill the easy camp and then be able to farm behind his tower, which probably feels a lot better.
Yeah, he's very safe here. But only for a short while before this will inevitably push the other way. And Amar, well, he has got the wave in just the spot. Gonna hold it here as long as he can.
Challenges the SF a little bit, really wants to keep it out of the tower range. And just that little bit of pressure forced Satanic back, so he will mostly be able to. Looks like it's still got it in tower range. He's going to try and drag it back using the aggro trick there. But see, all the little things. That's why Amar is so good at laning and why he so often wins his lane. It's all the little things that he does.
Yeah, that's what's fascinating about really any sport or any game at the highest level is I don't know if I've had this conversation with you before. I just find it fascinating that there can be something that, let's say, 1 million people in the world do. And then, obviously, people will be placed into skill brackets, just as is the case with Dota MMR. But how can 1 million people do something, and then there's just 10 people that are just better?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's pretty crazy to think that that's the case for so many things in the world, where you could say that the players are using comparable amounts of time, they're comparably amount of dedicated, they're all very talented, but there's just certain aspects of the game or certain whatever it is that some players are just better. And with that big of a sample size, you would think the difference between 1st and 10th would be really small. But in some aspects of the game, it just isn't. And that's kind of fascinating to behold.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We haven't seen any rotations just yet from Laurel or Malrine. We do have the Wrath of Nature ready to go, so something to worry about for the Falcons side lanes. Rue, not going to be able to pick up the Bounty Rune, runs into crit. It is going to be tri-lane on tri-lane now. Or maybe not. Crit's actually going to TP up to the outpost and make a break for the Wisdom Rune.
Oh, this is... I mean, Shaker's, in theory, really good at this, because you can block off the entire slope if you're there very early.
Yeah.
He's not going to be there that early, but I think the Hoodwink might be too late. This is going to be kind of close. If he just fissures it now... Oh, he doesn't fissure, though. Now he'll see him.
He's going to get it.
He's going to get it by walking in and taking it.
Miposhka and Rue, the Wrath of Nature is going to go off. They will be able to get the kill in return, but the damage is already done. They have lost their Wisdom Rune.
That is well worth it for crit. What a play call to make to decide to TP for that at 6:35.
Yeah.
Just be like, I'm going to walk there and I'm going to get this. Because the way he did it too wasn't reliable. Like the Hoodwink could have been in the trees and just done Acorn Shot and a Bushwhack and just taken it in front of him. But he's just playing on the off chance that Spirit aren't fully ready and in position on the dot, and he was right.
Doing it against a Nature's Prophet as well is particularly bold.
I think he was expecting to die. I don't think he went there and thought he was going to get out scot-free, but trading his life for that rune is worth it. Completely worth it.
Well, they have already taken over the enemy safe lane here on Falcons. They are pushing it down with the Chen. The Viper is too much of a laning presence, and the Chen is too good at pushing, so this combination will lead to a fast safe lane tower take. Malrine has begun to move around just a tiny bit here. Amp damage and toying with Miposhka right now.
Can you see that the tree has amp damage? No, you can't, but you can see when it has haste. That's kind of funny. Satanic will hide away for the time being, but...
They're going to try and sneak up on him. But Satanic is wise to what's happening here.
He's aware, but he's losing efficiency, and Shadow Fiend does not like playing from behind, so they really need to make sure that Satanic can keep getting to work. This gap between Amar and him is already up to 1,000. And it'll be an interesting matchup to see later down the line, because the thing about Viper against SF is, historically speaking, when these heroes lane against each other, Shadow Fiend was actually quite good against Viper because you had all the magic damage, and when these heroes were played mid, SF was one of the few heroes that could fight Viper early on before it became overwhelming.
Yeah.
But this way of playing Shadow Fiend is full right-click. You get Viper struck?
Wrath of Nature gets used, catches Malrine. He's not able to jump away into the trees, and now he might be done for. He can't get the Jingu stacks. Miposhka is going to be blocked off. It's going to be a one-for-one trade-off, but the win for Spirit as they killed a core.
Well worth it, for sure. But yeah, what do you think you do as SF when you get Viper struck in this patch? Like, if your build is always centered around having high attack speed and physical damage, then this is a kind of uncomfortable position to be put in.
Yeah.
Curious. Oh, Amar.
He does have TP.
Showing off his early force staff. It's good.
He's gonna make it.
Close call. He even bought a Fairy Fire, but didn't need it.
Feed the trees. Radiant's middle
All right, well, maybe the answer is get other people to tank the Viper Strike for you.
That'll work.
The problem being Falcons Instead of the Enchantress, they have the Chen. Snake King knows the order of operations very well. The Enchantress might be farm heavy, but the Chen wants to take these early towers, and they are doing that quite well. Team Spirit do not have the heroes to be able to stop this, and understandably, like, they've got really nice single target pickoff, like Roar into Laurel TPing in and stuff. Like, there's good threat for any heroes that are caught in side lane areas, but if Falcons just move 3 or 4 heroes early on, I don't think they could do much about it.
Now, the challenge for Spirit is to put enough pressure on the lanes that Falcons split up into suboptimal pairs, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Where Beastmaster puts so much pressure top that you start defending with the wrong hero, or then you bring the Prophet and overwhelm. But again, similar to game number 1, despite Spirit having these aggressive heroes, they're not finding too much pressure on the map. Laurel is in the into jungling mode a little bit. Of course, this time around, you didn't get the bounty runes, or excuse me, wisdom runes. So you had to recover your supports a little bit. But Hoodwink is level 6, so you'd think that Spirit could try to take a more aggressive position on the map and really bring it to Falcons. But if they don't, you know what Falcons are going to do. They're just going to play the map with their Chen. They're going to out-farm you. And eventually they will be the ones to be making the big moves. So
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm not a fan of the mid-profit if you don't... Like, this is the part of the game that I love mid-profit as a concept.
Yeah.
But it only works if you are really pressuring. And maybe they just can't.
And Malik will have his Ancient stack stolen. I think they're waiting for that Aghanim Scepter to start being more aggressive and making more teamfight-oriented moves into Falcons, but that has been slowed down so much.
Yep. Just textbook stuff here from Falcons. Getting the mid-tower, invading the triangle, using the cleave from the Dragon Knight, and then also escaping with 0 casualties.
Skater also doing his patented Blink Dagger first build on Dragon Knight that, I don't remember who said it, but it was the Blink first on Dragon Knight? Yeah, don't only do that if you're Skater. Seems to be the only guy who really makes the safe lane carry early Blink Dagger heroes shine the most. Poposhka slowed down. He's trying to get a snowball over the cliff area. Nicely played. He's still stuck though, and will be killed.
I think that's an interesting point to bring up about why his Dragon Knight goes dagger and the others don't. And I think the main difference between Falcons as a team and the other ones is the way in which they play the map with the other cores, as well as snaking. So when Dragon Knight buys dagger, he wants to take more initiative and play aggressive and look for kills. And the #1 condition you need to meet to gank is to push waves.
Yep.
And if your teammates inherently are greedy players that always push out waves and maximize farm, and then you have a Chen support or an Ench and their wave pushing as well, all of a sudden your Dragon Knight dagger is going to pay off because it will find picks. Where for other teams, when their supports are not pushing waves as much and they're playing more defensively, the Dragon Knight will generally buy a carry-heavy build because the dagger doesn't pay off into anything. Right. So this is a combination of Skitter being very good at playing Dragon Knight this way, but what enables it to make sense is that they as a team have a shared understanding of what Dragon Knight's role in this game is, so they can set him up for success as well and make this item useful. So it's pretty cool to see how this has been a very meta pick this whole tournament, but for most teams, dagger first DK has either not worked or been hit or miss. For Skitter, it hits every single time, and that's just a very good indication of what Falcons do better than other teams.
Yeah, 100% agree. I'll add a cherry on top too is Falcons winning lanes oftentimes means they have better control of the gates.
Yep.
In which case, you know, that movement back and forth enables, you know, aggressive moves like Blink Dagger builds.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
All
right, finally Spirit will try to go to work here with the Axe Beast. This move needs to do something. It needs to work. They'll find Snay. It's not the best.
They're going to roar him up. Maureen and Crit will watch on the sidelines as their 5 dies.
Oh, but this is going to be a trade.
Amar, this is not good for Amar.
He has Pike.
Raises out. Okay. He does have a lot of regen. My goodness. Meanwhile, they did go for the fight in top lane. They're going to catch Laurel. So Amar doesn't die, forces a reaction. They kill the mid laner at top. That was the Aghanim's reveal. The roar used, and all they did was trade their mid laner for a 5.
Yeah, that doesn't feel great. Pushka's going to see Amar now, though.
Still trying for it, but he got the pike away before he could get caught by the bushwhack.
Crit joining him here for some backup. With the blink, no echo now. That was used in the top play. But even just a blink enchant and a fissure could make this play really complicated.
For this kill. They really want it. They're going to throw out the hoodwink damage, and it misses. Even if it landed, it wouldn't done enough. Laurel, he goes for a TP out. Okay, he's good. Everybody else going to make it?
No.
Not. Skeeter's going to make sure they get something out of this one. The Blink Dagger Dragonite hits its mark once again, and Malrine put in the coup de grace. Finish him off.
This map is terrifying for the side of Spirit if they are not the ones making the first.
Okay, Amar just went to the gate, running into 3 heroes. Instant roar off. They are following this gate play, though. Malik has already used most of his kit, as has Laurel. So he is kind of stuck, though, and the drums are only going to be able to do so much.
At the very least, they got Amar. It's a big kill. It's more trade not particularly favorable, if at all.
Yeah, they got 2 for 1, and it turns out Malik, by getting that kill, ended up getting into a killing streak. Nice little bonus.
And also, as a part of this play, Falcons get in position for Roche.
Ooh.
See the replay here.
Having an Aghanim Scepter and on Beastmaster not being able to do the Roche.
Yeah. Does not feel great. The Radiant lineup would love to do this in general. Gives purpose to Tusk. Carry SF likes to do it.
It's funny, Falcon's lineup is really bad at it too. It's like pretty damn slow, but you win the fight right outside the Roshan pit. It's an opportunity you cannot ignore.
Yep. And if nothing else, you've at least got Penitence. That does help.
True.
But absolutely, without a doubt, the Radiant lineup much better at killing Roche. Doesn't matter, though. Falcons will claim it, and they will claim this top tier 1. They just need to hit it twice with their DK, and they can just back off. Let's see if they settle for this, because they are all here grouped up. So this would be a natural time for Monkey King to try to find an angle.
Still have Dragon Form for a bit. Their Blink Dagger hero has an Aegis.
They'll just split out on the map, though. Play the efficiency game. They feel like Spirit are going to play defensive here and not be caught, and they'd be right in that assessment. Spirit are nowhere near where that top tower was, so they will push out the waves instead and maximize their farm in classic Falcons fashion. Progressing the game. Man, this difference between supports is actually wild. It's the whole net worth lead.
Yeah.
They're 2k ahead on both of them against the enemy supports minute 19. Nice ward place from Crit. He's anticipating that the Shadow Fiend will come down here and farm once more, or the Prophet will, since they need to split the map and take the sides to find a comeback. That's where you spring the trap.
So if they have vision on the side lanes, and they're occupying the mid lane with like 2 or 3 heroes, it naturally forces Spirit to go out into the corners of the map.
Exactly.
And now
that's where you want your vision. And look at the dire vision. I mean,
into that ward.
It's all on the sides.
Satanic, he's going to see the ward, and he's going to be like, oh, there's a ward here. Oh, wait, he's Invis. He's got
Shadow Blade Sentry.
Drop a sentry. Oh, caught him just on the edge. Now the dust comes out, and he's dead. Ooh, man, that was right there on the edge, too.
Clutch play from Crit.
They've got such good catch, too. Yep. Blink Dragonite, a Monkey King with Gleipnir, and an Earthshaker.
Just, again, textbook stuff. They make the smoke play. around the time that the Tormentor can spawn, or will spawn. They find the one pick that they need to unlock this for free, and they steal it, and now they go back to their own one. So this gank was worth 3,500 gold, probably. Because a Tormentor steal is 2,800, and then you also kill the SF.
Yep.
So this is massive for Falcons.
They got to get something out of this one. Malik, they finish off Crit. Do manage to get that kill. If they could get Skeeter as well, this would be really good. Falcons split up a bit too much. Get caught in the act here in the top lane. Are they going to be able to bail out Skeeter here? Do they have any AoE damage? Okay, they got the shards. That hits him. The Requiem goes out, and they will manage to kill him twice. Laurel walks away with the double kill. Recipient of a healthy amount of gold, and he needs it too.
That was a good punish. Skitter wanted to also TP out, but he got interrupted. And yeah, just as I say, this was going to look great for Falcons with getting both Tormentors and then maintaining control. Spirit make a very successful move there. Take away the Aegis, kill him twice, and also take the Shaker to boot. And it will slow down. Chen was already set up here and ready to get this done, but doesn't really have the right teammates for it right now. Maybe he can do it with Viper. I don't really know if that's appealing at all to Mar.
No. So, sounds too inefficient.
Now, something to keep in mind for the side of Falcons as well is how good these shards are.
Okay.
So, killing Tormentor has mixed quality for different lineups. We've seen games where the support duo is Pug and the Bat, and then you're like, eh.
Yeah.
This is Chen Shaker. These shards are amazing, both of them. Chen can get 2 Ancients. The Shaker gets the... what is that called, actually? Does it have a name? No, it just says Fissure Upgrade. All right, whatever. But yeah, just allows him to walk on the Fissure and gives him the better Aftershock.
Yep.
So these are very, very valuable. I think a lot of the times teams maybe don't value that enough when they draft or when they think about killing Tormentor, because it's quote-unquote just something you do. You just kill the Tormentor because otherwise the enemy team gets it. But for your lineup in particular here, these shards are just S tier among the supports. These are 2 of the best support shards in the whole game, in my opinion. And they get both of them. But Snaking, unfortunately, did not get the second one for him. That went to Malrine, which is an S tier.
S tier.
Core shard, so
Yeah,
that's
dude.
fine. The one they didn't want is the Dragon Knight, and they couldn't get that one.
How
He
many
was top net worth.
How many cores buy their shard early? It's not too many.
It's
Monkey King is one of them. So this one going to him is so good.
I think there's only really been 2, and I'm forgetting what the other one is. But we talked about it the other day. Monkey King buys his, and there's one more carrier. Let's see if I can find it here. TA.
Oh, yeah.
But those are the only 2 cores to me that have stood out as buying shard every game. But yeah, you got it for free on Monkey, so you get to scale better. Shaker shard being showcased there with the enchant stun.
What's right is they have BKB on Malik. So Team Spirit are pretty strong for a team fight, but they're going to have to wait 40 seconds here for Hoodwink to be back up into play. They need that extra bit of damage. These Falcons heroes are getting tanky. Depending on who we're talking about here, between the Dragon Knight or the Viper, these heroes are pretty statted up, and the break is valuable against them. Satanic. Just outside the range of that sentry, I think.
Bounty.
Yeah, looks like they're not going to find anything here. In the meantime, though, someone's finding someone, but who found who, really?
There goes that shard. He uses it and instantly TPs away. Without that shard, he might have been dead with the rotations that were coming across there.
Which begs the question, was he playing like that because he knew he could rely on his shard?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Makes it a lot more difficult for Spirit. They can't reliably catch him in ice shards anymore. They can't reliably hoodwink combo him because he can just jump away. They need to kill him in roar most of the time, Malrine.
They have such deep vision on the side of Falcons. They're playing to it now, smoked up. Knew the Shadow Fiend was somewhere around that mid area. They're going to cut down where they have a ward sentry. Possibly with the plan to lay down even more vision.
Uh-oh.
They're going to run into Malik. Now, Malik has a shield rune and he has BKB. He blinks forward past them a little bit here, and they chain stun him up, take down his shield rune pretty damn quickly, and his HP falls shortly after that. Now they've caught themselves a Laurel. Nature's Prophet. Requiem is going to go out. Satanic trying to bail out his mid laner. Now they focused on the Monkey King and will be able to. Oh, he got up to bound the strike. He went deeper into the base. As a result, the lifesteal gets him up, and he might actually survive. No way. He stays up. Satanic dies instead. Okay, that was unexpected indeed. Maureen lived in a 0-for-4 exchange. Once again, Falcons find a fight around that 20-minute marker. They just wiped the floor with the enemy team.
Some really clutch heals coming through here. From the Chen, the mech plus Hand of God, and then getting that Boundless off just at the end there for Malrine. Spirit used everything here to try to kill him. The whole combo, but the armor of Chen plus his own ring. Yeah, he had Divine Favor. He has 60 armor on Monkey King in the enemy base there. Ring plus Divine Favor plus mech plus heals, and then the Jingu Boundless. Icing on the cake. That was close, and if Spirit could have killed the Monkey King, that could have opened up the fight for more kills. As we talked about, seems like Roar is a necessity, and Malik... Oh.
I almost feel like that was a situation that could have been good.
Yeah.
If it was the Beastmaster getting the first spells off, he pops BKB and just roars with a shield rune. Like, surely you're going to survive a while and maybe your team can play to that. But instead, he just gets stunned, 100-0'd. And Team Spirit hoping that there was a Roshan opportunity after that Chen pick off. Cute. Sent the skeleton through the gate.
Oh, I thought you meant cute that they think Roche is up because it's a Capsint game, so it's obviously a 3-minute respawn.
No. I was talking about Mr. Skelly Bones there.
Yep.
He's a cutie pie.
I mean, despite everything that's happening, this is kind of... It's still fun to look at the net worth graphs, right? Because the cores are... Yeah, Spirit's heroes are behind, but only a few hundred each.
Yeah.
And then it's just the supports that are... Shaker has the same net worth as the enemy supports combined, basically.
Smoke breaks. Got a stun, and they throw out the Roar, but he got off the BKB first. So Skeeter is not easy to kill. The Tusk certainly is. Maposhka gets a knock up in the air. They try and shoot down Malrine. Nice trickery dodge for a little bit. Requiem goes out, and it does manage to hit a lot of these heroes, but it's Spirit on full retreat now. They're certainly going to lose more off of this one. Malik is going to be caught inside the Wukong's command. TP away from the SF. Barely makes it. Crit. Spotted him last second. Almost got him with the Fisher in time. Well, another multi-hero team fight where they get a bunch of kills and don't lose anything on the side of Falcons.
And this is their Roche now, too. He's just spawning. They have full control of the area. He's being pinged out by Skeeter.
Tower is under attack.
And Moore wants more, and Moore will get more. There's not much Spirit seemingly can really do about this. And we are approaching the part of the game where their lineup was meant to have done what Falcons did to them, namely take control, make early moves, get towers, be a threat. This Prophet versus Monkey King matchup has not worked out the way that Spirit had hoped, with being able to overtake the pace. Falcons inherently just doing a better job. Will be rewarded and Aegis for the Dragon Knight. Interesting that he takes it over the Monkey King. Wonder if high ground is on the cards here.
Yeah, it's got to be in consideration now. Maybe if he can get to AC before the Aegis expires, we'll see that high ground push. Failing that, maybe he'll just start some aggressive fights.
It's not even the most theoretically difficult high ground game either. You're not playing against any current displacement. It feels like Spirit's ability to fight is heavily tied to cooldowns. It's the Roar and it's the Shadowfeed BKB. So if you can burn those on your Aegis, it's gonna get found out.
Not getting that Blink Dagger for a while, so no saves inbound either. Almost got him on the Boundless Strike. Spotted him, hit him with the Gleipnir. Immediately BKB, TP out. I guess the upside is Falcons do not have anything to pierce that.
Wait, why did Malrine BKB? Did he think there was backup there?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Huh.
Misclick.
I don't know. That was a bit funny.
Radiant's top tower is
Crit gonna scout out Rue.
They're just finding pickoffs all over the map.
Looked like Crit could have almost soloed him.
Oh, yeah. If they can just move around the map so quickly. This Monkey King is everywhere with this facet. There's just no way that the Nature's Prophet can actually ever get a map advantage over Falcons at this point. They will take your second Tormentor. Love that they're doing it they're taking your Tormentor the most efficient time possible. They did it so quickly the first time around that they've done with the second one before it's 31 minutes.
And Amar, while pushing the tower, will get the shard.
Oh, nice.
So he's actually going to finish this through backdoor protection because they got the shard there. And yeah, they're just going to go high ground. I mean, Spirit, it's now or never. If this fight goes awry, you're out of the tournament. So, gotta find some sort of good angle, but it feels very difficult. These two dragons just beating into the tower very quickly. Hoodwink combo gonna miss.
Tower already gone. They get the break onto the Dragonite, so Satanic tries to swing a little physical damage at him. Amar swings back. Taking buildings quickly. Team Spirit just picked up this BKB on Laurel, and they can't even seem to use it. He just goes in, but he's gone. Malik gets off his BKB roar, but he has to use that roar to get back to the fountain. The Gleipnir goes out, hitting Maposhka. Maposhka hurt it, fell all the way
Laurel,
back.
what was that? He just walked in, didn't pop BKB, got fissured and died, and he just bought out.
Yeah,
he bought his BKB, he didn't even get to put it to use. They end up roaring for nothing. I mean, this is megas, right? Like, how are you doing anything now? You spent these key cooldowns, you're even gonna bleed heroes, too.
Continue to bleed out with the long-range poke that they have between the Boundless Strike and the Fissure. They can just kind of hit you. And they've got two frontliners in Amar and Skeeter who will not be pushed away. No matter what kind of harassment damage you do here, it's not gonna be enough. Fissure lands on a Satanic, he's dead next. It is just done, it seems, for Spirit. They just seem broken at this point in time. Falcons destroyed them in game number 1, and game 2 is going to be even faster. Malrine jumping forward through the trees, breaking the smoke. They spot in the meanwhile the TP in play from Malik. He doesn't get anything off of it. Rue's going to die. Fissure block onto Maposhka as well. Hero after hero. They are left with 7 kills at the end of the game. Team Spirit have been thoroughly outdone by Falcons.
All right, I'll say this. BetBoom better be ready for that grand finals because Falcons are coming off of 4 consecutive stomps. And this was, based on group stage 2, you could have anticipated that these playoffs would be kind of close. Like, all 4 teams looked like they had some good games, some not so good games, but overall the quality across the board was like relatively level. And then Falcons come in and they absolutely curb stomp Paravision as well as Spirit. And you saw yesterday, Spirit got 2-1 by BetBoom. It was a very long game 1 that Spirit ended up taking down and then kind of got rolled in the next 2. So maybe if BetBoom is on the same trajectory from that series, this could be an exciting grand finals. But man, it's hard not to feel like Falcons have leveled up massively in the last 48 hours. And the question is, have BetBoom, the lead that they had, so to speak, from group stage 2, is that going to be enough? Were they far enough ahead that Falcons aren't overtaking them at this point?
Falcons. I mean, what an absolute demolishing they put on yesterday and today. A combined score of 57-15 was the KDA for this 2-0 that Falcons take over Spirit.
The numbers, the gameplay, and overall the performance from Falcons was undeniable in this lower bracket final. Spirit were just outmatched in pretty much every single regard, which is a shame because this was a really fun debut, I suppose, from the Spirit squad, being able to see them bring Satanic to, I mean, it's a rigorous cycle. It's 2 weeks of best of 3 Dota, best of 2 Dota in Group Stage 1. The growth has been admirable, but it seems that they just about hit their limit in this lower bracket final.
I don't want to go crazy here. I don't want to upset anybody, but these Falcons guys are pretty good, Neil.
You don't say.
I don't want to. I know it's a controversial point.
Bit of a hot take.
Yeah. I want to give a shout out to Snaking, who has to play the most boring ass heroes like Chen. You look at how many kills he's got. He's got like no kills. He's got Pipe Greaves, just wandering around doing his job. Thankless task. No fun. Just playing Chen and buying Greaves Pipe and just, I'll help you guys. Have some auras. And he does it game after game after game.
He gets to micro a little bit at least.
Yawn. Who cares?
He actually perma-stunned Malik that one time in the woods.
That is
getting him stuck.
He's had 4 creeps from all different sides.
Like, a Falcons game is going to be, apart from these two, you generally settle in for quite a long game.
Indeed.
You gotta play a hard 5 for the 50 minutes. God. I wouldn't be able to do it. I'd retire.
I feel like Skeeter and Snake King are probably the most boring safe lane of the entire competitive scene.
Maybe, yeah.
And like all the flashiness and like gotchas and random Earthshaker 4s, Earth Spirit 4s, all the other 3 players, they
have fun.
They get to mix it up.
Yeah.
But those 2 are all reliable.
A highlight reel of just steady laning.
Yeah.
Towards inexorable victory. Rather than no, not yay. That's exactly. We want cool shit. So I think if you're going to have a lineup where your offlaner, your 4 and your mid are going to go crazy and do stuff, you need that stable rock of a lane. It's like, well, this lane's going to be steady.
Yeah.
And essentially, what is all this hoo-ha for? It's to make sure that this lane is super good. And they always seem to get heroes that they want to play on these 2. I don't know how they do it. Just some owie magic. But it's like, Skeeter, what do you want to play? This. All right, cool. And they get it.
DK or Alchemist.
Yeah, because you've got to ban so many other heroes. It's almost impossible.
It was a textbook performance out of them, and it's encouraging to see that Falcons have not missed a beat since Wallachia or since Belgrade, and they're proving that they can make it to yet another grand final here in DreamLeague Season 24. But before we get to that, let's take a look at our Acer Predator head-to-head for this game number 2.
Thanks, Neil, for the Acer Predator head-to-head. I was looking at these offlane heroes. That Green Viper hero. It got banned in the first phase in the first game. Second game, they picked it the second overall pick. And look at this beautiful KDA. 8-1-12, Malik 4-4-2. Keep in mind, Malik did start the game 3-0. He was having a good game on the Beastmaster, but the Viper impact was huge because he won his lane in a big way. Net worth advantage was also there. His items were pretty defensive in nature. He went Hurricane Pike, he went Lincolns, he went Manta on the Viper, and it definitely helped to keep him alive and allow him to do damage. He did a lot of tower damage as well in the end once he picked up the shard. Ended up doing 8,300 tower damage. So one good thing about Viper is he does help you clean the game up. But look at this laning stage. The fissure block on the Shadow Fiend, forcing fights to the death. Another fissure block. It's just a lot of extra damage that Viper has in the laning stage due to that shard. So allowing his being able to force your opponents to fight you is really the magic here that ends up happening. Look at this. He's fighting 2 heroes basically, and they feel the need to run away from him here. A little bit of a miss stun there by Hoodwink. But yeah, just really good laning. And watch, this is the best play that he made the entire game here. He tanked all the stuns, and this allowed them to actually kill Malik for the first time. So that was very, very important. But as a whole, great offlane performance from both players. But for the winning team, it was only going to get better as the game continued.
Thank you very much, Purge. Textbook performance from Viper, as all of Falcons are very much in their comfort zone right now. And as a result, we get a chance to speak to Snaking. Snaking, congratulations on yet another grand final. I won't take too much of your time because I know you need to prepare for it, but a lot of our conversation on this panel has been revolving around AUI and how he has now come back to the team. But I want to know, what was the experience like of having the training wheels off, I suppose, for basically a week and a half? Did you find it to be rewarding or stressful?
I think it was definitely been a stressful period this past couple weeks in DreamLeague. I think mostly because we've been on the road for so long for the past whole month and a half. We've been boot camping, playing tournaments nonstop, haven't really had a break since the beginning of Wallachia. So I think the team is definitely at a stage where I think burnt out is definitely something that's happening. Like, people are getting tired, and I think we can get more easily annoyed at each other, and I think these things are just bound to happen, and it will definitely impact gameplay and results and communication. But I think having Aoi back is like kind of breath of fresh air, because we've been just talking us five for the past 2 weeks, and then now he's back. He has some ideas to share. We can vent with him a little bit here and there, and I'm sure it just lifts everyone's mood.
Nice. I'm glad to hear that. Overall, did he grade your performance of flying solo for the past week and a half? Was he satisfied, impressed, or he's like, you still got some work to do, Snay?
I mean, he was happy to hear that our team wasn't doing as well without him. He felt like his job security was intact. So I think it's a good thing for him that we weren't doing as well. So I'm sure he was happy.
Although it seems like you don't need his advice if you just want to keep doing work on Enchantress. Did you hear about how you're doing numbers on your Enchantress win streak right now?
Yeah, I heard about the stats. I didn't really notice it until you guys mentioned it. So it was just a surprise to me as well, because I'm just playing the game, not really thinking about it.
Well, whatever the case, you're making it look very, very good. I'm going to pass you on over to Purge, who's got some questions as well.
Hey, Snaking. So is there pressure on you when you pick Enchantress now that you're worried about losing your 20 streak?
There's not pressure whether if I pick Enchantress I'll lose my streak or not. I think it's just focusing on each individual game. I think if the streak is gone, it's gone. It was a good run. 20 straight wins in competitive nowadays is kind of unheard of, because I think Quinn's record of 29, no flame, but he was slaying all the NA stacks with his Void Spirit back in the COVID days. So I'm gonna call him out on that one. It's not real streak. So I think the 20 streak nowadays is probably as good as it gets.
Okay, great. And then you had some variety in your Enchantress facets in the last couple games. I believe yesterday, one of your games, you went the Impetus one. Why did you choose that facet that game?
In that game in particular, we were talking about we needed more damage, and coach was saying how the decrypt is potentially a problem, so it just spellbound gives me more increased cast range to make it easier for me to dispel the glimmer capes and the decrypt. So I think it just ended up being better for the game, because I just need to understand what my role in that game was on Enchantress.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks for answering my questions.
Your hard work has already paid off in terms of what your goal was, I suppose, for DreamLeague, which was make it top 4. You can sit back and relax for Bangkok qualifiers. But surely now that you're in spitting distance of grand finals, you're just as eager to take another trophy and add it to your name. How have you felt about BetBoom team? Were you expecting them to be this dominant throughout this DreamLeague, or it's even taking you by surprise?
It's definitely taken us by surprise. I think all the Russian teams at this event have done really well, especially in the second stage. And the most impressive, obviously, being BetBoom. I think they've really leveled up in the second stage, and Pure has been playing really well, and they have good drafts and understanding what each other's roles are. So I'm excited to play this grand finals.
Well, so far you've slain every other Eastern European team in this playoff. Parivision on the hit list, Spirit on the hit list, and now it seems like BetBoom's next on the list. Snaking, congratulations on another fantastic performance, and enjoy your rest regardless of the outcome of this grand final.
Thank you. Have a nice day, guys. Enjoy the grand finals.
Enjoy the preparation as well, because they need to brace themselves for a BetBoom team. But that's all in competitive, professional captains mode Dota. There are other concerns that have been happening in the world of pubs, and we took a deep dive to find out the story about Double Downs.
Hello, don't get up. No, don't get up. Why have I been dragged here this evening at such an uncommon hour? I understand we have something the problem. What are we looking at here?
Yes, sir. So we've been made aware of a really big MMR issue.
Losing too many games again, Kev.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's not the point. It's a lot bigger than just my matches.
We've done some analysis, and there appears to be a problem with the matchmaking system.
Talking about who formulated this analysis? Was it you?
No, sir.
Well, and who was it?
It was me, sir.
Rupert? You made the analysis?
I can explain the analysis, sir.
No, I want to hear it straight from the Centaur's mouth. And Rupert, please explain it to me as you would a Herald player.
Well, sir, the value of MMR is going down.
Going down? What do you mean going down?
In circulation. People just have too much MMR.
Isn't the bulk of this company's holdings in MMR?
Yes, sir. 80% of our assets are in MMR futures.
With our current projections, we've got maybe 2 to 3 weeks before the entire system collapses. We won't make it to the next Crownfall update.
We think it's the Herald players, sir. They lose so many matches that they get down to 0 MMR, and they can't lose any more MMR.
My God.
And it's not just the Heralds. Mr. Canavan has 10k MMR himself.
How did you manage to hit 10k MMR? Well, after we queued together and got put on separate teams, I told Kev to try his Battle Fury Lion build, and I used my double down token.
It works sometimes.
The MMR is trickling upwards. There's massive inflation going on. See, normally in a Dota game, 5 players lose, 5 players win. It's an equivalent exchange. But when a winner uses a double down token, they create MMR out of thin air.
An MMR bubble, eh? At this point, Paparazzi is 16,000 MMR. Does anyone know why I make the big bucks? Because I complain about MMR on Twitter more than anyone else, but I don't really know what I'm talking about, so please tell me, what can we do about this? We dump our holdings today. Can we even do that, Kev?
Yeah, but at what cost? It would cause catastrophic losses.
I don't think you understand what Rupert here has just said.
Do you?
Do you? This is it. I'm telling you, this is it. If I made you, how would you do it?
Well, you start off dumping the subprime accounts, the lowest value ones, the toxic players, the Heralds, the North Americans.
Then you go in waves, going up to the Guardian accounts next, because they're going to be Herald soon enough anyways.
But if we do this, it could kill matchmaking for years.
I don't see any other choice. We'll have to pay.
This means losing your account too, sir.
There's always deadlock.
The market was collapsing, and we're out here trying to pick up the pieces of what's left. Did we make it to the next Crownfall update, sir?
Well, we're all still here.
We are.
So yes, I suppose we did. I thought my favorite part of the Snaking interview was him saying that without Owie there, they'd kind of been bickering and arguing, and then Daddy came home and essentially sorted it all out. I can relate to that very much.
Do you know why AUI makes the big bucks around here?
We do.
We do.
He's a great drafter, but yes. Yeah, having to settle arguments, you know, she said this, he said that, is that's part of being a coach and a parent, I would suggest.
It's wild to watch the drafts too, and they just look so clear and obvious. It's like, oh, of course they would pick this hero here. But there's so much work and brain power and the ability to hold all these different thoughts in your head and sift through all the garbage. You know, the bad analysts.
Of course, the subprime analysts.
The subprime analysts, their bad advice. You have to get through that, and then all of a sudden you have a magical draft, and it just justifies the whole thing, because then you have a 2-0 like that, where it was like, oh, that just looked like a group stage game, not like the second best team of the tournament just smashing the third best.
Yeah.
I have nothing to add, other than the fact that I think their leadership was a bit better than ours in the skit there, Ted.
Yes, I didn't really know what I was doing in that skit.
What was the inspiration? You had said that you had, was it Margin Call or The Big
Short? There's a film called Margin Call.
Yeah.
There's a scene with Jeremy Irons, I think it is, and a couple of other actors, and it's basically the company is collapsing, and they've realized they've run this projection, and they're going to be out of, like, their position is greater than the market cap of the entire company if they can't get it off their books, and they start selling that next morning before everyone else has figured it out. And so we just adapted the script.
The bulk of our holdings were in MMR.
Exactly. The bulk of their holdings were in mortgage-backed securities or something. So yeah,
similar.
We have
same deal.
We've already shedded off the North American accounts in DreamLeague in Group Stage 1. That was the first wave.
They're gone.
So they're gone.
They're gone.
Mm-hmm. Second wave, Western European accounts were taken off the books, and now it seems in this third wave of playoffs, all the Eastern European teams are falling.
Yeah, MENA region reigns supreme.
The Meswa region now.
Oh, sorry.
Meswa region, Middle East, Southwest Asia.
We may have lost some toxic players as well. You never know. Some of these up and coming players, I hear they're not the nicest in their pub games. Them losing, that's just the
Mars a gentleman.
That's just the market at work, guys. That's all that is. Just the market at play.
That's right. The invisible hand is guiding us all right now.
Bless him. Bless the economy.
Right now, the invisible hand has to take some time to prepare because the Falcons just played their lower bracket final, but they need to gather their bearings, talk to AUI, see what he has to say all the way in Canada. And so we have a little bit of time to play some games. So we're going to go to a break, and when we return, we're going to join the PogChamp Pandas to play a little game.
all the knobs.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Do it now, baby.
Welcome back, friends, to a little bit of time before grand finals. Falcons are getting their bearings and preparing for a BetBoom team, which means that we have some time to entertain. Now, earlier, you've been seeing a lot of the morning shift playing charades.
Yeah, they get all the fun.
They get all the fun. We do all the business.
Well, now we're the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Take
did-
that morning shift.
We
you
took care of our
bastards.
business meeting, as you saw from the skit that we did, and now we're ready to have some fun. So, one of the games that the first shift has been playing has been charades, and we decided to up the ante a little bit.
We're playing for money.
We're playing what?
No, what are we doing?
We're
The MMR futures.
MMR futures. No, we're incorporating the PogChamp Pandas into our charades, because what we're gonna do is each of these cards contains the title of a song. The responsibility of each of us is to try to act out the song, and if you guys can't get it, then we're gonna start adding some instruments into the mix. So every single one of these cards is the title of the song. I will go first, and I'll try to act it out for you guys.
Do these guys, do the pandas, do you know the
Pandas
song?
know the songs.
Play all the songs, man.
No, I mean, do you know which songs are...
Oh.
I know. Okay. Yeah.
All right. I don't remember. Like, did they do like this many words or anything like that? And like, I don't remember what the first shift was doing. How many hints do you guys want?
We make our own fucking rules here, Neil. all
Tell
right?
me
You
then.
do what you want.
I do what
Tell
I
us
want.
how many words, and you can give us syllables if you want, and you can say whether it's a book or a whatever.
Don't you just do like first word, second word?
Yeah, you tell us. So it's 4 words.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what are you acting out now? The second word.
Is this the first word? No, that's he's smoking a cigarette. That's not
smoke.
second word.
Yes, smoke. Yeah.
First word, smoke. Smoke
Is
on the
this
water.
smoke on the water?
Smoke on the water. Let's hear it.
Piece of cake. You guys know the rules of this game quite well. All right. Who's our second contestant then?
Kev.
Purge.
I like the
Step up to the
enthusiasm.
plate. Get your card. And do a little acting for us.
That's Deep Purple, isn't it? Smoke on the water. I think that's
Deep Purple, that is correct.
Okay.
How many words? 4 words. Okay.
I regret telling you that it was 4. I'm just.
Oh, we made it
for the
too easy?
Yeah, because as soon as he said as soon as I saw smoke, I was like, oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, I know what it is.
All right, I mean, we can get rid of the
Next time
words.
I'm just gonna be like first word. Okay.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Smell.
Odor. Smells like Teen Spirit.
Whoa!
Wow. I'll calm down a little bit.
Okay, let's not do words now.
Okay.
Did you just do it worse?
I'll do it really bad.
I mean, he just may be the best at guessing. Now
That's
we're
true,
totally
that's
screwed.
true.
Okay.
We'll blame
all right.
him though.
I'll say
First word. No.
No.
None. Second word.
No fear. Fourth word. Don't fear the Reaper.
Bam!
Oh, I didn't know that one. That was good.
I'm not very good at
There it is.
this. Okay.
I wouldn't have gotten that one. I don't think.
Oh, I had to face this way. Okay.
Please, you're
could just-
performing for us.
Step.
Step. Sun.
Sky.
Open.
Halo.
Stairway to Heaven.
Who is this dude?
It's the perfect age for this game.
We have a fair amount of time before we get to our
Sorry.
grand final stat.
All right, Ted. Next time, just be like, I know it. And like, give
Okay,
us,
all right.
Let us struggle
Yeah,
for
sorry.
20 seconds.
I get very excited. I love quizzes.
We're definitely getting carried
Okay.
right now.
Maybe we should have done teams.
You'd be dumpstered.
All of us against Perry.
I think. All right. I think this one's gonna be hard.
Okay. But easy for you to act. Let's see.
Okay.
First word. Lightning. Shock.
Struck.
Hammer. Thunderstruck.
That's right.
Maybe we should just make Period act out all of them.
Absolute banger.
Why are we robbing the pandas of airtime? We're doing like 10 seconds of each snippet. Let's let them rock it out.
How about if I act a couple out and you guys can chill and guess?
Let's see it.
Why did you say struck, by the way? When he said lightning. You said struck, and I was like, what the?
Well, because it
That's
looked
my
like
next-
struck by.
Oh, I was like, that's my second word. How did he know?
Okay.
Make it tricky for us.
I'm
Dad.
going to make it difficult.
Make it tricky.
Okay.
Dog.
He's an animal.
Bear.
Rabbit. Rabies.
Snake.
Oh, we got sound. That was
A
a cat.
four-legged snake, Brian.
What else hisses?
He's not slithering.
What else hisses?
It's a cat. Or a tiger. Oh, Eye of the Tiger?
Yeah!
Oh, well played. Let's hear it, pandas. Do a training montage, Dad.
Right, I'm going to put some Owen into the...
There we go. The swagger.
Ted, no one saw your training.
Good.
The whole time.
He was doing some stairways.
I was doing some old people training. Shall I go again?
Go again.
You sure?
I think we need to be at a handicap. You're too good.
All right, I can try doing one move.
Okay.
And see if you guys get it from that.
Ooh.
But I might hurt myself.
Sounds great.
We love a challenge. It's a win-win situation.
All right, trying to think of an easy way to do this. I don't know if I could cheat this a little bit. If I did it like
I mean, if you're going for one action, use all the assets you need.
Okay, I'll try this.
What? It's a.
The pandas know what he's doing.
They never saw, but I don't want to hurt myself.
What's that? All right.
He's tipping?
There's that Alien Ant Farm cover of a Michael Jackson song. Which
Smooth
one is it?
Criminal?
Yeah! Someone else take a turn.
Pat, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Brian? We've been struck by
an old criminal. A bold criminal.
A bold criminal.
A smooth-headed criminal.
I'm trying to think of a way to I could easily do this one, but I don't want to.
You want to make it tricky?
Make it challenging.
I'm trying to make it tricky.
We're
Give me a
burning through these. Let's savor it.
second.
This is our last day with the pandas. I want to hear them in all their glory.
Turn around while you think, so that everyone can look at you.
Is this the way I'm supposed to turn?
Yeah, that works too. Thank you. Much better.
Let's get a long shot of Brian thinking.
That was a very clever way
Well,
to
the thing is,
do
I
one
could do
move.
this one so easily, but I don't know a way to do it other than that. Well, no, there's like an obvious way to do it.
Do the difficult way, Brian.
I can't think of a difficult way. That's
Is it multiple words?
Kind of.
Kind of.
Like.
I don't want to give too much away.
Just do it.
I'll just do my simple way.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Countdown?
The
final countdown.
There's no like signature dance move with that one, right?
For the final
We're
countdown.
leaving
Okay, I was like-
together. Okay, let's think. What's the most challenging way I can do this?
Naked.
Would be challenging. Okay. If only there were more props around here because, wait, is there one? No. Okay, fine, whatever. You ready?
Yes. Saturday Night Fever.
Floss.
What other?
These are dances.
Dancing at the Disco?
Dancing at the Disco.
Is that the song name or is it something else?
Putting a crown on?
Dancing Queen.
Oh.
Ted loses.
I don't know, Apple.
I think I thought Panic at the Disco and then dancing at the same time. Because he was doing disco moves, so I was like... Like find a crown and then go dancing?
I was going to enjoy this a little bit longer. I was going to look for a Swedish flag and maybe do like an ABBA hint.
I don't want to get deported, so I won't say what.
Fair enough.
Okay, I got the last one.
That's not quite my wheelhouse.
Gotcha.
Should I make this up as... I feel like once you know the first word, it's over for a lot of these songs. It's very, very
That's
common.
true.
Okay.
He's sick. He's tired. Crying.
Okay, what if I do this differently?
Baby? Sick, tired baby?
Justin Bieber, baby?
Ted?
Baby protest song.
That's it! He got it! Oh my god. Okay, how can I do this easier?
Baby Shark?
Do.
Okay.
Pregnant?
Birth
of a shark.
Is this the Lion King or something?
I don't think it's that hard. Oh my god. All right.
Birth? In the ground? Birth cheer salute. Birth cheer salute.
The birthday song. Happy birthday.
All right.
Birth. Pregnant. Baby. Afterbirth. Placenta. In utero.
No.
That is a song.
It is a song. That is true.
Belly.
Nirvana.
Stomach. Womb. Umbilical cord.
Brian, I'm not hearing anything coming out of you.
I have no new guesses.
Lay down on the ground here. This is gonna I'm trying to break my pecs.
Oh my god. Giving birth. Labor. Labor of love.
Baby got back.
Labor. Birth. Laybirth.
Baby.
Newborn.
Pillow. Pillow talk.
I'm ready to give up.
All right.
Do you want me to look
Y'all
at it and
suck.
try?
Yes,
All right,
let Brian.
Brian, take a run.
I want to see what he's having trouble with.
I'm having trouble. That's me.
fault,
Yeah, that's me. It's definitely my fault. Go ahead, Brian. Take that one.
Oh.
All right, Brian, let's see what you got.
That's a good reaction.
Don't just do
it
the
over
same
there.
shit,
Do
all
it
right?
over
Go
there.
over there. Do something
Okay,
different.
I gotta copy some of it.
All right.
No.
Do you need help?
Find your own way to mime placenta.
A great song title.
Okay, that's a good problem that
You
he's
need to
having.
turn around.
Brian, come here in front of the pandas and face us. No, keep going. Away. Now turn.
Do a little
Stop.
spin for me.
Stop. Perfect.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
Okay.
That's great. Hang on. Yes.
Okay.
Doing this again. Waters breaking.
Oh my god. Oh, I know the answer.
I bet you do.
Waters breaking over saluting men. When the levee breaks. I don't know.
All along the watchtower.
Cowboys.
Lasso.
Cowboys? Proud Cowboys. Cowboy pride. Proud pregnant Cowboys. Pregnant cowboy. Birth of a cowboy. Birth of a proud pregnant cowboy.
Okay, I have one layer. So technically, I also know the answer to this one because I saw the end. So that's why I have not been helping. So each of us are going to act out. You are going to do the first word, and
What do you
Brian can do the second word, or I'll help Brian do this, the other word.
You do the first word. I'm going to get this.
He's going to get this.
We've got time, luckily.
Okay.
What do you have that's not?
Oh, clever.
Born. Birth. Born again. Born to run. Born to be free. Born like a cow. Born pregnant cowboy. Born again cowboys. Flag waving. Patriots. American. Born American. Born to be an American. Born in America. Coming to America.
Do you really not know? Are you fucking with us? Are you have to
I give up.
You really don't know?
I give up.
What's the synonym for America?
Oh my.
America. USA. Born in the USA. Okay. It's one of my favorite songs.
I'm glad we had some trouble for taking 10 securities.
Big Springsteen fan, Ted?
I am a massive Bruce fan. I love The Boss, and that is one of my favorite songs. So.
You sure didn't look that way.
Well, your performance left something to be.
How many other ways could he have possibly mimed out Born?
He kept going, when I said things like
Because you were right.
And placenta. He was like, oh, you're close. I was like, oh, shit.
All right, well, let me try a guessing game that you guys had a little bit more success on, because you may recall that we had played Guess the Discord Avatar.
Oh, this was good.
With a few of the teams. Now, if you missed out on that segment, I'll explain it to you. It's pretty simple. We have 5 Discord avatars and 5 players, and you can learn a lot about players just by seeing the pictures that they choose or don't choose. Sometimes it's a default avatar for their representation. So let's pull up our last 2 teams that we didn't get a chance to go through. We got Pike, Dark Mago, Sacred, Matthew, and Yodomi. Tell me about Waska's avatars.
I think the guy with the white hair has to be Sacred, right? On the left, because he's basically modeled his hair after that lad.
You think so?
Yeah.
That's a little bit too close, yeah. I agree with that.
So which one?
Left to middle. So the far left one to Sacred, please.
Okay.
We don't see it up here. That's fine.
Oh,
okay, now
there we
there's
go.
Earth Spirit. Any Earth Spirit players?
Earth Spirit's either mid or it's either Matthew or Dark Mago. Because that's the Earth Spirit roles.
That Earth Spirit looks kind of weary, the way support players often feel. You know, they're like, ugh.
Hard day at work rolling.
Yeah.
Bro, I got no idea.
I feel like Matthew would be the most likely to be the
the dog picture out of all of them.
You think so?
What's that supposed to mean, Brian?
I'm saying that like he seems like the goofiest one out of all of them, and that picture's kind of goofy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The far
sure.
right one goes to Matthew.
Okay.
I think the anime girl is Pike, if I'm being honest.
I'll be honest, I agree with that.
Anime girl
players
Pike.
are
And
anime
I
specialists.
Think, the Earth Spirit
Would be Dark Mago then,
goes to
right?
Dark Mago, and the monkey goes to Yodomi. This is what we've got.
monkey's
Also,
got a-
that is the kind of pattern that people in graphics love.
It is quite
beautiful looking
symmetrical.
pattern.
It feels good. All right, so we got anime guy in body armor going to Sacred. We got monkey eating chocolate going to Yodomi. Anime girl going to Pike. Weary Earth Spirit going to Dark Mago. And the dog ascending to heaven is Matthew.
Yes.
We're
Let's
happy.
lock it in then. Computer, please reveal the correct answers.
Oh, no.
Got every single one wrong.
That's the first time we messed up all 5.
Impressive. The very last one we did, you guys got all Spirit correct. This one, you got all of Waska wrong.
Okay, so Sacred's hair is modeled after Yodomi's picture. Oh, that's a nice looking pattern, though.
You were
Nice
right with the
graphics.
Matthew Earth Spirit possibility there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where we went wrong. We've
Yeah.
gotten it right if not for that. Totally.
Pike is ascending to heaven.
See what I'm saying about the patterns? Don't metagame it too much, but it's just a pattern. So we can just figure out a pattern and do that.
We have not had all 5 straight down yet.
No, we haven't. They're working up to that.
Ooh, that's too obvious. They wouldn't do that to us.
Oh, they
I don't
would
think.
because it is obvious, Kevin. It's called mind games.
All right, then.
Planting the
All
word
right,
on
next.
the clip.
Let's see the final team that we didn't get a chance to cover. It's Nightfall, Lornoff, 33, Soxa, and Whitemon, the Tundra Boys.
How confident are we that 33 is, or possibly Saxa, is a default Discord profile?
Ooh, I think it's Lornoff, actually.
Really?
Don't you? I feel like Soxa is a likely culprit also, though. I
Yeah.
would agree. But I'd
feel
say
like-
it's Lornoff or Soxa.
I feel like Nightfall's the girl, the black and white girl.
The one with the hat?
Yeah.
Black and white anime picture to Nightfall, please.
Black and white anime picture
Always for the
to
carry
Nightfall.
players. Yeah.
I can lock that in for you.
The default, I agree with you. It's either Lornoff or Sox.
Is that Whitemon in the picture with
I
23
think-
Savage? Because it's definitely 23
That doesn't
Savage.
look like white. It looks like it's him.
I think
yeah.
the top
can't tell.
left
Okay,
is...
top left is
Top left
Whitemon.
is Whitemon.
Yeah, that's Whitemon.
You know, that makes me think that the panda is Nightfall. And then
Oh.
that girl with the hat is Lornoff. Default is Saxa. And then the one above 33 is 33.
Why do you think the panda is Nightfall?
Because then it would be a nice pattern. And I know what they're
Nah,
like.
you know
Stop
what?
metagaming, Ted.
I can't handle that. All right, Romanian anime girl 3-3. Am I crazy? Is he the most likely?
The middle one straight down.
Middle one straight
Straight
down.
down. Default Discord is Lornoff. Panda is Saxa.
Yeah, that's what
Not a very nice looking pattern,
what I'm
but I
thinking.
agree.
Default Discord is Lornoff. Panda is Soxa.
It's an ugly pattern.
What the hell have you guys created?
I don't like it, but we're going to run with it.
All right, locking it in, friends.
Yeah, I think so.
It's totally wrong.
Not confident, but
No.
Lock it in. Computer, please reveal the right avatars.
we got Soxa.
We got the bear and Whitemon.
Good job.
3-3's default. There's a
God, the carry players are the anime. We're just choosing the wrong one.
Dude, I told you, 33 is a default Discord. He's going to be like, I don't mess around with all that. I've got games to play.
I don't know a character that is from any anime.
yeah.
So
I don't either.
hard to know the vibe.
Well,
I think your
right.
reads on carry players have been off because we also didn't get Pure. Pure was Tommy Shelby, remember?
Yeah,
And
he was our second choice though. We were
That's
close.
true.
This one was
Well,
hard.
it was an anime picture. I just thought he'd be more of the like doom and gloom. That seems like a happy person.
We got 2 out of 5 though. That's not bad.
Yes, but one of them was literally Whitemon in the picture.
Okay, so we guessed 1 out of the 4 correctly. All right. Yeah.
That's respectable.
Soxa does give giant panda energy, so I suppose that was a pretty good one as well.
We did better yesterday.
You did.
For people who only tuned in today, go watch
We did
yesterday.
better yesterday.
At the end. Just at the end.
Overall, a impressive performance from all of my analyst friends, and as a result, our time here at DreamLeague Season 24 is coming to an end because Shiver's Shift will be taking over. Any closing thoughts on your DreamLeague Season 24 experience, Brian?
I really enjoyed the development of the meta over the course of this tournament, and it felt like so obvious that the teams that were taking it like a layer or two deeper, specifically the 2 teams in the finals, BB Team and Falcons, are the ones here for a reason. And it just shows you can't just follow the grain and make it all the way to the end. So that's my takeaway from this event.
I'm just glad that I got to mime giving birth on stream. That was the highlight of the event for me. And yeah, I'm glad that Ted crashed and burned despite looking so spectacular at the start of the game.
Got one wrong.
Ted, thoughts on your Dream League Season 24 experience?
I had a ton of fun.
Yeah?
It was great. Working with these lads was terrific, as usual, working with you, of course. But it's like, to mix it up, last time it was Lacoste and Kezu and you and me. This time, different group, you know, Mira, Brian, Kev. So it was nice to mix that up. Yeah, I just had a ton of fun. Some really good games. What?
You said Kev.
I said you twice.
There's something I remembered that I wanted to say.
Oh.
I had a really good time making this skit with you guys, genuinely.
Oh, yeah, that was fun.
We had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It was very fun.
Yeah,
So,
it was.
Glad you guys liked it.
It was really good, and the games, I think, especially as the tournament's gone on and the good teams have been sifted out. You know, the quality of the Dotes has been phenomenal. We had some terrific series. So yeah, really, really happy.
Post-TI Dota has been a real treat, and it's been a pleasure working with all of you and all the unsung heroes who have been putting on this show. But now we have to get ready for the grand finale, my friends. It's BetBoom team taking on Team Falcons for the grand final of Dream League Season 24.
You're jamming with the hottest disc jockey.
You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now the emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars, always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart.
Keeping booties on the dance floor. You're partying with DJ Roddy P.
Just wanna get away with you. Nobody gonna be breaking up with you. Could come between a love so true. We could write our story, baby. We got proof. Talk about fun, they're talking about us. Talk about fate, didn't write that dust. I'm living each day, and it's thanks to you. Tell them we won't let no haters trouble what we do. 'Cause you, only you, you're the wings of life, wanna fly with you. You're the shining light, wanna dance the groove. Only you, you're the wonderful, the got it all, the one I choose. Gave it up, I thought we were crazy. I called you baby, I called you baby. Moving along, honey, you're the greatest. Now I'm gonna stay forever lucky. Don't believe it? Well, guess what, boy, it's true. Can you feel it? Look what lovers do. Birds all over town, on the streets they're hanging out. The music you play, they're dancing away. Everybody wants to get down.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
We've had 2 weeks where we've been treated to the best Dota that DreamLeague can offer, and now it is going to come to an end. We have 2 teams remaining, and only one will take home the championship of this first stop for the ESL Pro Tour. Who will take the lion's share of the points? Who will claim victory? It's going to be either Falcons or BetBoom. Let's find out. Miss opening the show like this. Oh, this energy delivering every time we start our series from the Park Jam Pandas. I'm definitely gonna miss that. How about you, Jenkins?
Is this the last DreamLeague?
No, but
announcing this is the end of DreamLeague, ladies and gentlemen. Just kidding. We'll be here.
Well, it is the end of this.
It is the end.
It is the end of this DreamLeague.
Season 24 will come
Season
to
24.
an end. Yeah. Yeah, how are you doing with that in mind?
I'm great. We got a rematch for our final series, our grand finals. And we saw the boys on BetBoom, like they're actually down for this.
Yes.
They want to play against Falcons. And it's Falcons, sorry to get into the Dota so quickly. It's Falcons at full power. They have Aoi, who a lot of people in the community say is a grifter. I don't agree. I think Aoi absolutely makes this team flourish, and they look incredibly strong. So I'm super excited to see the series today.
Who the hell says Aui's a grifter?
No, nobody.
There he is.
There he is.
There he is. There he is.
My man, Curtis.
Any other pictures you want to bring up, Jenkins?
No,
this is your final chance.
That's good.
It's your final chance.
Put demon horns on him.
No.
We'll get demon horns on Aoi.
No.
There might be an Arkosh picture actually with him and his demon horns.
I think that will be very hard to do. That's no. But it's nice to go out with the final request, you know? That's all good. How are we doing on the other side over there, Fogged?
Good. I'm just
Final
looking
day?
how dapper all of you look. Jenkins is decked out as well too. He looks great. Very excited for the finals though.
Yeah.
Super exciting games.
Decked out next to you as well, Owen, with the tie for finals.
Yeah, I put tie on. It's grand finals in it.
Yep.
Best of 5. Got to be fancy. Got to be on best behaviour. So, you know, thought we'd give the series the justice it deserves.
Mm-hmm.
Very
yeah,
good.
it makes one of you that's doing that.
What?
No, it's all good. Going into this final series that we have here, Fogg, were you expecting it? I guess you were expecting it to be Falcons.
Yeah.
Which team did you think that they would be up against? Would it be BetBoom?
Yeah, I think right after the first couple days.
Not even, okay, after the first couple days.
Yeah, right
But
at the start, maybe I was thinking Paravision could do something, but quickly I think they got figured out, and then BetBoom just has looked the strongest, actually.
Yeah.
Even in comparison to Falcons, I think BetBoom had more dominant performances until Aoi returned, and now, I mean, who knows what's going to happen.
That's the question I want to pose. Can Aoi figure out BetBoom? Is he smart enough? Is he truly the mad genius everybody thinks that he is? Because this BetBoom, the way they draft, Owen, it's spooky.
It is. It is. They've got to be one of the teams that's been not only willing to be flexible, but also succeeding with the flexibility. You know, they will turn up with these heroes such as their Magnuses and earlier in the tournament also like the Dawnbreakers, right? That we had that in a few different roles.
Morphling mid.
Morphling is the one that's kind of come out towards the end of the tournament. So yeah, I think if anything, you know, Aoi was probably watching the games and on his break, and this sort of made him want to come back. You know, he saw what BetBoom was doing,
early.
and he's like, oh, finally a challenge in the drafting room for me. So yeah, I think he's looking forward to this one.
But they don't really play the morph. That's what's really interesting. So I don't think that one's even going to make it for BetBoom. I don't want to go all the way into all the little picks and everything.
What is in you? What is in? You don't think they'll
Falcons doesn't really play it, so I feel like they're just going to get rid of it if they don't want to
Okay.
deal with it, right? Because
First phase. That's
they
fair.
literally
Well,
never
early
play
on.
it for Skitter. It's available half the time, and Skitter's like, nope, not playing it. Don't
I
want
bet
to.
Mark
so.
can play a good offlane morph. You used to do offlane morph.
It's good. It's good.
It's not good.
It is good. People said the same thing about mid morph. It's not good until somebody does it.
I'm calling it out. We could see an offlane morph this series.
Okay.
I'm
calling out.
When it happens, I want some credit.
I think we're going to see an offlane Slark this series.
Ooh, that might be a thing. But we are not here to get very much into the nitty-gritty of the Dota. We got specialist panel where we had to later. We are going to get a little bit into the points that the teams can get off of this series because both of these teams have been on top of their group, BetBoom in group stage 2 and Falcons in group stage 1. So they will get 300 extra points on top of points that they'll secure just by placement alone, Owen.
Yeah, it's so we will get to hopefully see at the end of the tournament exactly like how many points all the teams are going to be taken away. And as you say, yeah, you come first. You're not only getting the 3,000 points if you're one of these two teams. You're going to get that little bonus on top of it as well. So a lot of points being given out already in this first season. And some of the teams that didn't make it to this final day still going to have some stuff to take home from decent placements in other positions in the group stages.
I have a bit of a random question, but do we know for future tournaments for ESL, will this also be happening where they have extra points based off of the group stages as well?
I believe for DreamLeagues, yes.
It probably depends on the formats, right? Because for DreamLeagues,
the lands though.
Well, the thing, even with DreamLeagues, right, we have two different formats. We have this longer format, or we have the shorter format. So it might be slightly different for the shorter one.
But that could be even more important now because these extra points, we always mention it's very close toward the end of it. These extra 300 points could just be the thing that inches them over another team if they do worse later on. So it's like
big stuff.
This one's really important that you get those first.
So I think, as you said, some of the teams coming into this one, well, I imagine they read the rule books, they knew what was going on with the point allocation. But at least some of the fans, I think they weren't aware of this kind of group stage point allocation, so they felt that there were games that didn't really count. But you got to, they do count. Later down the line, we will be looking back at those games and be like, wow, that, group
5
stage
points
1
off.
of the 2024 Dream League, it mattered a lot.
Exactly.
Because if they got on top
Every
of the
year.
groups, they would have maybe made it into the Esports World Cup. So it does matter, the group stage games.
Yeah, no, it is very, very important to get these points. Also, just to be top 4 here, I just want to reiterate an interview that we had with Crit at the very start of group stage 1. He's like, yeah, we're really trying really hard because our goal is not to have to play qualifiers, which is big because it allows you to get a little bit of a break between now and ESL 1 Bangkok.
Yeah, it's super important. You'll be able to just watch the teams, see what the meta diverse is. You'll be able to practice anyway, but without any stress. You'll be able to just practice without having to worry about, oh my god, we need to win. You can just watch the games, look at the teams, be like, oh, these heroes are good. We can test them. We're also going to be scrimming versus these teams, but yeah, it's just no stress coming into the future.
No stress coming into the future, but that will start tomorrow.
Yeah.
That will start tomorrow. Maybe there's a little bit of added stress because we are ready to be talking more about our upcoming series. You want to get any bold predictions out? If you were to call it, Owen, Falcons, BetBoom?
I mean, I feel like from everything we've seen from Falcons, the thing I think a lot of people are scared of happening, unless you're a big Falcons fan, is that we're going to get 3 40-minute slow Falcon stomps.
Okay.
So that I think that
where
could happen.
They've won at 15 minutes, but then it lasts 25.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's I think sort of what some people are going to be expecting.
Your prediction.
Sure, I'll take it as mine.
What's Fog's prediction?
Oh man, if Aoi wasn't here, I would have probably said maybe 3-1 BetBoom. But now I don't know. Maybe I'll still do that, but I'm going to go the distance. I'll say 3-2 BetBoom.
I hope so. I hope we get the 5.
I love hearing you guys' opinion about what's going to happen. We're going to get some more opinions in because let's get started with Falcons versus BetBoom. For that, we move to the Smart People table as we got ourselves Effie, Lacoste, and Kezu joining us for this grand finals here. We got 1 best of 5, 2 teams, a lot of points on the line. Kezu, I just want to get it from you. What have you got for us for this series? What should we look out for?
Okay, what should we look out for? I've got some clips for BetBoom.
Okay.
The Falcons we will get into later just with, some talking, but BetBoom, they've got some clips because they do some very, very, very good stuff. So, System Computer 32, let's start here. Clip 1. This is a mid player, Mr. Kiyotaka. First of all, he drops his own observer ward when he moves aggressively. This I like a lot. And there's a lot of steps that go into this play. So he goes bottom, Pure pushes the wave. In the top lane, they like stack and pull. They stack the Ancients, double Ancients take their own Wisdom Rune. But all of this, Kiyotaka, he's aggressively on his rune. And this play doesn't work if Pure doesn't push out the wave. He runs over here. They use the Requiem. And they actually, at the 7-minute mark, they get the double Wisdom Rune. And they activate like every single hero that they have to end up going for this play where, you know, yeah, they get some more XP. They kill a couple heroes. But sometimes people don't think about like, what is the follow-up of all of this? And when we look here, look at all their cooldowns. When these heroes now respawn or the Mars that has no HP, they can't go anywhere back on the map. They have to walk out all the way. Now, the second step of what they do so well is that they only take fights on their terms. So they're hitting Roshan with the Ags, but they have a feeling that maybe Spirit are smoking. So let's not give them this fight where they take us off guard. Instead, they back off. They counter smoke. Like, so again, they make sure that whatever chance you have to beat them, they don't give it to you. So they back off, they smoke. So they're gonna end up killing a nice little Willow, make it look very easy. And now whose Roche is it? Yep, it's there for free. Now, another thing that they do very well is that they always enable their players. Like Save and Miro, you know, we can just see here, it's a sped up clip. You know, he stacks some Ancients. They're abusing the fact that they have the SD, which is a great hero at doing that. So, you know, let's see, is it just some casual Ancient farming? It is for now. So first stack of Ancients gets cleared out. Miro goes to the wave. Other stack of Ancients, of course, it's also ready. Save has done all the work. They immediately send out the smoke. They push the wave. Now they back off and they smoke. So the game is still very even, but immediately they make use of everything that they have. They smoke aggressively, they find Laurel, so the first core hero turns into a second kill. And this is just kind of what they do to like bring themselves like into the game. It's not like one explosive thing, it's like very many small steps. And this, again, is just a fight where they play on their terms. They put Save forward, he has Aethelance and the ward, he has great positioning. Kiyotaka instantly cancels the blink off Laurel with the Slide of Fist. RP back, Requiem, perfect synergy with how they dropped their spells. They couldn't really get anything cancelled on Team Spirit. And this was the BKB reveal from Thematic. And honestly, this is where this entire game just ended. Like, any game I watched from this team, there were so many things I could have watched. Like, I really had to choose what to show, because there's like 30 different great things that these guys do. And these are just some of the things that make them so good.
Well, I love that you did a deep dive in how good BetBoom is. I mean, they are the team to go directly from the upper bracket to the grand finals here. Lacoste, how are you doing? How are you feeling about this grand finals?
I'm doing good. I'm going to do my predictions. Same thing as I said yesterday. I think this is going to be a 3-1 for Bibbidi Bobbidi team. They just looked way too dominant. I mean, this is the team that wants revenge. You did mention, you know, that they played in multiple grand finals. I checked the score throughout the 2024, they have 22 losses and only 7 wins against Falcons. It is a different roster, so they started to get some dubs. They did beat them in the group stage too, but this team looks very scary to play against. They know how to draft. They have this super strong flex with the Morphling and Shadow Fiend when they're playing on the second pick, and they look insane.
They do look insane. Effie, how are you doing this evening?
I'm great. I'm very excited for these grand finals. We haven't had a competitive grand finals in a while, it feels like, at a DreamLeague. So it just kind of feels like it's been Falcons rolling people the last year. This time around, I don't think that will be the case. And honestly, what Fogg said earlier, I agree with. Like, he would have favored BetBoom going into today had Aoi not come back. I think Aoi is a big factor to why Falcons consistently draft so well. And even without him, they were doing fine, but like you really could see the difference between yesterday and all of the other days that they played DreamLeague and drafting. So the Aoi factor, I think, gives Falcons an edge over BetBoom.
Yeah, they have.
Can we load up a picture of Aoi on top of the replay?
No, we cannot. Well, we maybe can, but it is definitely a talking point where we should focus on. But
there it is. Good job, Jenkins.
He's important.
Okay. He's back.
He's really important.
Take it away.
And I think if perhaps they were playing against a different team in the grand finals, maybe he'd be less important. But I think BetBoom has won a lot of their games off of the draft, and the drafts have been won off of these really hard to deal with flexes where they're thinking on, like, you know, they're playing 5D chess when you're still playing checkers, and Aoi's one of the few guys on the planet that is excited by the concept of 5D chess. He's like, give me 6 dimensions, and I'm cool with that, you know, get me in there. So he's back.
And I just feel like Falcons have always been able to adjust their drafting like very quickly when he's been around. And like even if you look at the last series, these two teams played against each other. It was an epic series, by the way, but they ran 2 Bristlebacks and they lost to 2 TAs. And I think going off of that data, I was already gonna have a plan. Like he's concocted a plan on what we're gonna pre-draft for the TA, how we're gonna enable Bristleback, if at all we're gonna run him. So I do think it's gonna look different than last time.
I would imagine it will look a little bit different. There's also just a lot more data now to go off of for these two teams. So if you do want to talk about AY, want to talk about Falcons, let's focus our attention on them because this is a team that has had, 7 grand finals in 2024, which is...
It's okay.
Mad.
It's okay amount.
They won 5 of them. They didn't win every, but they won 5 of them. But Lacoste, that's insane.
It is. This team has been so dominant. They've been so consistent, something that is very difficult to achieve in Dota. I think as a professional team, like you're watching this team. Every single time the patch drops, your heroes are getting nerfed, and they're still finding new ideas how to play the game, and we're seeing some of those new ideas. Still, the map is the same. I've been saying this for quite some time now, that map is the same. They know how to play the map, and they're just switching up the heroes. One of the reasons why they're so good. And with the AUI being back, that also means that their drafting is going to be looking even better.
I mean, like, there's a big reason why they were so good last year and also now. I think that they have probably some of the most skilled players. Like, you have Malrine, you have Amar. Like, it's kind of hard to, I think, call out, like, who the best player is in the team. But Skeeter does a lot, Snaking and Crit, of course, as well. And, like, when you mix this, like, with Aoi, who then, like, helps all the players, like, oh, okay, you want to play this hero? I think it works well with this, but we need to ban this and this type of hero. So I think it will be, like, a very close series. I will also say that this is the strongest BetBoom I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I think if they don't, like, lose one game and then, like implode themselves, this is going to be like a 5-game series.
I don't think this is the BetBoom that implodes.
I don't think so either.
Like, we finally...
This is smiling.
This is what we've always wanted with BetBoom. This is literally like the last 2 years. All of that with just the problems that they had fixed. It's all the good of the last BetBoom, but then with this extra flair. And it looks amazing. I certainly hope that they can continue this dominance for the whole year, and we have a very competitive Dota scene.
Yeah, that would be great to see, honestly. And the way that they've been winning is really exciting. Like, they brought so many new flexes into this tournament. Like, they made Magnus a hero that was on people's radar where other teams were experimenting it. They flex it to 3 roles. They have their Dawnbreaker that they play. They have TA that they flex between mid and safe lane. They also have heroes like Warlock that they'll bust out versus like AoE strats, like something like a Chen, which Falcons like to run. So, I don't know, they're very fun to watch, but I do want to say that Falcons has always been like the anti-carry team because of Amar and because of the way that he plays. And I think that if I would actually look at other lanes in the series, like I think that if Malrine can bring his best Dota, because last time he lost pretty hard to Kiyotaka. If he brings his best Dota, then you already have like solutions to a team like BetBoom that's very dependent on Pure. You have your Doom player, you have your Mars player, you have your anti-carry. You just need to make sure your other lanes don't bleed out.
Yeah, I feel like for this series, the way we're talking about it, Falcons, Jenkins did not change their roster after TI. BetBoom is 3 different players, and that's a lot. How come they got to this level right now against a team that has been at this level for a long time? Like, what's the secret sauce?
I think with this region and like these players, they're all friends. We've seen it at tournaments. Like when they're on different teams, they're still hanging out with each other. You know, at BB Dacha, you can check the list there. You know, Pure and Nightfall were joking with each other about doing the 1v1s instead of sending the mids. They're all like huddled together, laughing about it. So they're friends. They know each other very well. Some of these players have also played on their like up and coming teams together, and then all of a sudden they're back together and playing. So to me, it's just the best combination of Eastern European players that have been in the scene. You look at a team like Spirit, and there's the New Blood, and that's like a different sort of vibe, but this is just the best Eastern European players all on one team where the vibe fits right.
And I think also like where it seems like it's sometimes it just naturally clicks like between the players, like who enables who, how do you work with each other. Like I would say Pure is one of the hardest carries and one of the best carries at this tournament and in the world. And when you have a carry player like this, you want, you know, the top stun type mid, the Kiyotaka, some random last pick morph, you can flex in between, he makes all the space for you. And I think when you have all of this with other players who are great, which they all are, it can just look like this.
Yeah, smooth.
Easy.
Easy and simple. And now AUI comes in the mix, so maybe not as easy.
Yeah, you know, this guy is pretty smart, and I can also see that Skeeter, like, he started pubbing Magnus. I've never seen him play this hero. So there is going to be a lot of emphasis, like, on these heroes that BetBoom have used that, you know, maybe Falcons either need to be ready for by playing themselves or having counters, so we'll have to see.
We will have to see, and I am wondering, what lane are you going to look forward to in this series most? Because you're talking about the anti-carry, where Amar is so important for Falcons, and then on the other side, you hear Kezu talking about how important Pure is. Is it that lane, the off lane versus the safe lane, that is most
I'm glad that you brought that up, because what I mentioned earlier is that I really would like to look at the mid lane, actually, of Malrine versus Kiyotaka, because in the last series that these two teams played against each other, Amar delivered, right? He did his thing, especially in that first game as a bristleback. The second game was a bit harder, but like he didn't vary from the recipe that Falcons have always had, where you know that lane dominates. Malrine, on the other hand, that was the first time since his debut, honestly, that I've like looked at him and I was like mid-diff. Like that actually happened. He was getting solo killed. In that game one, he just couldn't have the impact that he needed. Like Kiyotaka had his number. So I would just look towards that mid lane. Will Malrine step it up today? Because he dominates everybody else. That series, he did look different. He looked weaker.
Yeah, Kiyotaka for me is the X factor of the team because he plays all the different heroes, has a gigantic hero pool. You did mention the flexes, but this guy is also a guy that is gonna be willing to risk a lot more. I would say he toned it down slightly as tournament progressed, so he is more stable. At the group stage 1, you would see him, this guy was like going insane, going to tier 4s, going to the fountain, while the rest of the team is sitting at tier 3 tower or even tier 2. So he's a bit of a wild card, I would say, but he also he's a super strong laner. You did mention that he did beat Malrine, but looking at the way he plays, this guy is onto something. Like his laning and his moves that he does post the laning stage, it's always on point.
Yeah, it is on point. Both teams have been on point actually to get to this point. And I know it's fantastic to hear us talking about the two teams, but it's going to be even more fantastic to hear the players talk about each other.
I think for Team BetBoom, I think we'll be a lot more prepared this time around. I think we understand how Pierre would like to play.
In this tournament, Team Falcons they're showing medium results. Sometimes they play bad, sometimes good.
I think every series we played, we often learned something about ourselves and our opponents. And I think we're more prepared and better as a result of all these games.
It's all about playing our own game, being in a good mood, in the good atmosphere. That's the way I think.
Kiyotaka used the buyback. X6 in with the jump. Arme is going to move forward. The spell guy is coming in. Arme trying to get away, but he's caught by the stuns. He's out of the game for good. No buyback on him.
For sure, we're prepared well for this tournament. Watch a lot of replays, and I think now we are ready.
YW's gone. Skitter's in. He's back. Straight on Arme. Skitter finds his target. They're ready to bring the clean up. They're taking out the 3. They're collapsing onto XXS.
I feel pretty confident going against BetBoom because like we understand our players quite well. These people have been around the block for a long time. We played a lot of games and scrims versus them, so we have good understanding of BetBoom. Doesn't matter who we lost to previously or who we played against. What matters now is we need to beat every single one of them.
Yeah, for Falcons, it's only BetBoom standing in the way of yet another LAN Grand Finals, the third one in a row after TI. BetBoom, however, I think, we talked to Save yesterday, Jenkins. He felt like this one will be different for BetBoom, and he was really, like, he wanted to go up against Falcons for this.
I think that's a very good attitude.
It is.
If, of course, the cost, if you were to read the brought in and build theory of positive emotions, which I would have thought about addressing, the fact that they want to do this, they're not nervous, they're excited.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
They're going to be more creative in the draft, and I think that's exactly what they need to do to beat Owie. They've been very creative so far, but this is their hardest challenge yet. They need to slay a dragon here, Shiver.
They really need to slay the dragon. Let's see if they can. We're in the game 1 of this best of 5. We got Falcons on the Radiant side, BetBoom on the Dire side, and a incredibly strong opening. Alchemist straight off the bat, Kezu.
Yeah, we've seen this happen already at the start of the tournament, right? Your Tundras maybe that kind of pioneered this move, the ban Doom into pick Alk, and Falcons probably play one of the best Alks with Skeeter. He always lanes very well, then he goes through the gate, he uses all his timings very well. So Falcons should be very happy with this, but if you're BetBoom, this is the grand finals. You know that there's a high chance they make this move, so they're gonna be prepared for it.
Yeah, and I feel like this Alk opener over their DK that they're famous for on Falcons is a read by them that they would rather like pre-prepare for Miro's Beastmaster and his hero pool than to pick the DK and potentially have to deal with Beastmaster later in the draft.
Alchemist gives them a lot of tempo, not necessarily to close out the games, because this team will choke you out. They're pretty much going to win the game in 20 minutes and then play for another 20, 25, sometimes even half an hour, have 40k advantage, because this team is going to take it slow. This is how they've been playing. This, old Tundra members, when they won TI, they were also playing like that, so they really perfected this strategy. Sometimes it does look boring, but in terms of execution, it doesn't get better than that.
And this Batrider opening by BetBoom already gives the offlane kill potential. So you have the Flame Break knockback on the Alchemist. You pair that with something like a Miro Dawnbreaker or a Primal Beast, and you can threaten this Alchemist on lane.
It's also something that they've already shown a lot. I've seen it from other teams, like also Spirit. When you have this offlaner against Alk that doesn't just pressure you in the lane, but you can move forward and invade his jungle, maybe steal some stacks, which is of course great call, because Dawn is out, Primal is out, so they'll want to look for these type of other heroes that can also do it. Maybe Magnus is also taken out in the first phase. I mean, of course, there's many other heroes that can do it, but this is kind of what they should be aiming for.
This is such an AUI draft already. Right? I feel like this is his vision on it, banning Magnus in that first round, then taking out the offlane hero pool instead of anything else to make it so that Skeeter isn't under threat and they can just play on that early timing.
Yeah. You can tell the difference, because a lot of the times BetBoom would open up with Muerta. There was they had a streak of 6 games in a row. They were playing a lot of Tusk as well, which they can still pick up for themselves. So I wouldn't mind seeing that, and there it is.
You guys know the highest win rate hero against Alchemist in Dota?
What is that?
I'll give you a hint. It's on the screen right now.
Tusk.
The Batrider.
The Batrider. Close. I have 50-50.
It's a strange thing. I think isolating an Alchemist is definitely great for the team that's doing the isolation. I think also that Alchemist farms in the time that Batrider also wants to farm and get his Blink Dagger, and then once he gets the Blink, at that time you can very easily Blink Lasso and burst the Alk.
I like the response from BetBoom, because they have 2 repositioning tools potentially if this game is going to go late, and we've seen a lot of late games where Tusk, if he gets the Aghanim Scepter, then you have 2 tools that could win the game off of that relatively easy. So I like this opening from BetBoom a lot.
I think Falcons needs a back counter though. I think they need something to stop the repositioning. They need some sort of save.
I mean, we can see, because you could aim, you can aggressively do it if you can make sure that you always initiate. Maybe you have a mid-guy that jumps in and also a Mar, or you have enough auras. But if you feel like this is too hard, then I fully agree. You could be... The only problem is saves are not that easy to kind of get. I don't know if you guys... I don't see some Venge 5 coming out, or something like this.
No. It's the SD that's the primary one, or the Tusk, which is taken from BetBoom.
Yeah.
And Omni-Knight used to be more popular, but it just kind of fell off entirely. So if you don't have that SD or Tusk for yourself, jamming in a save randomly into your draft will weaken it, actually. I think for this Alchemist, though, if you can somehow mitigate the laning aggression of this Batrider +1 with a really strong 5, that could also do the trick, because I also think what contributes to Alchemist's win rate against Batrider is getting crushed by Batrider in the early game.
Yeah, I agree. That should be a pretty easy lane. Like, Alk will push the lane with Acid Spray, push the lane up. If you're pushed to the tower against a Bat Rider and he can get like 6 napalms on you, he's super happy to run you down. So I would expect some strong melee laning hero to come out for BetBoom to try to punish the Alk, especially with a Pugna.
Ooh, still the Beastmaster coming out.
That's a strong lane.
And the more...
Well, they do have overall last pick, so they don't need to flex it as much. Yeah. But seeing Morphling, there is, like, right now, there's nobody who builds into silence. Alchemist can, but 2 supports are not really good against Morphling. So it's gonna feel really good. You also have a bit of a save. You have BKB Piercing Tool, 3 BKB Piercing Tools inside of BetBoom against Alchemist, so that's gonna feel nice. You also have a bit of a mixed damage coming up from the heroes. Maybe I'm slightly biased the way I'm talking about BetBoom. I can feel it myself.
I mean, this is a really strong double pick.
It is.
I agree.
You have strong lanes, you have double BKB piercing disable. Morph, I would say Morph is pretty good against Alk. Like, if you don't get heavily overran, you have a very good 1-to-1 matchup. And they can flex it. So we'll have to see what Falcons what they're gonna cook up here. Because you know on the 16-17 slot where BetBoom just double picked, there is gonna be your SF, TA, Morphling. There is gonna be one of these flexes.
Yeah.
They must know this was coming.
Yeah.
I also think they knew the Beastmaster was coming because
high chance.
That's why they opted to Alchemist instead of DK on their first pick. So this isn't a big surprise to them.
You guys think Falcons here wants to pick up something that can flex? Okay, well, that's mid. That's mid.
That must be pretty damn good against Strength Morph mid, no? Like every time Morph attacks, he's like very slow. Yeah, you're gonna hit him like once or twice for every CS he goes for. Yeah. He has 0 armor as well. So I feel like this could be pretty good. And also if Morph is the carry, Monkey is really good against Morphling. You can collapse on his lane, you can build Diffuser Blade, you have high AoE. I kinda like this pick a lot.
I do think you can just play the Morph carry though, and then
I agree.
I mean,
of course,
you can counterpick the Monkey mid because they don't have the flex potential to throw it safe lane. Like, you know this is a mid Monkey King. Like, this is not something that you can change now because where would your Alchemist go otherwise? And outside of it, the potential to just counterpick the Monkey King, I do think Monkey suffers very heavily versus Bat Rider as well, like getting lassoed, getting scouted by this hero.
I agree.
I'm feeling some Keeper of the Light for Bibbidi Bobbidi team. There's way too much healing. They played it. This is a team that also is not afraid to experiment, something that has been like good against certain heroes. They're gonna bang it out. And they also talked in interviews about that they have some hidden heroes that they haven't shown yet. So I'm wondering what that is, because it's definitely gonna come out. It was both Pure and Save who talked.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it might be something else though. I think Monkey, at least laning-wise, he doesn't care about Kato, because he can kind of dodge everything. You can mischief, you can evade him in the jungle.
Queen of Pain.
That could be one. I mean, with Kiyotaka, honestly, you never know. It could be it could be Tinker for all I know.
They ban out the Tidehunter.
They are putting Morph carry, which I think Falcon should know.
I do feel like Centaur and Tide are both pretty good against Caudle. Like, Tide is hard to gank, and the Centaur also, you can Centaur ult away from the Keeper slow. Like, I'm actually leaning towards Caudle as well, just because I feel like they want to play it, and it is really good in the game, maybe not in the lane. But just some alternatives, like, Queen of Pain. All the Spirit heroes are pretty much countered by Monkey. That's, I think, why they picked a hero, which is essentially like all of Kiyotaka's hero pool.
It will be BetBoom with overall last pick, so they'll have the full vision of what Falcons is aiming to do.
I also think the Centaur and Tide would have been the best picks for Falcons regardless, like, even if they weren't thinking about the Caudle, because, like, now they're left with something like a Mars, which I think Bat Rider also does great against. Morphling as a carry does great against Mars as well. Tidehunter would have dispelled the lasso, dispelled the Primal Roar. Like, it just would have fit so well for Falcons here.
Now, what Falcons has done is they've created a lot of problems to solve in their draft.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to come up with one pick that solves all of the problems.
Viper solves your Monkey King bristleback problem.
That's an excellent suggestion. I do think Viper is... I mean, Caudle's still good as well.
I think Viper can work. I mean, they have... Okay.
Oh, how about a Storm?
I mean, they have a lot of time, so... well, so I do think they needed a mid hero that helps your side lanes, because you have Morph Beast, but I feel like this is, in my opinion, not the one. I think Falcons got a lot out of this Monkey King pick. Yeah. Monkey is good against Morph carry, and now you put Storm mid against Monkey, which in the game it's fine, but laning-wise it's not so incredible. I think both teams got what they want, but I think Falcons kind of outcooked them.
I'm looking at the heroes. These heroes, like, don't buy into Spirit Vessel. They don't buy into Scotty Morphlin can buy it, but there's also no Shiva's Guard buyer, and every single one of their heroes has some kind of healing. I like what Falcons drafted for themselves. I like the first 4, but I'm not sure about the Storm Spirit. It's also Storm into Pugna against Ward. It could be a little tricky because he just lives. He's constantly healing.
I actually think Storm in like an equal skill matchup does win mid versus Monkey King. It should be like 60-40. Like I've seen Monkey King beat Storm mid quite often, but that often feels like a skill diff and not like a laning thing. Because Storm can also just jump Monkey King, scout him in the trees, like break his trees, like go on him first and do all of these things. But it doesn't give you the oomph that like something like a Viper would have given. I feel like I always call for Viper. Nobody picks it, but they don't have break, right? They didn't address Bristleback. That's my issue with the Storm pick. But it can work.
In my experience, and this is just anecdote, I have seen the Monkey destroy this matchup more often than not. With what you were saying, how Kiyotaka did just outskill Malorine last time, that could happen again. I do think this is a matchup that can go both ways. Like Storm can kill the Monkey pretty easily once he's level 6, but I feel like Falcons had a lot of problems that they presented in their draft, and this last pick doesn't really solve any of them. This is exactly... Aui's a beast. Aui is a beast. Like, this draft is annoying. I look at this and I'm like, what the hell do you pick? I do agree with the Viper. I think the Viper would have been the best pick, but maybe that doesn't match the tempo, or they don't have initiation then. Something along those lines that they wanted. I'm really feeling the Falcons draft.
Yeah, like there's a reason that they're both in the grand finals, and obviously the Dota can just do the talking.
Yeah.
But I think BetBoom's Dota needs to be really damn good this game.
Well, maybe it is going to be really good this time. It's game 1 of a best of 5. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Odie Pixel and Fogged, of course, via the PogChamp Pandas.
Here between Team Falcons and BetBoom. Exciting stuff going out there on the stage, and hopefully we're going to get just as exciting, if not more exciting stuff happening here in the game of Dota 2. Fogged, what do you make of this? These two going head-to-head. We saw earlier today, Falcons starting to get quite a bit of momentum continuing here with the backup of Aui, especially from their drafts. They've had 2 pretty convincing stomps they've managed to show us so far today. Is that going to continue here, or is BetBoom going to put them to a stop in this grand finals?
Ooh, who knows? I don't even know where to begin, really, because it does seem like both teams got exactly what they wanted. Maybe Falcons having a bit of the edge because they did get this Alchemist early on to maybe prepare for this Beast Smash that was coming in, but man, who knows? It really does feel like both teams are super happy with this type of approach. Kiyotaka snap-picked the Storm, no hesitation.
They did.
Even though we've seen, and the panel mentioned, sometimes these Monkey Kings can have the advantage, but Kiyotaka, he's confident. And confidence sometimes can be massive when you are playing in this type of situation. So him versus the Pugna in particular, right? Storm versus Pugna, he wants to jump backline, stop this type of healing that's going to be coming out. But these Pugnas have been pesky versus Storm, too. Yeah, there's so many different things to talk about, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the big thing with that last pick, Storm. Sure, it doesn't quite offer the direct hero answers as the like the Vipers the panel was suggesting, but it is a game where the Storm, you know, who's going to catch this guy? It's kind of just between what the Boundless is, maybe eventually a Rod of Atos on the Hoodwink, but looking at the other heroes, you know, the Pugna, the Auk, and the Bristleshore, whilst the Auk has a little bit of a stun, it's not going to be the one to set up. You know, these 3 heroes cannot set up onto the Storm, so I think Kiyotaka saw that and he said, I'm going to have an absolute field day here on my Storm Spirit.
That could be it for sure, and it does give them the option of this initiation tool without Blink Daggers. This team, on the side of BetBoom, looking at their heroes, they have so many ways to start fights if they do start getting these items out. Miero, I think most of the games we see him do his standard build where he gets a second item Blink Dagger too, so they'll have a Tusk to kind of initiate or counter-initiate, a Bat with his Blink to initiate, a Beast to initiate, a Storm to initiate, lots of different ways to jump in. But Falcons, their group up, their lineup, once they get that early timing, which it's going to come quick, right? 12 to 15 minutes, we'll see Radiance Alchemist, we'll see Bristleback with an Aghanims plus a Shard, and depending on which item that the Monkey King wants to go, which is probably Diffusal or the Gleipnir route, we'll see which one it is, depends on the greed that he gets, how his lane goes. There's going to be some pretty big timings that come out, and we'll see if BetBoom in particular can withstand that triple core timing with a bit more of a greedy approach with the Morphling. Yeah, it's definitely a really interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to look at in particular is, talking about this mid matchup, we've seen so many games where a Monkey King's been shown and then a hero's picked against it that doesn't do that well in the lane against it, and the Monkey King's able to take over. Do you think that will not be the case here? Because as we have in the panel, like Jenkins and Effie mentioned in certain situations, right, the Monkey King can have a very good start against a Storm. If this happens again here, Marine turns up to the lane, has an easy sort of 1v1, gets ahead, is this Monkey King going to take over the map?
He could, but we'll have to see, because Kiyotaka's also just been, I think he's been the best contest versus Malrine in particular in this tournament of just being able to either solo kill him or just have that good matchup for him. We really are in for a treat, and I think we were hearing yesterday in particular from BetBoom, from Save, he was saying he is super excited for this matchup. He's been wanting to play this one because I can't remember exactly how many tournaments it was last year that they made it to the finals and then got 3-0 clapped by Falcons. Sure, it's a bit of a different BetBoom now, but Save in particular...
It was at least 4 or 5 times, I want to say.
Yeah, Save has that in his mind, so we'll have to see how it ends up going down, and we'll see how these lanes end up going. Absolutely in for a treat here. Both teams have shown dominance in early game, dominance in mid game and late game, so... should be very exciting. Kintomi somehow just gets Tusk every game, too. Just wanted to point that out. I think this is like the 5th game in a row I see him playing the Tusk.
And he was one of the brown boot Aghanim enjoyers, right?
Katomi? No.
Oh, Katomi won't. We're going to get the drums, solo kind of standard stuff from him.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. That was 9 class.
That was 9 class.
Yeah, 9 class in particular was doing it from the 4 position.
The Axe Rush.
So. Yeah, let's see how this mid lane goes. I'm gonna be mostly looking at that lane just to determine that early game aggression that could come from Malrine in particular. And yeah, Kiyotaka, he's been a big driving force for the early game in particular, and space creator for the side of BetBoom. That could be necessary this game since he does have the morph greed.
To me.
Considering these side lanes, I mean, which sort of side lane do you consider the offlane duo to be able to play more aggressive in? Is this Bristle Hoodwink, this scary lane, or is it the Bat Beastmaster, the BetBoom we've got going on bottom?
That's a good question. They're both pretty. They're both pretty darn strong.
A lot of damage.
Yeah, both offlane duos are very, very potent, I would say. Overall, the Morphling should be able to withstand the Bristleback. It's actually been... This is a really interesting thing that Falcons has done that I've seen other teams not do, is they pick the Bristle into the Morphling. Other teams are picking the Morphling into the Bristle when they see it put in the offlane, so they're just comfortable with having Amar play this, and Katomi trying to trade with Crit, but Crit is doing that trade pretty decently. He's got stick charges.
Crit trying his best with the body blocks to allow Amar to close in, but Katomi makes the way around.
And let's see overall if they can handle, on the side of Falcons, if they can handle Miero too, because I've mentioned him multiple times in this tournament about his Beastmaster, how he's like, he just turns into kind of like the first carry, actually. He's not really like this supporting role Beastmaster. He ends up having pretty solid performances every time if he's able to get his itemization, and sometimes like pure stacks himself early game just to ensure that that can happen, so that Miero has those good timings. So
yeah, I mean, Falcons, they've got to keep a good track of how the stacking ends up going down for BetBoom, because yeah, Miero, just as a team, they've been able to fuel him up very early on, very easily with large amounts of stacks.
So far, Pure is struggling a bit to get these last hits up here. Only 5 at the moment. They're getting a good amount of denies. 4 on the Hoodwink and 4 on the Bristle. So they've gotten 8 denies already up there versus this Morph Tusk lane.
Yeah, and it's solid stuff from Kiyotaka so far in the mid. 10 for 6 against the 10 and 2. So getting an edge on the denies here.
It makes sense why he wants to play it if he feels that confident to play it even versus that Monkey King. And he is one of the Monkey King specialists, so does know how to play versus that matchup, and is going to be able to deny away that flag bearer.
He's playing it really nice here in the mid.
He's keeping Malrine pretty low. Malrine does have a creep advantage at the moment, but yeah, he's doing a very good job there. But yeah, Pure definitely slowed down in the top lane at the moment versus these two.
Malrine trying to step up aggressively there, but to dodge some of the damage with the Mischief.
I can't look away from mid. I'm sure he's sitting low, but overall it's a Morphling, so it's constantly happening. He shouldn't get caught out up there, but this mid lane feels like either one of them could just go for that solo play. Both manipulating creep wave to get that better positioning.
Yeah, bottom lane. So far, not really much of a slowdown that Skitter's having to endure as the Alchemist. He's doing just fine.
The power of the Pugna behind too prevents a lot of aggression that can come out from Save. He does get a lot of sticky stacks up now, but as soon as the Nether Ward gets put down, they can't get as aggressive. They're already perhaps expecting a movement that's going to come out from BetBoom, an early defensive ward placed out from Snaking to watch a rotation that can come through the portal. Probably expecting that Katomi is going to move because the Morphling at some point can just get left alone versus the Bristleback.
I mean, this mid, it's
so close.
It's surprising that neither of them's died. I feel like in any other matchup between players, one of these heroes would have died. But both knowing exactly how careful they have to be, but still finding good amounts from the lane.
Yeah, looking at last hits, this must be one of the games that I see. He might actually find Katomi here.
He does. Crit. Okay, Crit finally gets the first blood hit.
Very nice job. Looking at the CS overall, this must be the highest denies I've actually seen in the first 4 minutes across the board. 10, 18, 28, 32. We're over 40 denies. That's actually pretty crazy. Just at this point in the laning phase, how much both teams are prioritizing that. That's why they're in the finals. See how much that they can get out of these lanes. Great solo kill, though. We've seen Crit multiple times. I mean, how many times does he get his Hoodwink as well, too? He's able to do this, find this type of opening in the game just to enable his offlaner and make early rotations, too. So could definitely see him look to make a move, perhaps, onto the Storm as well, or pressure him in the jungle. But soon 6 is going to be hit for Kiyotaka, and interesting to see this, too. He is going down the Soul Ring route.
Yeah, we have some Storms loving this, some not as much.
I can see it this game since he's playing versus triple physical cores, right? As well, on top of it just being very beneficial on top of the mana.
Oh, look
at
the
damage.
Yeah, Crit coming in. Not going to get the connection with the Bushwhack. But still, though, Mar, he might just have the chance to run down Kataomi, and indeed with the Quill Spray stacking up. Another kill to be found here between the two up top. So
a lot of minus armor. The Blightstone coming into play with that goo, with everything that Amar provides. Amar is having a beautiful start up here. All 3 cores looking solid here for Falcons at the start.
It certainly is. That's a little bit of an edge. It's close. They do have that slight advantage here. 6 minutes. We'll see who's able to claim the power rune. And it's going to be top, so Mallory is going to be very tough to go on, even when the 6 is hit by Kiyotaka.
And he's holding the skill point just in case he needs either of the abilities, either the Tree Dance or his ulti. He's going to go for the Tree Dance now to perhaps get involved with early rotations. He's making the move bottom, snaking.
He's got backup.
Might get brought down from Save, but Save very likely to die as well.
Yeah, Marine swings over to make sure that they can run down the bat. Miro, nothing to be done to help out Save as Mallory gets a kill from the rotation.
Another thing to point out, what Snaking did earlier, I didn't point out because they were just doing a lot inside the laning phase, but he did block the hard camp. So you see it just still hasn't spawned. It was blocked for the first 6 minutes. So Ancients will be stacked, but that hard camp won't be there for Miro. So you were saying, I want to see them be ready for the Beastmaster stacks. They did already prepare that one, at least in the first 6 minutes, on that hard camp. Malrine doing what the Monkey Kings like to do when they get a bit of an advantage inside of the laning phase. He's trying to go for a Wisdom Steal. They're expecting this.
Yeah, they're bringing in Save as well. He's going to try and go for it, but the snowball timing from Kataomi's perfect. Puts a stop to his efforts for stealing the Wisdom. Kataomi's able to secure it for BetBoom. At the least for Marin. They won't manage to catch and set up onto him. He can TP back over to mid.
Kiyotaka, heads up move. Immediately he knows that these stacks are happening from the Hoodwink. He knows that the Monkey King goes to steal the Wisdom Rune, so he just walks in and steals the hard camp stack. That was a triple stack he just walks in and takes. Uncontested. Pretty big deal that he's able to do something like that so far. First few minutes though, Falcons, they're having this 2K lead just off of the lanes. The Alchemist and the Bristol.
And he's going to get out of this lane. There's 3 heroes on BetBoom looking for him. Actually, no, he's going to stick around. There are 3 of them looking for him.
He's pretty surrounded. He's got Chemical Ring.
And he's going to get some backup.
Miro's too low to go for this.
Yeah, they had the 3 of them here, but BetBoom not able to find any sort of way of setting up onto Skeeter, and Skeeter correctly realized that. Was going to head out of the lane, but decides to stick around, and he's perfectly safe to do so.
Yeah, and even though now also at this point, the Morph can be left alone versus the Bristle can also be left alone versus the Morphling. So we're seeing this 1v1 in the top lane that's enabling Crit to make these rotations and perhaps catch mid.
He's got to be careful, but he has seen Crit, so yeah, he's going to be very ready with the zip to get away from the potential bushwhack.
But bullied out of his lane. This tower could also be in trouble here. Snaking's in the area to start applying that blast. This early game from Falcons, just step ahead of BetBoom at the moment. Level 7 on Monkey King with this amp damage. He could still look to get active. They could even catch Pure off guard with this rotation from Skitter.
They're just going to try and bully him.
And there's 4 heroes here. He probably just goes down. He's going to be... Let's see if he can play himself out of it.
Yeah, look at that damage indeed to the Boundless Strike. Into a final punch for Skitter. It's starting to build up here.
Very quick that they're able to do this, and Amar pops to Seeing Red. He's going to be able to bring this tower down very quickly, too. Very good aggressive moves so far here, and the Alchemist is not getting slowed down from the Beast and that Batrider lane, and they have slowed Pure down massively so far with how that top lane went. That timing we were talking about, it might even hit faster. That 12 to 15 minute mark that Falcons wants to play around.
And if this continues, I feel like if you let Falcons get their Monkey King in the mid, you have to pick something that's just going to dumpster it. Otherwise, he's just going to be able to do this, start making these crazy moves around the map, and you're not going to be able to match them.
Yeah, let's see how Kiyotaka tries to fix a bit of this early game, because it feels like it is a lot up to him on this Storm Spirit now at this point with how those side lanes have gone, if the Storm can get these connections. But they're limited on these levels too. I see Save, he's just hit 5. Katomi's still level 4. Not easy for them to make the rotations. Who do you want to kill, right? The Alk is not squishy, the Bristleback's not squishy, so for the Storm, the targets to at least kill are limited. He can farm though, but killing these targets at this point does feel quite difficult.
I mean, they made that sort of move earlier, bringing the 3 of them down bottom to look towards Skeeter, but even then they couldn't make a move, and it was at a point where Mira still didn't quite have the 6.
And that's why they wanted this first pick Alchemist, because they banned a lot of Miro's heroes that we were talking about. You know, his Magnus, his Primal Beast, his Dawnbreaker, the 3 very good aggressive heroes versus Alk. Beastmaster versus Alchemist, it's what Alchemist wants to play versus. You're killing the summons, it's difficult for him to get aggressive onto you because you've got that extra bonus with your Acid Spray if they do die, if you lose your creeps. His Radiance is going to be fast.
Yeah. And indeed on the other side of the map, it's a slow start
Very
on the
slow
Morph. You're seeing from Pure, he's at the bottom of the cores right now.
And we're seeing why they do want to have that Bristle against it, even though some teams do like to pick the Morph versus the Bristle. Mar, he's done this a lot on his Bristleback, when he just gets ahead, stays ahead, and not playing versus any type of break in particular. This Bristleback is an issue. Kiyotaka?
I mean, it's just not going to happen.
He's got a regen, so he's trying to get aggressive.
All right, maybe with Katomi and Pure, they can try. Zamar turning his back, but they're able to get in position, finish him off. We're going to see them fight back. Snowball comes in. The Boundless Strike down on towards Katomi. They'll settle for the Tusk kill. This will give the space for Pure and Kiyotaka to retreat. So BetBoom, they're able to make a move happen. Taking out Amar, only losing a support. It's something.
They have to bring so much there to kill him. And Skater walks in, a typical carry contribution. Swak gets the last hit. That's his Radiance pretty much done at one of the earlier ones that we see.
Oh, and it's going to be this Midas online for Pure.
Oh, they're going for late game.
It's the recovery plan.
Yeah, they're going for the super late game.
That just says everything about how this start's gone for BetBoom.
Yeah. Maureen. Difficult for them to go on this here as Amar's turned up.
Kiyotaka still got a bit of mana to play with, so should be fine. Falcon's not able to get a grab on anyone. But yeah, it's going to be the recovery gameplay here from BetBoom.
That means that they're planning to go for 35 minutes plus in particular.
Honestly, against Falcons, I feel like that's not a bad decision. You know, we've seen Falcons, when they get this lead early, you know, they're not going to win the game in the next 10 minutes. It's going to probably take them 40 minutes to close the game up because they do it in this very Falcons style, playing it very slow, very safe. So if there was ever a game to pick up a Midas and try and recover, as, you know, you're going to get the time to use that Midas against Falcons, that would be the time. Pure's gone for it.
Yeah, I mean, you know how I feel about Midas. I hate this item, but I can see the idea of why he wants to go for it because,
he knows these guys aren't going to end the game in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, but they can, though. Not in the next 10 minutes, but they usually don't. But their heroes this time around, it can push very hard with Pugna behind a Bristleback sieging.
Well,
so
I mean, it'll be interesting to see if this does indeed continue to play out as game where Falcons get this big lead that they grow and grow. Bottom lane, drop the raw onto Snake King, and we'll get the Decrepify the life drain. The concoction's out. He's perfectly fine. As we've got the turnaround coming in. They'll take out Miro. Snake King does die, but sets up for Skitty to get involved in a little bit of something up top.
Save is dying as well.
And look at this play from the top lane. Maureen, he's looking to chase down Katomi and Pure.
Has been killed.
Malrine is doing what we've seen Kiyotaka do in a lot of the games, where he's just a nuisance. He's constantly forming this distraction for the team. They try to get this kill onto a little a 5-position Pugna. Skeeter ends up getting a double kill. Massive enable for him.
Yeah, it's pretty much very close to having the Blink Dagger done on top of that Radiance.
Their timings are going to be so fast, Owen. And Malrine, he is going down the route of this Maelstrom, so rather than going for more aggression and early with the Diffusal, he'll be able to scale harder when he goes for this Maelstrom Gleipnir build, and it gives extra catch versus the Morph, versus the Storm as well. With this type of early start, absolutely can see why he wants to do that. And the Atos for crit, it's going to come pretty quick, so they're going to have potentially double Gleipnirs that are going to come out as well to have that extra catch that maybe they were slightly limited on versus this Morph and Storm as the game progresses. And Amar, there's that Axe. So very quick timing. He also has more stacks that are going to be formed again, so he's probably going to get that 15-minute timing of the Ags plus Shard. They're going to have Blink on the Alk with the Radiance. BetBoom, they do have one thing now going for them. It's the Ags on the Beastmaster. But that's kind of all that they do have going for themselves at the moment until Kiyotaka has an Orchid. And this is a game where, you know, always mention the Beastmaster with the Ags can go straight to Roche, but this is not one that you can just walk into a Roche very easily with this type of deficit. Falcons can contest you quite easily. And they can get there fast. With this timing with the Blink Radiant, Skeeter, he's looking to get involved. Scan does catch on the side. Kiyotaka, he's ready. Will be able to play himself out, but the tower.
It's going down. Falcons starting to bring the pressure over onto BetBoom's side of the map. Big time here with the pressure in mid. Also ready to swing across towards top.
I mean, they see that Pure's got Midas, right? So they already know, okay, Pure can't get involved. We're playing essentially a 4v5. We can run at them for these next 10 minutes. They're going to try to go for the Roche sneak, but it's going to make its way toward top in a second here.
Yeah, they know they can't finish it or get anywhere close to finishing it before it moves.
Yeah, it's not easy for them to just sneak this one that we were mentioning.
We'll take that.
Now the Orchid's online, so a little bit easier potentially for Kiyotaka to make these plays.
And Save almost has his Blink, so they're getting close to having at least 2 or 3 item timings on the side of BetBoom to fight back versus this very strong early timing that Falcons has. Still, the Morph doesn't want to get involved for some time, but with these 3, they can look to skirmish as long as the Falcons doesn't bring more numbers. But overall, it's been Falcons bringing the numbers in most of these situations so far here. And yeah, they're prepped for the Roche. They've got the ward already placed down on top of the Twin Gate, so they'll be able to watch if the Beastmaster does look to set up for it. Falcons, they came in with this game plan. So far, it's looking really good. BetBoom, they do have the Blink now on Save.
They've got to smoke up immediately.
Yeah, feels like they got to at least try to slow down the momentum a bit here from the side of Falcons. So many. Can we get a stack counter in a moment when possible? Yeah, there we go. A insane amount this time around from Falcons. BetBoom trying to match it, of course, but yeah, difficult to match. Everybody's been stacking in Amari. That's the timing. He's got it now finished. And that gives the Atos for crit. Falcons, they have like all 5 heroes have gotten an item timing now at this point. Maybe not all 5. Snaking not so much, but he doesn't need it. But 4 heroes now at the ready to fight. BetBoom, they're smoked. Are they going to just try to force this Roche anyway? They did get the D ward on the Twin Gate. They might just look to go for it.
I mean, if they try and force it, I think Falcons are going to have something to say about it. Scans hit, so Falcons are definitely going to be interested in it heading over.
And Amar on top of actually having the Ags and the Shard, he even has a Voodoo Mask, so even tankier.
They're actually going through the Twin Gate.
Tommy,
he's not going to get the chance to.
And now Falcons could be the one that go for the roast themselves.
Absolutely.
They kill it very quick, too.
They've taken somebody down, they're taking Katomi out, so the numbers are in their favor. And even if BetBoom had everyone alive, I don't think Falcons would be scared about going into the pit to do this.
You can see the pressure that BetBoom is feeling this game. They need to try to slow down this momentum, but hemorrhaging kills again and again and again. That's 4 deaths now for Katomi. And already setting up for the next move. They're finishing the Roche with 3 heroes, while Crit is setting up on mid with Malrine. Pure, does he expect this? He's changed mode.
Have they got enough? Sharpshooter comes in, they do. The burst is there. Pure's gone.
Oh man, this is looking like the Falcons that have dominated so
killing
many
the carry
grand finals.
In the mid lane at the same time that the team is also getting the Roshan.
Heads up moves. They're quick. They're very quick this afternoon.
Save, Mira. I don't know if they want to be around it.
Another jump.
Yeah, Skeeter. He's already made the jump onto Katomi.
Another
the try
catch.
and run, the ATOS into the blood grenade and the bushwhack. It's all there.
Crit is everywhere. He's set up so many of these kills now at this point, and with the Atos, it's going to be even easier. And a haste now secured from Malrine. Miero, they've got tools to be able to attempt to fight. It's just Falcons is just one step ahead in every single one of the moves. Too fast to respond. They get snaking.
They should have this. They should. Yeah. The Orchid silent. Snake King's got nowhere to save himself. Skeeter.
Double stun. But no back. But Skeeter's already got BKB, so going down the safe route as well for this Alchemist. They have a lot of BKB piercing disables, but yeah, fighting S5, Falcons, an 8k lead already at this point. On top of that XP advantage that they have.
Yeah, they can push for some tier 2s easily.
They can. And Amar, talking about neutral items again, he does get the Vampire Fangs on top of having this fantastic start for this Bristleback. They're gonna have difficulties killing him unless they probably isolate him with like a Blink Roar last one, pull him out of position, but that means you're committing a ton just for an off-lane Bristle.
Ooh, nearly getting the setup there blindly onto Kiyotaka. He's gonna be fine, roll forward.
Can they punish?
They're trying to go for the hook wing here, see if they can burst through. Crit, they'll get him.
The Gleipnir's already done.
The balance down on the two, then Katomi dead for sure. Kiyotaka lucky to be as far back as he is, as low as the mana as he had.
They tried to go for this wraparound as well from Save and Miero, but they're scared to actually make the jump as Amar just posturing at them. That is such early timing coming out from Malrine as well. The Gleipnir's already finished up that extra catch.
Can BetBoom keep the game going long enough for Pure's Midas to pay off?
That's all they want to do. Just keep slowing things down. Don't let them take out tier 2s early.
Kiyotaka to get the balance into the bushwhack. It's going to be a solid shot, but he's able to dodge the Gleipnir.
Didn't lead with the Boundless.
Yeah, I think Boundless first would have been... Maybe they felt they wouldn't have had enough damage. Perhaps they've gone with the Boundless setup.
Yeah, maybe he feels like he needs to just have the... Yeah, interesting. They do have a lot of catches with the two of them there, though. 3 or 4 different types of stuns. It's Pure. Getting jumped.
Concoction.
It's a lot of damage.
Oh, it's a good snowball. We'll be able to dodge the Boundless. Might give him a bit of a chance, but the Gleipnir still comes out afterwards. Katomi caught in the Wukong's command. He's gone, but Pure gets the space to get back to the high ground.
Falcons are just going to accelerate. They see the Midas. They know the game plan that BetBoom wants to go for. Going to start to look to just pressure and bypass these tier 2s. This one, can they hold on to it on the side of BetBoom? They have a glyph. Looks like it's going to go down anyway. Amar persisting forward.
And they're ready to go again. It's not another Gleipnir setup. I mean, these two could just run across the map, kill whoever they find.
They're getting so many extra kills, even finding a courier now and taking away this ancient area. Looks like BetBoom will be able to secure themselves their Tormentor and their Wisdom Rune, but the lead just continues to climb, Owen. It's 10,000 already at this point. They're just not giving up kills either. They're giving up the supports here and there, but none of these cores are really getting brought down.
The attack on the trees. The Gleipnir setup's there.
Gets the Orchid off, the Roar.
Bushwhack, but indeed Miero comes in with a backup. Roar straight on towards Malrine. They get a huge kill, taking out the Monkey King.
Massive. Quick Orchid from Kiyotaka. Very nicely done. That's how they gotta play. It feels like that's the best option for BetBoom at this point, is try to find them when they're split up on the sides, because they have great ways to catch with this Bat Rider, with this Beastmaster. Head-on fights, probably not so likely because they have Pure with this Midas, but catches around these sides, definitely a possibility with this Storm, with this farm.
Over towards the mid. I mean, BetBoom, they're trying to find a pick-off with the three of them.
They've got the lasso at the ready, and Pure now starting to feel like he can
they'll
get
settle
involved.
for Crit. Yeah, they'll take anything they find. As Crit has been caught by the lasso. Getting Pure some action.
These are important kills. Anything that you can find while they're split up. Skitter. Can't quite go for it. Nice shards. The name of the game is delay. The name of the game is catch hero split up. That's a Roar used, that's a lasso used, perhaps for a few moments now on BetBoom. They're going to slow things down, but oh, Pure. So that's going to be the option he goes for to deal with the Bristol. He's going to go in very early Silver Edge, it looks like.
It's very necessary.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool approach that he's going to go for here. Silver Edge into the Scotty definitely feels like something he could look to do this game, since he's playing versus so many forms of healing. And it's a big game. Anytime that you can slow down this lineup of Falcons, it's pretty massive. As we were mentioning, they're Their 12 to 25 minute timing, it's huge when they get these items picked up. But BetBoom, all they got to do is slow things down, and then Pure start to feel a lot better about this game. And yeah, the thing that you were mentioning earlier, right? It's like Falcons doesn't really like to force the issue too much.
They don't. They're very careful, which most of the time works out. But most of the time, people aren't buying Midas against it.
Very true.
You know, so that's what I'm saying. There's definitely a chance with this build that Pure, you might be onto something on how to sort of deal with Falcon's playstyle. Because he's catching up.
He really is.
You know, he's going to be overtaking Amar highly likely in the next few minutes if this continues. And once he has that Silver Edge, he's going to start getting pretty active with the team.
Yeah, then they can actually look for kills on Amar. He's still pretty huge, don't get me wrong. He has Bloodstone, he has Vampire Fangs, but yeah, with that Silver Edge, definitely possibilities. And they're getting time for these cooldowns to come back up. Kiyotaka dodges the Gleipnir.
And now
Skeeter's on him.
He's in with the concoction. They've still got the Bushwhack at the ready. The damage is done. So they'll have to be careful getting out on the map against Falcons. They've got good control now. Let me see if they can get something more. Shard, not going to be able to block him off. The blink's up, he's able to jump straight over them.
Skeeter having a hell of a game this time around. 4-0-6, getting involved very early. AC is done. That could be one that allows them, or attempts to force the issue there. BetBoom, they get caught. Kiyotaka, that's the first time he's died. He's really trying to push the limits of his hero there, and this time does get punished. And MR still occupying this top area. His team is looking to connect as well. Not an option that side of BetBoom can go for here. This tier 2 could be in trouble.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
No interest in holding on to this. They have the fortification. Mira's going to try cutting the creep stop.
That is their high ground glyph, but probably not feeling like Falcons can force the issue anyway. Just trying to keep that one alive a little bit longer here. There's the Silver Edge.
Radiant are scanning.
How close to Kiyotaka's BKB? I think if he can finish off this BKB, I think still head-on fights gonna be pretty complicated. But if they can start isolating, picking off more of these heroes, starting fights with a number advantage, that's where BetBoom can start to crawl back into this game. But still does feel like a crawl. They need more time. Falcons now at this point, they're sticking together more than they were before, even playing around snaking here. How close is Malrine to his BKB too? He's been slowed down a decent amount of this monkey. He's 3-1-8. But he's probably the most vulnerable of his team at the moment here. Kiyotaka,
out. He's
out of
pretty low on the mana. They're going to force him to the side. He's got a little bit more to zip with, but the sharpshooter connects. Kiyotaka dead once more.
Oh, he does buy the BKB before he goes down, but another huge catch they're able to get on him. Might look to chase even more. Pure. I'm just continuing to play on the south side, but Falcons, they're hunting for another one.
It's away in time, Pure.
Immediately, they're just trying to keep these lanes shoved out, right? They lose a hero, but they have to make sure that Falcons doesn't hit the base. So TPs to mid, shoves that wave out, while top also gets shoved out from the Beastmaster summons. These next few moments are so tense for the side of BetBoom.
Let's see how much kind of Falcons can take away from them.
Hey, they're going to have Rosh up also in 60 seconds. They have good offensive wards. They did see Pure for a second there.
I think BetBoom will contest the rush.
A 5v5 fight is very difficult, though, but they probably have to.
They can get him with some sort of like jump lasso to start.
Yeah,
they're going to try and Skeeter.
He's isolated.
Pure's coming in with the
dead.
damage. They've got enough. It's a brilliant start to the play here from BetBoom.
That's how they have to do it.
They're going to try for more. Kiyotaka closing in and put the BKB. He's going to go straight over towards Crit. Crepify comes out and gives some protection. Snaking also with the Glimmer backing off Pure. He's in with the break here on towards Crit. They're trying to deal with the hook wing, but the Wukong's commands down.
Kiyotaka
on the Kataomi and Kiyotaka as he catches both of them.
They push too far forward.
And now he's ready to chase on and lead the way to look for more kills. He's going to head over towards Pure, but Pure's out with the invis of the Silver Edge. Now looks to save instead. Save. Through the wall with the Firefly. He may have just juked them successfully. As he'll get out.
Gets caught in the back too.
Pure actually able to wrap back in. Find snaking on the backlines. I mean, maybe with that, he's not too afraid of kind of sticking around and see if they can find something more. They still have Raw available from Miro. They could get something more out of this BetBoom.
You see Crit. They get the angle. Puri's right on top of him. Miro.
There we go.
Roar.
They dropped the roar. They've got the damage.
They've got
That's
BKB
another.
TP.
He's out of here, Miro. Doesn't want to mess around with Maori and still around. 70% for Pure. Goes for the waveform TP. See, save. He'll be left behind. He's got the 4 stuff, so he could definitely make them work for it.
He's got the blink. Can he actually disengage? Amar wants to run this down. He does not want him to get out, and it's safe. Will not get out from this one. Roche, it's up. Falcons all respawning in a second here.
These moves, though, you know, Pure's cooking.
He is.
And, you know, this Morphling performance, it's still incredibly difficult, and not many, if any, teams have been able to kind of recover against this sort of early game lead that when Falcons has had it against them. But maybe Pure can do it here on his Morph.
This Silver Edge pickup is very clever. The way he's playing, just dancing inside the fights, finding the backlines. They bought a gem immediately. As soon as they saw him going for this Silver Edge build, now they have the gem on this Bristleback to build to zone control. But as we see there, the way that's how BetBoom have to approach these fights. They have to get a ward down, catch, isolate a hero, and then use that number advantage and push forward as much as possible.
They can still try and contest this Roche, BetBoom.
They've got to roar up again.
They're going to have everybody back up. Yeah, they've got all the ultimates to play with. They want to go straight over towards this pit area.
BKB on Miro's cooldown 20 seconds.
Okay.
He has to be a little careful not to get caught first.
Amar, smoke dispels. Found Pure.
They're on Miro.
Towards Big of the Balance, trying to make the jump straight over the way towards the Beastmaster. He gets exploded by the damage there, flying out from Amar and Skeeter. Pure, he's got to run.
Oh, Miro gets caught first. There's a Basher. He gets the first hit.
Oh my goodness, it is a first hit bash. Pure, he'll turn with the Boundless, try and hold them off. But Pure, he's going to get taken out. I mean, the damage at the start of that fight, it was so much.
They still don't have the glyph from the tier 2 that they used earlier. The creeps are coming in.
Creeps, here they are. Marines, he's got his eyes on mid. Kiyotaka's going to try and clear out some creep waves. And they're coming back for him. Whilst Amar, Skeeter, and Snake can get on with the push.
I mean, this is a Rax that they lose for sure.
I mean, that was such a devastating team fight there for BetBoom to lose. And so quickly as well.
Kiyotaka, he
He's
doesn't
running
have
out of
mana.
options. No mana for TP, can't get away. He's gone as well. No buyback on him. The top racks are taken.
They blew the game open just with that
They
fight.
really
with
did.
that
We'll
catch.
see the start. Look at this damage.
They catch the best hero possible. They catch Miro when his BKB was still CD, and then
these quills from Amar just tear them apart at the start of the fight, and it really is all over at that point in the team fight. Pure first hit bash coming out from Skeeter. Just can't catch a break there.
Just great itemization coming out from all the Falcons as we see there. They have Gleipnir, they have Atos, he's got the bash, so he's got the big
bash.
smile on it.
That's a man who's just got the first hit bash.
But this is it's a standard build for the Alchemist, but it's perfect when you're playing versus something like a Morphling, right? He's got the AC, he's got the Basher to go through these BKBs. And yeah, that fight really blows it open there and makes it like 2 steps or 3 or 4 more steps more difficult now for
There was definitely a little bit of hope before, but I don't know how much of that's left now.
They may only have 1 or 2 fights left if they can find some dream catches, but it really does feel like it has to be those dream ones. As Falcons
They're
with
going to try a BetBoom, but this is into the Aegis. It's so risky.
Save. Can't find the angle.
They don't want to go on this Bristol.
Jump forward from Kiyotaka. They have vision of him.
Kiyotaka. He's got to be careful. He's danced around them. He's going to get caught by the Gleipnir at the concoction. Kiyotaka. He was pushing his luck a little bit too much there, Fogged.
Yeah, this is one of those Kiyotaka games that he is not getting the liberty to play the game. He's 0-5. They wanted this last pick Storm, but it absolutely has been answered.
I think he's a little bit broken at this point. I mean, he was just dancing around in front of them like, haha, you can't get me. And they're like, yeah, we can, bro. And then he's just dead.
It looks like it's like a desperate move that he's trying to do there. Just trying to distract them, but the distractions just aren't working. Everything is working for Falcons. They're finding so many catches and can probably just continue the push with this Aegis.
Here we go.
Likely another set. We'll see how BetBoom attempts to contest this, but in the 5v5, it's just very difficult. Pugna Ward is down. Almost impossible to contest versus it. They've even got the banner down now too, so yeah. Do they just stack another Rax?
Without Kiyotaka, hard to sort of do anything to clear out the push, clear out the waves.
And they will just lose that another set. Falcons is probably just going to look to keep going. Amar has the S and Y now picked up too.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Sticking in the area. Creep waves are missing. Looks like they'll back up for a moment and try to catch somebody, but the next wave is coming in fast. And a Lincoln's now picked up. For Maori, not the most common on the Monkey King, but versus BetBoom's draft, it's amazing. Versus the Roar and the Lasso in particular. Falcons, this lead, it's too big for BetBoom to deal with. Pure needs more time, and even if he gets it now at this point, it's not like he can do it on his own. Kiyotaka's been completely shut down this game. The final set, Amar still has plenty of time on this Aegis. He gets Berserk potioned. They're gonna lasso him.
They'll get the drag back. See if they can burst through him. They want to put the BKB in the Bloodstone.
He's still alive.
They couldn't kill him the once. Amar, he's ready to dive. Tier 4's going straight for Katomi. They're trying to go on the back lines at the same time, BetBoom. Looking towards Marine, but he gets the BKB and the Wukong command off. Kiyotaka's out. No buyback on him. Same to be said for Miro. And Amar, he continues to dive beyond the Tier 4s. They'll come in with the punch up. They'll finally take the Aegis out of his hands. But the 3 remaining here for BetBoom have no further fight to take here as they're back to the fountain. Falcons get the space to clean up the final set of barracks. As the push, it's not stopping anytime soon. They're looking to close this one up, Falcons.
Yeah, this game's done. No Storm, no Beast. He's got buyback, but even with it, can't look to fight as Amar. They're just finishing off these last buildings. Pure.
He's trying to push back.
He just can't walk up. Look at all the control.
They've got the bushwhack. Skeeter's in with the concoction, the bashes, the sharpshooter, the snowball will come in. Gives a little bit of safety for Pure. He's able to put the BKB, but has to waveform and Silver Edge back to the fountain. The buyback's coming out now, but the Ancient, it's exposed. Falcons, they will respect the buybacks and retreat, but the damage is done. As all that's left standing for BetBoom is the Ancient.
Wow, I'm surprised they even back away. I guess they want them to suffer more as they pick up these next few items. They are picking up a full Aghanims on the Alchemist. They are resetting with everything.
And we see again, it's not a bad effort to try and take the Bristle down quickly, but they just couldn't do it quick enough. Doesn't die immediately on this first jump, Amar. And at this point, the fight's just falling apart. They're trying to deal with Marion on the backlines, but they just don't have the damage to get him. And again, Kiyotaka just getting caught completely by Skeeter between the concoction and the bashes.
It's too much of a deficit at this point. You can see that gold lead, just the massive difference it makes. They can't even, it takes them forever to even bring down a Hoodwink. That was Miero Blink roaring a Hoodwink in the backline. It took him the entire duration of that roar to kill him.
They're heading out, see if they can maybe catch someone from Falcons out alone.
Falcons all just, they literally all just pick up a whole next item after finishing off all these racks.
Yeah, I mean, they always close up the game so carefully. It's looking like another textbook Falcons game when it comes to what we saw from them in the previous series and the series yesterday. You know, 10 minutes, the game's kind of over, but 40 minutes, that's probably when they close it up. Yeah. They play it safe. They leave no chance for a comeback, despite this game. BetBoom's best efforts to try and do something a bit different, go with this kind of Midas catch-up gameplay from Pure on the Morph. It's just not enough to give a chance, even as the game goes on. Falcons, they'll make sure that there are no openings, no hope, no chances to turn a game around against them.
When you see at the 12-minute mark or so that BetBoom's already in recovery mode, that's big problems that sign out for them when they're playing versus this fast pace of a draft that we do see Falcons have. Yeah, they dominated the whole map. Now it's Mega as Pure. He bought his data list. He's all in. Has to do insane work with this. Because the Pugna now at this point is surpassing his other 2 cores as well. Just how rich Falcons has been able to get with these last successful fights. Amar even just gonna go hard, feeling like they can't even bring him down with that.
Punch. Leading in on the Bristle.
Pure.
He's gonna try and look for the squish. He's going straight for Crip. This defensive Decrepify comes out. We get the BKB off the bashes there from Skeeter. The Wukong's command laid down. They'll use the roar, but it's a roar just to run.
And can he even get out? Pure.
I'm gonna get caught by the bushwhack. Be able to wave forward wave once more.
Snaking, blinking aggressively versus the Morphling.
Skeeter. See what he can find. Can't quite get vision of Pure. So Pure is going to go for the TP out. They've got nothing to stop it, so managed to get back to the fountain. Same to be said from everyone else on BetBoom.
But the throne,
it's going to be focused now by Falcons.
Amar.
They're going to try with the big zip. Kiyotaka coming in from the side. He'll turn with the boundless here. Marine leads straight over towards Kiyotaka, forces him to put the BKB. Kiyotaka has to keep his distance. Katomi in trouble as Skeeter turns towards him. Marine swings across to finish up the job. Pure caught by the stun. He's gone. GG is called. Falcons will take game 1.
Uh-oh. That is a problem for BetBoom. Step 1 of this one. Step 1 of the grand finals. It's already domination from Falcons at a very Falcons approach, right?
Hey, really, this is the classic Falcons.
1,000 gold per minute lead.
Yep.
Oh boy.
A rough one to start this grand finals, BetBoom. As I appreciate they tried to do something a bit different with the item build. I don't think there was anything they could have done better, honestly, after that sort of rough start, rough laning situation. They had to try and itemize Dota to come back at some point. And honestly, until that fight happened top on the Dire side, there was maybe a bit of a chance that BetBoom were going to be able to set up around this recovery build that Pure's gone for to make a play to get back into it. But when that didn't go well, you knew that things were going to be back on track to just be all Falcons, folks.
Yeah, and overall for BetBoom in this tournament, they have been one that have been dictating pace in a lot of games. When they've fallen behind and they get to recovery point, that's when they have faltered in a lot of these games. This one, it was so quick that it became, oh goodness, we have to go to recovery mode, and it's a lot attributing to Crit, to Malrine in particular, with the way that they made those moves happen early, and just getting this first pick Alchemist. In some games where teams do this, it can suffer. This game, Skitter had a pretty much flawless game. They couldn't contest him, even with like a 3 or 4 man rotation.
Absolutely. I mean, it ends up feeling like they all did, honestly, on Falcons. As Falcons, this game 1 of the grand finals, business as usual. They take the first win.
Oh, there were only smiles on BetBoom's cameras yesterday, and this was a firm slap from Falcons to wipe the smiles off. Oh my gosh, this was Falcons' top form, and we've seen this grand finals, I feel like, before, hoping that BetBoom can strike back in game number 2. But let's break down this first game, because Lacoste, this was a tough one for BetBoom to deal with.
It definitely was. They also look very shaken on camera, like what the hell just happened in our game, because we are the ones that are supposed to dominate the early game. You're playing at the Alchemist. I think it comes down to them banning out this Primal Beast, banning out Dawnbreaker as well. So they had no pressure whatsoever in the bottom lane against Alk. He had a complete free farm. They also did block the camp for Miero. Miero usually takes over the game a lot of the times when he plays Beastmaster. You would see him running around with some Aghanims 14 minutes in, going for Roche play. Didn't happen in this one. It was all Falcons. They had a pretty good read, and they contested that first Roche.
I absolutely agree with that. I think like banning out Miero's hero pool was such an owie move, because that's not what other teams have been doing versus BetBoom. They've been banning out a lot of the Kiyotaka and Pure flexes and potentially overreacting. Like Morph was left in the draft pool. They didn't have a Doom. They didn't really have Morph solutions, but they didn't care. Like Owie had an approach. Like, we're gonna get our Alchemist to hit his timings. We're gonna get a tempo-based mid from Malrine, and we're just gonna outpace them. And Falcons did the Falcons thing, where they get their net worth advantage. They choke out the entire map and make the game difficult to play.
I think the first point that you made about the not banning out the Morphling is an interesting one. And clearly, like, Monkey King was kind of a solution to that. Mira, you said during the draft that probably this Monkey King probably does really well against the strength morph mid. But then also, if you look at the rest of the hero pool of Kiyotaka, if he wants to be on something that's comfortable, Monkey does very well or decent against all of it. So they can pick the Monkey, which means they don't have to worry about the Morphling, but then also they're going to do very well against all of Kiyotaka's hero pool. And that's, once again, I know we keep praising, but that's such an owie thing to think that many levels in advance. So then they, because of that, can ban out somebody else's hero pool instead.
Yeah, I was not feeling this last big storm, and it shows in the game. Kiyotaka ending the game with 0-6 or 0-5, completely dominated this road of Athos, double Gleipnir pretty much, ruined him completely. Then there's a Basher as well that comes out. I also like the synergy between the heroes. We saw a lot of like Pango with Shadowfin with all the minus armor. Then you have some AC from the offlane. They had pretty similar thing in this one where Bristleback was going ham. He immediately evaporated 3 heroes with his Bristleback. You have Acid Spray, you have AC on your Alchemist, and Bristleback with a couple of goos, his shard, suddenly the heroes just explode.
And at some point, like, BetBoom did look like they had moves to make on the map. Like, once they hit their 3 BKB timing, they were smoking, because, you know, they have their lassos, they have their wards, they have their storm jump. We saw they were able to catch Monkey King one time, lasso Alchemist one time. But the issue is when the game reaches a state where you're making moves and you're 30k net worth or 25k net worth behind, it takes so much more firepower on your end to take out one of the targets than it would normally do, right? Because if the game state was even and they were making a play where they lasted the Alchemist and won, that should turn into a 1 fight. But you've used everything to kill 1 hero. Guess what? There are 2 other problems on the 2 other cores, and that's what happened.
Right. It would be different if they were playing against Spirit and it was Satanic and he's the only guy and it was a 4 protect 1, but this is Falcons. They tri-core. If there's 1 core that's very farmed, there's probably 2 others that are also very farmed that you have to deal with.
But surely, Effie, this wasn't just draft, because it felt like the play just also was a little bit different.
I think they definitely had a draft advantage here in terms of like how quickly they would be able to play and how there were no offlane picks for Miro to actually come into the game earlier, but they definitely played really well. I want to say that I think Mallory played so much better. I mean, he's been playing well the entire tournament, so I don't want to imply that he's had bad performances, but versus the last series where they played versus BetBoom, it seemed like he had an off day. Like, all of his rotations were failing on Earth Spirit. He died mid twice as Storm versus Kiyotaka's Pango. This time around, that wasn't the case. Like, he withstood that lane matchup very well, and then his rotations to the top side to kill the Morphling, kick Morphling out of the jungle, those really were what cemented Falcons' lead in the game.
It's quite difficult because, I mean, this is one of the few times where Morphling builds into head of Midas. Tells you a lot about the game. Usually Morphling is the one who's dominating, getting his Vlads, continues to pressure the map, continues to farm up. They were still doing good, I would say, in terms of trying to get back into the game with some Blink Lasso pickoffs, but it was just not enough. Like, the way they played, the way they've been stacking on side of Falcons. Again, this team is one of the best ones, second best team besides Gaming Gladiators when it comes down to stacking compared to BetBoom team, who likes to pressure the map slightly more. But yeah, coming into the second game, I want to see Miero's hero being maybe even first phase. I want to see some, if Magnus is available, it was banned in the previous game, maybe some Dawnbreaker, because they do flex it between position 1 and position 3. So I want to have a good hero for him. I would love to see some maybe Primal Beast early on, but you also need a little bit of protection, because Falcons, they a lot of the times have this Alchemist, have these no stunners, especially in the safe lane with the Enchantress, so that could be punished.
Yeah, and this first game that we just had Falcons have first pick, with BetBoom basically reacting to that with the Alchemist first pick from Falcons. And I would imagine that for game number 2, it will be reversed, so they'll have a better shot of getting something nice for Miero if they will go for that in the first phase. Before we get to game number 2, though, we are going to check in with our tech analyst for our Kiria Word of the Game.
Yeah, because we need to look at vision, and for the first time, I want to show the lack of vision, because Falcons were really good in this game when it came to like the de-warding and making sure that BetBoom have as little vision as possible to work with. So this clip starts here with Kataomi, he dies, and this currently is the only single ward that BetBoom have on the map. So after this kill, BetBoom have the information, okay, Falcons, they're gonna go to the Roche. So until Roshan dies, I'm pretty free everywhere. But the problem is Pure, he doesn't see anything on the map. And Roshan has not yet died. So he actually doesn't know where they are. He's anticipating them to be in the Roche pit, but you know what? This is a great team. They're not gonna wait for stuff to die and give you information on the map. They're gonna use the fact that they have outwarded you. You have only one ward on the map. They know that you think we're currently Roshing, so they use that to even get you killed. So I think Falcons, honestly, like, this is the worst vision I've ever seen from BetBoom in this tournament. And that is mainly just to credit Falcons as opposed to discrediting BetBoom.
So it was Falcons countering all the wards of BetBoom, or did they also, like, how would you
So I think it's both.
That?
So first of all, when you're ahead, it's easier to de-ward because you have like more space on the map, and maybe you like see them move out. But I have not seen BetBoom get this outwarded in this entire tournament, because usually they have like 2-3 wards somewhere they can like play off of their aggression. But this game, anytime they had a ward up, it lived for like 2 minutes max.
Did they have a gem?
No.
Then it's
that is just straight up like sentries and de-warding.
Well,
like,
they have the hoot wing, so they can put the trees up on the cliff to help out.
Because this is just like very clinic. I do think that Falcons had a draft advantage, but like also gameplay-wise, I think BetBoom never opened up the bottom tier 1 tower. They could have looked to connect heroes. Maybe Morph can go through the gate, help the beast, or connect heroes to mid to help your Storm get runes. Just feel like it was Falcons from start to finish, just outplaying them.
Do you think also maybe Crit and Snaking just studied the warding patterns from BetBoom to see if there's like overlapping wards?
When I see something like this, there is like this is not random. This is definitely, you're ahead. Okay, when they do this, it's likely they put their wards here, because yeah, if you watch this replay, you're gonna feel bad for BetBoom.
Yeah, well, we're gonna watch game 2, so hopefully maybe we'll feel a little less bad for BetBoom after game number 2. It's gonna come your way very soon, so stick around for more Dota 2 here in the grand finals of DreamLeague Season 24.
Hello and welcome to Radiant vs. Dire by Kadea, where we take a look at different aspects of the Dota 2 map.
They want to finish the road. Waiting for the jump. In. Warcry coming out. Got it too. The boat hits 5! H is stolen by 11.
In this episode, we'll be looking at how different areas of the map have changed over the years and how teams have adapted to that. In Dota 2, the map is more than just a playing field. It's a living, breathing entity that's evolved alongside the game itself.
I've been around in Dota for a while, so I've definitely seen a lot of changes and patches, map, everything basically.
You always need to be ready to throw away your old habits and adapt to everything that's new. And that's something that I find challenging every single day, every single patch.
The interesting thing about playing Dota for so long is the big changes, like the shrines with or the side shop and stuff, you get used to it very fast.
There was a patch where in the beginning of shrines where there was 5 in the base and it was impossible to go high ground. But I think with some nerfs and stuff, it wasn't so bad. I think the one thing that changed about the map when they removed the side shop and they added the 5 couriers instead of 1, that definitely changed the game a lot.
A key part of Dota and the map is Roshan. Teams have battled over this boss for many years, but the location of his pit and the rewards for killing him have changed drastically over the years. With big changes to such an important objective, the way Dota itself is played changes along with the boss.
Before it was just, it was very basic. It was just 10 minutes and Rosh was in one spot. Now it's a 3-minute interval. You have to decide where you want to go. Rosh can be either top or bot. You don't really know exactly every time, and you have to take some gambles and play your percentages.
If you're able to take Roshan, the developers want you to be able to do something with it. That's why they add all these new items like the banner and the refresher and the Aghanim's.
I think Roshan being in the side, it's kind of bad for 2 reasons. That it kind of slows the game down, and you also don't really get those epic teamfight moments because it's also hard to contest since it's at the edge of the map.
Unless the game is very even, the team who's in the lead is just going to get Roshan, and it feels like it's just so far away to challenge it as the team that's behind. And I don't really like that. I think Roshan is in a bad place right now.
The idea of having him be in 2 different locations is definitely, in a way, a more balanced one. Even though depending on when the Roshan actually dies, it might be on the Radiant or Dire side, and then there's going to be buybacks and outposts. I feel like there's no perfect way to do it, at least not that I know of yet.
Dota is an ancient game, with many players having played for well over a decade. Over time, the game has changed almost entirely. Objectives and parts of the map have been added and changed, shrines have come and gone, and every new change brings new opportunities and possibilities for the players. Tormentors, Twin Gates, Wisdom Runes, these are just some of the new objectives and ways to play the map that have been added in recent years.
With the addition of Wisdom Runes and Tormentors, I do feel like they're trying to push core supports to have more impact in the game, to have them scale through, getting more gold, getting more XP. So you rarely see the old Dota days where supports are running around with brown boosts and wards.
The fact that the map just got so big and that you could teleport from one side to the other through the gates, that was just such a massive change to how you move your hero around the map, how you play the game completely.
Before, in the old Dota days, a lot of fights would just be centered around mid lane, but now with gates, you have so many more options where you can play on side lanes more. You can play to control gates mid game. You have the early game rotations with carries attacking other carries.
The patch, the map or whatever being changed, I think there's always this element of we need to now figure out new ways to do things, and being able to do that as a team and work through those problems is very important for a team if you want to be successful long term.
Dota 2 is an ever-evolving game that's been around for over a decade and has given us endless fun, countless experiences, and many, many memories. Thanks to Kadea for this walk down memory lane, and we'll see you again soon.
start. That is what BetBoom needs in Game 2 of this Grand Finals, because Game 1 was all Falcons. There was no doubt about who was the better team in that game. But it's a best of 5, so more chances coming BetBoom's way as we're in game number 2. We got BetBoom on the Radiant side this time around, with Falcons on the Dire side. And first pick going the way of Falcons again, actually. That's unusual. Kazoo?
Yeah, I don't know who had the choice here, but this, I will say, also looks kind of like at least a little bit prepared. Like last game, they pre-banned for their Alchemist and so on. So it turns out Falcons did have choice. Because I think when I look at this, so they did a similar thing last game with the Alch. Now this time they kind of know we have first pick. If we do the same thing, they can just ban the Alch. So they swap up their bans, actually ban Timberlast and start with the DK. So BetBoom get to play a kind of similar game because they go bat again.
And seems like they're doing so much prep, because I was talking about potential offlaners that could come out in the first phase for BetBoom team with the Dawnbreaker, with the Primal Beast. Dragonite is really good against both of these heroes because you don't get to use your spells pretty much. You want to use your Starbreaker, you want to use your charge from Primal Beast. DK does everything to stop it, and it feels good. So Team Falcons, they already feel like they have extra preparation coming into the second game.
I mean, I will say that I like Batrider more into DK than I like it against Alch, because I think both in the laning-wise you can stack it up more. He doesn't really have a self-dispel. So yeah, it's similar. If you jump the Bat, of course you don't really care so much, but I still think Bat into DK is not at all a bad matchup for BetBoom at all.
10 seconds.
I do think that DK is less countered by the Bat Lasso than Alch is, though, because with Alch you can, like we saw in the last game, that you can just jump him before he's ready to like ult and prep himself, and he'll die pretty quickly. Whereas if it's the late game scenario and you're left
New hero.
DK,
What?
That's a Venomancer. I just want everybody to know that the hero is called Venomancer. It might have been a little while that you've seen it. Ooh, actually, you know what? We were talking about wards, Kezu, and this is the one you haven't used.
That's a good one.
It was picked once, come on.
100% win rate. What am I talking about? Great.
Kezu, is this Venomancer gonna go jungle early on?
If he dumps on his lane, maybe. But I think for now it's mainly against the Bat. You can make like just his laning harder, you slow him in the game, you show him to your team. So we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, and just to complete the point that I was making is when you are playing against DK as bot, you need a follow-up stun. You can't just simply rely on the lasso. You need something else that can layer a disable on top of it if you actually want to commit to the kill.
Yeah, I like the Beast. I like the lasso. They have 3 heroes that all have BKB piercing disables, actually.
They have the 3 same heroes.
Yeah, that's pretty...
They do.
That's pretty crazy.
It is pretty crazy because we did say that game number 1 showed a bit of a drafting diff. So
I do not know what to make of the Veno. I mean, I agree it's very good against Bat, especially with the, I'll say, new Veno ulti. New in terms of, you know, whenever they... was it when they added facets? It doesn't matter.
The Giga Slow?
The
like
Giga Slow,
single,
single target, BKB piercing, slow, extremely good against Bat when he jumps in and tries to lasso. You use that on him, and it's a nightmare. I do just question, like, what's the tech? Because there's been so much tech with Venomancer over the last year. There's, like, the wave cutting stuff with the wards. There is the... base damage amplification the more debuffs you have, the more damage you're doing. So I really wonder what Falcons is cooking here. I like the Natures as a response to this, though. I think it does very well against it in lane as a carry.
Yeah, I think the facet where you can put the wards on yourself or your allies is just the better one, honestly, because it makes you farm so quickly if the game state slows down. So you can have this 5 like build you the auras that you need, and I think it's just a really disruptive hero versus Batrider because like your wards are providing vision for the surprise lassos, like you're stopping blink daggers also.
We saw Game and Gladiators do the shenanigans, creep skipping with Venomancer on top, killing the creep wave instantly from the enemy safe lane, and then trying to dive with like a level 2, level 3 immediately. It's definitely possible, but yeah, I think when you're playing against Venomancer, your map is very difficult to play because of all the wards that he puts down. A lot of the times you need a smoke to be able to engage into certain areas because this is one of the best heroes. I remember like back in the old days, Poppy was talking about how to counter Venomancer because he was super popular. There was Mirana with the Moonlight Shadow because you pretty much had a free smoke. That doesn't exist anymore. Mirana's not a hero. You already picked 2 of your supports, so it's going to be very hard to engage onto Team Falcons out of the map.
I feel like this is just going to be a 5 Veno. Follow the Batrider around. Snay likes to farm as well, and then pick up like a Bristle. I mean, it still looks like a good Bristle game. Just get a Mar, something that you know is going to do fine against the Nature's Prophet in lane.
Don't get the gyro.
Okay, so they're gonna put their DK mid. I will say I have seen it have mixed success, but perhaps they just want to make sure that the Beastmaster's game gets more slowed down with like the Veno gyro tech, or am I missing anything? It should just be gyro carry.
I would think so. I mean, maybe the idea is that DK could flex to offlane, as like DK could follow Nature's Prophet around, because I remember when DK was flexing to all 3 core roles and also Nature's Prophet was, people were just picking DK and then following Nature's whatever lane he goes to.
Yeah, I think that's changed a bit because conceptually, like there is this idea of, okay, you have so much armor and you have so much regen that you can withstand the Iron Treant, and then when Nature's Prophet TPs away, you just Dragon Form and you take the tower of the lane that he's in, but you don't really take Poison Dragon on DK anymore.
God, no, it's dog shit.
There's only Fire Dragon, so you actually lose that map pressure that DK gives you versus Nature's Prophet.
Generally, I'm not the biggest fan of gyro, but I like it for the fact that I think if we look at BetBoom's heroes, they want to help enable their beast. Like, you want to collapse on his lane, open up the tower with like Nature's TP stare, you collapse. I think gyro, first of all, slows down beast in the lane. And if there ever is a fight and you have call down, you might just feed on this Nature. So I think this can help you a lot to like hold the type of area you want to hold against this BetBoom type of draft. We'll see if the mid DK how it works out, but at least he already has like a Hoodwink he can play with and a Venomancer, which is not the best, but he has good enough supports to like, you know, play the map with some Blink maybe.
I mean, Nature's Prophet as a carry / mid laner, he buys pretty much into same items. So you are very good against Dragonite because you like there's a new tech, this Revenant's Brooch, which is the most damage as your like 3rd, 4th item pretty much because you're buying into Parasma, maybe some Gleipnir into BKB before that. But this hero scales really well, and I gotta agree with Kezu that this offlane tower needs to fall because in the previous game they had a lot of trouble because they were unable to control that part of the map with the Beastmaster.
I think that Falcons need to address the like safe lane Nature's Prophet that this does look like because they're assuming that it's not going to go mid. They're banning out mid heroes for Kiyotaka. Like you need something that can follow Nature's Prophet when it TPs and just roll on it and kill it, like an Earth Spirit or a Void Spirit or any kind of gap close hero, maybe even an Ember. Like Storm is the obvious one that comes to mind when you play versus Nature's Prophet, and it didn't get banned out.
But don't you think they'll pick an offlaner, I guess, for Falcons? I mean, they can look for an offlaner that does, I guess, the same thing that you just mentioned.
So I assume the assumption we were going on was like DK was going to offlane to match the safe lane NP.
I feel like DK should go. I mean, at least I haven't seen offlane DK. I don't know if
it's been
good.
a long time, but they picked. I also haven't seen Venomancer at all, so I'm not. That's the only reason I'm not counting it out. I also don't think it's good. Don't get me wrong. I think if you go offlane DK, you go Red Dragon form. I don't think you go Green Dragon.
You probably just farm.
I think you're just next leveling too much if you do that.
And what kind of jump offlaners are left for Falcons? There's their Mars still. Panga would have been great.
Yeah. Tide, Mars, Bristle, maybe one of these.
And what is good against TA? Because they ban out TA as their final ban.
Primal is still in the pool, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, there's a lot of offlaners that are still in the pool.
There's just a lot of BKB piercing disable that a lot of these jump offlaners don't like to play into.
I would like Tide. They're one of the few heroes that have played it. Yeah, he's a bit slow, but when you
that's a good suggestion.
He can protect areas and he can always counterplay. But they'll just go with the Bristle. Worked out last game. He builds good items. He can farm. Yeah.
This is such a toxic lineup from Falcons. You have Venomancer, Bristleback, and you have Gyrocopter, Dragonite, and Hoodwink dishing out damage from the distance. You also have super strong frontline for your Gyro if Dragonite's going to be soaking up some of that damage as well. Damage over time. I'm liking Falcons again. Like, without even seeing the last pick, I feel like this type of a draft, maybe I'm too excited because of the Venomancer, but I think this hero definitely has his place. I've said that for a lot of the heroes, but we don't get to see them too often, so.
I mean, what can they cook here? What can Kiyotaka maybe? Like, I feel like there's maybe more spicy picks from mid than from carry.
Timber would have been perfect if it was not first phase ban. This would be the perfect pick.
I mean, if you Viper, if you want to go for the break, you're playing
Vipers,
with the Bristleback,
Viper's
you're
really
playing
good as
into
well.
Dragonite. Maybe there's a Primal Beast because he has AoE break as well. If they want to put him in the mid lane, never mind. They're just going to stick with what they've been doing so far.
The Shadow Fiend coming out. Is this something that we are liking? The Shadow Fiend mid against the Dragonite? It feels like forever since we saw that mid matchup.
Well, after this game, we're going to see whether Shadowfiend is a good hero or not, because he has 27 wins and 27 losses.
I like it. I think it's solid. Like, you want to beat this DK mid and make it so that his like transition into the early game isn't comfortable. I also think that Falcons really just don't have gap close in this game, and you see that it's Nature's Prophet. Like, you have no means to like stop it when it does its TPs or like later in the game. There's no one really to start the fight on this NP. Like, there's no lasso, there's no roar on the side of Falcons. And honestly, I like the BetBoom draft more. I'm going to go against the mold here because everyone seems to be really heavy on Falcons.
I'm with Mira. I'll let you guys, because I know you guys are going to go Falcons because you're a bunch of Sims.
I'm a big Sims.
I really like the last pick. SF shits on DK mid. This is really good against DK, and I also think like if he can eventually get to the Silver Edge, it's good against Bristleback. It's traditionally also been good against Gyro because he's one of the few heroes that can actually man up versus the Satanic Gyro because of all the minus armor that SF has. So I like this pick. It's just a question of can they get out of the laning stage and make it work, because SF's not really a mid hero right now other than for BetBoom.
I mean, Kiyotaka, he's my X-Factor type of guy, like this mid SF, no one else really does it. I still like, as you guys would probably have already said, I like Falcons more.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit easier, but I think BetBoom have way improved their draft from like the last game.
Yeah.
I think game one was really hard. I think this game is not that hard. Like this one, again, I will just say that the gameplay will do the talking, like it did in game one, but it's up to either team really.
To me, this Dragonite could be same as Tiny Mid, which I really don't like. I've seen
you hate him.
Yeah, pretty much hating the hero. And he's gonna get shut down by this Shadow Fiend, so that's my biggest concern for Falcons. Other than that, I do like their draft a lot.
Okay, let's find out. Game number 2 coming your way right now. Odie Pixel and Fog, take it away.
for Game 2 of the Grand Finals between BetBoom and Team Falcons. And folks, we've got BetBoom coming in with a pretty solid lineup, nothing crazy, standard stuff across the board. The Falcons, you know, they're up again.
Venom.
You know, Snake King's like, you know what, I want to play something a bit different. It brings out the Venomancer. What do you make of this?
I don't know, man. We haven't seen it at all. He doesn't even take
We saw it once.
Did we?
One win.
We did see one.
We did. I don't know who it was. I think, but it's one win.
He did go patient 0 though, to point out. So he did not go for the, you know, stacking wards on top of yourself or getting that increased farm. I didn't see. You can check actually.
I'll check who did it. Yeah. But
And
anyway.
see, I mean, I want to see what the overall concept of it is. It's really interesting that he's just gone this and busted it out in the position that he did, because we just don't really see it, and he had a lot of other options there. So we'll see if it ends up working for Falcons. BetBoom, it feels like they fixed a bit of the issues that they did have, in particular in the last one, and they might just be able to find a kill here onto Crit at the start of things. Can he play his way out of this? Does not look like it.
Can they give the first blood, what, to Key Attacker?
He got the bounty.
Okay.
He'll take that.
Pure's going to be the one to take it.
Okay. Yeah, other thing that's, so, I mean, again, lots of things to point out in this game. They do go for not exactly the same draft here from BetBoom, but 3 of the same, right? They still go for the Tusk, the Bat, the Beastmaster, 3 BKB piercing disables, and overall this time they do want to have a little bit of a better lane for Miro as well, but he is still going to be playing versus one of these counter lanes, the Gyrocopter versus the Summons. It's not the same exact concept of an Alchemist, but it still does have that way to stop the pressure from coming out early. Let's see how I'm going to be watching it more of these side lanes in comparison to last time, because I know we were very focused on the mid lane in comparison. Because overall, that was the biggest thing that faltered for me, is the safe lane from BetBoom in the last game. Pure and Katomi, they just got off to such a slow start. Amar was absolutely massive, and Pure,
he's gone.
He's just dead already.
Yeah, Amar gets in under the tower. The Quill Sprays may dive for this. He does, but hey, he'll tell you that's worth it. Dives in and kills off the carry.
They struggled a lot in the laning phase in the last time, and already giving up a kill like that, all right.
Well, there we go. And just having a look, by the way, so the other time we did see the Venom, it was actually, it was T1, Talon. That's what T1? T1 doesn't exist. No, 2 at the moment. Talon. Talon, they got the victory.
Oh, yeah, it was Cuckoo. Of course it would be the Cuckoo Mancer.
Yeah, it was. We had a Cuckoo Venomancer in the tournament.
That's right.
And he got the win. Went for somewhat, yes, auras straight up. Greaves, Pipe, Crimson.
Okay.
That's what he ended up building that game for the team on the Venom.
What was he playing against, actually, really quick?
This was against Team Spirit.
Against... Wow, those are some interesting heroes that we have not seen at all. Okay, I don't really want to talk about those. Yeah, look at the link. Katomi actually gets a quick kill afterwards. So overall, this lane in particular does feel like it's quite a bit stronger in comparison to the Morph Tusk, just because you can actually utilize tag team easier with this Tusk versus the Bristle. But Amar, he's been a specialist on his Bristleback, as we saw. I believe it's a 73% win rate when he's been playing it.
I mean, this is the thing, right? I know it's obviously hard to draft against Falcons, and you're going to let something through.
Sure.
But were you a little surprised that the Bristle did get let through as the final pick?
I mean, maybe a bit, but the thing is, yeah, I think Amar has just widened his hero pool so much that it's very difficult to just be like, yeah, he's going to play Bristol again, because I think he had options this game. I saw the Dawnbreaker was available. He had his Mars available if he wanted it to. He just plays a lot of heroes nowadays, so it'll be a bit harder for you to shut down and expect all these picks. Does secure the big creep there on BRL. They're looking to run him down. They will be able to get the boar.
That's just good damage between these two. The courier. Well, they'll take that.
Oopsie.
That was a sentry coming out there for save.
Overall, I would say that two lanes do look very good for Falcons. Bottom maybe could go a little different with this Nature's Prophet, but 2 of these lanes for Falcons look very dominant.
They have to look for the deny. Can you get the deny, Miro?
Too hard.
Can't. Yeah, Skeeter able to get the last hit in.
It's just, the mid lane in particular is the one that I'm looking at for BetBoom to dominate in a way versus the Dragon Knight with the SF, but I haven't seen this matchup as much recently, because DK used to be able to withstand a lot of pressure versus most of these heroes.
I think that's going to be the case here.
It feels like it might be.
I mean? Like so many times over the last few patches even, you know, these matchups get against DK, it's like, well, maybe they can kind of bully him. Nah, it's a DK, he's fine.
Pure, they missed the Bushwhack.
They do.
Pure is taking a lot of damage.
He's got a lot of stacks on him. He's going to go for the TP out, has to. We'll make it away.
He can come back. He TP's out, save the skill point so he can use teleport to get back in.
Got the snowball at the ready, looking for crit. And Katomi, he's going to get caught by the Bushwhack. Amar, he's running low on the mana, but they will manage to finish off Katomi. Pure, though, can he get Amar in return?
Doesn't look like it. They're both very low on HP. They do have a salve on Amar to be able to get back up on that HP, but aggressive dive forward.
I mean, yeah, are you salving or TPing back as Amar? Because you've got no mana, really.
A TP back, I think. Yeah, I don't
just
think you
reset,
wanna...
get your mana back up.
Yeah, you don't get to play aggressive.
He's got
otherwise.
boost and wind lace, so he's going to be able to get back to the lane pretty quickly.
Yep, looking to secure the rune for Kiyotaka. He is doing very well in the matchup, but it's not like the DK is getting shut down much at all. He went for double bracer build. He's going to be able to pick up that water rune. So Maureen, he's withstanding the pressure. And these other two lanes, they're dominating. Miero in particular, I think they're very ready for the Beastmaster. I think that's why they've gone for this Venomancer pickup with the Gyro. Yeah, it's not as oppressive, perhaps, versus the Beast as they had with the Alchemist, but it's a very similar kind of style this time again.
Yeah,
so Save is already having
strong.
to pull waves.
I mean, it's just going to be one of those situations where if you're BetBoom as this Beastmaster bat, you know, when was the last time these two laned into a Gyro Veno lane?
Probably never.
It's something different, right? That they're having to adapt to, and they're not going to have an easy time when it's Falcons. You know, these two, Snaking and Skeeter, bringing out these two heroes.
And Snay immediately, we saw what he did last time. He actually blocked in the last situation. He blocked the hard camp immediately to prevent any of the stacks. 2 of the stacks will be formed, but then now he places the sentry down. So already preparing to deal with that stack that will be coming out from Miero. They don't have a Monkey King this time, though, to walk over, contest Wisdom Rune, and steal these stacks. So in theory, it should be stacks that get farmed from this Beastmaster without being contested as much. Mar, again, getting aggressive.
Just got to be careful. He's got the Sprout to try and block off Amar chasing him down, but
this damage is crazy. Ooh, it's so close. That's a 1v2 that he's setting up, and they're already setting up a trap onto Kiyotaka in the mid lane. Snaking. Sticking right on top of him, the Requiem. Gets stopped.
See if they can finish him off. They get the Dragon Tail stun. They're going to get him. Not a chance to hold his ground around with the ultimate.
Looks like a similar kind of rotation, at least that we saw from the other game, where Crit, he just leaves his offlaner. He's able to just sandwich onto the mid lane, because Amar feels like he can just be left alone in this matchup now
He definitely can. And Pure having to make a bit of a concession there. He TP'd back out with the spell. Didn't actually have enough money for the TP scroll, so had to sell his Quelling Blade just to be able to buy a scroll to get straight back.
All right.
So a little bit of gold loss on that one.
And it does mean that he can't cut the tree that we saw, I think, him cut at least once versus the Hoodwink in the laning phase.
Yeah, exactly. He had to get rid of that just so he could get straight back to the lane. Didn't have the money.
And they're looking to invade with Maureen since he's had such a good start. He could contest those Ancient stacks.
Kiyotaka
Save's in trouble.
He's thinking about helping out. Didn't want to just lay down the Requiem to maybe push them back.
They're going to steal the stack. Maureen having this good of a start, he's the one who can contest.
Sure.
That's huge. If they're the fact that they've been able to do this versus the SF in the
they could dive Pure here. Crit's here ready to help out.
He's got the TP available, but Crit, he's got the stun.
Yeah, they could just put pressure on. I mean, Kansomi's here ready to help out. Skeeter, he comes through.
He comes through.
And he's got the missile going straight for him. Pure's dead. They're going to be able to find Kataomi as well. This one, it's speeding up.
Looking again. It's the Falcons' specialty, just this early game aggression that they're able to put out. The mid laner, he did great versus the SF. They've shut down the Beast in the offlane and already making early moves with Skitter. And he's back up to the top lane. 2K lead. This is not with an Alchemist draft. So this lead, it's pretty big already at this point. Going to be able to secure their Wisdom Rune as well. All right, how do you slow things down, BetBoom? You need to try to protect your Shadow Fiend because he's already died the once, which is not something you want to have happen when he's in this quote-unquote on paper advantageous matchup versus the DK. Got to look to secure his rune. So probably the next 30 seconds, want to see the supports look to make that move. But at this point now, Pure maybe can't return bottom. And Miero is found again. It's just so much faster even than the last time.
Oh my goodness, it is. Yeah, we're only 7 minutes in.
Snaking Venomancer is working already at this point. Maureen, he's going to go down the Blink route. Yeah, having such a fantastic start on this DK, something that BetBoom probably didn't anticipate. They're going to look to secure Rune. 3 heroes contesting.
Snaking's here. This is scary.
He's got a haste, but do they have the stun? Nice bounce back there from Save. Stops this Dragon Tail from coming out and bursting Kiyotaka. Probably saved his life there.
Yeah, if there wasn't a haster in there, he would have been absolutely dead.
He's going to look to press forward.
Bottom lane.
He needs help. He's level 5.
He's coming in with the wraparound. He's got the homing missile ready to go. The snowball will be there to save him. Snake King's coming in as well. And they'll get the cooldown out. Pure. He'll sprout himself, try to hide, but he'll go down. Kataomi to fall. They're putting Kiyotaka. We'll be able to take out Skeeter with the raises.
There's more rotations, though. All of Falcons is here.
Tempted to turn back in over towards Kiyotaka. They're just playing around with them. Kiyotaka surrounded, caught by the bushwhack. Maureen walks up with the Dragon Tail stun. He's trying to get the Requiem off, but the pre-fire's there.
Crit killed himself using the blood grenade as the tower hit was hitting him. Oh, that was a bit of a funny one. Falcons, they're doing it again with their macro movements. It's so fast.
Check this out.
It's 8 minutes in and there's 5 heroes bottom again.
I mean, they try and bring the numbers in, BetBoom, to turn this around in their favor, but it's all too much.
And it's too much for Pure in particular. He's having another pretty horrific start. 1-3-3 on this Nature's Prophet. He's only level 6. Gyrocopter's level 7. So is Bristleback. DK's almost level 9. And they're setting tempo for these towers. Malrine, he's going to take out the tier 1 bottom. Whew. A 4K lead pre-10 minutes.
See if they can get Skeeter.
Got the roar.
With the bushwhack. Down to both of them. Okay, they're able to cut it and get out with the snowball. TPs are coming in for Skeeter, but he will die. Now, can they get out?
Miro doesn't look like he will.
Dragon Tail catches him. They'll find the Beastmaster at the least. The rest of BetBoom will manage to escape.
What about Pure? Do they know that he's stuck up here? Because he did use his TP.
I'll see how much Malrine and Crit search for him. The pings are coming
Malrine
out.
knows he's here somewhere.
But he's got backup coming in, Pure. Katomi and Kiyotaka ready to help.
This is a cool move from BetBoom.
Yeah, they're actually going to be able to get Malrine. As I think Malrine thought he was hunting for Pure, but Pure, he has the whole backup with him.
That is a pretty awesome rotation that they're able to set up like that. A very unexpected one. They're like, oh, we've got this Nature's Prophet isolated, and somehow 3 heroes also turned up. Good response. I think that's the best move we've seen BetBoom in response to this game so far here.
It's got the amplified damage rune, so BetBoom are going to have to be pretty careful about how they back out of this area.
Here.
Yeah, he's out.
Such a fast-paced early game, but they do strike back. So down to that 2K lead, 12-7. And they're able to enable Kiyotaka. So gets these 2 nice kills. He's going to go the route of the Spellcaster. He's going to go the Kaya Yasha just to be able to get involved and look to move around quickly, because it does feel like he has to with how those lanes went down. Has to try to fix the problems that happened. And Miro, he does have more stacks being formed to catch back up, but it's going to be one of the slower Ags. We usually see that Ags, it's usually by the 12-minute mark that it's finished up for these Beastmasters.
Now Falcons just making sure that Miro's not able to find that sort of timing in this game.
No. And Amar, he is going to be getting that usual timing. A bit slower also, this game in comparison to the last one. But still probably will have the Ag split to Shard around that 15-minute mark like he did before. Falcon's just not slowing down. Immediately smoked up again. Malrini's got the blink.
Looking at the mid. There's the setup.
He's caught.
Crit's got the follow-up. They've got the kill. Surely he's trying to get the Requiem off. They won't let him.
And now this mid tower also in jeopardy. BetBoom have to look to respond. I don't think they want to lose another tier 1 this early.
Snaking. Checking out what's going on the high ground. Pure was considering TPing over.
Is he just going to look to steal the stacks? I could just get information in the area.
Still kind of scary to mess around with this Veno. He's got the ult ready to go, Snaking.
They're losing their tower. Miro is attempting to push toward top, but doesn't push it that fast.
They've got the setup, they'll drop the cooldown. The Snowball will buy a little bit of safety for him as he rolls forward. Katomi, but he still goes down. They've got the Sprout catch on a Malrine, but he goes straight for the TPs. Not away in time, though. The Requiem comes in clutch from Kiyotaka. They'll kill off the Dragon Knight.
Quick TPs coming in. Good thing he instantly revved the Requiem, or it was not going to stop the TP.
Absolutely, any hesitation, and they wouldn't have stopped it in time.
And they do get that top tower, so good reactions coming out from BetBoom. Did he not have the quelling up? Guess not. There for Malrine. He just went for the instant TP rather than trying to get away with the quelling and cut, but he does. So. BetBoom stabilizing. Pure does have the Maelstrom finished up, so his farm will increase quite rapidly. Overall hitting towers, I feel like for Pure, difficult for him to show up to some of these fights. He has to have the backup. He has to have the Shadow Feed, I feel like almost every single.
I mean, they just have great catch, right? All 5 heroes can make a go onto someone.
Yeah, and the fact that Malrine did go for this very early Blink Dagger, just getting on top of the SF in particular early on, it's going to prove problematic for BetBoom. But they've stabilized massively in these last few moments. Things were looking a bit scary for a second there, but with these defenses, they've got themselves in a better position, and they find space for Miro, which is very important in this game. We've talked a lot about his performance for this team. Him being able to get this space to get the Aghanims is very important, but it is slowed down massively.
Definitely one of, if not the slowest starts that he's had on his Beastmaster.
And Amar, his Ags, it's pretty much done after these last 2 stacks, and they're going to smoke up. They're going to look to get aggressive again. It's Malrine and Crit. They're the ones making those aggressive moves in both games, dictating the pace. See if BetBoom is ready to respond.
They want to try and crush Miro's game even more.
Oh, the Wisdom Rune contest as well. They
The
do
scan
have
does
a
hit
scan.
though, and that may give enough info for Miro to play as far back as necessary, but no,
Blink's
they
done.
still get the jump. The snowball's there, the bushwhack will not connect, but they'll drop the ult onto Miro. He'll turn with the roar, try to run. Might be enough to get him back to safety. Crit looking to get that final bit of damage in with the acorn shot. And they look for a deny.
They got the deny.
They will. At least Save's able to take that away from Falcons.
Pretty terrible bounces coming up from Crit there. Didn't get the luck with the RNG. Double Wisdom Runes was claimed by them. Amar was able to take this one away. Pure did not get the snag. And they do shut down Miro again. And I believe they finish off a couple of these Ancients as well with Malorine's rotation. Even though the scan hits, they're not able to protect their Beastmaster.
See what they can do here.
Do they have the blink on save?
It's just a walk up and lasso.
Oh, wow.
That's what they're hoping for here.
Save is incredibly poor this game. One of the poorest times I've seen him on the battlefield.
This is a hard play to make work. At the smoke's going to disperk. A key attacker with the Invis Rune can get in position. See who we can find. And he's got the Rec Room ready to go now. The pushback, they'll focus Crit first, get the Hoodwink.
Can they get a secondary kill out of this? They saw snaking.
It's a tricky one to chase though.
They can't quite.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And they can try to follow him around, but it's just going to feel like wasted time chasing the Venom.
Radiant's middle tower
Skitter.
has fallen.
I have bunting for you.
And Amar, very ready to join the fights now with the Aghanims.
They're starting to sandwich up here.
They're still looking for snaking.
Snake, can he TP out?
He's going for it.
He can.
And he's away.
He doesn't TP to base. He TPs to the tier 2, so can look to join his team, look to join the DK and the Gyro up here. Miro, how close to Ags? He's pretty close. Falcons, are they going to accelerate? Are they going to look for the Roche themselves with this Bristleback up here?
They could definitely do it pretty easily.
Oh, they see Pure bottom.
Oh, they're straight on him. Crit.
He's in trouble.
He's going to have to set up at the ready. The sharpshooter hit coming in hard soon. Amar. He's got him in on top of the Nature's Prophet. No chance for escape for Pure.
The moment he showed in the lane, Crit had already poured it down there, and then they were getting the flank around with Mar controlling this bottom area. That's the shard pretty much done for the Bristleback, and Crit, that is his Atos also pretty much done, so that extra catch that they're going to have. Very farmed supports again on the side of Falcons. On top of these cores having a very good start. And now perhaps they can look to start setting up for that Roche soon, at least set up controlling the area. Because at the moment they've already controlled the far left side versus the Beastmaster to see when Miro wants to get involved. So they'll see exactly when he's got the Ags timing.
Dire's middle tower.
Save his Blink Dagger is just coming out so slow. This is one of the biggest concerns I really do have for the side of BetBoom. Although they've recovered and slowed things down a bit inside of this mid game, inside of this early game, their initiation tool is going to be very slow. And for Falcons,
the play, it's just
they can just run in. Yeah, they just have the roar, but getting that roar positioning, you're going to have to roar either the DK or the Bristle, because they're just going to be the targets that are in front of you. It's going to be hard to find those backlines without having that Blink initiation tool. And that Roche, it's going to go down fast, so no way for them to really contest. They're also making a move at the same time with the ward that they have on Miro.
Malorine, he's got the opening. Snaking and Crit, in with the follow-up. It's an easy kill for Falcons.
Just multiple moves at the same time. It's catching it, BetBoom off guard. BetBoom maybe not looking to react to this anyway. I do believe right now they're like, okay, let's just play our own game, try to get that farm accelerated onto Pure so we can look to fight. But that does mean that Falcons gets this one for free, and they're going to give it to the Gyrocopter, so not giving it to Amar this time.
It just feels like Pure needs so much farm. You know, whilst he's not necessarily falling behind or anything, but just as a Nature's Prophet in this game, you got to kind of consider like how many items is he actually going to need to get to a point where he can TP into these fights and threaten these tanky cores.
Yeah, that is going to be the issue. It's not, well, the BKB will make him survivable, but it does feel like even the next item afterwards is what he's going to need, the Mjolnir in particular, to actually do the damage. He's got the Maelstrom, but does need a bit more.
Do you imagine that's what he goes for? Is he going to feel the pressure to try and get the Silver Edge early like he did last game on his Morph?
If they start falling too much further behind, perhaps. But right now, I think game state is not atrocious for them. I think if they do start losing the tier 2s, then he probably looks down that Silver Edge route, but if this rate, he can still go for more standard items.
Is there even the temptation to get the Mjolnir before he gets the BKB? Would that be too risky? Because he's, you know, holding up on buying any of the components of the BKB, so is there an alternative build that he can go for rather than getting the BKB second?
It's a possibility, but that just means that he probably doesn't want to show up to the fights until he
Exactly,
does
he's
have
just going to
BKB.
completely
He'll
avoid
just play
fights
farm.
and work out on just capitalizing on the space that he's getting as a Nature's Prophet to farm fast.
A possibility, but I think probably just goes the BKB so he can join his team, because then they'll have double BKB timing with a Blink Lasso, so he can look to fight. And with now they do have that Blink on the bat, so they will have an initiation tool to allow Miro to get a better board positioning, perhaps. We shall see. Yeah, he buys it.
Yeah, sells with the BKB. All right, we'll see how much that kind of causes BetBoom to try and actively find ways to get a 5-on-5 going.
Dire are scanning.
Falcons.
They're going to look for the 5v5.
Yeah, absolutely. With the Zay just on Skeeter, they're ready to look towards the tier 2s.
And this is Malrine, who has gone for the more scaling route build too. I've seen a lot of the DKs in the mid lane. They've gone Blink and then Mage Slayer, and then they start to fall off. Malrine is not going to go that route. He's going Armlet. He's probably going to go S and Y and look to continue to scale.
Save. Got the creep wave.
Oh, he's caught.
They've got the setup with the Atos.
Nice, so fast. They still have this ward on the far left side. Crit. They do see Pure for a second here. Malrine, can he get himself out?
Oh, he's going to actually opt to stick around.
He's looking pretty dead.
Indeed, they'll drop the roar for this. Chance to block off his escape. He's not even going to get the chance to move.
So they're going to take Tormentor. They almost found Pure, so this was actually a very good gank that they were able to find there, because Pure gets out of the area that he was likely about to get caught in. They will lose their Tormentor for it, but a great kill to stop some aggression that's coming from Malrine. Could look to swing across and perhaps fight. They do have the Blink also on the Beastmaster now. His Roar's cooldown for 40. But in the next 40 seconds or so, they could look for a potential fight on the side of BetBoom. Save, he's got the Blink, he's got the Lasso.
Can they burst the Bristle though?
If they can get him to face versus the Requiem, it's a possibility. But Amar, he's gonna back away. Do they get crit?
They do. Just
Long
in
TP.
time. Finding these moves here, BetBoom.
And they're TPing over. They know that Falcons is trying to steal the Wisdom. Snaking, can he get out? He will. So double steal of the Wisdom again. The gold lead gone back to pretty much zero. Kiyotaka, he's got BKB. Sees Malrine. Doesn't even have to use it.
Dire's bottom tower.
Nice deep aggressive ward that they have to watch the movements. Katomi's ward in the mid lane did see Malrine.
BetBoom. They're heading over towards the mid, just in case Falcons do stick around any longer.
Instantly gets dewarded. They knew right away when he gets that type of move away versus Skitter. BetBoom has stabilized things. That 2K doesn't feel that big now at this point, with the Nature's Prophet now having the Mjolnir pretty much done. He ends up having this game.
Yeah, with the way that they've been able to find space for Pierre to continue to hit the creeps, his net worth is very likely to start to really skyrocket in comparison to what anyone of the cores of Falcons is able to find.
And he's got that really good attack range. I've seen this matchup a lot more in the pubs. I've seen it a couple of times inside this tournament, but having this super long range versus Gyrocopter in the mid game inside of these team fights can be problematic for them to reach the Nature's Prophet.
Skeeter on the high ground. He's only got 15 seconds left to the Aegis.
He's right on top of Save,
He's
though.
going to go straight for the bat and save. He's living a little bit. The snowball buys him a bit of safety. He's able to blink out. Save's going to get out of this. They'll take the Aegis out of the hands of Skeeter. Now Kiyotaka is ready to get in position, setting up for the Requiem timing. The damage comes in, lays down the razors. It's not enough, though. Skeeter will survive.
But Malrine's dead.
And Amar straight in onto them. They get the sharpshooter hit straight in onto Kiyotaka. They'll now try to deal with Amar. Can they bring down this Bristle? They can. But the pushback comes in from Crit. Crit getting quite the cleanup here as he'll look to chase down Miro. Miro, he'll turn one more round the Axis. Skeeter able to survive again somehow.
How does he live? Fraction of HP on the Gyrocopter makes the difference for Falcons.
It really does. I think that the start of it, right, when Kiyotaka went for this play with the BKB Requiem, it was just a little too late right there. It wasn't the perfect timing.
They get a lasso now, though.
I don't think he quite got the maximum damage with the Requiem on top of the Gyro.
A little bit harder when you have the Yashikaya to get that perfect kind of combo on it, just from that increased cast speed, but they do get this follow-up kill afterwards, and ends up being a pretty equal exchange that comes out. Maybe BB a little bit ahead because of that for Pure getting the cleanup kills.
Yeah, and it was into the Aegis of Skeeter.
It was.
And, you know, sure, they don't kill him a second time, but overall the team fight Not a bad result for BetBoom.
I mean, infinitely better than that last game, as we're seeing already. 20-14, both teams matching each other. Save might get caught here, playing a little over-aggressive, trying to get the farm. Almost got the neutral denied, but not the case. I didn't see what killed Malrine in the last fight, did you? I saw he got caught on the side and died in a second. I guess it was just the Tusk +1. They were able to burst him down. Crit. Other thing, I mean, Crit also, he did survive that entire team fight. He is level 15. So can never really write off this quote-unquote support hoodwink. This is actually crazy. Falcons does do this quite a bit where their supports are super high level and super high farm, but that's kind of crazy. They're both level 15 and 14.
And I guess they've been getting the majority of the wisdom runes this game?
They have. That's pretty much why, right? They got the at least 2 of the extra steals. And they're just greedy. That's just typical Falcons. And Snaking now, speaking of greed, does have Pipe. So for that next matchup, at least versus that Requiem, they will have that extra protection for Skitter. And I believe, does he have the BKB done? He does. So this next fight feels like Falcons have a bit of an edge in comparison to BetBoom with these auras and BKBs.
See if they can get the catch on. Save. I mean, they look to be in preparation for this.
Crit, scouting.
Waiting on the high ground. BKB into the Requiem. Not able to get any crazy damage out, though, as he has to opt for the TP out.
That's awkward.
They could dive this.
They absolutely will.
Straight in with the Dragon Tail in onto Kataomi. He's gone.
Ooh, no BKB now for the SF for 70+ seconds. Falcons can control quite a bit of the map with that there.
Yeah, and the BKB's now up for Malrine.
It is. And for the DK. So they've got, I mean, they've got the double BKB plus the Bloodstone timing to be able to pressure these tier 2s. See what BetBoom looks to do to react. Do they react or do they play their own game? Feels like playing their own game for the next few moments might just be the choice. Save's got to cut the wave.
Watch out, Save. Crit. He's coming for you.
You have the blink. He does. Still going to look to chase him.
See how persistent Crit is.
Does he scout him with the courier?
Dire's bottom tower.
Imagine he guesses that. Too far away to be able to, though. But they're being a distraction. That's exactly what BetBoom wants to do, is distract them until that BKB does come back up for the Shadow Fiend for them to look to be able to take a fight. He's close to the Ags also in Kiyotaka. So going just full Spellcaster route. And Pure, he has accelerated that Silver Edge. Does probably want it versus the DK and the Bristleback in particular, but has the Mjolnir finished, so very strong in the fights if he's left alone. He's pulling away from the pack in terms of that net worth.
TPing over Pure. He's considering making a solo play to Snaking.
Wouldn't have blamed him. Snaking does tend to play very aggressively by himself. Not going to be the case. He does not see enough on the map. Roshan, maybe a bit of a longer spawn. Still a minute left on that one. Kiyotaka, he has hit level 18. He does have his BKB available again, and he's pretty much got that Ags done. So they can look to fight around him as well. With Miero's BKB finished, they might smoke.
Yeah, they don't want to kind of let the risk of Falcons finding the Roche occur for free. So they've got to go and check out this area.
And they do have good initiation tools now at this point with the double blink daggers.
Who gets the jump first there?
Malrine showing. There's the Ags for the SF.
Trying to produce some of the vision that Pure's given the team.
Save.
Who does he want to go on?
Wants to find a better angle.
Amar isn't
not
really
one Amar.
You want anything else?
Yeah, any of the other 2 cores would be a better option. Looking for the flank around. Got vision down.
They're in.
Got the gyro.
They're going to see if they can burst through the gyro. They get the lasso into the roar. Can they burst through? The Requiem comes out. They can. They'll take out Skeeter. But now dealing with the rest of Falcons is pretty tricky. The BKB for Kiyotaka comes to an end. The Dragon Tail catches him. Kiyotaka, he'll fall.
I think they used too much to bring him down. It's great to get the gyrocopter, but he's not the only one you have to be worried about. They used literally everything for him. And Pure, he's got BKB.
I think Blink's going to be back up from Malrine. Has to go for the BKB TP out.
He was quick. That was inside the frame. I think same exact frame that the stun came off. He got the BKB. And Malrine will be able to port over, be able to grab the Wisdom, and they're going to be able to get this Roche with Amar. It looks like such a good jump, right? Because they get the gyro at the start, but Falcons, this is how their drafts tends to work a lot of the time. It's never just that one carry.
Sure. I mean, you can see what they were doing, right, with the lasso into the Roar, but maybe indeed you kind of had to have the Beast go forward and look to Roar a secondary target.
Oh, Pure? There's a dust.
He's ready. Maurin's prepared for this.
Oh, it's a solo. 1,000 gold.
Oh, that's a lot of money. That's why you buy dust, kids.
That's what I was going to say. Core players carrying dust, very important.
Look at that. A lesson to us all.
1,000 gold. That is insane. And I believe what he got. How many levels was it too? I didn't see how much experience it was.
I'll probably be able to check on the replay maybe if we can get that, but
2,500 XP as well.
How many levels is that?
It's probably like a level and a half almost.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nice, he's level 20 now.
Yep.
Maurin.
That is a massive pickup for him.
Tower has fallen.
And to get the Roche Miro, he'll get the Roar.
There we go, a little bit of revenge.
He's got BKB, can they chain stun? They can.
Takes the Roar and the lasso. That's a big kill. There we go. We'll check it out. So he was sitting in Egypt.
It's like a level and a half.
25% through level 18.
Yeah. All right, that's an immense solo kill. Yeah, jumps all the way to 19 and change. As Pure is like, ooh, did not expect him to be there. Now the push is coming on mid.
Falcon's gone.
Amar has built a BKB for himself now too, and he is carrying a gem. Snake getting a jump. Katomi.
That's a burst through Snake King. It's not going to be close though. Snake King's able to step back and they just turn and take down Katomi.
And the poison spreads.
He's got to be careful. They've tried to go for this fight, but of course both the Roar and the Lasso, they're still on cooldown. So BetBoom, they have to get out Pure. He'll TP out just in time, but it's close. So much physical damage comes out from Falcon's lineup right now.
Save, can he get out? He's got a TP.
The blink's up.
He will be able to get out. And Miro also going to look to get out. Oh my goodness, that was split second again there for Pure to get away.
And over in the mid, Pure.
Find Snake.
Will finish off the job. Get Snaking at the end of it all.
Now Pure.
I've got the Roar back up. Drop the Roar on a crit. Pure pots the BKB, tries to stand his ground against him, but again, Amar is just terrifying. He just chases him down.
And
Kiyotaka's going to look to kill Skeeter, but Amar's on top of him. They'll get the kill once. Kiyotaka trying to get in position for the Requiem potentially. He's going to go for it. He'll get it off. But he's so low, the heals won't come back in time.
And
He'll
Maurin's
fall.
there.
I mean, Amar's just cleaning up in these
He really
fights.
is.
We're seeing BetBoom be able to deal with the rest of them. But this last pick, Bristle, once again, they can't deal with it, Fog.
No, and they're killing the supports, but the cores come in and get the big cleanup. They get the SF and the Nature's Prophet back-to-back deaths for Pure. After he just gets himself out of a dangerous position, he gets a solo kill on Snay, but then hand delivers them a kill onto the cores. Yeah, this Bristleback's a problem. And Skeeter, again, it's a bit of a distraction. Yeah, sure, it's the gyrocopter carry, but he's got these two other massive cores that are just cleaning up every single one of the fights, and now he's got Satanic, so it's going to be a lot harder for them to do that the next time versus this Gyro. And they're going to take the Tormentor, too.
Once again.
So they're going to, I think they're going to be almost out of shards soon, right? Getting pretty close to it.
Shard for Maurin, always nice to have.
They still can get the Gyrocopter one, but that's going to be all 4 Tormentors once they go back and claim theirs. And the 3 cores, I mean, I say 3 cores, but it feels like 5 are scaling on the side of Falcons. And BetBoom, even though the Nature's Prophet is now having this game, Kiyotaka is starting to have that big slowdown as he's gone for the spell build. Starts to fall off as the game progresses.
It really does. We're seeing even when he gets these Requiems off, it's... The fear factor, the pushback's nice, but the damage is not quite there. Miro.
Solo kill.
Get the solo kill.
Oh, Pure
coming in.
He gets
caught by the Dragon Tail, not able to get the BKB off first. Now go for the BKB TP, and it will make it just in time. Once again, these BKB TPs are working out for the most part from BetBoom.
Yep, no BKB piercing disable on Falcons this time around until they go for a basher on somebody. And Pure, he took the last hit, so I think that's actually pretty important, taking that one.
Sure.
Even with just a Wrath of Nature. Just pump up this NP as much as possible for him to have that 1v5 potential. He has it 20, so he's got the leash too, and now he's got another defensive tool. But Falcons very keen to fight. There's no roar for 20 seconds.
Uh-oh, Katomi.
Maurin.
Must be ready to chase, and he is, but Snowball dodges there. Katomi turns with the punch to get the Requiem off.
It's
They try to
good
burst with the Dragon Knight. They've got to have him. He gets the BKB off, it doesn't matter. And now Pure turns for more, looks towards Amar. take out the homing missile. I mean, BetBoom, they're going to want to push this. They've taken out the
5.
Dragon Knight. This is their chance to take a fight. But Amar, he just goes straight back in over towards Pure. Pure's able to force himself away with the Hurricane Pike, forced down to the low ground, puts the BKB, they get the Sprout.
Skitter's on the high ground.
Point at the Roar, they get the punch, they're focusing the Gyro, they've got him.
Oh, what a fight.
They've got to keep going, BetBoom. They've found 2 of the cores. Now is their chance to look for more. They'll get the lasso onto Amar, but the BKB was off in time, so no immediate follow-up.
Pure?
Amar's ready to turn straight towards him, goes immediately over towards the Nature's Prophet. Pure keeps his distance, the break hits there. Pure, he does it, gets the double, and he'll get out.
And that's Gem.
They're able to force the fight and continue it as they go for Snake King as well. BetBoom.
What a fight. What a Requiem from Kiyotaka. Starting it all, Malrine, he jumps too far forward. He doesn't expect them to be prepared for that one. They get a perfect fight. They're completely back in this one.
Absolutely.
They also get the gem. So they get all 4 kills plus a gem in recovery as Pure plays it perfectly, resetting himself, getting that break onto Amar. He tried to push the limit there, and now they've equalized everything.
What a fight there for BetBoom.
At a perfect timing. Kiyotaka now 4 lasting presence. They can take out the mid tower. Can they look for top as well? Definitely a possibility.
It's got to be go, go, go time for BetBoom. Try and hit Falcons again whilst they don't have the full lineup up, whilst they don't have Amar back in play.
And Miro now also, he has Refresher. So he's got double roars. He can lock down 2 of these core targets.
Malrine. They're going to see him, but the blink out just in time before Stave's able to get the grab on him.
I mean, both teams just pushing the limits here. Fractions of seconds from people getting caught. And top tower, it's going to get brought down very quickly. Still Kiyotaka with 4 lasting presence. It goes down super quick. If BetBoom gets 1 or 2 kills to start the sequence, that's when that big damage really starts to kick in again. Falcons, they've tripped up pretty massively there.
Yeah, Pure, prime position to carry this.
Having these BKB piercing disables, very important. Amar. Falcons now at this point, it does feel like they're the ones lacking the ways to start the fight. It's Malrine attempting to, but he's got to be a bit more cautious with the way that he just jumps and goes for these stuns if Katomi's able to get these snowball saves. Impressive stuff from BetBoom. Stabilizing the entire game here. Pure level 22. Trying to get that peak timing if they can get these 25s online pretty soon. That's the biggest one for this Nature's Prophet. And he is soon having another defensive tool. The Satanic is almost online. So we saw in that last fight, he almost was able to stand his ground. With Satanic, he might just be able to do so versus these heavy physical cores. Falcons. See how they approach this next fight. They might just still look for a smoke and engage. Daedalus is about to be done for Skitter. They're gonna go for it.
They've been relatively split up.
They really are. I mean, Miro in particular has to be very careful with his positioning. He has the gem.
I mean, are they going to expect that someone's up here in this corner of the map? Maybe not Falcons.
Doesn't look like it. Skitter will show himself.
Oop. Pure was considering TPing in to do a bit of shopping there. Opts against it.
He'll go to the other shop.
He'll go to the enemy one. Yeah, smart moves there from Pure.
Good read.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Falcons won't find anything with their move. They'll get wards down. Don't find a kill as Pure.
Dire's middle tower.
These are such a dangerous position.
Yeah, he's been able to get away with being in this area on this top lane, and they haven't quite caught vision of him.
It's high risk, high reward positioning that's coming out from BetBoom as they dodge the smoke gank beautifully, and now they start getting damage on the bottom tower, double catapult wave.
Save, just looking for opportunities in case any do arise here on the high ground.
Roche is up. Falcons is going to start it.
BetBoom, are they going to be able to get over in time?
Are they just going to push? Are they just going to go for a rack trade?
Try and force them back. They know that with Falcons not showing in the mid, this is the time to pressure on towards the high ground. They take Roshan down so quickly, though, Falcons, that they will be back to defend.
How many TPs do they have available? Does everybody have them ready? I don't think so, do they?
I think just has Amar got one? Amar does not.
He does not. He has to run back.
Or you managed to do the damage in the mid, take out the melee ranks. Off the side, they found the Roar!
Malrine.
He gets the center one of Malrine. Malrine caught at the side of the fight. He's gone!
He didn't have TP to go back to the base. Pure.
Now they're turning for more. They've got the controller with the lasso down onto Skeeter. Skeeter puts the BKB, trying to heal it back up, but he's out as well. That's the Aegis gone. Crit, he'll manage to hold back Pure with the bushwhack. The Roar is back up. Miro leads in again. He's dying pretty quickly into the damage coming out from Amar, but Kiyotaka's taken him out a second time. The Requiem coming in big there, as that's going to be no gyro for 80 seconds.
Oh, and Kiyotaka now has a refresher. He can go for the secondary play, secondary Requiem. It's at the ready.
Yeah, and we're seeing how much the refreshers have been doing. That fight as well was what Miro picking it up, getting that second raw there to make that play.
And it was so smart the way that they even put this ward down. So they knew that Falcons, or they expected that Falcons had TP to go for this Roche. Two of them had to walk back. Malrine in particular, he walks under that ward top and gets caught by it and dies almost instantly, forcing this weird fight for his team to try to bail him out. A very good approach and a very good decision for them to not contest the Roche. Just go for the Rax trade and look for the fight afterwards.
After getting run over in that game 1, BetBoom, they've turned up in this game 2, and they're absolutely giving Falcons a real challenge here.
Yep. And they are still getting the scale. He's got the refresher, as we said, for Kiyotaka. He's almost level 25. You can see Skeeter, he tried to fight back with BKB Satanic. As soon as it wore off, he's just dead after the respawn.
That's too much.
Save might get the lasso.
He's
got
two. Grab. Onto the boat for them. Kiyotaka in position with the Requiem. They'll take Snaking out. The BKB's there from Amar.
With the roar.
The damage from Pure's coming in. Amar to fall. He's out for 95. Kiyotaka moving in for more as he chases down the two of them. Malrine has to run back to the fountain crit. He'll escape just in time away from the raises. The fortification comes out.
They've hit 25. The Nature's Prophet, he's got the tree and
Skeeter. He's TP'd into.
He's punted.
What? I mean,
he's dead.
What was that?
I don't think he expected the kickback going.
That wasn't the play, Fogged.
I think they may have just lost it.
Yeah, I think so.
They had to buy back also on Amar. I don't think they expected that kick coming out from Katomi.
I mean, even without it, I mean, he just TP'd in underneath the 5 of them, and he didn't have backup behind him.
No.
That's a rough one.
Maybe didn't expect the amount of burst damage that they have, but they do have it now at this point.
They do. They're that far ahead. 16k lead now for BetBoom.
Things have, snowballed massively for them. Literally since the 30-minute mark, they've just completely taken control. And now Shiva's also on the Beastmaster. Miro has the Timeless Relic. These roars, they last an eternity.
They're ready to go once more, BetBoom.
They're ready to kick people outside the base too. They have the two best tools to be able to grab people outside.
Barracks are under attack.
Save. Ready with the lasso. As you see two standing next to each other, he's waiting for his chance.
How deep does he want to go?
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
He's got a Requiem follow-up. Might not have to go for it, but he's looking for this flank around. Look at this positioning.
He's going deep here, Safe.
His team's starting to get the push going.
They're not going to expect the bat to blink on them from behind them.
No way. He's going to get the jump on
there he is. He's able to get the grab on towards the mark, and the burst through. The Requiem comes out into the raw. They can.
Deleted.
You don't expect that. You don't expect the bat to make this sort of jump. Skinner's trying to stand his ground against them, but triple kill for Kiyotaka. Pure BKB's healing up himself. They do lose the SF.
He's fighting back.
Pure's going to try and run. They have the detection upon him. This time, Skeeter's kind of holding, but he's going to get kicked back by Kataomi. I mean, Skeeter, can he keep this game alive? He kind of is, but finally he falls. The buybacks have come in. BetBoom, they're ready to clean it up as Kiyotaka comes in with the buyback rampage.
And they've done it. It's Skeeter now against everybody.
It's only Skeeter.
And there is another roar at the ready. If he steps up, he's just going to get immediately roared.
Let's have a look. One last ride here for Skeeter.
Blink up in 3 seconds. Pure's just TPing right on top of him.
They're straight in on top of him. BetBoom have done it. They're going to be able to take game 2 for.
Woo! Wow, this one accelerated incredibly fast. They were keeping it relatively close for the majority, and then explosive couple catches that they were able to find there. They make that call that they make. Don't go for the Roche contest, just go for the push.
Wow.
Find the catch on Malrine. They completely broke Falcons' defense, broke their 5-man. Back-to-back catches, save, takes a sip of his tea as he gets a beautiful double lasso back-to-back to close this game out.
That wrap around there, I said there's just no world where you expect that if you're Falcons.
No way.
You don't expect a bat to be jumping you from your own fountain, basically.
And Kiyotaka, he does continue scaling pretty massively in this game, able to get that refresher. He gets some beautiful Requiems.
Yeah, the refresher was great. Yeah, the pickup from Miro and then from him, absolutely. These double roars that were able to come into those last few team fights, the double Requiems, they were massive. They just laid up sort of the position for Kiyotaka and Pure to just lay down the damage, and Pure carried this perfectly, right?
He did.
Never was showing up to anything unnecessary early on. Got caught a few times on the way, but they never really were able to slow down his farm. And as soon as they did get that first, Silver Edge, Hurricane Pike fight, the Pure turns up, There was just no looking back for him. He just zooms ahead. Falcons, they just couldn't keep up. And some rough decision-making, actually, which is a rarity to see from Falcons, coming out in those final team fights.
Yeah, and overall, I would say the Venomancer had its job in the first 20-30 minutes. It started to feel like it kind of contributed almost nothing as the game started to progress when BetBoom started to get that pretty much even gold or even just a slight advantage. And I have to give massive credit there for Kiyotaka because started to feel like he was going to have some difficulties, but then afterwards he still just starts executing, getting these godly Requiem positions.
He really did. He really did. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. No 3-0s happening today in this grand finals. 1-1 it now stands between BetBoom and Team Falcons.
Yeah, Kiyotaka started with difficulties, ended with a rampage. What a game from BetBoom. For a long time, this game felt fairly even slightly in favor of Falcons, but this fight right here, Effie, was the biggest turning point of the game.
This fight was so fun to watch. It was incredibly high-skilled, but in this game, I just think BetBoom played so incredibly well in this game because they had to execute way better than Falcons in these fights in the situation that the game was in to win it. And like we saw everybody on BetBoom making like huge plays when they needed to. Like Kataomi with the snowball dodge on Dragon Tail when Falcons was going in for the kill, into like the punch, into the instant follow-up disables. We saw like the double lassos come out from save later. We saw the huge Requiems from Kiyotaka, and even Pure after the start that he had to find the farm that he did on the map. To like climb up in net worth when the map did not feel safe at all was an impressive feat in and of its own.
They managed to stabilize the game like for the good 10-15 minutes pretty much after having pretty horrible first 5-6 minutes of the game where they were collapsing on Shadow Fiend, killing him once, killing the tower as well, stealing his stacks as well on the big camp. Malrine was top net worth and I was really impressed the way he played, but he fell off so quickly. He fell off so quickly because they were ganking him. Like those Requiems were hitting that first fight that we've shown really changed everything. And Miero this time around, even though he's been shut down in the lane, he was playing against Gyro Venomancer, very toxic lane. They got a couple of denies, but he was always bottom net worth when it comes down to all the cores, but he still managed to recover, getting that BKB blink and getting the refresher later on. Sometimes they overlapped their ability slightly, but the execution was there for BetBoom.
My favorite thing about this game is that, in my opinion, the two people that really carried this in that fight that we saw, where carry Gyro gets cliffed. that was safe with a simple flame break. That's it. Kiyotaka, he hits the Requiem right at the start of the fight. Both of these players, in my opinion, if you had to pick two players on BetBoom that were griefing the early game, it was those two. And then throughout the game, they gain the confidence, or they keep the confidence despite some things not going their way, and then they clutch in the absolute most beautiful way possible. Like, that was such a well-executed fight, and all it takes in the current patch is one of these fights. And in my opinion, at the start of this tournament, this is how BetBoom was winning games. People forget about that because their drafting has become the talk of the town. But the way that they were winning games was based on like pure mechanical outplay in team fights. And Falcons is a very hard team to mechanically outplay in team fights. That's also how they rose to fame as well.
Yeah, and a big contributing factor to a lot of these outplays was you look at the ultis on the side of BetBoom, and they had huge ultis, like game-changing ultis, right? They had Lasso that goes through BKB. Later on, he gets an Ags, and he's like getting 2 at a time. They had the Walrus Punch, which goes through BKB, but then he also gets an Ags and starts kicking back gyros, finding primary targets. You have the Roar, the Primal Roar from Beastmaster, also goes through BKB, gets the Refresher. Now he has 2. You have the Requiem that you can use as a follow-up to any of these later to take down second lives, to wait until the BKB is over. Like, they just had so many game-changing ultis compared to when you look at Falcons, who had a much better early game draft, who had much better laning draft. But when it comes to that stage of the game, they didn't really have that much going for them.
No, they did not. And I remember yesterday's talk in the series that we saw BetBoom have. It was all about these BKB piercing disables and early cost. You made a point about it at that time as well. And I'm worried for BetBoom that they're going to get their hands on the same 3 opening heroes again, because this definitely seems like Falcon struggled to deal with in this second game. Let's check in with Kezu and see what his Acer Predator head-to-head is for this game too.
I think there's only one real choice. Mr. Keel Daddy on his Shadow Fiend. He's going to be in my head-to-head here because, yeah, what he did, I like what Jenkins was saying. I think both save and Kiyotaka were like kind of griefing the early game pretty hard, but then, you know, they reversed it. You know, they used the reverse Uno card because they pumped it up later on. You know, KDA 13, 7, 14. Maybe it doesn't, you know, it looks fine. Not amazing, but if we look at the damage numbers, which I think, Shiver, we have also prepared here.
Did we?
We do not, but let me tell you, they were very high. But
okay,
let's let the clips do the talking, because all the early Requiems, you know, not that great. But from the mid game onwards, my boy Kiyotaka, he was doing good stuff. You know, nice item build as well. The Yashikaya into the Blink with the Aghanims. Like Effie was talking about on the panel, they have these big ults. They get the refreshers eventually on the heroes. And this is the first one that really turned it all around. And like you guys touched on before, the flame break on the high ground. But here, over and over, you just have these team fights where Save goes in, he drags a guy, then you get the Requiem here. Like, it's just so perfect and so clean. And I think BetBoom's mid game, honestly, is what even allowed them to get to this stage. Because I think many teams at this stage where you're down like 3k gold, 4k gold, you would bleed out and lose this game. But they dodged so many nice moves, then took the fights that they want, and they end on this one where Kiyotaka eventually... He's tipping mid-fight. Like, he's tipping Malrine mid-fight, gets a triple kill, gonna be an ultra kill, then sneaks in the Rampage with the last raise. Honestly, some really, really high-level gameplay coming out from BetBoom.
I think also, and we have to keep in mind that Kiyotaka is the newer guy on BetBoom.
It don't look like it.
But he doesn't have a lot of experience in grand finals compared to some of these other players. So perhaps also the start of that game, you know there's a lot of pressure on you, so you're gonna have a little bit nerves on the Requiems, and then you get one good funny, like, wait a second, I know how to do this.
Also, like, I feel like what you need when you play against Falcons, because they have similar stuff with, like, Malrine and Amar. These guys don't care. Their confidence level is through the roof. So if you want to beat them, you need to save. And I think they have that with Pure, Miero save, and like you're saying with Kiyotaka, this guy's new on the block, but, you know, he shit talks a lot in pubs. He knows that he's got the confidence, he's got the skill to do it, and he's showing it.
Yeah, and I think with the tipping, especially on the last moment, I mean, confidence is not going to be an issue anymore in this Game 3, which is coming your way, by the way, after a short break. Welcome back. You're watching DreamLeague Season 24. Those were the fantastic Puck Jam Pandas that you can also find on Spotify. And we're in the middle of our grand finals. We're 2 games in and it's tied. It's 1-1 between BetBoom and Team Falcons. We're going to find out what's happening in game number 3. But before we get to that game, let's take a look at this little nugget of wisdom we got from the US Air Force Wisdom Rune as we look at the average kills per minute, Kezu.
Yeah, we have them right here. And the one thing, Shiva, that comes to my eye is there's only one non-mid and carry player on this list. It's Mr. ATF. Because he definitely destroys his opponents. You know, he's in their phase. People usually feel like this guy farms a lot, but if you look at this, you know, he's really getting in there, Jenkins.
Amar the fighter.
Yeah.
You might say. Nightfall's also on there. We saw that he really tried desperately to carry his team, but he couldn't as that prime carry. But Kiyotaka, Malrine, both like to fight a lot. And of course, we did see that in the previous game. They're duking it out. Both games fairly controlled by the mid laners on both sides, I would say. Malrine first game, Kiyotaka second game.
Yeah, I would say the
Lacoste.
same.
Yeah, pretty much.
He's gathering the thoughts.
No, Jenkins is the one controlling the panel. No, he played an awesome game. That's why we said Kiyotaka is going to be the X factor coming into this one. And he did go for the caster Shadow Fin, which looked like it's not going to be enough. But that one big play with the snowball save made the whole, pretty much they turned around the whole game. And I also think the decision making from BBD Bobbities were really good. Yeah, considering that they let Falcons go for Roche, they push the high ground, and they also take the racks, so they put themselves in a position where they're going to take it. They plant some really good vision to get the first jump.
Yeah, they were also kiting around really well or like choosing to re-engage at correct moments. Like often when a fight looked bad for them, we would see instead of TPing away on their Batrider and Beastmaster, they would just be hiding around the corner waiting for one hero to walk into vision, and we would see like the Veno or the Hoodwink get caught in the backlines a lot.
Third time in a row, they have first pick on Falcons. Yeah. Back to you, Kezu.
Back to me. That was really great info to then throw it to me. Appreciate that. No, I wonder if this time around, like, because BetBoom have struggled a bit when it comes to the early mid game. So, like, I wonder if they're going to show to us in the draft if they think it was about heroes, or if they feel more like we're going to go for the same stuff because it worked, and we will more so adjust by like being more ready or countering the moves we can or dodging the moves we cannot match. Because I still think that, like, so far in the mid to late game, they've always impressed me a lot. But in these last 2 games, I think their main struggle is like the laning and like the transition from after the lanes. So that's like the one thing that I will put close attention to in this little draft here.
Yeah, I will pay close attention to whether they're going to go with the Tusk Batrider again, if it's going to stay open, especially for the second pick phase, because these 2 supports have such high impact in most of the games. You have BKB piercing tools on both of them, and now they go for another BKB piercing tool, which has shown to be pretty much the case. That's how Team Spirit got knocked out, because they were like mostly farming on Satanic for Protect 1. You take him out of the fight, which means you're taking most of the network out of the fight.
This is a risk, the Beastmaster in the first phase. I think if there's any player currently that you're going to do this for, it is Miro. However, we've seen a similar thing happen when we watched Spirit, where they prioritized the DK first pick, and then Extreme actually showed that they had a counter for it if it's first phased. So that's my only concern here for BetBoom, is that when you have the entire draft open, maybe the Beast doesn't look as impeccable as it has in all of these games for Miro, where he's usually getting it in a later phase.
And now your Batrider is probably going to get stolen or your
or banned.
And those have looked so consistently good for them.
I will say I'm a bit surprised they did not decide to ban the Bat, because it looked really strong against them. You know, Saves plays it really well, and they can pick it out of phase if they want.
Yeah.
I mean, another thing that Jenkins touched on is like Beast can be very counter, but at least one of the small things they did do is like remove the Ench and the Chen early on.
Yeah.
But obviously there's so many other things like still in the pool. To me, the thing I'm looking at for Falcons is if they wanna swap the DK away from this lane or not. I feel like maybe this time around they will just play the matchup as it is with the DK.
Well, there's the Batrider. I don't think anybody is surprised about that.
He had such a great game on it, getting relatively early Aghanim Scepter. A lot of times you would see him have that kind of impact with some frags given by Alchemist, maybe some from Roche, but he farted himself. And also that backstab play, this was one of the cutest plays I've seen in some time.
That was a great call by him to do it. But surely Falcons take Tusk away, right? There's no way they give... They have to be planning to take that hero for themselves, because if they're giving away Batrider plus Tusk again when they don't have to first phase it, that's a bit of an oversight.
Yeah, it's definitely good against Beast. You can snowball the Roar. You can't snowball the Lasso, so that is unfortunate. But in lane, I also know people like Tusk against Beast, because if you play it as like a 4 position, or if you just run 3 heroes at the Beast lane, like tag team is enough to kill him.
Does that though mean if you pick up a Tusk that you... Well, I guess you can put it as position 4, because the Tusk DK lane is maybe not the greatest. They always like the range supports to go with the DK, but they also like Amar to be on the melee offlaners, and you also don't really want to put the Tusk with the melee offlaner with Amar. You want the Hoodwink.
And he has a couple that he plays, like he plays Razor and Viper, and he has this tournament, and those are things that they could look at. But by picking up this Hoodwink, we know it's going to be the crit hero.
I wouldn't mind seeing some Dawnbreaker, maybe not on this pick, but later down the line for Team Falcons, just so that Amar has slightly more global presence, and it's great against Roar, it's great against Lasso as a counter initiation, because something that Kezu mentioned is we're kind of lacking the saves in most of these situations against Bat, against Beastmaster, if there's no Shadow Demon, because he's pretty much never going to be available after those great performances that Save did have in multiple games.
My gut read here as a Team Fart Studios captain is that Falcons needs to bristle.
Top 4 NA, right?
Yeah, top 4 NA. I think they want to bristle on their 4th pick, but I think BetBoom is smart enough that they're going to take the bristle away otherwise. So I think Falcons is kind of pushed into a position where they're questioning, like, do we need to take bristle right now, or can we get another support like the Tusk, for example?
I would also not mind, like, maybe we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but I will also talk about what BetBoom could maybe want. I think if they have this like Bristleback in mind, there's also a chance where they could just pick their TA plus a support and then like flex it around. Because at least here on these 2 slots, this is one of the best things they do in their drafting, is that they have this open core. Like they have this open core that can go somewhere else, so here they're very likely just picking Mr. Kateomi's hero.
Pugno is a nice pick because it counters Bristle in a way. The crap, you can't just full to 0 somebody with the Bristle Ags, so I like that pick a lot.
And another word is really annoying for Bristle on lane. I'm just really surprised that Falcons don't attribute any like success that BetBoom have had to Tusk, like in any capacity, because I feel like he played a really huge role.
Yeah, I agree.
In that last game.
They're just gonna Tusk again, right?
I think it just makes the most sense for them too. Like they will just play pure on a range hero. Tusk is good with all of them. You can have kill thread 101 all the way around, so it worked for you last game. I don't see why you would really have to change it up this time around.
Yeah. This time they won't have a chance to pick up the Shadow Fiend, which is maybe for Falcons a big enough reason not to worry
what
too much
else
about
like could they flex between mid and safe? And they could go like Tusk TA, they could maybe go Tusk Morph. Is their monkey banned? It is, so maybe that makes it a bit better this time around. Ooh, they'll go for another Natures.
Run it back. They do believe in their own ideas, which I do like. I mean, even the first game they open up with Batrider, they open up with Tusk. I did mention during the second game, after they lost the first game, that they're probably going to prioritize Miero's hero in the first phase. They didn't do that, but they did that in game 3.
I do want to comment though that they need to address this Nature's Prophet differently now in Falcons, because I talked about how they didn't draft any gap close versus the NP because they thought, okay, we'll just beat it in lane with Bristle and that'll be enough. But later on in the game, when Nature's was like pressing Hurricane Pike and Satanic, there was nobody to get on top of him or out-trade him or kill him at that stage. So like having something from the mid, I don't want the DK Flex to mid at all. I want Malvin to play a jump hero from mid, an Earth Spirit or a Pangolier or an Ember Spirit, anything in that sense.
Okay, they're gonna change it up. They won't go for the Bristle. I mean, this is, in a way, a jump hero. If Natures is huge, which oftentimes he is because of the tempo he brings and the speed at which he can farm, it is a good Doom target, genuinely. And Doom likes to play in a lane and just farm the map, and Nature's Prophet, if he shows up in the wrong place, he can get solo killed. Like, this is a full to 0 solo kill hero.
Also, Beastmaster suffers a lot to Doom. You can't heal off of your drums, and you can't cast Roar in fights once he gets Refresher, and you can Doom 2 targets.
I still want Falcons to have this type of mid hero that, like we already touched on, with like the Pango, like anything else that goes in. Like right now, both teams can very much like play the lanes, play the mid game, but fights will be decided on, are you starting with Lasso into insta-kill, or are you getting the Doom you want? And I think you're not just randomly going to get the Doom you want against one of the best teams in the world. You need someone to go in for you, create chaos, DK goes in, Pango rolls, Earth Spirit rolls, and whatever it is. You need this type of pick, or I think you're going to have a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Primal fits the archetype that you're talking about. I do feel like, don't you think Pango's a little hard against all the capabilities?
Pango's hard.
But I agree with the archetype. I think it does make a lot of sense. You need some point of first contact here.
Maybe
Storm is fine. Yeah, you have battery for Storm as well.
They have very little disable for Storm on the side of BetBoom, at least early game.
5 seconds remaining.
What else? Because I don't see many carry options for Falcons that I would like. I mean, actually, kind of the opposite. I would kind of hate it. I think you are looking at Malrine, like, pretty clear cut to help enable your side lanes.
Is this just a Medusa ban? With Tusk? You're playing against Doom?
But then Nature's mid.
Yeah.
I mean, they banned the TA, so Falcons is thinking along the same lines as you.
Yeah, that flex is definitely open.
I would say that's probably a good ban. I mean, maybe it depends. If Falcons feel like they can speed up the game with, like, now they pick Storm, and if BetBoom kind of need a hero that would answer us, like mid-Natures doesn't really do that, but then I feel like BetBoom have giga scale. But if Falcons were like all in on some tempo, they could leave it, but I'm kind of with you. I think you can go you can ban the Medusa and be free.
They ban out the anti-mage and they pick Medusa themselves.
Holy.
Really mid DK again, huh?
Yup.
Okay, let's see.
Do you want to have some mana burn from your mid lane? There's still Pango available.
Invoker.
Invoker's also okay-ish, yeah?
Yeah, still in the pool.
10 seconds remaining.
They have a lot of time. Is there...
But there is this new build on Medusa that Ame did first. We gotta give him credit for that one. High Assange, 25% mana loss reduction.
I mean, Ame is in this game. He was also the one that kind of showed the Nature's Prophet into DK, which is also here.
So if it is an Invoker coming out last for BetBoom, would you sway BetBoom's way for this draft? Like, is that enough to counter the Medusa? Or with the Ame build, is it no longer enough?
I don't know yet. I'm still trying to like look also at what other options Mr. BetBoom could go for here.
There's quite a few, considering their flex potential with the Nature's Prophet. We've also seen people go for Pango against
It's got to be
Medusa.
Invoker, right? It's so strong, and it's Kiyotaka's arguably best hero right now.
It's a good way to disengage when you're playing against Doom if they don't have the best catch. Their catch is pretty much Dragon Tail stun into some bushwhack. Other heroes don't really provide you with much catch. So Invoker could, you know, with a good time tornado, remove this Doom and they could reset.
Yeah.
Razor. That one was not on our bingo card.
No.
How does it fit in? Because we have got the Kiyotaka Nature's Prophet. Razor will go into the safe lane.
Okay, so they were concerned about Doom eating the big tree and laning against the Nature's Prophet. They prefer to just dumpster the Doom in lane, which Razor definitely will do, but I also think that a Hoodwink will sway that matchup. Like, Hoodwink just make sure that any position 3 is going to do fine in the lane, no
This
matter
time
what.
around, it's mid-Nature's Prophet, so he will be more active. He's going to get that level 6 much faster, so expect some... Like, the lanes are not going to matter as much, I would say, considering that you have this global presence coming out from NP. I'm leaning towards BetBoom team in this one. I think they are sticking what's been working out for them in the second game with the slight twist, and I kind of like it. I mean, Falcons, they're also playing their type of a draft with, you know, some casual Medusa in between.
I think a big factor to this Razor pick was they didn't want to carry that, like, gets countered by Doom. Like, Razor is not lifesteal dependent. It doesn't matter. He doesn't build Satanic. So they wanted something that was always ready to fight regardless of the threat of Doom. But I think this might backfire on them at later stages of the game because they don't have the scaling. Like, they need to win the early game and they need to have a strong mid game, but I don't think they can do what they did last game where they just play the map and outscale. That doesn't exist, so I like Falcons more here.
Computer, can we pull up a picture of Owie with devil horns, please? We get Owie with devil horns. There he is. No, with devil horns.
No,
with devil horns.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, great. That's good.
Nice prep.
I believe that Owie has cooked with this one. I think that the Razor is not enough. I think this is an absolute Falcons-style draft, and Ali's showing why he's the devil on the shoulder of every team that's out there, Shiver.
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like this Falcons draft is very slow. They will outscale and win, but it is kind of risky against Razor, Nature's Prophet, and Bad Lassos. I'm, for the first time, leaning on the Bibbidi Bobbidi tier.
I actually agree with Kaiser. Can we get a Halo on Ali instead? Can we get a Halo? Thank you.
Okay, what are you doing?
All right,
one more.
Let's see if AI cooked for this one.
Can we get
three coming your way right now?
Ladies and gentlemen, straight into the action here, game 3, and we might get a first blood. Skinner, he's caught out, they trap him with the shards. They're going to be able to kill him and get the first, but almost certainly they're going to be diving under the tier 1. Surely they don't hold back, they indeed don't. They got the stab thing going, they'll get first blood for Pure.
All right, adaptations being made from both sides. No more Venom Enter, says Falcon's going to go more of a standard route. They're going to pick the Amar Doom, so they're breaking the mold on that Bristleback. But BetBoom, they've adapted as well on their own. 4 heroes that are pretty much identical, but they swapped that Nature's Prophet to the mid lane and picked the Razor. I imagine they just want to have a bit of a better early game in particular, because we did see them falter a lot in that last game. They started to clutch it up, making Maureen in particular falter a lot. And let's see if they can do it again, because it is a much stronger early game draft for them. But I do have to agree with Effie when she was talking about how at some point, they will get outscaled. This draft from Falcons, it does get to the point of ridiculousness with the Pugna Dusa just comboing, the Doom always removing one of these cores. So we'll see how they can do, and it does feel like overall in particular, BetBoom, their early game should be better with this draft.
Sure. But you feel like that sort of approach against Team Falcons, you're trying to go for a draft that intends to run them over and play fast against them, is kind of a risky strategy to go for in the matchup?
In a way, but I'm happy to see them do this. You know, this is a best of 5. This is when it becomes that you have to try things out a little bit more, where, you know, sure, now it's 1-1. Now they have a little bit of leeway for both sides to be able to match tempo and perhaps play a bit faster. And that, for me, has been a way that BetBoom has won, I was mentioning before, a lot of their games. So maybe just looking to accelerate things, not wanting to play on back foot and just having to clutch, because that was what it was last game. Maureen, in particular, made 3 or 4 pretty big mistakes and they punished him, but it really was clutch factors that came out from BetBoom that pulled them ahead of that one. But yeah, we'll see. We shall see if it ends up working out for them.
So out of these side lanes, you reckon that with BetBoom's setup, they should have the advantage in the matchups?
In the bottom one in particular should be better. Top, on paper, it should be for the Razor versus the Doom, but these things are all on paper. Mid lane, I think Maureen is going to crush this one, though. I think this is a pretty free lane for the Dragon Knight in comparison to what he had before. So side lanes, I would say yes, but mid lane, no. But we'll see, because that's all on paper. So. And Pugna in particular maybe does just sway things to just allow the Medusa to completely free farm. But I think Beastmaster should also get very solid farm in bottom. Again, the ward is going to be placed from snaking this time around, blocking the hard camp, so they're already going to be preventing some of Miro's stacks. So yeah, we'll see how these lanes do in the field.
That's up. The link going, the shards, they're not going to quite trap him off.
The mark. They just hit 2 right beforehand as well. So maybe this, maybe the supports on the side of Falcons do just end up swaying the matchups. Because Pugna and Hoodwink are 2 of the best aggro heroes in terms of how much they can output inside the laning phase and just trade back. So maybe they will just end up... maybe they will come out on heading all 3 lanes.
But this mid lane, is it supposed to be this bad?
I think it's supposed to be very bad, but I don't know about this.
You know what I mean? It's 10-7 against 2-1.
Yeah, probably not this bad, but I think DK does have a pretty free matchup here. You can contest every single CS. You have great animation. There's no magic damage. But yeah, this is ridiculous.
This is really rough. This is probably one of the rougher outcomes Key Attack has had in the first few minutes of a lane matchup in the mid-price. Coming up to 2.5 minutes in, he's only got 3 CS against 13 and 10 DK.
That is pretty crazy. I didn't think it was... I thought it was going to be one-sided, but not that much. That is absurd. He's getting every single one.
And that's
He's getting every single one. I'm just watching mid lane.
A mid-nature's profit. If you're not getting any gold out of this lane and not a lot of XP either, this is not an easy hero to play from the mid if you get completely dumpstered, right?
Not versus DK either, because if you get dumped, oh, they actually find the kill on Snaking. Save does find a solo grab there. If you do get destroyed in the mid lane as Nature's Prophet versus some heroes, what do? You leave. But versus DK, you leave, he takes your tower. So it can definitely be a difficult one. That is absurd. I mean, Maureen.
This is really rough.
He knows he made some mistakes in that last game toward the end of it. I think he's trying to fix that one up. This is a crazy start for him.
I mean, it's like, sure, the DK obviously has this great attack animation, good damage, but you do have a Treant with you. You know, you're working with 2 units. You'd expect a little more than just 5 last hits at 3 minutes in.
More than 5, absolutely. Breathe Fire is annoying, right? It does reduce that damage, so he does kind of have the same damage. If he hits the Breathe Fire on the tree and the hero, he pretty much has the same damage as the 2 of them combined, if not higher. And this is crazy. Well, Kitak is going to need some help. They do have heroes to rotate. They do have the same exact supports that they play every single time. They will be able to take the runes away, but DK overall doesn't care too much about runes. Just goes for double bracer treads.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is craziness. Top Pure is having a good time, but it's not like he's shutting down the Doom by any means. Crit is able to just keep him held off, even though Pure did get the first blood too.
Taking the walk back to base here on Maureen, so just wants to refuel, get his mana back up so he can continue the Breathe Fire spam.
Why not?
Did push the wave in underneath the tower, but Kiyotaka was able to get, I think, pretty much all of those, at least whilst the lane was left to himself.
Still 25-13 to the 13-3. Maureen has he has a pretty solid level advantage over him, so he's going to hit the 6 that much faster. He's even getting aggressive onto Kiyotaka.
I mean, he's just got so much damage.
He's just walking him. He's just walking him down. Bottom. Trying to get aggressive onto Snaking. Getting aggressive onto Skeeter in this lane is pretty impossible, but they're securing Miro. One of his best starts on the Beastmaster in terms of this best of 5 so far. He has the stacks to be able to go back to also, but also just having a good laning start here. Skeeter, he's got stick charges.
Is it going to save him? They're going to dive in. See if they can finish him off.
They've got so many mangoes.
Oh, indeed, they're keeping his mana up. Skeeter will still fall. They get the job done, BetBoom.
Might lose save out of it.
Oh, raindrop.
Is he gonna live? He's actually gonna survive. Wow. I can't believe they killed the Deuce in this lane when you're feeding him stick charges with the Batrider. I think they used 3 mangoes there as well. I think Snaking pumped 3 different ones into the Deuce and they still can do it. Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, and this mid lane, one more creep. Maureen's going to have the 6. Kiyotaka barely just hit the 5, so pretty much a full level advantage for the DK against the Nature's Prophet in this mid matchup.
He's got the catapult wave as well. He's trying to kill the catapult. Look at Kiyotaka, he's sending the treants on it. So he will at least take out that catapult so there won't be that extra pressure that comes out. Top Amar.
With the link. And a snowball Amar. He's got phase boost back up in a second, so he's pretty speedy.
He's too fast.
The plasma field is not going to grab him. Yeah, the phase boost will save him.
And the creep he has, right? He has the movement speed creep, that little bit extra that puts him at 500 movement speed when he pops the phase. They will find crit though, save. He's making so much happen in this early game.
And the pressure around this mid Snaking, he's coming across, ready to put the push onto the tier 1 with the dragon form of Maureen.
Save's moving though. Since he's already secured the bottom lane, he's already gotten a kill top, he's looking to assist in the mid lane as well. Spat is having a tremendous start this game. He had a bit of a slower one in the last game. It took him some time to get the Blink Dagger, but this one he's having a much better time snaking. Going for attempted steal onto the Wisdom.
He's pretty quick on it.
Save doesn't have a TP.
He might have the timing for this.
I think he's got it. Save, can he get a godly flame break? Let's see. He cannot.
I guess it could be.
The trade that comes out when you make that aggressive move, when the Batrider shows top, they knew he TP'd. Stay.
Doesn't mind dying for this. And Katsomi, he tried to go for a steal. He should die. Didn't manage to get the pick up himself. Will cost him his life, the effort.
Save, 4-0-1. All 5 kills are because of this Batrider right now. But the lanes overall, Falcons, even though it's 5-1, still having that really, really good advantage, at least in that mid lane. It's crazy how much of an advantage Maureen has still. Level 7. Kiyotaka's hit 6. He's got the Wrath of Nature. See if he wants to make an aggressive move on one of these side lanes. But he can't leave the mid. If he leaves the mid, he loses his tower.
Where do you go as this Nature's Prophet?
He's got to stay in the area. I think just stick around and just, yeah. Be sure to just drag the creep wave off of the tower. They're going to be able to find the D ward, and Katomi is going to rotate. They're bringing 3 heroes. So is Falcons, though, to attempt for the push. And Katomi, that was a long-range stun.
A little too deep to follow up.
Wrath of Nature coming in.
With the Sprout on a Maureen. They'll kind of free him there with a Flame Break. They're still going in with the Snowball. Shards are there as well. Maureen, he turns, looks to fight back. They get the pushback in on to both of them. Maureen, he's surviving. He's able to get up to the high ground. He lives, and both of BetBoom's supports, they die.
He doesn't tick out. Skeeter even getting involved early. TP's to the mid lane. Since they brought numbers, he wants to bring another. Amar, looking at Pure. And they're going to be able to likely finish off this mid tower. Snay just continuing to blast it. One more and it goes down. Falcons bring in the numbers. And Malrine living with, what, 50 HP.
Yeah, they were so close to getting what would have been a huge kill.
Oh, and very quick movement from them as well. Going toward this triangle, taking away the hard camp. Good move from Skater.
Already early signs of Skeeter and Malrine getting rather out of control this game with this sort of start they're both having.
Yep, but Miro having also a much better start in comparison that he's actually just playing the lane. He still has these Ancients to go back to, I believe, as well. Pretty massive stack, and he's gone. I don't think I've seen that before. Treads? It's because he's having that better laning start. Has a pretty huge stack, so his timing should be pretty nice for this Beastmaster.
Yeah, I mean, is there any way that Falcons get over and interfere?
I don't believe so. It's going to die too quick. They got the hard camp. They got what they came for. Top lane, they want to try to shut down Amar. Bringing 3 heroes. If they can get on top of him with the tag team, it's very likely they can bring him down, but he's playing cautious. Say that. He wants the flag bearer. Does he get baited for it?
Not able to get the opening slow with the plasma field. So they're
gonna go for it.
Just the angle for the snowball in. As Amar, he'll throw down the Doom, but he's very dead, and there's no one to follow up and try and finish off this kill, unless the Doom damage is enough, but at this point, shouldn't quite be.
They do lose Kiyotaka out of it, though, and they do lose the... Oh, no, he actually denies away the Arcane. He actually didn't get it there. Pure. Playing very aggressively. Snaking has hit 6.
Not bringing in anyone else to punish the Razor, so Pure will get away with sweeping behind the tower to clean up the wave. And we'll see what was going on at the same time in the mid.
They just caught him with the stun. Amar maybe expecting TP rotations from his buddies. That's why he was throwing out the high fives. He gets punished for it. 4-6. Pretty even early game. Falcons with a bit of a lead, with Skeeter just having this crazy free farm, even though he has died twice, once at the start and once afterwards. Now does have the pretty much open availability to just play it in the bottom side and not have to worry too much from anyone running him down, because the Nature's Prophet overall doesn't want to make these early moves now at this point. Kiyotaka, he has to be more into recovery mode to finish the Maelstrom. Falcons gonna be looking toward this top tower. Katomi's still only level 4.
Skeeter ready to join. Bushwhack catches there from Crypt. Katomi won't be able to retreat with the rest of the team.
These levels are a big deal, Owen. Level 7 on the Hoodwink and nearly level 7 on the Pugna. Level 5 on the support on Katomi. Save now has found 6, but even he's been slowed down from that double Wisdom Steal. It looks like Falcons, they'll be able to take this tower and potentially even react to bottom. It's not dying that fast. They can look to swing over there. Malrine has the Blink Dagger. They absolutely can look to contest this while also taking this top tower.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Looking to go for the gate now. Snake King.
He's got another drain in 3 seconds. Can Katomi control him? He cannot.
That's too much. And now down bottom. They found the setup. They're in with the Dragon Tail onto Miro. Used the Roar to try and run, but he can't get away from the Dragon.
Ooh, and it's a lot of money. As we were mentioning, he's having that really solid game on this Beastmaster going down. Gets caught from the movements. Falcons, they're playing quick this game. They're just one step ahead of BetBoom, taking out these towers and defending theirs, and potentially even getting a 3rd tier 1 here. Pure yet to get involved.
See on the gold, you know, despite the Very rough mid-start. Kitaka, he is recovering pretty well.
He is.
Climbing back up the ranks.
But the difference between the Deuce and the Razor is starting to be pretty massive.
Yeah, that's what stands out the most.
Difference. And the supports too, right? That's really the biggest difference in between the gold and the experience, is just how good of a game these supports are having in comparison too. And the Deuce in particular, there's not, yes, they have the Razor to get the Link and run him down, but there's really no mana burn on. Which a lot of these games has been pretty necessary to be able to take out this Medusa.
In the mid.
Another catch.
Involved in a lot of action already here, Maureen.
It is a bit similar to that last game where Falcons were the ones dictating the pace. I think BetBoom, they attempted to go for a bit of a fix in their draft to be able to fight the aggression, but we're seeing Falcons, at least in this early game, taking over again. And as we were mentioning, their draft does scale very hard. And they've got the OP combo, just have to mention it again, it's the Deuce Pugna. So in a lot of these fights, if you don't find the Pugna, this Deuce is going to be literally unkillable.
What's the plan from BetBoom?
Wait for the Ags on the Beastmaster. Does he have it done? He's about.
Very close.
I think that's their timing.
They're close to Blink Dagger as well on save.
Okay. So they'll likely get both at the same time, and that will be, I would imagine, their timing to look to really fight back. And this time they will be able to get one of their Wisdom Runes, so XP. Much needed for the supports that they'll get. They have this Obs Ward up here too, so could look to perhaps fight around it when they get that Blink and the Ags. They're going to start the Roche. It's before he has the Ags. It's coming now.
Smoke comes out from Falcons.
I think they're anticipating.
I mean, they're ready to go through the gate and head down here. They've hit it with the scan, so they know this is going on. They're going to be able to turn up and interrupt this.
Uh-oh, and Miro is very low. The amount of times we've seen this Beastmaster do these Roche, Falcon are anticipating it.
I mean, they're going to get spotted out by Save, but I don't know if this is going to give Miro a
God.
hope. They're trying to force the Roche and finish it off.
Elmar gets it all.
He just picks it up, gets the kill as well. And they lose all three heroes. They went for a very risky move there, BetBoom. It does not pay off whatsoever.
Oh, this game could get rough real fast. It already is, and they've got the better scaling lineup. They prevent the Roche from being taken.
You see at this point, they're like, well, we've got to try and finish it. But Amarj is able to walk in, dropping down the Doom, pick up the Aegis, and even getting the Roshan kill on top of it. They get everything, Falcons.
This one does feel like it's going to accelerate really fast. Even though Pure's farm is, it's actually not even that okay. It's all right, but overall, they don't have that great matchup versus these cores. This time, Falcons isn't making the mistakes. 15 minutes, the lead is massive at this point.
Wow.
Yeah, this is huge. And that was one of their timings, right? That was the Axe Beastmaster. They're going to have to blink in a moment, but they just lost so much. They read the move perfectly. The Gleipnir is done. But yeah, it's kind of late.
There we go. Blink on save as well. Even into the Aegis, they may look to try and make some sort of move, catch Falcons off guard.
Who do you go for, though? Your damage is pretty limited at this point on the side of BetBoom versus a lot of these cores. Even Maureen now has a Force Staff, so they're starting to build answers versus Pure's Razor.
Yeah.
And speaking of Pure...
He shows, and they're ready to sweep behind the tier 2. Look for him. He's going to go for the TP out, but they've found him.
Very dead. Yeah, this one's rough.
Yeah, this is back on track as being as rough, if not even more rough than game one was.
Yep. And they tried to do adaptations to be able to fight early, because last time they did lose the early game as well, but the adaptations are just not working. Tier 2, they have to pop the glyph to just try to hang on to it, but Falcons are actually just aggressively glyphing themselves to finish off this tower. They've got the blast.
Skit is ready to join.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're gonna poke high ground?
Is under attack.
Maybe not this
Probably not yet. There's no need to.
I mean, you say this, but I don't think they will. He'll just clear out the next wave. They've got a base ward though, Owen. So it is definitely a possibility that they look for a catch and perhaps go for that push afterwards. A full Lotus.
That's pretty early, right? But
MR.
A very nice sort of adaptation against these lassos and roars that BetBoom were able to make such great moves around in game 2.
It's against everything. Dispel the Gleipnir, it's against the Link, it's against the Roar, it's against the Lasso. It's a godly Lotus.
It really is.
You throw that onto your Dusa, you absolutely can look for the Siege. Things are ramping up too fast. Hurricane Pike finished up, so a bit of a adaptation there made from Malrine. Did the armlet last game. This game, such a good 4-staff game. Hero is forced to use the roar to just run away.
So difficult for them to make any sort of aggressive moves. I mean, BetBoom, they have come out with the smoke. They really want to see if they can get Falcons whilst they're split up on the map.
Going for a core feels nearly impossible, though. One of them has an Aegis, the other one's 2300 HP, and the other one's the Medusa, who is actually isolated. Skeeter is playing very alone. They could perhaps look for this. He's literally in the deepest position possible. He looks very dead.
Well, this might give them a bit of hope.
Is he gonna get out?
There's no way.
There's no way he gets out.
Oh, well, okay, they've got the snowball coming in from the side.
He's gonna get out.
I mean,
they can't even kill him when he's completely alone.
Kill Skeeter when he's in that position.
Oh my god.
Then the game, it feels like it really is over, folks. How
couldn't even get him.
Get away with that?
Oh, the stone
He's
gaze.
just farming there underneath the entire team.
They
couldn't kill him.
I thought surely with the 5 heroes they could get him. Oh no. And now he's back up to full because he's got a Pugna.
And they're ready to dive up.
Oh. This is the bushwhack.
They're going to throw down the Doom. Guarantee the kill.
Yeah, this one's a beatdown.
It's so rough. If you can't kill Skeeter when he's there, then when on earth are you ever going to kill him?
Alone.
They couldn't get him. And I think they did throw everything down onto him, right? They weren't holding back. Did they hold anything back?
They used everything. Kiyotaka. He'll be able to get out. But my goodness. Everything going the way of Falcons this game. A full Eye of Scotty now for this Dusa.
Oh my goodness.
Look at the cold comparison between it. This must be one of the roughest games from Pure. And Pure got first blood. He's bottom of the cores.
That's true.
He's been unable to really contribute much in this game. He's 2-2-2.
And it was the last pick as well, right?
Yeah, it was. And I feel like he hasn't been able to get involved with rotations either, right? He's been strictly playing in his lane.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. You never see Pure bottom of the cores, even in a losing game from BetBoom. This is something you just never, ever see.
All right, they're going to try again. Skeeter, he's got the backup of Crit, and this time he's got a Scotty.
Can they kill the Medusa?
There's a Pugna here.
They drop the Roar, but indeed, the save's there for Snaking. Is healing him up. Won't have enough battle to get off the Stone Gaze, though, so Skeeter will fall. They managed to do it. And can they get away alive? Because Marine jumps in. And they might be able to turn back over towards Marine, in fact. They get him with the Plasma Field slow.
Amar's running in.
Oh, he's going straight over towards Pure. Pure pots the Manta. So the Infernal Blade comes crashing down onto Pure. He'll tick out. Amar now turns over towards Kataomi. In fact, he's got his sights on something bigger. He's looking for Kiyotaka instead. Kiyotaka going for the TP out, but the stun's there. They're going to be able to catch both of them as Maureen cleans up with the double. They can kill the Medusa, Fogged, but it cost them 4 lives to do so.
And potentially the game. They're going to lose their Wisdom Rune and their Tormentor off of that kill too. Well, you got the Medusa though. This time, it is all 5 heroes that get on top of him, and he doesn't get the Stone Gaze off, the all-important thing.
I mean,
but there's other heroes you got to deal with.
Tormentor, Wisdom Rune, it's all for Falcons.
Healed back up to full.
And this, I don't think I've ever seen a game in which a support is going to overtake Pure's network.
Yeah. This has to be one of the...
never ever happens.
Has to be one of the lowest, like, CS in particular that I see from him. He has 158 last hits at the 20-win mark.
He's had a rough game.
This guy is usually like a 10 CS a minute plus player. It's just not the case from him.
I want to check out it.
You can check.
I'm going to check his Razor win rate. You know, is this just not a pure hero? What do we reckon?
He is more about the super carries.
Let's have a look.
And he probably wanted to have just a better lane in particular, right? Well, he probably wanted to crush the Doom, but it just didn't happen really. They brought 3 heroes as well.
Yeah, let's do some investigating.
You got it.
Yeah, on the investigations.
And Falcons now can go back for their Tormentor. And as we mentioned too, you know, Panel talked about it as well, is that their draft, it scales harder.
I mean, I'm doing my research here, Fogged. I'm seeing on his main account, 21 games of Razor, not a lot, and 42% win rate. That doesn't make it sound like a pure hero.
He actually might get overtaken by the Hoodwink. That's crazy.
I mean, last pub game he played, it was 3 months ago, Fogged. He's not been playing this hero. And this was the last pick, so whatever happened in the draft, right, they must have really valued the idea of Razor to say, hey, Pure, play the Razor this game.
I think they really wanted to try to match early tempo, and it didn't work at all. And now the game is in a almost irrecoverable position with their type of lineup. And now maybe it gets to the point where you have to just resort to the lasso pullbacks, the kickbacks from the Tusk.
It's just, looking at, in terms of pro games, he hasn't played Razor since 2022 in a competitive game.
That's
so they really pulled this hero out of nowhere, folks.
Pure is able to TP out somehow. Almost gets caught. Yeah, that's a good shot. And Skater just got a free game. All 3 cores having free games. Support's also massive. Feels like they can go anywhere at this point. They have to commit so much and just kill one of the cores. And now Amar, he's going down his usual route that we've seen him do on his Doom. He's got the SNY. Double SNY is being picked up. And this one just feels so much harder for BetBoom to do what they did last time.
I mean, it feels like this could be one where the next 25 minutes, or maybe 20 minutes, the game will continue, but there will be little to any hope
is under attack.
for BetBoom of turning this one. As Falcons, they can close this up in the nice casual Falcon style, it feels at this point, with how far ahead all their cores are.
The thing about last game in particular, they had a draft that could slow things down and scale to the point where they're going to be able to win because they outscale. This game, they just don't outscale. Almost, I don't think ever.
Marine close the gap there with the force forward.
Pure.
White. Pure's running. Is there any way to save him?
Does not look like
TP's still on cooldown for him as well for 10 seconds, so he's got to do a lot of juking.
He cannot get out of this one. He'll make him work for it, though. But very dead. Another death for Pure. It has to be this. Yeah. The worst performance we've seen from him.
In a long time.
In a very long time.
You just do not see this from Pure.
I mean, we did see the Midas Morphling earlier, too.
Yeah, but that was a million times better than this.
That's true.
That was a million times better than this. This one's rough.
Yeah, it's the desperation mode. It really does feel like at this point. Like Kiyotaka, just you have to play your own game, cut creep waves, and hope that you can get to the point of these Ags lassos, Ags tusk, and perhaps try to go from there when you can catch them off guard.
There we go. Look at this.
They will find this one. Playing around the reward, you get a nice pick off. It's something.
Nice illusion room for Skeeter. More money for him as he's able to push out the waves.
And he's got an Aghanims. How long on Roche? 5 seconds. Beastmaster has BKB. Miro has been able to find some farm. Can they contest a Roche, though? That's a whole nother question.
Will they even try?
That is another one.
I think at this point you're just looking at Kiyotaka and say, please carry us.
Pretty much. Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I feel like he just has to play his own game and try to get literally to that level 25, right? But Falcons, Skeeter,
Radiant's bottom tower
confidently
is under
charging
attack.
forward with his Ags, with his Scotty build. Pure.
Yep. Heading over for him.
He's done.
Gonna be able to make the jump with the Dragon Tail. Snowball buys a little bit of safety. Trying to get him out of this
He's
one,
gone.
Pure, but the Doom's at the ready. Amar lays it down onto him.
This does not look like Pure is having fun.
I mean, they really did just try something very different with this draft ending. It's not often that you see a team.
Oh, they're gonna try.
Okay.
They should be able to get this.
It's been hit by a scan. They know this is
just
going
kidding.
on, Falcons.
They're running over. Oh, they don't kill this fast enough. Falcons knows immediately. Such good awareness. It was the right call for BetBoom to do, to attempt to go for it, but
can't tackle.
Okay, Uh-oh. 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 Hello.
Did he just not have TP? Was cooldown?
He does not.
Okay. Okay. Well, there we go.
Well, another free core kill.
Oh, here we go.
It begins.
Tip me, he says.
Well, he did tip
So
him
what
in the middle.
was that last game we were getting?
He
lots of
tipped him
tips?
in the middle of the fight.
Ah, I see, I see. Oh, here we go. Tip me when advantage 20k.
He's not far. He's not far from being right about the 20k lead.
Oh, I see. Well, Kiyotaka's just asking for an update, or what does he mean?
He said, tip me when you're 20k advantage, not when you're like even game state. You know what I mean? People always talk about that with Falcons when they tip when they're ahead.
But this is an even game. Well, I'm confused. What? Oh, he's saying that he tipped him in the last when he was over.
Yeah. No, he's saying that Falcons is only tipping when they're ahead.
Ah, that's true. That is.
But he had a good read. It is almost a 20k.
Yeah, he was right. That's why I confused me. I just,
good on you.
Does he somehow sort of see the net worth difference? He's not far off.
Well, he knows. He feels that game state.
I said, yeah, interesting information there, because we don't ever get to hear from the players, you know, how far behind they feel they are, but we have it there. He feels he's 20k behind.
He's bang on.
Not far off, yeah.
BKB done for Pure.
Yep.
But just doesn't feel like it's going to help him too much. They might, yeah, now they can go for the push. They've got the base ward. Save. We'll try for an instant D ward, but Falcons might just jump. How do you stop the push?
What are you going to do?
They're pushing on their own. So rather than defending, they're going to attempt for the base raid.
Here we go. Oh, mid lane, save, goodbye. Dragon beats Bat.
He dodges
or maybe he doesn't.
The solar
Never
crest.
mind.
Saved by his buddy.
It's going to take more than a dragon to kill this Bat.
Katomi bails him out. They cut the creep waves. Falcons continue to push forward. Can they finish the racks before the back door? They can. Not the range. They'll back up. They'll try to get the catch on the 3 cores that are being pesky.
Top barracks are under attack.
It's BetBoom trying to find a solution in this game, trying to get to later stages, to having a chance here.
Amplify, damage rune, give that to the Medusa.
Falcons is drawing the line. They just want to run it down mid.
Smoke time from BetBoom.
Can they catch people isolated?
They might find Amar.
They're going to look for him. He's got the gem. He's got the Lotus. They've got the ladder.
The lasso straight into the static link of the punch up. Amar.
He's tanky.
He certainly is, and he's going to get back up. They're going to try and get him away from Pure. He'll turn and drop the Doom down to Snake. He's coming in with the heals. They're keeping Amar alive. He's able to blink away. Pure will fall.
Too tanky.
Katomi tries to run Miro, turns with the Roar. He's able to bring down at least Snake King. He goes for the TP out. He actually makes it away with that TP. But they don't get what they were looking for. They come hunting Amar. Amar gets saved by Snake King, and they lose 2 heroes.
And every little thing matters. Having the craggy coat, I believe, right before they get the jump. I think he even got the pop off, too.
Kitaka.
And he's just got crazy armor. They're going to go for him again.
I don't think he's doing this on his own. Miss.
0 damage. He has 45 armor.
Okay, meanwhile in the base, it's Dragon versus Bat round 2.
This time he's got him.
Monster kill.
And Malrine having a pretty, a literal flawless game this time around. Amar.
He nearly killed him. Yeah, I'll tell you what, he got a lot closer to killing him than I thought he would.
But he's keeping him there, too.
And he's losing the base.
Kitaka, can he get back? He's gonna have to, but his base, it's going down Pure, TPing very aggressively forward.
All right. Doesn't want to go in onto the Medusa with the Aegis, though.
He throws the line to Chow. Oh, that's good. Trying to cut the wave, but he's caught.
Yeah, they were waiting for him.
He's very dead. The chat wheel just... That's funny.
Out come the tips. Oh, it's building. This series is heating up.
It absolutely is. I mean, this one, Falcons, very little mistakes that they've made. Malrine in particular, just a crazy performance from him. 8-0-16. 24 of the 26 kills are because of him, and he really destroyed that mid lane.
He did.
Like, absolute destruction.
I mean, I guess that's what sort of Pure will be telling you. He's like, well, I'm a mid laner. You know, look what happened there.
Well,
I can't carry this game.
I mean, it was the mid lane, but also, like, the Razor pick is meant to do very well to shut down the Doom. That wasn't the case either. It really was just the bottom lane that had that better position where they got a kill onto the Deuce and Save was making the moves around. Besides that, not a whole lot happened good for BetBoom in this game.
Well, looking to wrap it up here as the tier 4s are gone.
On to the next game.
Well, no, it's Falcons. They'll probably back off, wait 10 more minutes. There we go. They'll get some kills on the way out.
They'll stop them from cutting waves.
It's Miro.
Roar.
The Roar. Amar's going to jump in straight away with the Doom. Pure moves forward. They're going to focus towards the Pugna first. He's able to lift those. Snakey with the life drain survives through their efforts.
How is he alive?
The buybacks are coming out from BetBoom. They're putting everything into this fight, but Malrine jumps forward, ready to move on to end it all as they go for Pure. They'll force him away. They'll get him back to the fountain just in time. They're healing up. With the jump, they got the lasso. Roar as well. They're trying to drag Amar into the fountain.
He's saved.
He's forced away again. Snaking just getting off these life drains every single time. They'll tap out. They'll have enough as this time Falcons, they don't mess around. They close it up and get the win.
Yeah, this one, a beatdown from the laning phase. A lot of tips are going to start coming out in this one as Malrine is starting to feel confident.
Yeah.
He did make some big mistakes in the last game, Malrine, but this one, he played it pretty much flawless.
He crushed the mid lane. This is definitely one of the biggest stomps you'll see in the mid lane matchups between two such high-tier mid players, that the CS difference, it was insane in the first 5 minutes.
It was. And their game plan to try to match tempo this time around rather than for going to outscale, they couldn't match the tempo. They actually just lost complete control of this game so fast. At around, 12 minutes, it was only a 2K lead, but then at the 20-minute mark, it's a 10K plus, and it just accelerates massively from there. And the Razor pick, it's one of those heroes that you want to be able to get ahead and stay ahead. Pure never even got ahead. He was literally bottom of the course the entire game.
Yeah, they gave him something that, at least looking at the stats that I can see, it's just not something that Pure normally does. This isn't one of his top heroes. Sure, I'm sure a lot of bans were targeted towards him, and he didn't have sort of the flexibility to go with someone else. But they put him on something that he just didn't look too comfortable on, Fox. This was one of the rougher games from Pure.
And their flex this time around, they wanted to get this Nature's Prophet, but then they end up putting in the mid lane and they get that Razor. That flex actually hurt them a lot in this game. Maybe if they had just done to the normal approach, gotten a different mid laner, they could have done something, but it just, nothing worked for them this game.
Yeah, they might have tried to big brain it a little too much in this game 3 BetBoom, but there we have it, boys and girls. Falcons, after being challenged very well by BetBoom in game 2, this game 3 victory, even more dominating than what we saw in game 1 from Falcons. And now Falcons, they lead the series at the moment, 2-1 in their favor. They only need one more win to close this up. We'll see if BetBoom's going to trip them up, but with this game 3 in the bag for Falcons, it's 2-1 right now.
2-1, that means Falcons is on match point with the next game coming up soon. Falcons doing fantastically well under the leadership of Chef AOI, wouldn't you say, Jenkins?
I will say that he is not a chef, he is a demon child. Okay. He is a satanic creature, not satanic the player. Yes, he has cooked. He has cooked with this one. BB team couldn't do a thing. They couldn't kill Skeeter when he's completely isolated on his own.
For a good 20 seconds.
I don't know, man. Mallory made it look like Dragon Knight mid is actually good, but it's not. It's bad.
He's been owning both of these games. Like, he was playing into Shadow Fiend, top net, we're 10 minutes in. This time around, he had 20 CS, 10 denies, while Nature's Prophet had 2 CS and 0 denies. It was pretty painful to watch what was happening in the mid lane, and also transitioning this time around, going for a different itemization, going for this Dragonlance, going for the Hurricane Pike. This guy was onto something, cooking throughout the whole game, didn't die a single time.
Yeah, he really didn't. I mean, back when Nature's Prophet was a really popular mid pick, people were picking DK to counter it because the Treant doesn't do anything to him on lane. I think BetBoom really hurt themselves with that last pick Razor. Like, they picked it to, I guess their thinking was that they wanted to counter pick the Doom, just really run him down and punish that on lane, and like take that lane momentum and turn it into an early game lead. But that never happened. I feel like you can't draft such that you shut down the Falcons offlane. Like, a lot of teams try that approach where they try to shut down the Falcons offlane. You think he should lose the lane, and I mean, Crit plus Amar, they just win almost every lane matchup.
You're trying to counter the guy who pretty much played Timbersaw when Timber was not good, when Mars was not good. This guy knows pretty much every single bad matchup, and what he does is buys Windlace, buys Boots of Speed, gets the speed creep, and just runs away. His first item is Phase Boots, picks up Drums so he can outrun Razor. Pretty simple thinking coming out from Amar, but very effective.
Not only Drums, Sanj and Yasha.
Yeah, even more move speed.
You know, we're talking about Ame cooking these builds to deal with counters. We got the ultimate guy in Amar. He's always done this. They always find a way to make their heroes work, no matter what the patch is. And I think we saw this in the second group stage, or maybe it was the first, when we first saw him do this on Doom, where you get the Alpha Wolf, and then Sanj and Yasha, and you Doom somebody, but then you're also the one that's dealing the right-click damage, and you're able to kill them in the Doom, which I think works really nicely against Razor. It's one of the few times where you can actually like man up against him and kill him. Not that he even had to do that.
Yeah.
Because the game was so behind at the point where the Sanj and Yasha would come into play. But it is just these item builds, like knowing how to play against counters, that makes Falcons such a potent team.
Yeah, and also what makes them so potent is their early game prowess, right? For BetBoom to have a win condition or win that game, they needed a strong early game lead. And Falcons just outmaneuvered them. Like, they got the double wisdom runes, which made it so that Tusk was level 5 when the enemy supports were level 7, 8. Like, that really sucks when your supports aren't level 6. And there was one point where just Crit plus Skeeter ran into the enemy triangle and just took the big camp stack, uncontested. They just took it for free.
And also Roche attempt. They did try to go for that one. I mean, this is
such a disaster.
Something that you do with the Beastmaster if you go for Axe, and that is the build nowadays, where you if you can tell how good of a time he's having on Beastmaster, he shows that Ags and Team Falcons, they were very ready for it. So they went with 2 people in, they take last hit, they kill 2 of them, they take Aegis, they give it to Amar. It was pretty much a disaster. Second time they're going to try it again, but they realize we need to bail. Falcons are running at us, but they still kill Kiyotaka. But overall, they had their number throughout the whole game. Every single move that they tried to make was very well countered.
I feel like we've seen 3 games in a row with, of course, 3 of the heroes of BetBoom being exactly the same. And every time, it's not the laning stage where BetBoom is trying to get advantages later on. So I feel like game number 4, surely, Jenkins, they should change it up. Because it feels like they're trying to push the same draft every time. It's, well, it worked once, but...
They can maybe try it. I think that's always an approach you can take in a series. Like Falcons, even, they, could have gone for the Bristle again, but they just lost, so they omitted it, and they went for a Doom, and they went for, like, a different style of draft, and obviously it worked out because they completely crushed. So, yeah, you can try to win lanes, but I will just say, in terms of the identity of this BetBoom team versus the last one, they're not this, like, laning prowess team. Like, sure, Kiyotaka, he has these outplays, depending on the day. They're not bad at laning by any means, but they've been winning through these, like, very interesting drafts, and then also through team fighting. So I wouldn't stray too far away from their identity, but maybe like in terms of picks, they could pick a little stronger laning. That's always fine.
And it was a cool idea because you already have Pagna. They picked it relatively early. They picked, like, they protect Medusa on 23. They ban Anti-Mage, which I think was a really good pick for BetBoom team. If they got the hands on Medusa, would give them slightly, against Doom, great hero, of course, but it's going to give them scaling. This is something that I'm more familiar with other than playing with Razor. I think Owen pointed out that he only had 20 games on Razor in professional Dota, and they felt a little bit, I would say, disconnected with the heroes. This is not like top tier performance by any means, both from him and Kiyotaka. You could feel that they didn't play heroes many times, but we gotta give credit to them because snatching that Medusa, playing with Pagna, he survived so many times because of that life drain. Tusk goes in, there's the Crepify, there's some right clicks that are supposed to come in from Razor, but it never happens. They were feeding him lotuses, mangoes, all that stuff in the laning stage. Just some like really good ideas from Falcons.
I think they should give up on that Nature's Prophet idea. They forgot about the Doom, and Doom just made it so that they had to pick Razor and then throw Nature's Prophet mid versus DK. I think one of their better flexes is the TA, which they could have thrown mid versus DK, and they could have also put on the safe lane to counter melee heroes. I would like for them to return to that mold, and for now, shelf the Nature's Prophet. It looked great in game 2, not in this game 3.
Idea was there. They shut it down. Nature's Prophet from the mid lane. They were supposed to, do good, go for some big plays in the other lanes with Nature's Prophet level 6, but that never happened because he got shut down completely.
It got shut down, and that does mean that Falcons is now 1 game over BetBoom in the grand finals. It's 2-1. That means 1 game away from another title. That would mean that Falcons has won 3 Dream Leagues in a row, by the way. I just want to state how crazy that is. That means that they have won every single Dream League that they participated in. That would be insane, but it can happen. And if you want to know what's going to happen, you better stick around because game 4 is right around the corner. watching Dream League Season 24 Grand Finals time. It's 2-1 here between Falcons and BetBoom, and it's Falcons in the lead. They have never lost a Dream League Grand Finals, and potentially they will not start right now because they are one game up, as I just mentioned. And Kezu is going to tell you exactly how they're doing this every time.
Every single time. I want to talk about the gate control. And it's like right now they're only up 1,000 gold, but they bring Skeeter to top and take the top tier 1. And look at the minimap. They're already smoking. They have the DK blink. And this is what really sets them apart from other teams. They love taking the enemy safe lane tier 1 tower, but also they put so much priority on trying to defend their own. Because right now, Miero, you know, he's like, we lost our own tier 1. I'm going to try to take theirs, but they're already smoking, going through the gate, so going to the bottom lane, and not only killing him, but overall, like, so this now gives them more map control up top. They don't get to take the enemy tier 1 down bottom. And honestly, from this point onwards, it's not easy for BetBoom to play their draft, because they need Beastmaster to be doing well. They also need Nature's Prophet to be able to connect to the side lanes, which he kind of can't. So they go top, take the tower, defend their own tower bottom, then keep playing through that, take the enemy tier 1, then go to mid, and from this point onwards, map just feels like depression.
Yeah, that was pretty strong from Falcons. I will also say, game number 3 had BetBoom at some point. They were 5-0 in terms of kills, but the net worth kind of lackluster. So they kind of didn't trade properly there. And as we're speaking about trading, they're trading heroes right now. We're in the draft. Game number 4. We'll have BetBoom on the Radiant side, Falcons on the Dire side. First pick going the way of Falcons, and it is change up time.
Yeah, spicy so far.
Yes.
This is completely different.
No Dragon Knight. So the Dragon Knight opening is something the Falcons did earlier, and they only did that because the Alchemist was banned, which is what they first picked in game number 1. Effie, they can do it again. Do you feel like BetBoom this time around will have a better plan? They did pick up that Timber Saw very early on.
Yeah, it seemed. I think this Timber is fine. Like, you see the Alchemist, you know this is going to get banned out at later stages because it was banned out in not game 1. You have the reliable damage coming out of Timber, enough to take down Alchemist at early stages. I think the switch up and banning DK into Falcons then banning TA means that they might actually look at their Nature's Prophet again at some point in this draft.
Oh, does that worry you? Because you didn't like that.
I think it will worry me depending on how the draft progresses, because another idea may present itself here.
I like that they took out Dragon Knight. Seems like it was probably Kiyotaka who called for it, because he didn't feel too comfortable playing into Dragon Knight 2 times in a row. Even with Shadowfiend matchup, he kind of lost that lane. I mean, it was not 1v1. They collapsed on him twice, which made his life much more difficult. He made a comeback, but also removing Pugna as well. I like the adjustments that BetBoom did so far. And also, this is a classic from Falcons. Ban Doom, first pick Alchemist, but now playing into Timber, playing into Batrider. We already discussed that these two heroes are very good at countering the Alchemist. Back to you, Kezu.
Back to me.
Ooh,
a Crystal Maiden.
Well, I like this. I like this.
Heroes.
So, you know, Alk comes out, and then you get 2 extremely hard counters. You're not going to rely on Alk just farming casually and then like running down a lane and winning the game. That's never going to happen. So you need to either pick some other hero that's going to carry the game. You need to pick some hero like Omni Knight to protect the Alk from all of this bullshit that's going to be thrown his way, but it's a bad hero. So instead they go with the approach of, we're going to use the fact that Alk is actually one of the better early game heroes at kill combos if paired with other heroes that can kill. I really like this. CM Tusk Alk, genuinely, like, this will destroy a Timbersaw in the early game, or a Batrider in the early game. So they're taking that approach.
When BetBoom were talking about having this hidden hero, I hope they were not talking about Nature's Prophet, because we've seen a lot of Nature's Prophet. If they lose this one, they lost the grand final. So I want to see if that hero, that X Factor hero that they mentioned twice, is going to come out.
Yeah, that would be nice.
It's got to be something else. I feel like they've shown us the natures before. I feel like that cannot be the special sauce. But for now, I like what both teams are doing. Like, the Timber Bat is also very strong in the game together. Anytime you lasso, you can kill, you can make stacks for the Timber. He's very happy. But I also feel like Falcons might be setting up, you know, for a specific type of Armor hero here. You have the Tusk, you can run Razors, you can run Vipers, you know, any type of the ones that he wants.
What was... Oh, God, I knew it.
Into CM, that's a bold one.
Like, it just, you know, DK is banned in the draft, Doom is banned out in the draft, their TA flex gets taken out, this leaves their Nature's Prophet flex. They don't have another mid-carry flex right now. What was that pocket pick?
They had to be more.
When did they give that interview?
No, they just said, like, they have, like, one or two picks that they haven't shown us yet.
Yeah, because I think one of them was Meepo, because like we did
Yeah,
see
I
them
think
last pick a Meepo, and it looked pretty cool. That maybe
It was later. It was after Meepo.
They picked an Ember in the slot that they were going to also pick this hero.
Yeah.
If that gives you any idea. But they would not tell us.
Which probably is a Kiyotaka.
Maybe they were talking about, because Save mentioned one hero, and so did Pure. Maybe that's Ogre 2-head.
Really good.
Got him.
Well, maybe the Ogre can help the Nature's Prophet, because I will say I am not the biggest fan of the Nature's here so far. I think when you're presented by a lineup that collapses on you, it's not really good for you. They can collapse on you and they can jump you with both Tusk and Alchemist. That's kind of what you want to be doing. So it's very volatile. Yeah, maybe if you can do it on them, it's still fine, but this can backfire pretty hard, at least in my opinion.
I actually feel like it looks better than their last one because, like, the DK's taken out, and there's no Doom to like eat its creep if it gets flexed to safe lane, and there's like no big counter mid. So when you look at like heroes like CM and Alec that are gonna play for kill combos, like Jenkins mentioned, if this hero is run mid, it can actually play into that like aggression and fight it back. So I think that's a cool idea.
We got a Sand King.
This is a crazy amount of magic damage and like early team fighting ability from Falcons. If they get on top of anybody, they're dead right now.
That's a lot of jump and a lot of catch. Like,
Yeah.
They all have a means to get on top of any of these targets. With the Sand King stun, the Tusk blink at some point, the Alk blink at some point.
And I'm kind of assuming it's a Malorine Sand King, but they can technically put it on off lane as well. We heard in an interview, I think Amar said Malorine invented the mid SK, so yeah, and it looks like BetBoom is also assuming that, banning out the Viper, which Mira has called for in every draft because it's always looked really good.
And Falcons actually run it.
And they will actually play it. They're the
BetBoom
one
won't play
team
it,
that
though.
will listen to the call.
There's Razor, that's like a pseudo Viper too, that they should take out probably.
The only thing is Nature's safe lane destroys Razor. So but also it's a Mar, so it's a conflict there.
Well, one more ban coming out for BetBoom. Other than the Viper, what are the heroes that would go in Amar's lane, or potentially as flex if they want to follow the Nature's Prophet around with the Sand King? Could they go for now? They ran out that Razor that you mentioned.
I mean, it depends on what they want to ban here. I think if you want to put SK mid, you need to protect them likely with at least one more ban.
Did they just Tusk Dawn?
Yeah, I was thinking they could Dawn, right, as like a save for the lasso, and then it's actually a good combo with Tusk, making it so that you don't need a ranged offlaner.
I mean, that can easily kill an Ogre, right?
Tusk Dawn is very good. I would like that too. Another thing I could see is also, I think, Tusk Mars can pose similar problems. This lane can actually kill an Ogre, and I think whenever Falcons jump so far, anything that makes like them jumping better or helps enable your team to jump, I like. I think either of those picks can do that. They have good lanes.
I've not been impressed by Mars in the last couple of days, maybe even weeks. It feels, it feels there are better offlaners, but I could see them pick it up here because it gives them even more team fight. It gives them another jump as well. You would have pretty much 3 cores that buy into Blink Dagger, where you could just create so much chaos. You blink onto the targets are gonna die. You have overwhelming amount of magic damage on your side.
Would you guys like Primal Beast? Or are we just stuck on we keep the Dawn lock?
Could they put Timber mid, put Primal offlane for BetBoom?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They could also pick Ricky.
Not into CM. CM is considered to be like relatively good counter to Primal Beast.
Okay.
Like there's 3 supports, Clock, Crystal Maiden, and Dark Willow.
Okay.
You could still play. I mean, this hero can creep skip, so you don't necessarily need to play the lane, but you would love to have some kind of a better entry to the game.
This is such a good Timber game. Oh my god. There are so many heroes that you love to press Whirling Death on. I would consider putting the Timber mid just to give him that sort of game where he can run around with the Blink Dagger Kaya and like one-shot these heroes. And then pick another offlaner.
They got a full minute in bonus time to decide what they're going to do here with their final pick. And they better think through it very well, because this could be their last game if they don't manage to close this out positively.
I mean, this also could be the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I'm fine with that one. It would give them a lot of global presence, some lasso, some TP rotation from Nature's Prophet, 1 stun from Ogre into like 2 big ultis could cause a lot of issues.
The question is, who's the better Timber player of Kiyotaka and Miro? Because I think in this game, you just give Timber to the best Timber player on your team because he can absolutely pop off here. Because like it's a fine lane versus Alex DM too, especially with a Batrider. You're content putting it off lane, and you're content putting it mid versus Sand King. Both lanes are good.
Well, they both haven't lost with it when they play it. They have a 100% win rate with Timber, and they both played it.
My gut says that Miro is just the better Timber player.
Yeah, he's Grandmaster for sure. I mean, I agree. I just think the levels and the items that you're going to get from the mid lane would do a lot of work in this game.
I mean, there's gotta be a couple of good options because you know it's a melee mid.
Yeah.
I feel like you should be able to punish this in like a pretty okay.
Dawnbreaker.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. I think a CM could giga feed to a Dawnbreaker plus Batrider.
Dawn Bat. Yeah, that's a scary lane.
And it will be Kiyotaka taking the Timber.
Yeah, I like that one more, because if this Timber gets far, because he's playing into melee matchup no matter what, there's 4 melee heroes in this game plus Crystal Maiden, seems like a dream game, and they want to give this Timber better, better levels, more items. If he gets the Kaya Blink, some like Aghanim Scepter BKB, this hero is not gonna die. Like this is gonna be some unkillable territory for the hero, yeah.
Okay. So we are liking the BetBoom draft.
I am also liking the BBD Bobbedies here. I feel like this even more than the last time around. I think Falcons, if they want to win, they need to like do really well in the lanes, translate it into more, get the escape blink, get the out blink, and like keep going. Whereas BetBoom, I think it's a lot more chill and safe for them. Like this Timber, I think Kyo Daddy, he can pop off hard.
He can, but there still is magic damage between like Epicenter and Freezing Field. You can't underestimate because you only have like one hero you need to worry about, but you still have this Alchemist who's going to have an early blink. You have this Bristleback who, we saw the Bristleback lane versus Nature's Prophet in that game too, that BetBoom did win, but Nature's Prophet did not have a good lane. So if you're factoring in like CM Twin Gate rotations, and then your mid laner is a Timber Sub, might not be that easy to counterplay. Like I think Falcons have what they want here.
I think Aoi is a bit of an angel in this particular situation.
An angel for BetBoom?
He's an angel for BetBoom. Can we get a picture of Aoi looking like an angel on the up here? Because indeed, he has given this draft away to Bulk and Save. I think they've outcooked Aoi in this one, and we're going to Game 5.
That would be very cool to see. Purely because I don't think we've had a Game 5.
No, he's an angel. Don't put the horns.
Bring it back. Roll it back.
He's giving us a 5th game. Or Bulk. Let's get Bulk with the devil horn.
That's too far. That is taking it too far. I will say again that if Falcons take this game, they will be 3 times in a row the champion here of DreamLeague. Let's see if they can do it, or if BetBoom can take us to a game number 5.
Right in the draft this time, we're getting to see more new heroes. Falcons coming out with a Crystal Maiden this time. BetBoom, they show this Timber pretty early, and as the panel said, overall, it's not ended up looking like a bad game for the Timber. This Timber
looks good.
Could pop off.
Absolutely. I think BetBoom have adjusted things massively to the point where this game, even if things do go wrong, they have a great scaling lineup. This lineup can absolutely take it to the later stage of the game and probably have an advantage toward those later stages, while Falcons, they want to set tempo in this game. But yeah, BetBoom, definitely going to be able to react to that tempo because the double global.
Oh, look at this, Miro. Might have found a bit of a nasty surprise. He'll get the hammer out, so we'll be able to pull himself away a little bit, but the tag team's coming in. First blood for Skeeter.
See if they can get the bounties on the side of BetBoom. They should be able to get 2 of them at the least, maybe even 3 if Kiyotaka can take this one away. He gets a little scared because of 4 heroes. So a 2-for-2 exchange. Amar tried to go in to contest that one. Couldn't get it versus Pure. We saw this matchup before, the Amar versus Pure on that.
Oh, he's getting outplayed here. That was some good body blocking there from Pure with the tree, and
he's dead.
He's very dead.
Nice play.
All right, good stuff there from Pure.
That's a funny one too, because it's an Ogre Magi, who of course doesn't have an ability, so dying to just auto attack.
It was literally just kind of the combination of Pure with the tree and Katomi with his main hero just kind of blocking off Amar and keeping him trapped down there.
The power of Blood Grenade. It's pretty much an ability at that level 1. So a good kill that they're able to get for Pure. And yeah, just a much better approach, I would say, for BetBoom. I like this draft way better for them. But Falcons, they've gotten for their similar, very early aggressive timing where they're going to look to take over the map at that 12 to 15 minute mark when they get the triple timings of the Blink or the Bloodstone on the Sanking, plus the Amar Bristle with his Mags, Shard, etc. But yeah, I would say BetBoom, they have much better ways to respond because they've got double global threat and they have this Timbersaw versus very good matchups of the triple strength cores. So looking forward to see how this one's going to go out in the mid game.
Yeah. And at the least for Kiyotaka, for sure, in this mid lane,
much better.
He's not going to get completely out CS like he did in that last game. That was a pretty rough experience for Kiyotaka to go through that laning phase.
Absolutely. He should, if anything, even have an advantage versus Malrine in this one since he can go for reactive and just go play around the Whirling Death. Even though it is a universal hero, it still is very beneficial versus the Sanking as well. And top lane, this Batrider plus Dawnbreaker, this is a very threatening, very oppressive lane that they can go for kills constantly too versus something like a Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, did you like that sort of closer from BetBoom this time with the going with that Dawn?
Yeah, I think just because they also have this Nature's Prophet, they can match this aggression and maybe match those early moves that we saw Falcons dictate pace with last time. Then they're going to have this multiple global threat that can come out. Yeah, feels like a much better approach for BetBoom. So yeah, really looking forward to see how these lanes go. And how the mid game in particular goes is Pure. Should be fine. He was a bit deep forward there, but we'll survive.
Yeah, it doesn't feel too pressured. Can make those plays with the large amount of one charges he's got built up as well.
Yep, getting the early kill too. Now Katomi is at the level 2, so he's got the level 3 Ignite, or level 2 Ignite. Can't put out some nice harassment. And he can be a good body. Could still die down here on the Ogre Magi because of the crazy damage that Tusk plus Bristle can apply, but he's pretty much the best body you could imagine for a Nature's Prophet in this lane. Top for the Alchemist, it definitely does not feel like the easiest lane ever. You know, usually you see these Alchemists wanting to get played versus some type of summon hero. BetBoom have changed the mold, going for this more of an aggressive approach this time around.
And what do you think it was about this game that caused Falcons to get the CM this time around for snaking it? A support that we're not seeing a lot, and when we have seen it, it's been losing more than it's been winning.
That's a good question. Maybe expecting the Nature's Prophet pick because he can just use the Frostbite to just eat the creep at all stages of the game, but also maybe just they were preemptively getting ready for having this heavy early skirmishing draft to get that extra mana. Not sure. Katomi.
Get caught in by the shards. Amar ready to turn back towards him with the Quill Sprays. It's not enough.
Then actually looks it's probably just going to be completely even. Malrine he's just very good at these matchups. He's very comfortable on his tanking. But Kiyotaka is getting very good fun too. Just be careful to eat too many caustics. You'll be okay, but has to be cautious stepping up from under the wave.
Bottom lane. After one Amar hits the level 3.
Katomi's doing a great job bodying. So far, they're unable to push onto this Nature's Prophet like we saw them do before in Skitter.
They're going in under the tower for him. The TP backup's coming in. They didn't have quite enough to take him out. They got a lot of sticky stacks on him, but Save can't get in to finish the job. And with the backup TPs, they get the kill against Miro.
Kiyotaka just continues to drop Malrine. He's bringing it to him again inside this laning phase. Quick TP from Crit. He's going to go back to bottom through the gate. He's limited on mana, but a very good move to protect his Alchemist. As you said, that's the lane that BetBoom can get very aggressive in, but do have to be careful for the TP rotations from Crit.
Kiyotaka. And once he gets the 6, we'll definitely pose some sort of kill threat, and it'll be a little harder for Marine to get as aggressive as he has been.
And he can go to side lanes as well very easily on this Timber. That's why they wanted to go for Katomi.
Trying to move in on towards the Ogre.
Amar taking a lot of damage.
He certainly is. Pure's able to look towards him. One more hit. Can he get it off? He can't. He's sending the Treants in, but they won't be able to finish the job as Amar survives.
5 HP. Ends up surviving there. He's going to have to TP back to reset as they continue to play aggressive down here. Katomi still doing a good job of bodying, but gives up this kill. And now Kiyotaka to 6 on Malrine.
He was considering going for an epi play, but couldn't quite get the angle to catch him by surprise, so holds back.
Being down again. Pretty aggressively forward.
That certainly was. I mean, they're going to be ready to move straight in on him, but backup will be coming in for both sides. In fact, Snaking sweeping across, catching him with the frostbite. Pure's gone.
He did not expect the rotation from Snay.
Yeah, not at all.
Numbers.
Especially with how far forward in the lane he did TP in for. Now with the snowball.
He's tanking it.
I mean, the stacks are building up on towards Katsomi. He's in with a concoction. They're going to be able to get the Ogre. They'll get the bat as well. Falcons, they get everything, and they lose nobody for it.
How many times do we see them make these gate moves? Just, yeah, BetBoom not able to anticipate it. Pure, way too aggressively TPing forward. It gets caught out of position. He thought it was just going to be 2 heroes, and then it turns out to be 4 as Malrine also able to take away the haste rune. He can play around Kiyotaka. And Falcons breaking the lanes very early here at this point. And it's before the level 6s were able to come out too, right? Miro still quite a ways away from having that Solar Guardian to be able to protect his Nature's Prophet, as even though Katomi was doing a good job bodying him in the first few levels, immediately when they bring the numbers, Pure has to be more careful. Gonna be a slow start for him.
This'll come in handy.
How many times do we see this gate play? I swear, just every time we see Falcons able to somehow take advantage of it. And this time around, it's no wards that they do have on BetBoom to protect that area, too. It's actually double wards placed from the side of Falcons to watch both gates. Skitter, we'll be okay. Tell me we'll be able to find that D ward at the least. Wisdoms will go for 1-for-1 exchange. So no steals this time from Falcons.
Snake Team's coming in with the wraparound. Get the concoction off. They can.
How do you get the vision? Not going to be able to get the follow-up.
Miro is going to try and turn back over towards Snaking. He's got enough mana for the combo. Katsumi's in as well. Snaking will hold the back with the frostbite, but he'll tick down. Look at the knockback with the flame break. BetBoom managing to group up around Miro and enable him to turn and take something for themselves.
That's how I want to see them play with these two supports. Just match the movements of Falcons. You know, Falcons is doing this almost every single game where they're double bringing supports. You got to match it as Kiyotaka.
The setup will try and get away with the Timber Chain, but the shards are there. Crit closes in and finishes him off just before he would have died himself. That crazy burst coming out between the Chakrams and the Whirling Deaths, but Crit survives through it. And we'll get some early tips coming out this game.
Yeah, I mean, Crit is just being such a nuisance this game. 3-0-4. Everywhere that he goes, he's been able to find kills for his team.
Radiant's middle tower is
enabling
under
them
attack.
beautifully and shutting down that Timbersaw's game. Power Rune. Sable will be able to snag that one away. Malrine isn't able to get it. But again, this early game Falcons is dictating pace. Even though Timber is getting good farm, Dawn as well. Pure is the one who's been shut down massively from these last 2 rotations. And they have a lot of gap close for him. They've got to be ready to protect him, and now they do have the Solar Guardian at the ready. They have to be ready to help him when those dives do come out, as we see the way Falcons wants to approach this game. Shut down the Nature's Prophet as much as possible. Miro is able to juke it out. They have this lane ward, so they see the second he steps up.
Careful, Miro.
Crit's already 6.
Snowball's set up into the punch. Skitter's ready to run him down. They catch him with a frostbite. Backup's coming in. Concoction at the ready, though. Thrown down to finish off Miro. A setup for Skitter to get involved in this action.
Bottom.
Same time down bottom.
Can they get Malrine?
Is he's surviving. I mean, the sandstorm damage is going to be enough to kill off Katsumi. They couldn't finish him. He's able to get away with the Burrow Strike.
And Kiyotaka as well.
Ends up dying to the quills. Pure TP'd over trying to help, but couldn't really assist either of them.
Falcons early game is too strong for BetBoom to handle. They have a draft that can slow things down. They can scale, but things are accelerating so fast here at this point with the moves. Can't even save each other. They don't have that Solar Guardian because Miro gets taken out while this move is happening. So Falcons just hitting on all fronts again.
And it's just once again a bit of an uncharacteristically slow start for Pure. He's bottom net worth right now on the cause.
Just constant aggression. I mean, Miro's going to show himself again.
Marine's in with the Burrow. Skitter. Have the concoction in on towards the Ogre, but this time with the backup of the Solar Guardian, they can look to turn. They'll throw down the stuns onto Skitter. They'll burst straight for him with the Whirling Death.
Great move there from Kiyotaka. Should be able to find Snaking as well.
Holds him back temporarily with the Frostbite. Indeed, under the tower they go. Kiyotaka cleaning up the double.
Can he get another?
Got eyes on Malrine.
Keep chasing.
Saves closing in. That's the Burrow Strike to try and break away from them, but they'll indeed close the gap. Get a third. Kiyotaka.
He doesn't throw a tip. He just throws a high 5 onto Malrine. A good rotation to bring things back. Falcons overextending. They lose 2 of their cores. Pure.
Oh, he's lucky that didn't grab him.
Dire's top tower is under
I think that's how I want to see them play. Kiyotaka, run around, look for kills. Solar Guardian is going to be on cooldown now for 70 seconds, but Kiyotaka, we show how much damage he can do. They're going to look for it again. Save has Lasso.
Yeah, I mean, he's just so strong against so many of their heroes right now on the Timber, Kiyotaka.
Especially the Alk. If they find the Alk, he just gets burst.
They're straight in onto him. They've got the control with the Lasso. Skita, he'll get the Chemical Rage off. He's trying to run, but he's already lost Snaking. To Kasomi at the side. Backup comes in.
Up again.
He's on the cliff. Will get dragged off by the snowball there. Crit coming in with the save. Will keep Skeeter safe. They get Skeeter out of here.
He had Chemical Rage and a Lotus. Punches him up enough. Can they get the tower here? It looks like BetBoom will be able to set up for this one. Miro does have the opening to go for it. Solar Guardian back up in 20 seconds, so they're able to find some aggression even without it. They don't bring down the Alchemist, but they force a lot of reactions from Falcons.
Yeah,
as they're opening it up for Pure. He needed space, and he got it.
He does. He's going to be going straight for the full Miona by the looks of it this time round, or at least that's what he's going to try and go for first up.
Yeah, go for that farm. Crit. Don't get caught there from Kiyotaka. But tower, they do have a catapult here to pressure. Falcons is rotating over to stop the push. Does Kiyotaka want to stay here to hit this tower? Maybe not on his own. Blink Dagger finished up for Malrine. He's going to be a bit fragile because of this, but they have an initiation tool from him now. But if they don't catch the Timbersaw at the start of these fights, he can clean up.
This is going to be quite the explosive burst, though.
If they catch him at the start, that's the problem. Kiyotaka might just get initiated on here.
Here we go. Getting the FP at the ready, they're in. They get the burst trap, but the Solar Guardian heals coming in. Kiyotaka will get caught by the concoction. They'll finish him off. Crip will die, but the freezing field comes out. Falcons push on forward as Snaking gets the double.
And Malrine, is he going to live? He gets killed by the neutral. He was going to tick out to the Ignite and ends up denying himself as well. Almost able to save Kiyotaka in time, but it's still just not enough. And Skitter shows up, and that concoction did an insane amount of damage.
They might get more here. Frostbite set up onto save. Okay, the Firefly's back up. So they know they can't chase him over the terrain.
Just feels like for most of the moves, Falcon's still one step ahead. They always have that one extra number that they bring. Even though the Solar Guardian comes in, they just bring even the Alchemist to throw in a contribution of a concoction. And it's that extra burst that really brings Kiyotaka down. If he lives just a little bit longer and he gets a second set of spells off, could be a different scenario. But yeah, Falcons just ready for the moves. And in the meantime, Amar, he's been left alone for some time. 2 pieces of the Ags, but Pure is making recovery.
Yeah, we'll see again. The Solar Guardian coming in, but not just quite enough. I think ends up sort of getting in on that and getting caught by 3-man concoction there from Skeeter.
And snaking the freezing field as well. They were talking about on the panel, the mass magic damage. It is overwhelming for someone like the Timbersaw early games. 15-7. I mean, such a fast-paced game that's coming out. BB's trying to respond to the aggression.
And they have the heroes too, but it's difficult.
It is difficult. Especially because Pure doesn't want to show up to the fight himself. He can commit a Wrath of Nature, but I feel like he's just scared to TP in because he could just get ran down because he's so fragile still at this point. But his farm is good. And as we said, overall, this game for BetBoom, they can scale. If they can keep the game slowed down, keep it to a relatively even pace, this Nature's Prophet can definitely get to some very good situations versus this Alchemist.
No, for sure. It's going to be one of those games where he's just going to look to get the Miona, BKB farm, probably Silver Edge, and then turn up. I don't think he's going to be too interested in turning up unless he really has to before that point, Pure.
Absolutely agreed. Skitter. Radiance is still going to come out at a pretty good time, but not the fastest by any means. It has been slowed down a little bit because he's been making moves around to match and get that number advantage versus BetBoom. How is Save's Blink Dagger? He is still 600 gold away, but not bad either. All right, triple core timing. So Falcons, they've got the Ags on the Bristle, they've got the Blink on the Sanking, they've got the Radiance. Well, BetBoom looks to react versus this. They've got to have numbers.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's so close to the Ags.
Yeah, he's actually not quite there yet.
There's the Miona, yeah. Pure's farm should start to really speed up now.
He's only
Miona rush done.
He's only 1k behind an Alchemist, so it's pretty damn good. And starts to speed up with this Mjolnir. Throw the static charge under the tree, can start cutting creep waves so he can get farm while not showing save. He's gonna get caught.
Yeah, they'll drop an epi and a freezing field for him.
Okay, Alright, that's a lot committed. That's their tools that they use to kill the Timber Saw. So Kiyotaka in these next few moments could be pretty strong. He's 1700 HP.
He's ready to walk into them.
Not into 5 heroes, though. All 5 are heading down.
That's the Frostbite. Forest Strike as well, buying time for Crit to close in. He's going to get some backup, and the punch up there to stop the Timber Chain. They're using the Solar Guardian to try and heal him up in time, but
Snowball
he's gone.
dodge.
He's dead. Miro trying to fight back against him. The Nature's Wrath comes crashing in, will help finish your Snake King.
Pure's turning up.
But they've finished off the 2 of them, and Amar, he's still very, very strong with Skeeter and Maureen. The cores are scary. Pure, he's going to get surrounded. They have the stun to hold back Amar. They're dropping the last as well. They're trying to deal with this Bristle, but they just cannot. Amar too strong, as Kataomi is going to get slowly but surely run down as well. As Falcons, they're going to be able to find a team white fogged.
They always just have the numbers, it feels like. BetBoom tried to bring them, but it was too slow that they ended up doing it. The Kiyotaka is dead before they actually have the follow-up, and the Snowball dodge. Dodges the Solar Guardian. Pure turns up, and he just dies in a heartbeat. Falcons, they do this so much in these early games. 21-9, just starting to accelerate things too much for BetBoom to handle.
That was a rough one. Yeah, I was surprised that Pure did decide to go for that one.
I'm surprised he finished.
It's got to be one of those fights you kind of look at and you say, well, I've just got to keep hitting the creeps.
Maybe it's because he did see like Epicenter and Freezing Field was used, so maybe expected that they would have a bit of a better fighting chance, but Kiyotaka dying right at the start of it, he needs to be able to survive longer. He probably felt like they weren't going to bring all 5 onto him. He's like, oh, Epi and Freezing Field are used. I'm a bit tankier, but they literally bring the entire squad on top of him. And a lot of it is being contributed because of Crit. I have to give him a lot of highlight this game on this Tusk. FaZe Drum, he's part of 16 of the 21 kills, and he's the one who's enabling these extra kills even without the magic damage with the tag team. BetBoom's got to slow things down. They still don't have the blink on the Batrider, even though he was quite close in those last few instances.
On a mirror.
Dies back to back.
They've got eyes on him. Snake King's in with the setup. Buys time for Marin and Crit to come through the Twin Gate and help find another kill in this same area. A spot of the map that feels like BetBoom. They just can't afford to come down here.
That's 6 deaths for Miro. Constantly just getting grabbed. They're always ready for him on Falcons.
It feels like it's been a bit of a rough series for the last picks, right? We had like a last pick Razor, got completely crushed. This was a last pick Dorm, right? And Falcons, they're destroying it.
BetBoom's just not ready for the numbers that they've been bringing in every single situation. Save is trying desperately to finish off his Blink Dagger, but now at this point, he's dead. They've really slowed him down. He looks pretty dead.
He shows. They're crumbling.
This game is out of hand already.
They're crumbling.
This'll come in handy.
Pure's probably telling them, guys, we can't keep giving up these many kills. We need to slow it down. But they just keep getting caught. Skeeter, the blink is done. He's getting close to the BKB as well. Kiyotaka almost has Aghanims. That'll help him survive quite a lot more, but things are ramping up. Falcons, they can go for Roche. And they kill it just too fast, it feels, for BetBoom to contest. I don't think they want to contest either until they have the Aghs on Kiyotaka. He desperately needs it. And it feels like, I feel like Falcons have just accelerated more and more every single game. And BetBoom, they've tried to adapt to be able to fight back, but they just haven't been bringing the numbers fast enough. It's 1-by-1 sequences of TPs.
Game 1 and Game 3. Very much kind of the build up to this Game 4 that once again Falcons just take this very solid advantage in early on.
And look around bottom again. Miro, they saw him.
They've got him. And it's the Dream Hero to start the play on. You find the Dawnbreaker, you take out the potential of a Solar Guardian.
Hey, what do you do if you're... I think Miro just has to play in a more defensive position. Him and Pure have to be ready to just TP in and try to get these numbers, but they just keep getting found first, especially Miro. 7 deaths now for the Dawnbreaker. Him and Save in particular are having a pretty rough one. 1 in 5 on the Batrider too. He's got the Blink Dagger now. And Kiyotaka does have Aghs. Let's see if they can find something.
They gotta try. They're gonna have Solar Guardian back in 10 seconds with the respawn of Mira.
They gotta find a core, but the positioning from Falcons, it looks like they're expecting this move.
They want to just go for crit. They do well. Go for the quick jump.
Does get deleted. A kill's a kill. Probably not feeling like he could go for that core because he was there. And it is a big Tusk. Does have quite a bit of farm coming out from that. I think he did actually get the Blink purchase before he died, though. So on top of having FaZe Drum, he has a Blink Dagger. Yeah, I think Miro should just... This should be his area. Just play the bottom side of the map. just so he doesn't get picked off before a fight kicks off, because they need that Solar Guardian to save each other.
Skeeter.
Taka's got Ag in him, so he should be pretty safe here.
Gonna try and chase him down a little bit. And these two, but they're just running at the Mamar and Skeeter.
Guess they're just gonna kill Kitomi, but Kiyotaka's here.
Backup's coming in.
They've got Solar.
Okay, that's Skeeter gone the once.
And
Amar is trying to finish off Katomi, but he's dead, and now they're setting up for round 2. The blink is there just in time for Skeeter.
They did not respect this Ags on Kiyotaka. Just looking for the kill on the Ogre, they lose 2. And Snaking potentially gonna die too. Can he play his way out of it? He can. There we go. BetBoom striking back.
I mean, that was very aggressive. They literally just ran at them. There's just the 2 of them. And I think Amar and Skeeter got maybe a little bit carried away on that.
Maybe they didn't see the Ags on the Timber at first for a second there, because it looked like they had attempted for him, and then they're like, wait a minute, we can't go for him, and they tried to go for the Ogre, but getting split off, that's where the Timber can go for kills, and now they can smoke up. They have Lasso.
Dire are scanning.
Can they find Skitter before BKB? That would be huge.
Oh, they've hit the scan though, Falcons. They know that somebody's up here. That should be enough information to allow Skeeter and Malorine to avoid this smoke play.
And now he does have the BKB done. Bloodstone on Malorine, Veil as well. Where are they gonna look to go? But I like this. This is how I think BetBoom has to approach it. Keep running together either as 2 or 3, this Batrider plus the Ogre plus the Timber, and just let the other 2 TP in. Don't let Miro get caught before these fights start. Let him play completely isolated on another side of the map and just able to Solar Guardian in, because he's got his BKB now. So he's quite a bit more survivable.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke coming up. Falcons gonna strike again. See who gets the jump. See if Kiyotaka can do the work on this Timber Saw. Pure has now taken top net worth spot. They saw the hammer. Miro has to hide himself, and he will.
Who do they catch first? Pure's on the run, but there's the jump crit. Gets the setup. Mars ready to move in as well. We'll get contained for now with Sprout.
Pure.
To break out straight away.
He's just dead.
It just dies immediately. They get the jump stun over towards the Ogre as well. The backup comes in from Miro with the Solar Guardian trying to help out. Snaking should get dealt with by Kiyotaka, but the rest of the Falcons crew are ready to head across and cause Kiyotaka having to just sort of hide under the tier 1. I mean, Falcons may even dive upon him.
I mean, Pure gets the BKB off, but dies just to the Quills, the physical burst. Skeeter will stun himself. Can they pop him?
They're ready to turn. It's a lot of burst, but the BKB's up. I mean, Miro's going to die for his efforts to try and capitalize on the fact that Skeeter stunned himself. The Falcons are ready with the backup. They keep Skeeter safe. He gets out with the BKB.
Kiyotaka considering another jump forward. He's got the reactive armor.
Is he able to do this, though, against these heroes? It's kind of scary. And they'll give him some space.
Once the reactive goes down,
they're ready to go back in. Yeah, Mar laying him up with this goo.
Crit's gonna jump.
They got a snowball forward. The concoction as well. He's dead. He's going to come in with the buyback. I mean, BetBoom, can they do anything with this Kiyotaka buyback? They're going to look towards Crit. A Crit's out with the blink. They're trying to chase.
He's got to get kills with this buyback.
He's not going to get anything.
As soon as the reactive starts ticking down, you can see how Falcon sets up for it. He just got ruined in that one.
I mean, they just make that last fight look easy, Falcons. They're just able to run straight to Pure. Crit gets in on top of him, and at that point, it's all over. You know, he tries to get the BKB off, but he's already dead.
It's the fact that Crit just has this much farm on a 4 Tusk. The fact that he has Blink and Drums, he's just getting these heroes low, and then his team can just reinitiate afterwards because they've got the gap closed. I mean, Pure died so fast to the Bristle plus the Tusk in that last fight.
This'll come in handy.
That blows the game open quite a bit there, especially because Kiyotaka, he was having a pretty decent game overall on the Timber. His net worth is just gotten completely destroyed now. And we see they have ways to play around that reactive armor if they just dance on it.
Hurricane Pike online for Pure, so we'll have at least a little bit of a chance to break away from Crit when he closes in on him.
He needed this item so badly. If he gets caught in shards, we see he just gets shredded from the Quill, so this will at the least be able to protect himself. He needs that next item to be able to fight.
He has to BKB, but he's already
doesn't have TP.
Get in. He doesn't have a TP scroll. He doesn't have the TP ability. Both are on cooldown.
He's going down. A very dangerous position for Pure to go, and he gets punished instantly. Uh-oh.
Next time. Wait, next time what? What's next time, folks?
I think he's saying next tournament, maybe.
Oh, next.
I
I see.
I don't know.
Is that what, next time what? But you're right. I think he's referring to winning.
He's just being
winning
bully.
a tournament or winning a best of 5 against them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shiva's now finished up on Malrine. That's a huge pick off there. Pure, he was starting to recover massively too, but dies again, and now his team's getting ran down. Katomi.
Somebody save him. Oh, maybe he doesn't. Okay, no, he doesn't.
He's dead.
He's not going to get any saving anyway.
Nobody can save him.
Radiant's middle tower.
Take the tier 1 in the mid here, Falcons.
30 to 12. My goodness, the speed that they're getting all these kills.
There we go.
Pure.
Yeah,
Can't even finish off snaking.
TP'd into this at a point where didn't have the TP scroll to get out during that BKB. Even if he did, of course, they will have measures to go through it. And yeah, Skeeter feeling pretty good about himself on this one. He's having a great game. A lot of involvement from the Alchemist. 7-1 and 14.
I mean, sometimes we do see Falcons just kind of playing this like farm game. This is not one of those. This has to be one of their highest kill scores, I feel, in 26 minutes. 30 kills is pretty crazy. BetBoom's been trying to react and trying to respond to it, but in most situations, it just continues to be them getting outnumbered or them just, yeah, the move just comes first from Falcons. And Kiyotaka, even though we were mentioning for his game where he does have the option to be able to kill a lot of these cores, that buyback really cripples him.
It did.
Any growth that he had in this game, it's just gone. His BKB is going to be very necessary next, but they have so many answers and they've just started to snowball massively. Falcons, they have this haste rune as well on Malrine.
Dire's middle tower.
Maybe
is under
expecting
attack.
Pure to TP over here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It's going to show Pure top.
They're pinging right on top of him. They know exactly where he is.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Pure, gonna get the push going here with the Treants.
Tower is under attack.
Roshan's up, so Falcons can look for that.
Miro shows himself in the river.
Malrine, he's on his way over.
The initial stun. They've got the blink
BKB.
punch.
Crit. He's ready to put a stop to that one. Miro. Very likely to be dead again. He'll make a bit of space with the hammer pull, but the burrow strikes in once more from Malrine. Same time in the mid. Skeeter, he's just running at the 3 of them. He's able to scare them away. They're terrified of him.
They can't even punish him for that aggressive BKB usage.
Snaking coming in from the side. Well, this might be a little
This
too
they can
aggressive.
maybe go for, but his team's here.
He's getting away with it. Burrow strike comes in from Malrine. They blow up the 2 supports, and now they turn over towards Kiyotaka. As there's no one coming to help this Timber. Kiyotaka on his own, dead again, and out for 75 seconds. I mean, they get away with whatever.
Control.
You know, Snaking's just dancing around in front of them as this Crystal
And Pure,
Maiden.
they have
can't
a
do
ward.
anything about it.
They have a ward right on top of him.
And they get the jump.
He's dead.
He's got a BKB.
Oh, good push.
He's going to try for the TP, but the punch, it's there. Everybody's dead on BetBoom. Falcons.
They literally kill all 5. Yeah, they don't lose anybody.
No.
They catch absolutely in the perfect sequence too, right? They kill Miero, so they kill the Solar Guardian user. Then they kill the next target. Then Skitter forces this weird reaction, and yeah, you can see it on his face. It's rough.
It's a rough one, tough one. I mean, it just sort of begs the question: what happened in game 2? Was it really just the Veno pick fault? No,
I think Kiyotaka clutched it up in game 2 with his Shadowfiend performance, but this one, the clutch it's really not there. It's actually just Falcons playing too fast, and it's not just one player, it's not just 2 players, it's the entire team. I feel like Crit has done a marvelous job on this Tusk this game, just being everywhere, always having the punch for the BKB cores, having the extra damage he can provide as this tag team, and somehow Snaking's actually more farmed than him. Wait, what the hell?
Power of the Crystal Maiden.
Power of the CM.
Frostbite here and there, and you're a millionaire.
And even Malrine is more farmed than an Alchemist on a Sand King. So pretty absurd stuff they've been able to do. And BetBoom, even though Pure, he's still farmed, it's these other 2 cores that have just completely fallen off a cliff, and they haven't even been able to find any of these catches where they blink lasso a target and use Solar Guardian and get aggressive. It's literally just them on the back foot completely this game. They probably anticipated a different type of approach in this game where they'd hopefully be able to be the aggressors, but it feels like not once in this game have they been able to be that since the 10-minute mark, right? That dive that they were doing top, it feels like that was the last time that BetBoom was actually able to make their own aggressive move. And now things just really out of hand. Kiyotaka, as you said, was dead for 70 seconds, so still quite a ways away from that BKB, about 800 gold for him to have it. And we've seen them now have ways to go through it. More than enough physical damage. Skeeter now having a basher too.
Radiant's middle
Down the
tower
mid they
is under
come.
attack.
Time to cut creep waves. Try to extend the game to the later portions if you're BetBoom. Because these head-on fights just do not look possible anymore. And they haven't for some time.
Radiant structures are
He needs a Silver Edge.
Radiant's middle tower is under
In
attack.
both the top and the middle lane here, Falcons. Take the tier 2
Radiant's
mid,
middle tower
Right,
has
let's
fallen.
keep going.
the tier 2 top.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
BetBoom.
Dire
What's the answer?
structures are
They have
falling.
no one in the base right now.
Radiant's top
Do they just
tower
sack
is under
Arax
attack.
again? We said it last time that they might just do stuff like that because they just need to have more farm to be able to fight versus this Falcons timing. Save's gonna get back, and as well with the Ogre. Cores are starting to make their way back as well.
They've got to try something, but it's in
Arax is
this Aegis on
dropping.
and out.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
They might just let it go. They've got the fortification, but do they really want to make this jump into an Aegis Skeeter?
Not an easy approach for them. The racks.
Dire are scattered.
And they're being careful about it here, Falcons. They don't want to quite push for the barracks.
As soon as his chemical rage was going down, he backs away. They have this catapult that's under effect from the banner, though.
Skeeter's ready to go back in. Concoction out, Kiyotaka marrying him with a follow-up burst strike. They look to burst through and they destroy him immediately! Kiyotaka dead far before there's any chance of any sort of heals or saves coming in, and he's out for a minute.
He couldn't even get the BKB off. He died so fast.
Hero, he tries to jump in, but he gets tripped up by the burrow strike. Skeeter will throw back a concoction over towards Nature's Prophet, makes space to finish up the barracks. Miro's trying to fight with this BKB, but the barracks are going to be going down. The epicenters are ready. Maureen jumps in beyond the tier 4s, in with the epi sandstone, the killer Katsuomi Pure. He'll get back to the base, but Amar, he's ready to dive into the fountain and kill them off underneath the fountain. Everybody's gone. Ultra kill from Amar. GG is called. Falcons, they've done it again. Another Dream League, another championship title as they take this final 3-1 today against BetBoom.
And this game, it got out of control fast. They started to lose nobody. They were killing literally 5 heroes on the side of BetBoom without even losing a support. I look at how excited Snaking is with Amar. I don't know what he's doing there. He's like doing like a whip kind of signal, but my goodness. Wow. They really did whoop BetBoom in this final game.
And in every single Dream League that Team Falcons has played, they can't help but win for. They turn up. And then we had a little bit of a question, you know, game 2 is maybe BetBoom can give a bit of a fight, give a bit of a better challenge. But the 3 wins that Falcons got here in this finals, they just were not close whatsoever.
No, we had one where the Morphling attempts to go for a Midas recovery, doesn't work. This one, it feels so devastating so fast when they're just getting these 1-by-1 pickoffs. Miro ends 1-10 in this game. Save also 1-8. They're 2 offlaners that usually are ones that dictate pace. They just had pretty much no game. Kiyotaka as well. This Timber saw that they tried to enable so much versus these tanky cores. It just feels like they had all the answers. They was just too fast today.
Absolutely, yeah. Falcons, they're just that good. They really are. Coming in, you know, start of this circuit when it comes to getting those points. They're coming out in the top spot, taking the lion's shares of the points and the money with this victory, and very deserved as well. They had a wonderful day today. The entirety of their games, right, the entirety of the post-series. Had a great run this earlier this afternoon, and then here in the grand finals. There's no question about it. Team Falcons, they really are just better, and they'll take the title. They are the champions here. Dream League Season 24, Team Falcons.
What stellar performance coming out from the squad. Falcons, they win Dream League Season 22, Season 23, and Season 24. 3 Dream Leagues in a row, Jenkins. That's absurd.
They've done it. They've done the trio. We'll see if they can do another one. At this point, it seems like they're just completely unstoppable. And you know what? They always trick us. We watch them during the group stage, and it's like, of course Falcons is going to get top 4. But then somehow, some way, they always are in top form when it comes to the grand finals. The fact that they even lost 1 game is impressive. It's an impressive feat by Howie. Could we get that picture of the...
I mean, these guys are just so good. I feel like, I mean, they've won 3 times in a row, so I feel like I'm saying the same things, but they're so good, like together, but individually, what they do with the heroes, with their movement, like their laning. It's honestly like some of the highest level Dota we've probably like ever had within the scene, like what this team can do, and consistently over and over again. Yeah, personally, I just feel like it's a treat to watch these guys play, because I don't know like what you have to do to beat them, but people also don't know.
I think everybody who faces them in the grand finals probably also have some kind of a mental blockage when it comes down to playing against them, because you know what's coming. And what are they doing on camera? Snaking, beating up Amar, and there's the chef. He really cooked some really good drafts for the team.
Yeah, you could really see the difference in their drafting today and yesterday compared to all the other days. But I don't want to credit how well they played today to AUI coming back. Obviously, it's a factor, but they've just been solid throughout the entire DreamLeague. Even in the games that they looked shakier, we saw them get better the day after. And this team is just too good at fundamentals. They're too strong at laning. Their rotations are always on point. Their warding is so good. Their supports know how to farm and scale efficiently. They have 3 players that can all equally carry a game. It's just, it's Chef's kiss, or Aui's kiss.
Aui's kiss.
Get that picture.
No.
Don't kiss them.
The team, as Mira says, does deserve a lot of credit here. Okay, deserve a lot of credit here for this best of 5. And as our commentary team says, it's not just been this series. They played another series before this as well, Jenkins. They had to go through the lower bracket.
It's been a long day for them, and I do think the teams that they went up against had a lot of potential. There's a lot of scary stuff coming out from both teams. You got Thematic, the dragon that everybody's looking to take down, the up-and-coming new carry player, and the double TI winning team playing around him. They slayed that dragon instantly, like they're the guy from from Dragon's Blood. The Dragon Slayer guy. He's
Skylar?
friends with the... What?
Oh, no.
He's the old guy.
The old guy.
I don't know.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's like the really good Dragon Slayer. That's who they are. And then in the grand finals, everybody's saying BetBoom, this new team, they are the new hot kids on the block. Falcons is like, no, you got to dethrone us first. Check your egos, because you got to dethrone us. And we haven't been dethroned yet.
I mean, this is why you shouldn't change your roster. Of course, sometimes you have to. Some stuff comes up, but these guys...
Never change your roster.
Never change your roster.
Lesson right there.
Who can they get? Who would you even replace?
You know what I would like to see?
Falcons?
Maybe for the next year, next season. Oh, I mean, we started the new season, but maybe starting 2025, you have to change at least one player.
Mandatory roster shuffle. I like it.
It would be much more spicy to watch professional Dota.
That is definitely
No, I
not a
like
thing.
this one.
That's or you have to play without a coach, and then we'll see. You know, also.
Some teams
We're not there yet. You know? We gotta let Dota evolve a bit more.
Guys, I did the math.
Oh.
The Falcons has participated in 11 Tier 1 LAN events this year. They've been in the grand finals of 8 of them and won 6 with this one. That's mad.
Yeah, because they were not forced to change the roster.
Exactly.
They literally only formed their roster a year ago.
I mean, yeah, they're pretty damn good.
They're pretty damn good.
Next year, if they were forced to change their roster, they might only win 5 of those, Sheever.
Yeah, sure.
I think they just really struck gold with their combination of players. Like, I couldn't imagine removing like one piece of this equation and having it work the same way. Like, and sure, they might not be like the highest team on the leaderboards, but like they're pretty high up there. And like, you look at like what Crit and Snay provide to this team in terms of like voices and like maturity, and then you look at what Skeeter does in terms of like a carry who's always so solid and dependable, and you can first pick him in a draft, which is what they did this entire grand finals. They were first picking Alk and DK, and because of the threat that Skeeter poses with these heroes, like all of BetBoom's reactions were to that first pick, and that's something that he gives you that other carries may not do, because they may want better situations. Maybe they want to be picked later on in the draft. Maybe they need to be enabled more. But if you were to change or remove Skeeter from this equation, then you'd have like ATF and Malrine who take up too much space and need too much out of the map. Like, it just, I like look at it and I just wouldn't change a single piece. Like, you would actually make this team objectively worse.
I mean, you can just, wow, what
you can
impeccable
just
timing.
talk to them. That's what we can do, because we got the technology, we got a fantastic screen right here, and we got, I believe,
pull up AUI.
The full team on
look at
call. Hey, congratulations, guys! Can you hear us? Yes.
Thank you very much, and yes, we can hear you.
I am glad to hear it. Amar, got a very important question to start things off. This is the third DreamLeague Grand Finals that you guys are just won. And I just want to hear from you. Who do you think made it happen. What's the MVP for you for this grand finals, but also for all the other two? If you have to give a grand finalist MVP, because you guys go to grand finals all the time, who's the MVP?
Who you want to answer?
You.
You, big boy.
Me. Obviously, I'm the MVP. Like, what? Like, it's obvious answer. Like, I don't know. Where was these people before I joined them? You know, like
That's
they
fair.
weren't winning.
That's fair. You make great points. Okay, who's your number 2 then?
Number 2, sneaking because he gave me Bristol back.
Nice.
All right, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it.
Mr. Snaking, I've got a question. You guys, you can hear me? Yeah, you guys were first pick 4 games in a row. That doesn't seem very random to me. Can you give me a bit of an explanation? Like, why did you guys choose first pick like four times in a row?
We just thought when we were on first pick, we can control the scenario of like what we wanted to pick, and I think we just think the first pick is a lot better versus this team. So we just ran it back on the 2 games we had choice of, and for some reason they also just gave us 2 games of first pick. So you know, it's a bit of a RNG because they also thought second pick was better for them. So it just turns out, you know, see who's right at the end of the day.
And you said you think first pick is better against them in specific. Can you tell me why you think that is? Like specifically against BetBoom?
I mean, specifically, I mean, we obviously, like, we ran Alchemist and DK, we realized, like, they have to give us something we want to play. If they ban Chen and Naga, which they did all 3 games, like, banning 3 position 5, that's, you know?
Yeah.
So then, like, then we're freed up on the core. So then we understand we'll always get that first pick that we want, and they can't stop us.
All right, makes sense.
Were you guys ever afraid because of their mid flexes that they've been doing with Templar Assassin, this Morph Shadow Fiend thing, all the flexes that they had so far in the tournament? How did you guys prepare for that one?
We were very aware of their flexes. I think, as you can see, we banned Magnus in all 4 games because we realized this is the best flex they had because they play in all 3 roles. And then that we also thought Save's best hero was Shadow Demon, so we just decided to ban it all games. And then we adjust the last ban depending on what we wanted to first pick. And it worked out very well for us.
What about the Venomancer? What the hell happened with that hero? Like, this was the second pick Venomancer? What was the idea behind it other than ruin Beastmaster in the lane?
I mean, the whole idea is to literally grief the Beastmaster and the Batrider lane, and it worked out in the end. But the thing is, like, Venomancer is a Venomancer at the end of the day. I made sure to, you know, grief them in the lane, but afterwards, I'm a Venomancer, you know? I did not enjoy the hero very much after the laning phase.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's just Venom things.
I got a question for Mallory, if you could go ahead and hand the mic over to him.
Hello, Jenkins.
Hello, Big M. I'm wondering if you have a... Yeah, hold that really close. I'm so tempted to scream in his ear. Big M, do you have a Hello Kitty tattoo on today, or what's going on with the Hello Kitty buff?
I didn't even bring it up, so such a luck.
What?
I didn't even bring to this tournament.
You didn't?
No.
So are you no longer superstitious? You don't think you need the Hello Kitty buff?
I mean, I'm keeping Hello Kitty only for LANs. Because otherwise it's useless until offlines, no? Online tournaments.
Okay, you don't need it to win Dream Leagues.
I mean, if we're gonna keep playing against BetBoom, looks like not.
Okay, all right. Can you hand the mic to Amar for a second? I want to do a little bit of a quiz here. I just got some questions for him. So, Amar, you're an expert in many things, but the thing that I think you're the greatest expert at is, of course, all chatting and BMing. So I want to run some scenarios by you. And let's say we're in a pub and I'm BMing you in a certain way. I want to know how you would respond to the BM. So if I give you just a parentheses, if I give you a Russian smiley, what is your response to me?
And my response is nothing, because if I say anything, it's gonna be like 10 posts on media, and everyone will like wanna like you know, do very bad things to me. So like at this point, like hold back, chill, and let's see what's you know, like I'm like kiting back, you know, in a way, you know, the media. That's what I'm doing right now. Like I have to chill a bit,
You're
and
doing
then I can attack again when I see a good opportunity.
Yeah, okay. What if I go as far as to drop mantles of intelligence at your fountain?
You will pick up it.
I will take them, yes. I will just picking up them, yes. What else? Or destroy them. Both work.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for Crit and a few for Skeeter. But we could start with Crit. I have a question. When Ahmad is doing his shenanigans and antics, and you wake up and you see like Reddit posts and stuff, how do you feel about that? Like, what words do you have for him?
I think at this point, like, we've tried everything, so yeah, I don't know. At this point, it's just me and AUI telling Amar the same thing over and over for like 10 months, but nothing really, you know, it doesn't really latch. And like, you know, every fucking event, there's like a new scenario, like some problem comes up, like somebody wants to kill him, like I don't understand what's happening, you know. And we're just like, can you please just chill? And then he goes and he says the same thing to somebody else, and like we're just like catching up all the time. So yeah, I mean, we're trying, but it's hard.
So you've just given up at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, actually I have a question for you, since I know you also like to play Deadlock. I was wondering if there are any mechanics in that game you think would work in Dota, or something that would be cool to see in Dota.
I mean, I guess, I don't know. I think the fun thing for me in Deadlock is just that it's basically all new heroes. Like, it's just the tool sets that are like familiar, but they're not the same. So I think maybe there's some ways you could do it the other way, where you take some from like some skills in Deadlock and then implement it in Dota. That would be fun.
Yeah, I agree. But some people are like, we're theory crafting, like maybe barriers being introduced in Dota. Do you think that's something that could work in our game?
I think Liquid and Gladiators would love that, but I'm not too sure if anyone else would.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions for Skeeter as well.
Hello?
Hey, Scooter. Hey, Scooter. So basically, I just wanted to kind of like pick your brain on the carry meta, because it feels like it's been a lot of the same for the last year. Like, how would you like to see it change? Since you've been playing basically, you know, the tanky stun guys for a very long time now.
So as back-to-back DreamLeague champion, I don't want to see any change in carry role, but I just want to say they don't want to see us winning, and yet we stand here unfazed as champions again.
Wow, that was very heroic.
Wait, give him the mic again. Give him the mic.
I also have a question for
Give him the mic. He doesn't get off scot-free.
Jeez.
You can't just leave like that, dude.
Yo, our PC just turned off. 1 second. What's up?
Big S, good to see you. Does that really motivate you? Is that a thing that you find that in your life you have always been motivated by the haters? Does that fuel you? Is that something that you've had since you were a little S instead of big S?
Not really. I just like money very much.
Nice. Okay. A follow-up question. Like, often you're carrying a lot of these games, and like people don't notice because like your role as like, you know, Blink Stun is a lot less flashy than like, you know, doing like huge DPS. Do you ever wish you were getting more praise online, or does that not matter to you? You just like to win?
I mean, honestly, I actually like when there's not much spotlight on me, because I think like it's harder to appreciate my role, but I like it this much because then people don't really try to steal my shit. So I like when people do whatever they are doing and copy like the Yataros and Ames. I like it way more.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
I have another question for you, Mr. Big S. So the only game you guys lost was game 2 when you played Gyro. What do you feel like you guys messed up in that game? And after this game was over, like what did you guys actually talk about that you wanted to change for, well, game 3?
Okay, so there was this one concept that we have learned in this game, is that Calling Blade is good against Furion.
Yeah, that's good.
And yeah, that was a big adjustment from that. Yeah.
Well, that was really the answer I was looking for. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Big lessons learned here in this grand finals. All right, with this finals finish, and of course already with the top 4 finish, there's another thing you achieved, which is qualifying to ESL1 Bangkok. That means no need to play qualifiers. So that means some free time. You guys have not had time off for, I believe, literally the longest time out of any team. So, question to all 5 of you. What's the plan?
I will first speak for myself. My plan is to just go and keep practicing to win, like no vacation.
Back to the Dota straight away.
I agree with Skeeter concept, you know, need more money.
Wait, wait. Give the mic back for a second. Bro, are you sleeping more these days? How much are you sleeping every night?
He's sleeping 10 hours per day, at least.
Oh, good man. All right, that's better than 4.
Yep, I've changed. I've changed for sure.
Change man, good man.
Very
Because you
good,
go to the
very
gym, you gotta sleep.
What are you gonna do in the break, Maureen?
What am I supposed to do? So I will spend, I guess, 2 days, maybe even 1 day is enough, without playing Dota because of flights, and then I will put my ass in my chair and I will keep playing Dota.
Fair enough. Fair enough. How about
Because
the
I have
rest?
nothing to do in my life more.
That's fair enough. Pass
Those
on
are the
mic.
two least shocking responses.
Yes.
We'll get those ones out of the way. All right.
What's the question?
What are you gonna do now that you don't have to qualify for Thailand because you already are qualified? Are you gonna take a break?
Yeah, I'll try to uninstall this game for a week and see how it goes.
See how it goes. Great. All right, Snaking.
For me, I haven't been home in a long time, so I'm just gonna spend time with family, and hopefully the new patch will come, and I can't wait to play the new patch. And just take a couple days off, and then feel more refreshed and come back stronger.
All right, Crit. How? Oh,
Were you trying to choke him with the headset?
Yeah.
Wouldn't be the first time.
I'll probably just play Deadlock for like 2 weeks and then see what happens. It's a much better game anyway.
Okay.
This is a really good game.
It's a good dynamic you got going on here with either full-time Dota or full-time nothing or full-time other game. Sounds like a great balance between all 5 of you. I want to once again offer our congratulations on being back-to-back-to-back DreamLeague champions. Fantastic feat. Can't wait to see what you guys are going to do in Thailand. And
Mallory
has to say something. Yes, go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great night.
One more thing before
yes,
we leave.
sorry, go for it.
I wanna just show appreciation to AOI because he hasn't been helping us because he's been on vacation, but he actually did a lot of work when he returned, and also he was a big reason why we came back from the loss in this final. So he doesn't get a lot of appreciation right now, so he's not here, but he's doing a lot for us.
I feel like I have to offer some context here.
Can I also ask Couch, please come back to us?
Okay.
We are missing.
I will say that if you guys were to look back at the broadcast of this finals, it was more about AUI than about you guys, so that's why we didn't really...
See you, Crit. See you on Deadlock.
Oh, I see you, Crit. Sorry, see you, Omar. See you, Marine. See you, Snake. Have a good time.
Goodbye, guys. Thank you very much.
This whole setup with one headset is just too funny.
They're gonna
just made like $500,000 using a single head.
If they're gonna keep winning DreamLeague, you'd expect for them to, I don't know, up the tech.
This team is hilarious.
I kind of like it though, because it's like a DreamLeague tradition at this point to have all of them gathered around that one headset.
True. I will say, I mean, I appreciate that they shouted out AY, but I felt like we already talked about AY so much that I didn't want to ask too many questions about him because I wanted to be about the players. But I'm happy that they also give him some love.
I mean, they just don't know what we've been talking about.
No,
Because
they do
otherwise, like
not.
you're saying, they would know. But it just goes to show how much they love him and how much he actually does for them. Jenkins?
Yeah, he really proved himself this time.
Can we get a...
There we go. Let's rotate through all 3 because everybody is multifaceted in this world. And Aoi is a very multifaceted, multi-talented guy. Sometimes he's the devil. Sometimes he's the angel. Sometimes he's cooking. Sometimes he's all 3. And he proved...
Sometimes he's whatever you want him to be.
And whatever, you could put him on anything. He's like salt and pepper. And he proved that this time around, they need him. He probably did this on purpose. He wasn't on vacation. He was in a basement somewhere playing Dark Souls.
You keep saying that.
Yeah, he does.
No,
Elden Ring.
I mean, I did not see any pictures, to be fair. So, yeah, you're right. He could just be somewhere. Who knows? But I'm sure that next time he'll be joining the guys again. What a ride, guys. We can take a look at the brackets to see the full thing in its full glory as we have a 3-1 grand finals in favor of Falcons over BetBoom. I do want to close the book on BetBoom here because I do think, Lacoste, that we've seen a different BetBoom here. I know.
Yeah, different BetBoom with the same results, but they looked unstoppable until the grand finals.
Yeah.
This team has gained a lot of new fans as well, I would say, me being one of them. I was also a fan of the previous roster as well. They play some very entertaining Dota, but you can say that the vibes are much different in this team, and the way they play is just so fun to watch because they like to experiment Kiyotaka and pure, very entertaining players to watch. The whole squad just feels like good vibes. Not so much in this one because they lost the grand finals when you saw them on camera, but we also have some like really good stories with Team Spirit and Parivision as well coming into play.
Very, very true. We have these 4 teams, the top 4. I feel like every single team, Kazu, was a great to watch.
No, they're all impressive and like in their own way, really. Like Parivision, I didn't expect him to get top 4. Even the kind of same with Team Spirit. I think like all of these teams brought something that maybe you wouldn't expect from them, showed something that they wanted to do. So I think all of these teams that we see here, they should all be happy with kind of what they were able to do.
Yeah, up until the last couple of days, I feel like all of the teams seemed very closely matched, and the future is bright for competitive Dota this season. Honestly, like all of these teams have potential to win a grand finals themselves, and seeing like old faces come into like newer teams and have a reignition, like no one on Paravision, was also really nice to see. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, Falcons is dominant right now, but maybe in a couple of months after some fine-tuning, it could be BetBoom, maybe it could be Spirit, maybe it could even be
That's
Paravision.
a lot of copium.
Listen. See, that to me is the difference between this BetBoom that we're seeing and the old BetBoom.
They can cook. They can cook.
They're actually cooking. The potential for this team is way higher. I think when we saw the old BetBoom lose, we were like, yeah,
again.
that kind of, but with this one, it's like, holy shit, this is like what, their second tournament playing as a roster?
Yeah,
So-
BB Dacha and now this, of course.
Yeah, and then and now this. Whereas Falcons has been together and they have all that synergy. They have the drafting. They know how to adjust during series. Like there's a lot of potential here for this next season of Dota.
Yeah. And we did the math. How many times you said BB Dacha? Production just told me.
Oh, bullshit.
Throughout the whole tournament.
Bullshit.
No,
you don't have.
176.
There's
no
way. That's a complete. You
Do
are
the math yourself.
He's got a random number.
He just does this in his ear, and then it's like I'm supposed to believe they're talking to you. Like that's a ridiculous thing.
I saw it in an action movie.
I just gotta confirm this
No, I have AUI in my ear, and he confirmed he was in Japan.
You pointed to the ear that your earpiece is not in.
It's
here. In my ear. You did that.
He was in Japan.
This
He
is
was in
gaslighting.
Japan. We can take a look at the next slide we're going to check
Next
upon
slide, computer.
because it is about time to show you the points. So I must clarify that both Falcons and BetBoom get this amount of points because they get 300 extra points out of being top of their group. So does Paravision, by the way. They came top of their group in group stage.
They're only 100 points.
And Falcons came top of the group in group stage 100. What are you saying?
Paravision are only 100 points behind Team Spirit.
Yeah,
with what
because
got-
Team Spirit didn't get points out of any group.
This
They
is-
came fourth in group stage 1 and second in group stage. No. Second in group stage 2.
Well, this is very interesting, Lacoste.
It is. I like the distribution as well, providing with some extra points for all the good Dota that they played throughout the first and second group stage. Kind of like the format a lot.
Yeah, it's been it's a good format. It means that all the group stages that we see, they have meaning. And I think seeing this scoreboard so far, you can really tell how big of an impact just a couple of extra points, Jenkins, can make to this ranking.
Yeah, big time. And these teams, of course, as we've mentioned every morning on the Dream League, is that they're qualifying also for every LAN in the year and every other Dream League in the year based on these points. So they matter a lot. There's some teams in the bottom that I think we're probably expecting will gain more points as the year
Fortnite
progresses.
Man, only 30
Fortnite
points
Man,
right
of course.
now, but who knows?
He'll be up there.
Gaming Gladiators.
Gladiators.
They I think didn't do as well as people would expect once they've got past the honeymoon phase with Watson. Maybe they look better. Liquid, based on how they started, maybe they're actually happy with getting scoring as many points as they did. But I think we'll also probably see them do a lot better. We got a solid year of Dota coming up. Of course, depending on a good patch coming out.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I've been very happy with this patch already as well. And I don't know, Snaking was very convinced that there would be a patch, so I'm having high hopes now, but we'll of course see. But for this Dream League Season 24, we have come to the final page here, Effie. Any final words on the last 2 weeks and the action we've witnessed?
It's been a lot of fun. I love Dream League. I feel like there's no tournament that matches the vibes, and I already said it, but I think this was a display of what the year is going to look like for Dota, and there are a lot of these teams that I'm rooting for now. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, I'm just happy with, I think, new teams, new players being here with people that it's actually very enjoyable to watch the games with. And other than that, I don't know, I think it's just a good time. And you all want a patch to come out. I'm gonna break all your hopes.
It's not coming out.
It's not coming out. We're not getting a patch.
It's still a good patch. I think we should enjoy it
maybe
for another
New Year.
2-3
I think for now it's deadlock and Kez time, in your pubs.
What
and
if it's Christmas morning, then a patch?
that would be some good
awesome.
stuff. This
That'd
is
be
good
really
news here.
I don't know. This is not news, Kezu. I have no idea.
No, she has the news.
I do not have the news.
Do the announcement. Do the announcement.
Final words from Lacoste?
Final words?
I'll have a mini announcement at the end. We're good.
Oh, okay.
DreamLeagues is always fun. Like, whenever I come here, it's always just fun times, having fun on camera, when we're not on camera, shooting shit when we're in the green room. It's always just good vibes, and that's what I like. Also, competitive Dota. Not too bad from what we've seen so far.
No, good stuff, Jenkins.
I mean, I can't summarize it better than what you guys said, so I'll just reiterate. It's always great, always good vibes.
Say the same thing.
The crew. Shout-outs to the crew.
Shout-outs to the crew.
Shout-outs to the crew. Everybody here, the band, the crew, we're all having good vibes. We're all watching the Dota. We're all getting really into it. We're all hanging out after the show. It's fantastic. I like to see that the Dota is excellent. We got some new players coming in. We got some teams that are interesting. There has been some brief periods of Dota where it's just been fucking boring. We are in the antithesis of that right
Antithesis. I like that word.
There's like, if you talk about the top 8 teams that we had here, I think that Extreme Gaming is like top 2 in terms of interest. You got Nightfall on Tundra. Tundra just...
Here we go again.
I'm just saying.
Nightfall.
I'm just saying, we're blessed.
Gamer, close out the show.
We're blessed. 60-minute games.
It has been really good. And
we are blessed, Bob.
The vibes that we're mentioning, we really hope... We really hope that the positive vibes that we have, both on camera and off camera, are able to be transcended through the camera to everybody at home, because that ultimately is our job. So if we did a little bit of that, then I think we did a good job here. And thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. You guys are the real MVPs. Also, sticking around for the post-show, joining in early for the early shows. You're very much appreciated. And everyone that's tuning in for the grand finals and for just top-tier Dota, thank you for that. From not just us 5, but from everyone, everywhere, behind the camera, in front of the camera, just literally everyone you can think of has played a part of making this all come to life and be epic. Now, I did say I was going to give... I did say... now he's missing. Fog, come back.
Announce.
Yeah, there you go. I did say I was going to have a mini announcement, but the mini announcement is something that was already part of the plan, which was going to happen. First of all, PogChamp Pandas are fantastic, and they are on Spotify right now. You should probably check them out. There you are. You should probably check them out. Follow them on Instagram, Spotify, see what they do next. But what they're doing right now next is my mini announcement, because, of course, major congratulations to Team Falcons for being that 3-time back-to-back-to-back Grand Finals champion here for DreamLeague. But we're not going to leave you empty-handed, because we are going to have a performance coming your way from our fantastic PogChamp Pandas.
stop, no. You sparkle like diamonds, yes you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention, yeah, you're breaking every heart, yeah. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your night, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky, look good in the spotlight. Just go on and set yourself free. And why not have the time of your life? 'Cause tonight you're royalty. Yes, you are. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your light, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky. Just let the music take you anywhere you wanna go. Oh, never hide what you feel inside. Come on, baby, let it show. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your light, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky.
Keeping booties on the dance floor. You're partying with DJ Roddy P.
now you know